Just as bad as you. Just as bad as you.
Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound, need a renovation. Sound needed renovation.
Cause I'm restless and I'm dying to know more. Show me something I haven't seen before. Cause I'm tired of the same boats, the same shore. It's time, my friend, to leave this hell behind us. We got everything we need to make a change. I can't keep pretending I'm right where I wanna be. I'm hopelessly in need of better days. Cause I'm too young to face the end, but I'm old enough to start again.
Happy Friday, SMITE fans, and welcome to day number 3 of the SMITE Summer Masters event, brought to us by our good friends over at Prime Gaming. If you haven't already, make sure you pick up yourself a Prime membership because you get free music, movies, and more. All the great stuff that you were probably already going to buy, you can get delivered straight to your doorstep. You don't have to worry about going outside and going in and dealing with all these other people. And then you can link that over to your Twitch account. That way you can make the most of Prime Gaming because you get another free item, a Twitch Prime subscription to your favorite streamer. You also get free games, and a couple of the free games this month, Beasts of Maravilla Island and Recompile and Scourgebringer, are on the list. And then you can also use Amazon Luna, which is another thing that comes along with that one. And you can get Garfield Kart, probably one of the best games ever made. So if you've ever wanted to play Garfield Kart, or if you haven't and you want to relive the experience, make sure that you are using your Prime Gaming membership. Thank you so much to Prime for being the sponsor of Season 9 of the SMITE Pro League. Like I said, it's day 3 of SMITE Summer Masters. It's me, J-Mac, and I got Gormizer joining me to kick off our day. It is Elimination Friday, Gore. One team from every single one of our sets is going to be going home today. And unfortunately for a lot of them, it is the SCC teams, as every single one of them dropped 0-2 to the SPL teams in our previous days of play.
Yeah, so at this point, it's going to be a fun. I think every matchup is in AEU, so there's a lot of fun, I think, at least in that. We'll get to see who gets to go forward, but like you said, unfortunately for some people, this is the end of the road, right? The end of the day, 4 teams are going to be gone from Masters. By the end of Sunday, the other 4 will have been eliminated. Then we'll move into next week with just the top 8.
Yeah, just going to be top 8 going into week number 2. That'll move into a bracket style of play, but we still got to get through all of the group play. If you missed out on days 1 and 2, it was SPL, whatever seed the SPL team was versus a respective SCC level squad at the very end. It was all 2-0s for the SPL teams that led us now to have a full Elimination Friday of nothing but the SCC squads. And as Gore highlighted, it's NA versus EU for every single one of those matchups, whether that be the number 1 NA versus the number 4 EU or so on and so forth, which is actually what we're going to be seeing a look at now. The schedule, or at least the bracket for our very first matchup, Eldritch Hounds, who fell 0-2 to the Valkyries, and the Gilded Gladiators fell 0-2 to the Camelot Kings. Those two will now be facing off your number 1 NA team in the Hounds versus the number 4 Gilded Gladiators, respectfully. And this is really where the fun kind of comes in, because it's been a while since we've had like that true kind of NA versus EU style of like actual tournament play. And now we're getting 4 of those today to see which of the regions is going to come out on top, Gore.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch, I think, not only for highlighting, like you said, the different regions, but also being able to showcase, if there's like a kind of a method to the madness, if you will, right? Like, we always talk about it, North America likes to get scrappy early. Sometimes that means fighting over things that admittedly don't necessarily matter and maybe taking fights that'd be better not to. And sometimes it means, making big plays right around an FG and being able to win the game from it. Europe typically farms a little bit longer. To the point where, stylization-wise, think like Season 7 Phase 1 Dragons versus this current iteration of the Kings, right? Those are the two like styles of play you can kind of expect from both sides. That being said, it's also really interesting. I think that these teams have been bringing some eclectic picks that we're not used to seeing in the SPL, so I think it gives a lot of flavor to what these drafts will look like.
Yeah, I think a lot of these matchups will be very fun to watch, especially those ones between some of those number 2 and 3 seeds in their respective regions out there. So keep your eyes throughout the entirety of today. But to start the day out, is going to be the Gilded Gladiators and the Eldritch Hounds in our first grouping of play. These are the guys who had to face off against the Valkyries and the Kings, the number 1 and 8 from the SPL, and, well, it's a 2-0 either way. The Gilded Gladiators are a team, Gore, when I think back to this Gilded Gladiators team as a whole, I'm thinking back to the SPL qualifiers when they were under the Just F6 moniker.
Yeah.
And at that time, it was a team that kind of got a little ran at in their very first set of play, and then they came back and went, oh, I see how these guys like to play. I see how North America likes to kind of scrap and whatnot.
Yeah.
It was a team that was really able to adapt kind of on the fly. It took them a game to get there, but then they made those adaptations. They started running their way through the lower bracket during that tournament and really started making a name for themselves. But all the adjustments they've been making to their team since that time has kind of given a new identity to this team, especially with Itori jumping in for the Hunter role.
That's the thing that I'm kind of curious about. Like last time we saw resilience, bounce back, really good turnaround capability. You lose, set 1, get knocked to the loser's bracket, and then make a pretty impressive run through the bottom. How much of that was in, Rotwin when they played for him? How much of that is replaced now that you've got Itori, who, as mentioned yesterday, is playing out of role as a sub? Like there's a lot of extra layers to this pick, which makes it even more impressive to me, that Itori looked as good as they did yesterday. I think that this team as a whole was able to be, I want to say, a little more surprising just in general for what they were able to bring. But as a whole, I think that this, specifically as Itori has brought a new flavor to that side of the map, been able to help them out. Of course, I think it helps, like, if you're looking for a sub right now, I feel like carry might be one of the easiest ones to try and swap in, just because it's like, not even like a thing with the role or like the gods played there, as much as it is like, hey man, we're going to shove you in dual lane. Just like, as long as, like, the bare minimum, don't die early on and like just farm for a while, then join the team fights. And I think Itori takes that and takes it to the next level, is able to come in, play really well, and I think hold on to their own, and fits well with the squad, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, it's a player that's, you don't have to throw a new shot caller or anything like that. It's just kind of that, hey, just kind of stick to that lane a little bit there. And talking about the Guild Gladiators, we do have a pregame interview. I believe it's Dime standing by with the Guild Gladiators for our pregame interview.
Howdy folks, Dimes here with the Gilded Gladiators, and let's go to Itori first, the ADC. I gotta ask, the Gilded Gladiators, y'all kind of took it to the Kings there for a while, unfortunately did fall to the 2-0. What have you learned from that first set here at SMITE Summers Masters, and how have you adapted on today's Do or Die challenge?
And yesterday was my first time ever playing at LAN, so it was a bit of nerves, but I mean, they're all gone now, second day. We learned lots from the Kings set, learned that, you know, we kind of got it. We're not that bad. We're pretty good, so do gotta take it easy sometimes, take the foot off the gas pedal, and then should be fine. Should be
So maybe a little more of a confident Gilded Gladiators today. Let's move on over to the support Dazer. Maybe a little more awake this morning than you were yesterday.
Definitely more awake.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as I just mentioned, it's Elimination Day, Do or Die. Does that add any more pressure to the set, or is it just your game plan as per usual?
I think it doesn't add any more pressure, really. I mean, we're coming here to have some fun with the boys. If we win, we win. At the end of the day, we're going to win, though.
A confident Gilded Gladiators ready to take it to them. That's all we got from here. They're ready to play. Let's get into game as soon as possible.
Yeah, thank you so much. Some confidence out of Dazer in the support role. And getting to talk to him yesterday, just a fun group of guys in general in the Gilded Gladiators. Always really energetic, making sure that they're ready to kind of get there and jump into the battleground. Getting over a little bit of their nerves, as I already mentioned, his first time playing in a LAN setting and having at least a decent performance. And it's not easy when your first LAN game is against the #1 SPL team in the Camelot Kings, and you're going against some of the best players in the world out there. So at least able to stand up there. Now going to be going up against the Eldritch Hounds, though, Gormizer. Definitely not the Camelot Kings.
One first seed for another first seed.
Yeah,
though.
you go from #1 SPL to #1 NA, and these guys are used to playing against their EU counterparts like Hex Mambo, Niflheim Warwigs, Highland Ravens, some of those top teams out there for EU. But NA is a completely different beast. I mean, we talk about the stylization differences of these two teams, of these two regions. North America really likes to gas pedal early, and this is a team just in general, at least over with the Eldritch Hounds, that really does embody that. A lot of that able to be helped pioneer through the 2v2 pressure that this team gets between Oath and Erupt Crimson. Crimson over in that mid lane has had a very impressive year as far as his KDA is concerned. Phase 1, what was it, like a total of like 6 or 8 deaths for like the entirety of the phase. This is not a player that you ever want to forget about when you're going into a matchup, because he will make sure that you never forget his name.
And like just looking at the KDA here, like the 7.5, the way that I look at Crimson and the way that Crimson plays, I think is just good, right? Like to the point where if you're looking at next top mid laners that you'll probably see in the SPL, Crimson should probably be on that list, right? He's in the top 3 guaranteed no matter what. And so I think that there's something that, something to that, along with the way that it was playing. Of course, I think it's funny, unfortunate for them, this game, right, had a couple of good Cuckoo ults. Benny Q had a couple of better Cuckoo ults, which is just a little unfortunate for them. But like you said, when you play through the phase, it was like for the longest time in phase 1 was at like a ridiculous like 40-something, because he had died once in 4 weeks of play. And then the last week of play, they decided to have some fun because they were guaranteed first, and that's when his KDA tanked down into like the 15s. Oh no. It's like, it's just insane to see, how well, I want to say damaging, how many kills you can get, how safe you can play, while still maintaining such impressive numbers, right? And I think that that's partially the team, right? Like you said, having people like Quig around you or Mikami around you creates a lot of space, and then having players like Oath by your side really allow you to find that damage, be the mid laner, and I think kind of coalesce into one of the strongest players on the team.
And the Elder Towns, when we look back and we say they were undefeated in phase number 2, they were also undefeated in phase 1. In phase 2, they dropped 2 total games throughout the entirety of their 5 sets. It was 1 to the Tanuki and 1 to the Weavers, who, funny enough, are the 2 teams that didn't make it to this tournament at all for the NASCC. So what does that then say about the other 4 teams or the other 3 teams who were 2-0'd by this squad out here? Elder Towns have been a force to reckon with in the NA region for the entirety of this season, even back when we look at phase 3 in season 8, when they were known as Sleekness at that time. A couple of change-ups in their roster from then until now have made this such a dangerous team, and being able to at least go toe-to-toe with some of their former SCC squads in the Valhalla Valkyries, we got to see kind of that where that difference lies, at least from them then versus them now. But let's see how the Elder Towns can handle against the Gilded Gladiators, because as I said earlier, this is a team for this EU region that really does adapt quickly to the meta changes and the styles of play of their opponents.
Yeah, that's the thing I think I'm excited to see is watching what the Hounds are going to bring out, because I think this is a team that, kind of as you highlighted, for the most part, this phase 1, just kind of played their game, right? Like they didn't really adapt to the other team. They just played what they knew was going to work well, and as such, only lost 2 games. If they play at that level and what we expect, then I think it's going to be a hard game for the Gladiators. But like you said, first one, maybe you take a hard-fought loss. I think the Gladiators did a good job yesterday kind of pushing the length of the game. And so maybe this one goes not their way. Maybe it goes their way. Either way, I think game 2, they're going to adapt incredibly well. And I think they're also going to adapt to what's been played just these last 2 days. I think they're going to be able to look at, okay, so here's what the SBL teams were playing. Here's what the Hounds played. Here's what we need to ban from the Hounds. Here's what we need to pick for ourselves. And here's how we can draft just to level that up. Because for a lot of these teams, even if you've been scrimming a lot lately and things like that, you still haven't gotten to play competitive for the SCC for like 6 weeks. So this is, I think, a big chance for them to step up.
And with the picks and bans starting up for game number 1, the first ones to roll themselves out, Eset, Lancelot, and Kepri. On the opposite side, the Hounds will ban away Set, Dodgy, and Kabrakan. So some focus on Maskill, the jungler, for the Gilded Gladiators. That Set game that he had up against the Camelot Kings is part of the reason why that game ended up going so long up against him, as the Camelot Kings took a while before they were able to actually deal with the jungler of the Gilded Gladiators. So the Hounds putting some respect there. But that's going to leave open Cupid, who has been a top pick hunter. You saw it there, 10 games played so far out of the 16 that he's been available, and 7 of those 10 have been a win. And on the opposite side, the King Arthur going to be locked in very early for the solo lane of the Hounds.
Yeah, and honestly, I really like this Cupid pickup, because it feels like, and the King Arthur to an extent, because a lot of the games that we've been watching, the conversation has been like, okay, guys, what is this draft? Like, what are you guys doing? What's going on here? You're letting the SBL teams get King Arthurs, your Yamojas, or Capris, or your Cupids, things like that. Like, you're just giving them like the top meta picks in the SBL, and then picking, yeah, and admittedly for some of them, like weird things like a Chalk Jungle, things like that. So I like that the Gladiators are going, all right, let's come into this. Let's ban a couple things we know they're good at, ban a couple things we don't want to play against. First pick the Cupid, and while I think King Arthur Yamoja is an incredible 2 to get for the Hounds, I think it starts you off on the right foot. Fields of Love is a very phenomenal, not only team fight ability, but we saw it yesterday in some one-on-ones, 1v1s, where things really got the upper hand because of it. And I think that, plus like the Heart Bomb, his healing, all of that gives him an extra edge.
Baba Yaga, which has been pretty much a staple only in the EU region so far, has not been able to find any success in an individual game as of yet, but we'll have to see if the Gilded Gladiators can maybe turn that one around in game number 1. Coupling the Baba Yaga Bologna to round out the top 3 of the Gladiators. Eldritch Hounds still have one more pick available to themselves. They've already drafted their primary frontline with Yamoja and King Arthur. And before jumping into the bans, if no jungler is picked up, I gotta imagine a lot of assassin, maybe some warrior bans be thrown that way between both these 2 teams. Eldritch Hounds definitely taking some time to do so. And with a King Arthur and a Yamoja, already I'm looking at Yamoja and going, okay, you're going to need something to be able to get away from the wall, something to jump over them maybe for your hunter, some kind of support that can maybe be able to get out of there. There are many supports that can do that at that point. So kind of which one, maybe a pick your poison style of battle.
Makes them mayhem.
Discordia going to be the option for Crimson in the mid lane. We've been seeing the popularity of this god as well.
And speaking on the specifically the wall conversation there for Yamoja, Cupid's gonna have a rough time. if River's Rebuke is up, Cupid's gonna struggle. Luckily, River's Rebuke has a 140-second cooldown, which means that you can pop a shell and have it back around there. So even if you go for support, like you said, not a lot of them have that survivability to leap over a wall. If you go for something that doesn't, and you know, Xingqian, one of the few that does, if you have like a Ymir on your team, or, you know, I know he's banned, but like Khepri, any of those examples where it's like, hey, you're just kind of grounded in here, Phantom Shell seems like it's going to be a very easy pickup because it's not just helping you at that point. If it was you, that's kind of selfish. But because you've got a Cupid on your squad as well, yeah, you're going to be helping at least somebody. Then you can also maybe help a Baba Yaga not have to use her Cauldron to disengage from just the wall and maybe save that for a better time to disengage, or depending on how the fight's going, re-engage. And so that's something that I hope to see from the Gladiators.
And as the bans roll through, previously mentioned, Xingqian taken away, Nemesis as well by the Hounds, so a little bit of focus in the jungle. But with the Hounds not having a duo lane just yet, it'll be Chernobog and Chiron eating a ban for the Eldritch Hounds, those ones banned away by the Gilded Gladiators. So, now where will Dudeman Bro go as far as his Hunter picks are concerned? Still quite a few open. You can go towards some of that ability focus if you want to maybe throw AMC or Uller over in that lane, notably those two still available in that regard, Neath as well. Or still plenty of other auto attack centric gods to be thrown into the wings. Eldritch Hounds, though, with one pick after the second wave of bans. And they're also still missing their jungler. So with the Nemesis ban out there, I'm maybe a little surprised that they took that one away when they could have just grabbed it for themselves right here.
Could have grabbed it for themselves, like you said. And, you know, it might be one of those things because, like you said, they banned out Kabrakan, which is like support slash jungle slash solo slash mid.
Damn, we just need to carry Kabrakan and we've hit all 5 roles.
You know
See,
what?
like
If Finicky was still in the duo lane, that'd be something that could happen. This is what I was going to say. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for their Hunter pick. I'm not surprised to see Chernobog banned by the Gladiators. I think he's been very high priority. I'm surprised Chiron was where they went, though, because Artemis has been, like, if you're locking in Cupid, most of the time afterward, the other team's probably playing Artemis. And maybe that's going to shift up again. It depends on the player on the other side. But I think that the Hounds have gone for a good draft so far. And to the point where it's not surprising to see, you know, if you cover that Baba Yaga up and replace it with something else that's been maybe more prominent in the mid lane, most of this seems like an SBL draft, right? Especially from the Hounds. King Arthur, Yamoja, Discordia, the Artemis specifically into the Cupid, feels like it's a dream come true.
And now where will the Gilded Gladiators go with their final 2 picks? Jungle and support, the one still missing out. Pele has become a very popular pick in the jungle as of recent. The additional glyphs to the Magi's cloak has really seemed to kind of bring this god back into the forefront. Maybe some of the other buffs along with her items as well. Support with Xingqian gone. Huh. Baron was not the one that I was thinking. I mean, we rewind maybe like 6 weeks ago, Gore. Baron Somni at the top of the topic.
Maybe a little longer. A little longer than that.
We're still seeing a little bit out of like PBM, I think, occasionally out there. But yeah, I mean, we rewind maybe even all the way back to like the previous Masters. Yeah, Baron, 100%.
Oh, yeah,
this
100%.
is like God you threw in either solo or support.
Beginning of phase 2, he was like present. He was hanging around for a little bit.
He existed a little bit.
Trying to linger on as long as possible. And then, yeah, like you said, he just kind of disappeared. And honestly, I think it's a little bit of a mix, right? He still has a lot of good team play, and when you throw him over into this matchup specifically as a support, it's going to be pretty helpful in the sense that he's got good CC, he's got some healing, he's got control over that lane, and I think it's going to be nice against the Emoja in terms of clear, alongside a Cupid who just got a clear buff, so like they might get out pressured early on. But the downside is the same thing that it's always been when you play like a Nox support or now any mage support. Yes, you will eventually get tanky, but the time that it takes you to get tanky is about as long as it takes for I mean, you're going to be squishy for 10, 12 minutes before you get those items. If this Osiris is paying any attention over there, if there's a lot of rotations, it could just end up being something that the Hounds rack up kills on.
Now, I wonder with this Baron, because with the changes to Lonos Mask, obviously, or maybe for those who haven't been keeping up entirely, Lonos Mask now taken away from being a normal item to being a starter item with the Protector's Mask and then Lonos Mask upgrade after. I wonder if we're going to see that start from the Baron Somni in the support role, or if we're going to be seeing kind of this healer support style of build that PBM and Genetics have kind of picked up a lot, where they're running Benevolence, Mail of Renewal, Meditation. So I'm curious as to where the Baron build will go with this. But for the Gilded Gladiators, their team fight's kind of all over the place. I mean, they've got good AoE control with the Cupid. They've got good AoE denial with Baba Yaga. But as far as peel and anything like that goes, they're kind of lacking in it, Gore. I mean, where is their avenue up against the Eldritch Hounds to be able to find a win in these team fights?
So immediately I'm thinking, like you said, like Engage is Bologna and the Baron. It's going to be either a Life of the Party or an Eagles Rally. That's what gets them in. Fields of Love, like you said, is very solid. Baba Yaga just does damage. Peel is going to come in. It has to be Relics at this point, right? I mean, you've got a little bit of CC elsewhere throughout this, but like Pele's going to be diving deep. Cupid, Baba have a dash out, so if you can get things like a shell, if you can get things that are going to keep your team alive and prolong it to the point where, you know, we've seen it more in conjunction with like Discordias than we have anybody else, but like even Meditations have been on the rise lately. Things that just keep your team prolonged in the fight, give them the chance or potentially the cooldown to get that dash, get that leap away, then that's going to buy them that time. Otherwise, their disengage, like you said, is going to be difficult, right? Because you've got Yamoja walls, you've got Artemis traps, which might not seem like too much, but that with a Tusky, with a Strife, with King Arthur pulling somebody up into the air, it feels like there's a lot, and that's ignoring like Tether and Lord of the Afterlife being able to jump after you. So like I think that the Hounds have really good engage, they've got good follow-up, they've got a lot of strengths.
We'll see. Is it going to be the number 4 EUSCC to take game 1? Is it going to be the number 1 NASCC? We're going to throw that one over to Dimes and Mifflin for game number 1.
Hey, thanks, gents. It's do or die time. Elimination Day is here, and we have a Gilded Gladiators that did not bend before the Camelot Kings, taking on the number 1 NA-seeded Eldritch Hounds. We're going to have tight games all day long, and this is the first one that I think can pop off. We got Dimes, we got Miffy, baby. We got Doug spectating this one for you.
Excuse me?
What's up?
What's my name?
Miffy, baby. Hey.
You're not even from. You're more southern than me. What are you doing?
Yeah, Missouri, baby. That's how we talk in St. Louis.
Understood.
Miffy, baby. We got 2 teams coming. All right. Gilded Gladiators, Eldritch Hounds here. Miff, I think this one can go the distance all 3 games, and we're just kicking off the day.
Yeah, this one I think is going to be pretty indicative of the pace. This first match, that is. The Eldritch Hounds, a standard North American squad with a much more standard composition, can really, really establish pace, specifically around Oath in the jungle. I think this Osiris should likely outpace Maskill and has some pretty decent targets. Itori, Sap7, Dazer certainly very susceptible to some of those slows. The Gilded Gladiators, on the other hand, have got themselves an eclectic composition. Maybe the main strength being, when's the last time the Eldritch Hounds had to play against a Baba Yaga? When's the last time they had to deal with something like a Baron Somnian to support? Maybe catching them off guard is the strategy that the Order side has brought.
As J-Mac mentioned, shades of not too long ago, right, where we saw Eset and Baron picked up almost exclusively in that support role, now coming back. This Baba Yaga as well has jumped out to me. We've seen it played, I believe this is the 3rd or 4th time in just a couple days of SMITE play. Is this indicative of this Summer Masters LAN meta forming? You know, sort of a micro meta forms around every single LAN where this Baba Yaga's come back? Or is that just the European style SMITE that's coming over here during the LAN time?
Well, to answer your question, I think you could just evaluate who's been playing it.
Right.
The European SCC guys, and that's just about it.
Right.
I mean, it's a good deal of damage. I've been impressed by the damage output. 40,000 from Sap7 in previous sets, 60,000 at times as well. So whether or not it's good, still up in the air. If it gets a dub, I'll join the good column, but until then, I'm thinking it's just for the DPS. And in a team composition like this from the Gilded Gladiators that is already lacking severely in initiation, lacking severely in just AoE CC, Sap7's not bringing a whole lot of that, unless he's getting hyper lucky, right? Like, you can get a cripple field every now and then, maybe a slight slow, but it's not a stun.
Yeah, Oath and Remikami want to make something happen here. Pre-3 minutes. Maskill, though, luckily has that little extra speed provided by Pele, as well as the speed buff wrapped around their belt. Lastimics move in on this duo side right lane for the Eldritch Hounds, able to force them back out of that blue buff there. Zerup Crimson falls very low in the middle lane here to Sap on this Baba Yaga. There's that damage coming out that you were just alluding to. No surprise there. Might be more of a priority pickup as time goes on, as people realize, I mean, this Baba Yaga has never fallen off, right? I think the meta just moves away from this Baba Yaga, but the damage is always there. The escapability is there, right? Home Sweet Home provides a lot of safety with that CC immunity. But I do want to ask you, Miff, about this matchup. They were talking about it on the desk, this Cupid and this Artemis in the duo lane. A pretty even matchup there in terms of you drop the Fields of Love, you get the CC immunity from the board, things like that. Walk me through this duo lane, especially with this Baron pickup.
Man, Artemis was one of the OG counter matchups in the Cupid. You don't even necessarily need to trade ult for ult. Vengeful Assault, the second ability from Artemis, the attack speed stim, also gives you movement speed and slow immunity. I'll just walk out. Good luck catching me in a Fields of Love in a 1v1. You're going to be really reliant, I think, as Itori, on Dazer. You need those roots, you need those pull-ins, those life of the parties to set up for your Fields of Love. Otherwise, I mean, you're probably not getting a whole lot of value in that trade. Maybe you can use it as self-disengage. More so, I would expect Dude Man Bro to be the aggressor in this matchup, especially once supports rotate out. Then, once he's using Vengeful Assault to run you down, once the Caledonian Wars drop to run you down, that's where you can start to find the value from Fields of Love. Otherwise, Itori is going to have a very hard time being the aggressor.
As we're hitting level 5 here around the map, just the duo lane for both of these squads, not quite hitting that pivotal moment here. Got Lord of the Afterlife online for O, same thing, ultimate available to this Pele in the jungle as well. Where is this initial pressure going to come from? Is it going to be Dazer hitting level 5? And the question is answered for me here as Dazer immediately goes into that life of the party, yanks in Dude Man Bro, who burns those beads to escape. So ultimate for beads is always a trade you're happy to make, as Maskill is looking for Oath.
Oath in some trouble, able to walk himself out of there, but maybe just baits forward. Maskill forced the ultimate defensively, but that should spell the end of the engagement. Worried about Zap, though. He stepped up.
Zap's got that golden apple on him. The disorientation is there. Oath doesn't connect with the Lord of the Afterlife. Home sweet home out from the Baba Yaga, 2v1ing, and doing so successfully. Zap caught in a great strife there.
Yikes.
Over the top. Oath just escaping with a sliver of HP as Sap just nearly picks up first blood, and the jungler Oath escapes by the skin of their teeth there, but now Maskill under pressure.
And he steps up a bit too far. Crimson, credit for first blood. The Eldritch Hounds off to a roaring start. Gotta have my heart go out to Sap 7 there. If that's the Y-shaped first ability, he's got first blood. Unfortunately, he got an L and was also just handed an L.
Took an L. Took an L from the L, and that's that randomness from Baba Yaga coming out. You always talk about one of the reasons Giannis isn't picked up is because of the unconfirmable damage, right? And you have to use the portal's initiation. The vortexes are kind of weird. Same thing with the ultimate. Baba Yaga having those differently shaped abilities, right? And you can't really choose. It's kind of just thrust upon you. Makes it a little less confirmable as well. Are you surprised at all by the aggressiveness from the Eldritch Hounds? Because I'm not, right? 5-0 in a squad, like to get in your face, starting off early here, looking for that initiation onto the mid laner. They do pick up first blood, so I guess it works out.
Yeah, I mean, the Eldritch Hounds, I think, are very used to paces like this, but it's actually the Gilded Gladiators in that exchange that had chose the aggression for themselves. Again, Maskill stepping forward, narrowly avoids the strife. Could have cost them greatly with 3 Hounds nearby.
Grabbing the Scorpion for themselves is the Hounds here. Maskill blinks in aggressively. Oath forced to Lord of the Afterlife over the wall, which means there's no ultimate to escape that life of the party. Dazer yanks in the jungle, and Maskill takes out their opponent.
Sap 7 still playing on tower line. This is aggressive play, man. This Baba Yaga has refused to play anywhere except for where you see her right now. Both the Eldritch Hounds and the Gilded Gladiators trying to throw their weight around early. I'd argue that the Eldritch Hounds don't necessarily need to be this aggressive. They've got a much more standard composition, which I've got a lot more data on in late game 5-on-5 engagements. We've been talking all this time about how hard it's going to be for the Gilded Gladiators to really start up these fights once it is 5-on-5. So surprised to see the Eldritch Hounds really pushing for these fights early on, but maybe not so surprised just by nature of their composition. You got a Mannequin Scepter jungle. Doesn't matter that it's an Osiris, but it isn't an Osiris, so he's probably going to be running it down just about whenever he can. Otherwise, the Gilded Gladiators, I've been impressed by their adaptation, and that's been the narrative around this team this entire week. They come in, day 1, they play that standard European slower style, and then day 2, if it doesn't work out, they're getting aggressive with the best of them.
Caledonian board doesn't connect on Itori here. Quig is wrapped around, does connect with the Moonstrike, but Dude Man Bro is way down the lane, so no shot there. Cupid able to maintain those beads, and the ultimate is big time after that board was used, so absolutely no effect.
Yeah, and even though he takes a little bit of damage, Cupid's got heals. He's going to go back to full HP at a moment's notice, so nothing ventured, nothing gained, and something ventured, nothing gained for Dude Man Bros. He's got to wait a minute until that ultimate's back up. Maybe an opportunity over to Itori to look for that 1v1, but again, worth noting that Itori does not normally play the Hunter role, so you're not really looking at him for the Gilded Gladiators to be that proactive playmaker. Instead, hold your own, and so far, he's done a good job of keeping down one of the Eldritch Hound star players, Dude Man Bro, from being too effective.
Well, if we were ever curious where the pressure is going to come out on this map, the question has been answered. Just 8 minutes into this game, it's basically a 3-man stack in the middle lane. We've seen all the aggression around these mid camps in the jungle near the mid lane as well. That was the first real pressure on the left side as Dazer has rotated over. Does pop the Fields of Love is the Q, but that's going to connect on 2 members of the Hounds. Life of the Party utilized as well. Rivers Rebuke crashing down and Dazer falling low. Support taking out support there. Tori's now in a bad spot with the Rough Crimson making the rotation.
It's an easy kill for Oath if he can connect the sickle, and he does. Mass kill whips with the ultimate, and that should spell the end of this fight. Unfortunate to the Gilded Gladiators duo lane, just not enough damage output. Everything lands. Life of the Party keeps him inside the Fields of Love. All the damage is there. Dude Man Bro doesn't even use his beads, just face tanks every single auto attack and every single ability, lives through it with the help of his team. Meditation not even expended, just easy pickups for the Hounds.
Masskill yanked back in by that Riptide Strife off the mark. Moonstrike does connect, but the Eldritch Hounds not in position to continue that aggression onto Masskill. They are forcing this poor Pele, I should say, back again and again and again. It seems like anytime they see Masskill run around the jungle, they are immediately initiating on this jungler. So far, hasn't put Masskill too far behind. Level parity, 9-9 with Oath. Same thing with items here as the Brawler's Beat Stick has come online. That's to combat the insane healing from Quig that's only going to get worse over time.
And the meditation as well. Some of the self-sustain that we'll see from Dude Man Bro. Triple Chalice of healing pickup for the Eldritch Hounds. Anti-heal going to find some value there as well. I can't argue against an early Brawler's Beat Stick. But normally we've been seeing the Brawler's Beat Stick immediately into an Erendite from the Pele, or sometimes Scream will go towards things like the Soul Eater. And I'm a massive fan of Soul Eater on this god. Feels like once she's got that, she's allowed to be almost like a pseudo tank, a life steal tank for your team. For now, Masskill's going to have to be really choosy about when he goes in.
The Gilded Gladiators from behind here decide to sneak a Gold Fury, and guess what? They're going to successfully do it. The Eldritch Hounds have absolutely no clue this objective is going down. The Glads sneak a Gold Fury from under the noses of the Hounds, and what was a baby gold lead has now been evened up a little bit more, but with that sound ticking off on the map, the Eldritch Hounds say, hey, they're all on the left side. Let's return it here with the Pyromancer. That objective is going to fall to the Eldritch Hounds, so it's a trade 1-for-1 across the map. Neutral objectives go to each of these squads.
And it should drop the lead to about exactly where it was previously, maybe slightly lower. The Eldritch Hounds, I think, probably upset with the pacing of that one, considering they've been winning out handily in the majority of these team fights. But considering you've already built yourself a slight buffer, you're not too concerned about that Gold Fury. Masskill, I thought, might have had a fight coming his way. Oath, though, thinks twice of it and says, there's really nothing to fight over here. We've already got both neutral objectives down on the map. Now's the time for the game to either slow down and just return to macro. Let's start controlling mid camp, start looking toward greater Scorpions. Or, and I think this is probably more likely considering how much I've seen from the Eldritch Hounds, they might just group up and start forcing engagement to try and look at these structures. They've got pretty decent ability, especially around that dual lane with that second ability from Artemis, to start pressuring some of these towers.
Rimikami in that right lane is handling Lystimics on this Bologna pretty handily. Oath has made the rotation as well just to secure this blue buff. Haven't seen too much action thus far in the solo lane, but every time I glance over at the minimap, I notice that Rimikami has pushed that Bologna out time and time again, as there's a little bit of aggression. Not too much is going to happen on this left side lane. Both Life of the Party and those large AoE Cupid ultimate, right, that Fields of Love are available, but Quig and Dude Man Bro, we've already talked about it. So much escapability, right? It's not going to be too much pressure on this left-hand side. But to return to my earlier question, we're approaching 12 minutes now. We're starting to sneak into that mid-game. Once this Bologna and this King Arthur begin to rotate more freely across the map, who do you think is going to bring more value to this team as both the solo laners are relatively even?
Well, it's an interesting question because these two are bringing very different things to the team fight. Look at Lystemics' build. It's Berserker Shield immediately into the Ikavale. He's got great 1v1 up against Dude Man Bro. He might be able to fight up against Oath, but in the laning phase itself, Lystemics is going to suffer, and clearly he's stuck inside of his tower because with Ikavale, you're not really getting value against King Arthur. He's not giving you the opportunity to box in. It's, hey, I'm going to walk up to you, drop my entire kit, walk away. You can auto-attack minions and kick dust for all I care. But in the team fight, space control should belong to Arthur.
Yeah, speaking of a team fight, Masskill is here to take on Dude Man Bro, and it's actually Dazer to take down the ADC as the waves crash down from the Emoji, who's caught between 3 members of the Gilded Gladiators. Luckily, Tower to their back, but Life of the Party used to yank at the Emoji. Guess what, though? Erupt and Oath are here to continue this fight. Over the top goes the flail onto Masskill. Oath really wants to take out this Pele, but so slippery is the jungler. The apple finally connects onto the Pele and takes him out.
Itori in some trouble in the back line, wishing that golden apple wasn't brought to him. Dazer tries his best to keep him alive, but can't do so much on his own. Now Sap 7 in no man's land.
Sap pushing out 2 members of the Eldritch Hounds all by their lonesome. The home sweet
Nice shot.
home, and the fire there from the Baba Yaga combined to take out Quig.
Yeah, I really like what I saw from Quig earlier on in that fight. Places the Riptide immediately after the stun from the ultimate from Baron Samdi. Yeah, okay, you got me, but now I'm behind you and my teammates are here. Oath just runs through the entirety of the Gilded Gladiators backline. Maskill wasn't allowed to put any damage out in that fight just the entire time trying to evade. But at the end of the day, the Gilded Gladiators take an engagement where they're not favored. They start the fight properly from deficit and still find small wins on the map. And the Eldritch Hounds, sure, they've extended their lead, but only slightly.
Erupt Crimson might be under danger here, but a double strife yoinks in the mid laner and the support for the Gilded Gladiators, immediately dissuading them from continuing their aggression. Erupt just sticking around rather low here, looking for the back. Oath is wrapped around the mid, and guess what? Baba Yaga using that escape early means that Dude Man Bros Boar can connect onto the Baba Yaga. Aegis utilized as well, but it's only a matter of time before Sap finds the Grayscale.
Unfortunate for Sap 7. Both relics expended there. No beads, no Aegis for 160 seconds. And looking at the timer of the neutral objectives, you're going to want it a little bit sooner than that. 40 seconds on the Gold Fury respawn, and the Eldritch Hounds now, with a pretty significant lead, can probably just force a fight there. Here's a good look at what Lestemics can do, though. When he's boxing against either Oath or Dude Man Bro, tons of value. He looks at Remikami and ults defensively immediately. That's the duality of this build.
That was just a terrified Bologna right there. Dude Man Bro gets smacked by the Heartborn. A couple more autos. Not quite enough damage there out from Itori on this Cupid to finish it off, but Maskill's wrapping around the corner, avoids the trap. Blink in, 1, 2, 1. There we go. Maskill takes out Dude Man Bro, putting another one up for the Gilded Glads.
Just an easy rotation through. Dude Man Bro just passing a little bit too aggressively. Sure, you've got decent matchup into the Cupid, but it's still Cupid. Still does a whole lot of damage. Sure, the ultimate won't really connect, but do you need it all that much when Heart Bomb's doing that much damage, that much CC lockdown? Beads lost for the Artemis could be pretty massive with the neutral objectives as they stand. Now the Gilded Gladiators and the Eldritch Hounds have both got key targets in this next engagement. If we see them grouped up on the Pyro, and it's the Gilded Gladiators aggressing, imagine we see him run down Dude Man Bro. If it's the Eldritch Hounds trying to get aggressive, Sap 7's got a massive target on his back.
Well, we saw a brief break in the action there as both the neutral objectives had fallen, and both teams decided to just farm it up a little bit, but now it's popping off all across the map as the Hounds and the Glads want to push the issue here. Sap is a little too forward for their own good here, has to force their way out of the fight. Quig moving up, the Eldritch Hounds looking for the angle to continue the aggression, but not more is going to kick out here with the Oni Fury and the Pyromancer spawning up. It's about that time where you throw down some big boy wards and look for a pick in order to start the objective up.
Both teams in a good position for a fight. Crimson takes a whole lot of damage, but it's Oath starting to move his way forward. Dazer takes a little bit of poke, but no overcommitment. When your mid laner's at 50% HP and it comes from one ability rotation, gotta be careful.
And here's that solo laner for the Eldritch Hounds making their way into the fight. The River's Rebuke cuts off Dazer, who has to use that Phantom Shell to get out of dodge. Life of the party isn't going to connect onto anybody, as here comes the Caledonian Boar. Tusky not bouncing around the fight at all. Sap takes a big chunk of damage from that Unruly Magic, and it's Gold Fury time.
A lot of healing for the Gilded Gladiators, though. Itori can get his teammates back to about 60% HP. Dazer or Sap 7. Dazer in combat has a whole lot of healing as well. The Eldritch Hounds, they've separated, but have they won?
Our first big time fight of the game here, a 5v5 engagement as Remikami is leading the charge, looking for that angle onto the Gilded Gladiators. With Dazer falling low, Sap not looking the healthiest either, and Remikami having so much damage on this King Arthur that's rotated over. Both teams are going to elect to leave this Oni Fury alone, maybe go for the easier objective in this Pyromancer.
Relic Roundup. The Eldritch Hounds have not got much left in the tank. Really just Crimson with that shell and beads. Otherwise, the fight has taken so long that the Gilded Gladiators mid laner's got both his relics back and available. Beads still up for Lestemics as well. Could be an opportunity to fight in here. Lestemics won't make it easy.
Yeah, the Glads are spread across the map here. Sap is over the wall, utilizing that ability to try to grab the steal. Eldritch Hound's able to pick up the Pyromancer despite the Eagles rally coming out there. So not too much expended on the defense from the Glads, but the Pyro goes to the house.
You know, I'd really thought the Gladiators would just try and regroup on the Gold Fury itself, but instead try and take the fight. They're taking it to mid.
But guess what? Maskill gets hit with that apple, is forced out of tower after drawing the aggro of the structure. Dazer also forced out of the fight there. So what looked like an initiation there from the Gilded Glads was quickly dissuaded from that golden apple of Discordia. Oni Fury started up here by the Gilded Gladiators. Half health are most of the Glads. Dazer playing Space Creator here, and that Oni Fury went down so fast.
Yeah, that's going to continue to happen, by the way. Now that we're starting to get a little bit of crit for Itori, with that Atalanta's bow, should be able to start making short work of these neutral objectives. The Eldritch Hounds a little bit slow on the regroup. They pick up the Pyromancer, head back to base, buy their items. That's a lot of time for the Good Gladiators to play with, and given the time, they can take down these neutral objectives. So yet again, it's a Gold Fury for Pyromancer trade over to the Gilded Gladiators every single time, cutting that lead slightly from the Eldritch Hounds, keeping it very even as we start to approach that 20-minute mark. Get to the portion of the game where Fire Giant fights are going to become a topic of conversation. That's when you can't go for these trades. One team's grouped up on fire. You probably just want to be there. Nothing else on the map of equivalent value. So that's where we get to see how this 5-on-5 is going to start to round out. And in the last couple of mini skirmishes we've seen, Ramakami creates a whole lot of space. Oath been able to get into that backline very easily. Whereas the Gilded Gladiators initiation is, all right, Dazer, you got ultimate. Please pull somebody in. If you do, we'll kill him. If you don't, that's probably just our team fight.
Pressure placed in the mid lane here from the Glads. Life of the party. Yoinks interrupt Crimson, follows up quickly by the Cupid ultimate. The apple spreads onto multiple members, but Maskill in the backline is getting run down by Oath. Lastimics here to try to provide support, but Oath able to pick up the kill on Maskill before going down themselves. So a 1-for-1 trade. Both teams currently lacking their junglers. Dude Man Bro on the left side is not here to defend this tier 1 tower, as the Gilded Gladiators stack as 4, press into this tier 1 tower with just a sliver of HP. This structure is as good as dead.
And now it's an initiation after the fact. Gilded Gladiators realize it's a 4 versus 3, and they want some more.
Lastimics leading the way here as Dazer tanks up this tower, allowing those small archer minions to work their way in. Couple of shots onto the objective, as Remikami has fallen to half HP on this King Arthur, is going to be forced to back. Quig interrupt Crimson, looking healthy, so tier 2 tower, no danger there. And like you said, Fire Giant, their only real objective, besides this Greater Scorpion on the Eldritch Hound side, that is attempted to be stolen away here by the Gilded Glads. It's reset, Lastimics able to pick that one up, but with your jungler down, Fire Giant's probably not a threat.
Yeah, Maskill is going to take a little while to rotate his way over. I think Dude Man Bro identifies that very well. Okay, not really any opportunity to do the fire, so I'll clear out some waves on the left, get a little bit more farm for myself. Surprised to see no sustain in Dude Man Bro's build. Maybe that's coming a little bit later on, or he's going to rely completely on that cowl. That upgrade should be available shortly. Still a level disparity between him and Itori. The Gilded Gladiators probably have got superior burn and very similar levels of secure on the objective. I might actually be favoring the European team as of right now in the team fight, in that skirmish on the right-hand side. Even more so if Maskill can find a kill.
Maskill burns the blink onto Dude Man Bro, who utilizes the board for the CC immunity. Board catches 2 members of the Gilded Gladiators. A great Riptide there from the Emoji. Gets their ADC out of dodge. So a lot expended there from the Gilded Gladiators. But on the same page there, Dude Man Bro utilized that Caledonian board to get out of dodge. Oath forces away the rest of the Gilded Gladiators who rotate to middle lane. Gold Fury not up. Fire Giant, the only objective in play here as both teams reset. Let me ask you a question here real quick, Miffy Baby. This Baba Yaga, the stacking queen, right? You usually see that Warlock staff, the Book of Thoth, things like that. Only one stacking item for that Baba Yaga here. Let me get your thoughts on that really quick. As Oath is being aggressed upon here by Itori. Heart Bomb is going to land. Stun is going to pop off. Whoa, Oath took a huge ton of damage there from the Baba Yaga. River's Rebuke utilized by Quig to cut off the team fight.
Quig's locked down a couple. It's Itori now, very deep in the back line. Dude Man Bro credit for the kill, and Remikami's stuck in there.
Chunk of damage slamming down Lastimics in that King Arthur ultimate. Home Sweet Home coming out, but Sap is dropping low to the might of this solo laner. Eldritch Hounds are not following up off of Remikami's engagement. One more shot from the King Arthur is going to take out the mid laner, and Remikami is 1v everybody.
Dazer trying to limp his way out, but Dude Man Bro picks up his second of the team fight. The Gilded Gladiators go deep into the Eldritch Hound side of the map and a little bit too far and not grouped up enough. The Eldritch Hounds smack them down and now pull out the largest neutral objective on the map. Should go over for free, because, well, Remikami's doing what Remikami's been doing, which is just killing people on his own.
And Remikami is not only zoning out the Gilded Gladiators, he's winning this fight, taking out Maskill, jungler down for the Gilded Gladiators as the FG is finally picked up here by the Eldritch Hounds, which means that Erupt Crimson and Remikami could have continued that fight on the Lestimics, but why bother when you can pick up a Pyromancer, you buy the items with all the gold you now have freshly in your pocket, and you start to siege down these tier 1s.
Yeah, 6 towers still standing, Gold Fury coming up shortly, plenty of gold in pocket as is. The Eldritch Hounds have put themselves in a winning position, and their siege potential is incredibly high. We know now that Remikami's got zero respect for literally anyone on the Gilded Gladiators. He could just do just about no wrong on the map. Oath has pretty decent structure damage, now picking up that Executioner's Glyph. Already has a good deal of attack speed as well. Dude Man Bro, standard hunter, plus attack speed stim means that he can really work through these towers. I'm thinking the Eldritch Hounds, they don't necessarily need to take a Phoenix here. They might be capable of it, especially if they can find a couple of picks, namely Sap 7 yet again, both relics down. Gonna have a massive target on his back. Instead, though, slow play from the Eldritch Hounds, just looking for their fights across the map and maybe a Gold Fury as well.
And Fury online, but Dazer is getting run down here by the jungler from the Eldritch Hounds. So many slows available for Oath, but the Gilded Gladiators are here to back up their support. Unruly Magic over the wall takes down Sap and Maskill to half HP.
My boys, the Eldritch Hounds, got distracted by some kills, chasing out on the right-hand side. Sap 7 over the wall, but stunned out.
Double Moonstrike there from the Yemoja. Sap forced into that home sweet home. Lestimics is out as well. Oath having to utilize that Lord of the Afterlife just to get out of dodge. Erupt Crimson takes out Sap, so some middle laner on middle laner violence there. And now the Eldritch Hounds with that Fire Giant are going to back. They're going to regen up. And with one member down for the Gilded Gladiators, that has really opened up their siege potential.
But it takes so much of the time from this Fire Giant, doesn't it? Nearly an entire minute dedicated to just, okay, let's go to the Gold Fury. Wait, hold on. I think Oath's got a kill on the right-hand side. Let's rotate there as well. Had the Eldritch Hounds just grouped up, they'd probably already be done with a couple of these structures. And even in taking out Sap 7, picks only really matter if you're looking at the Phoenix, because there really was no hard defense potential from the Gilded Gladiators. Had they taken out the structures, then found their pick, all of a sudden, value's there. Run down a bird. Instead, Tier 1, Tier 2, fall back to the Gold Fury immediately afterward. Only a minute and a half left on this Fire Giant power play. Yeah, I prefer this call much more so. Get rid of the permanent objectives, then go for the temporary ones.
Yeah, this Tier 1 tower on the left-hand side has, what, 200 health, if that, left on it. That's going to go down quick. The Tier 2 is the next target. Remikami tanking up a few of the shots that the Eldritch Hounds are going to receive from this objective. And it looks like a Phoenix push. I expected for them to rotate back to the Gold Fury here, but the Eldritch Hounds aren't quite done with this push yet, and that's exactly why. Dude Man Bro has plenty of damage online. Lestimics goes in the back line with that Eagles Rally, doesn't catch anybody, is affected by Discordia's Apple, but a big-time Fields of Love is going to pressure out the Hounds.
Sap 7 left alone yet again. Remikami wants him. Leap out should secure his life. Remikami has shown a propensity to just continually dive. This time, though, seems like his team can pull him away. Dude Man Bro trades his life for the cause, and that's the Phoenix, which falls down. The Gilded Gladiators are just so slow on the rotation in. I think they were probably of like mind with us in the cast. No way they're going for our bird, right? Fire Giant's starting to wear off. They've got so much gold in pocket from already clearing out 4 of these towers. Maybe Gold Fury that back to base. So the Gilded Gladiators say, all right, let's go push out some waves in mid. Maybe go clear out some of these back camps. Then they realize, oh, there's 5 guys in our bird. Hold on. No burgers and fries either. Just a dead chicken on the left-hand side. The Eldritch Hounds. They break the base. They put gold in their pocket. And they've done it in great timing as well. Only 10 seconds left on the Fire Giant. I'm thinking they just wait it out, regroup, try and pull the fire on respawn. And the Gilded Gladiators have got a tough question to answer. Are you willing to fight in neutral territory? If you can push out a couple more waves on left, I'd argue yes, because your base defense with this non-standard composition is just a bit weak. You don't have any ways to CC consistently. You want to take this fight in neutral territory, and with the unofficial 6-man being the Fire Giant.
Gilded Gladiators have some questions to answer here, and if you're thinking about fighting into the neutral objective, I mean, we talked early on about initiation, right? We saw Lestimics go in with that Eagles Rally on the Phoenix defense there, didn't catch anyone, didn't find too much value from it. Dazer was forced to use the life of the party there just in response to the aggression from the Eldritch Hounds. If you're fighting on that Fire Giant, are the Gilded Gladiators initiating? Are they allowing the Hounds to force their way in? You know, are they fighting a tower? Looks like the Gilded Gladiators don't want to push the pedal to the metal quite yet. They're feeling a little bit vulnerable here, kind of like my first time at a nudist colony. You know, a little bit nervous, a little bit vulnerable, kind of opening up here as the Eldritch Hounds. What's up?
You working on your Type 5 right now? What?
Fire Giant respawns in just a second here, Myth.
I'm going to ask more about that story later, maybe off the air. Remakami on the onslaught forward, realizes that nobody's nearby. Quig going to be that safety net for him, backs him out of there. Gilded Gladiators have a tough fight ahead of a mass kill, no ultimate. He's the bulkier DPS.
And Days are dropping down to just over half HP here. Is going to be a big time reason he's forced into that life of the party. Doesn't catch anybody, and this Pele ultimate is down as well. Oath catches this Pele with no ultimate and is now forcing the jungler for the Gilded Gladiators out of the fight. Luckily, the rest of the Glads are here to shove out the jungler for the Hounds. Lystimix is forced to use Eagle's Rally as an escape tool. River's Rebuke doesn't catch anybody, and Itori just dies for absolutely free.
Oath in the back line,
boy.
goes for the double, finds one, but it's Dazer knocked down. Sap 7. Yeah, you thought that tower was here to protect you? Other way around. You're supposed to be protecting it. And against 5, what chance have you got? Double kill to erupt Crimson and a tier 2 tower to boot. Teleport still available for Remakami. Heads back to base. His team might need him.
Yeah, maybe not the best call there for Mazkill. I get the idea you want to make a big-time hero play, but against 4 members of the Eldritch Hounds with that Caledonian Boar online, Mazkill finds the grayscale for the next 50 seconds as why take a right lane Phoenix when you can just go straight for the Gilded Gladiators. Titan Erupt. Crimson is falling quite low. Lystimix in the back line trying to force out the big-time damage from the Eldritch Hounds, but meanwhile Quick and Oath are wailing away on the Glad's Titan. It's not falling as fast as we'd expect as the Hounds are targeting Lystimix. They want one more kill and a deicide before taking game number 1.
Hey, I learned exactly one thing from that match that needs to change going into game 2.
Tell me.
Get Remakami on something else.
Probably.
We got to be banning that King Arthur. He was creating infinite space in these team fights. I mean, it just felt like he could do no wrong. Sure, his slash line, not as impressive as maybe some of his allies, 6-0, I believe, for Erupt Crimson, but that King Arthur was doing literally everything for his team. Maybe put on something that only does like most stuff for his team.
But meanwhile, in the jungle, we saw Oath pushing out the backliners of the Gilded Glads over and over and over, almost finding solo kills on their own. And then you think about the Discordia. We saw a couple of strifes over the wall that just and Unruly Magics, and the Apples creating so much space. There's a lot to target out in this Eldritch Hounds comp if the Gilded Gladiators want to take it to game 3.
Yeah, I just want to see the Gilded Gladiators get on some like standard Smite stuff. Like play the Baba Yagas, sure, but like put some other standard supports with it. I don't want weirdness across the board. Just get your one flavor pick.
Well, a strong performance from the Hounds, but fireworks abound. Game number 2 coming up very soon. Stick around.
Welcome back, Smite fans. Game number 1 goes to the North Americans. The Eldritch Hounds able to pull this one out over the Gilded Gladiators, but now without at least some fight back from the Gilded Gladiators. Early game, back and forth action between these two teams, but when it ended up coming down to the team fight stage, when it came down to the Phoenix sieging, the tower sieging, and the objective play, unfortunately, Gormizer, for the Gilded Gladiators, it kind of fell apart in that aspect. A lot of what we were talking about on that pregame disc, maybe the lack of CC and Peel, having kind of only one real bar of initiation, really set back the Gilded Gladiators, and the Eldritch Hounds are able to take this first game.
Yeah, it felt like a comp that maybe could have had some counter initiation, but there was a point where I was even, mentioning it to you. I was like, Baba Yaga's played pretty well. I think Pele, we've seen Bologna on the rise lately. Cupid has been solid. Cupid might be like the best thing that they had on their draft. But the other side was King Arthur, Yamoja, Discordia, the Osiris. And even though Artemis is not like the #1 hunter and is going to get picked up, she's a really good counter matchup into to the Cupid, like Mifflin had said during the cast, for slow immunity reasons and things like that. So, like, you just got a real good draft if you're the Hounds. And then, even though a little bit early game, maybe there were some bumps in the road, although I think they created just as many bumps in the road for the other team. I think that as time went on, they just got to run the show, and I think their draft played into that hand incredibly well. I think Oath was incredibly active on this Osiris, pretty much what I almost always want to see when I see an Osiris get locked in. And then you get an absolutely insane performance, I think, from Crimson, right? Undying throughout that one, 11.5 KDA. Lots of kills, and of course it's easy to give him credit for that one. Also have to give the shout out, same one that Miff gave, which is that Rimikami on this King Arthur just made way too much space.
Oh yeah.
And if I'm the Gladiators, that is where I am starting to look almost immediately, is how frustrating that was to deal with, and how frustrating it was to have that much space to the point where, I mean, even right here, right? Like, you've just got the King Arthur doing his own thing on the side perfectly fine, and it lets the rest of the team fight in a 4v3 because they have an advantage, and this King Arthur just won't die.
6-0-11 for Erupt Crimson on the Discordia, 3-0-6 for Remikami, so undying for the two of those players on the Eldritch Hounds. And I think you, Mifflin, and pretty much anybody watching that can also agree there that, yeah, King Arthur, probably not the pick that the Gladiators want to give up. Sure, you got Cupid, probably the top hunter, definitely a great #1 pick to go towards. But when you're giving up King Arthur and Yamoja and Discordia and Osiris, there's just too many top-tier picks. I mean, when you go down the tier list, every single one of those, aside from maybe the Artemis, kind of slots itself in around like that S-tier category. Like, you got to pick those ones if they're up. And the Gilded Gladiators with maybe some less than S-tier style of characters not able to pull through for game #1.
This ain't your mama's meta. This is the land meta.
And the Elder Towns are running that land meta
Thanks for
right
the pity
now.
laugh, by the way.
No.
That was not funny.
Look, I will do my best to at least at the bare minimum give a pity laugh
appreciate it.
over when bad jokes, because I make them all the time, and all I hope for is a pity laugh in the same regard. But the Elder Towns, a strong game 1 performance out of the #1 North American SCC team. We'll see if they can keep that ball rolling in game #2. We'll see if the Gilded Gladiators can bounce back in the picks and bans now for game #2. And I'm going to go on a little soapbox real quick, Gore.
Okay.
I think it should be called the bans and the picks, because the bans come first,
You
and then
know,
the picks.
J-Mac, I've cast a lot of Smite. Like, even prior to working here, I had that, like, 2-year period on Paladins. But even before that, I was doing, like, SCC and Community Return. I've heard that joke so many times.
Really?
It's not. I don't even know if it's a joke at this point. I think
Really?
some people were serious about it. I've heard that a lot. And I disagree, because bans and picks sound stupid.
It does.
Picks and bans sound
It does.
cool.
Flow-wise, in fact, it does not sound as good.
And I don't know why. I can't tell you why. It's
It's
just one of those things that, like,
I think
bans
it's-
and picks doesn't
I think it's just because
feel good in your mouth.
I think it's
you
just
know?
because we've said picks and bans so many times, we've just come accustomed to it at this point, where we're just kind
There's
of
got to
going
be a
against the
good, like,
grain.
not an etymology reason. That's history.
Because
of
when you
words.
think about a
Mouthfeel
PB&J sandwich, a pick, ban, and I don't know what the J in this would be. Justification? No, I have no idea where it goes. Bans, though.
I was trying to figure out what the word for mouthfeel is, so that's on me.
Bans
I have a laptop in front of
We
me.
will
First six.
use
With
this
internet
power
capability.
wisely.
are going to be the same 6, actually, from game #1. It's just flip the side, at least that they're on, and flip the side of which picks go through. The Hounds take Cupid first, and it's the Gladiators with Yamoja King Arthur. So now it comes down to the Hounds. What are they going to pick in place? Last time it was what was it? Bologna was picked up along with Baba Yaga for the Gladiators, but it's not going to be Bologna. It's going to be Xing Chen for the Eldritch Hounds.
I immediately love this better. One, because Xing Chen gives you a lot of initiation options. Gives you a lot of peel options. Gives you a lot of control in the fight options. I think that what the Hounds have done, like you said, top two, Yamoja King Arthur for the Gladiators is maybe one of the strongest front lines you can just draft. And I think that what we just saw, especially for Rimikami, with this King Arthur, you can get a lot done there. With the healing from a Yamoja, with the setup from a Yamoja, it's great. But now, outside of the Cupid, Xing Chen can get out of those walls, the Discordia can get out of those walls. They're very controlling around there. You've still got a lot of good CC on your team. A lot of the downsides that the Gladiators had with their draft don't exist in these top three for the Hounds. And so it balances out those top two that they were able to pick up. Now, I still think that is an incredibly formidable front line that the Gladiators have, but it's going to be a lot harder for them to make it work as well as the Hounds just made it work. It will still be incredibly strong.
Baba Yaga continues to poke her head into the midst of some of these drafts. Third pick from the Gladiators, but maybe kind of echoing a little bit what Mifflin said at the very end, kind of in the post-game after game number one, which was, if you want to throw your Baba Yaga, you can have your one flavor pick. You can have your one kind of spicy pick amongst the team, so long as you build the rest of the team maybe a little bit more standard around it. So far, that's what we have seen out of the Gladiators, Yamoja, King Arthur, and Baba to round out the top three, along with Cupid, Xing Chen, Discordia. And then towards the bans, a lot of priority thrown in the jungle when neither of these teams have their jungler yet. Osiris, Nemesis, and Raven so far. One more ban for the Elder Towns. I will say, notably, Gore, we have seen a distinct lack of Erlong Shen, which, when we think over to some of the SPL games of just Week 7, Week 8, Erlong Shen, Osiris were like the top two to go towards. But I don't think we've seen a single Erlong Shen game just yet.
Yeah, he's been, I think he was banned for a couple, and then otherwise has just kind of been left by the wayside. And I think it's just because, and depending on the matchup, again, where he's going to fit, he wouldn't be a bad pickup here, at least on my eyes. It's that weird balance, it seems, especially like what the Gladiators have done here, you're waiting for that last pick to get your jungler. But it gets to an interesting point because, like you said, with Osiris and Nemesis and Lancelot and Kali and Raven and Set and Daji and technically the Kabrakan, like that's 8 jungle gods already gone. And then whatever the Hounds pick up is going to make it a 9th. To the point where we were talking about it a little bit with the Ravens set yesterday, where it's like, how many bans do you throw at adapting just to see, how deep they can go, and then still let through.
Pele's still
I was going to say things that have been considered like the top meta right now, like Pele, who has been getting locked in regardless of game.
That's still wild to think that we have 7/8 jungle bans, and Pele still makes her way through and has had a very strong performance throughout. That was her first loss in game number 1 of the weekend so far. Kakulin locked in alongside there, so you get some solo lane action for the Eldritch Towns. You got a little giggle there for a moment.
Well, because I remembered the Fino K interview on Friday.
Oh, budget
where
King
like
Arthur.
I was like, hey, you finally got forced off King Arthur. Like, what was it like for that? And he goes, well, yeah, I just decided to play budget King Arthur. And so it's like that idea, like if you had the performance you just had as Rimikami did, and now you're on someone that can do similar things, right? Maybe not the exact same way. You're gonna have to change a little bit of your play style, stuff like that. I think he's still gonna be pretty effective. But also King Arthur and Kakulin's like the solo lane matchup. Like if you look over the last like 3 years, that's really been like just the strength of it is like, okay, cool. Most of the metas have iterated right back to King Arthur and Kakulin. No matter where we go, they always just keep coming back.
Coach Alpha 25 was shown on your screen a moment ago, trying to figure out what to do with this final pick. And a Wheelish is going to be the option. 3 good targets that a Wheelish could pull in just by nature of they already have a leap in their kit, Discordia, Xing Chen, Kakulin. So you got a couple of immediate targets there. Then Yamoja, just going to be one of the best setups you could ask for. Maybe for an Wheelish. We haven't seen this god very much just to begin with. I think back to players across the history who have gone it. I think Sam for Soccer. I think Layers in the SPL. Adapting when we talk about the SCC. Yeah. So I'm curious as to how it'll go in Masskill's hands here in Game 2.
It's one that I'm always excited to watch, right? Because I think that you can get a lot of good play. But Wheelish is one of those gods that from behind it feels a little awkward, right? Because you pull them in and they might just solo you if you don't play it right. You can get a lot of good damage out there, and I think that that's something that the Gladiators are going to have to keep up with. I think that, again, really good frontline for them. I think they've got a lot to play off of to make things work in their favor. It's just making sure that they don't fall too far behind. I think the early game last time was pretty comfortable. If they can keep it even around there, maybe a couple less kills for the Hounds, then they'll be in a good spot to keep themselves going. And like you said, with the Awelish here, I actually think they can get hands-on pretty early on.
So early game maybe a little bit stronger for the Gladiators, or if they can at least keep that same level, maybe you can bring a bit of a decent fight over to the Eldritch Hounds. Now, team fight of game number 1 for the Gladiators was not overly impressive. You have in Eagles Rally's initiation or Life of the Party.
Yeah.
This time around, taking the initiation that the Eldritch Hounds had, giving it to themselves. How do you feel about the initiation and the kind of team fight presence for the Eldritch Hounds at least, Gore?
I mean, for the Hounds, look, you've got a Xingqian, you've got a Kakala. Your initiation's covered. You can ignore everybody else on that team. You've got what you need. You still have Fields of Love and things like that to fall back on. So if you're the Hounds, you're set for your team fights, which, guess what? Last game you were too. But now if you're the Gladiators, you've got this King Arthur, this Yamoja. That immediately makes things a lot easier for you. King Arthur's really good at just starting a fight for the hell of it. I mean, he'd probably be really good in a bar brawl as well. Like, he just wants to chase people down. But you get that, you get the Emoja walls, right? So immediately you've got really good initiation. That plus the pull from the Awelish means to me that there's a lot more. In fact, even ignoring that, the Chiron is one that's really interesting because, like, what was that, 4 weeks ago? He was big in the SPL, and they were using his ult, not for like confirmation on kills or anything. They were using it to start the fight, and so it made things interesting. I think the Gladiators have put themselves in a much more comfortable position for fights.
We'll see if that position is comfortable enough for the Gilded Gladiators to take game number 2. We'll throw it right over to the casters to see if we're going to make it to game 3.
Hey, thanks, gents. The Gilded Gladiators fighting for their tournament lives as we head into game number 2. It's Dimes, it's Miffy, baby, and it is Doug spectating. Still not a fan, huh? We'll get there. We'll get there, man. Well, all right.
I chose my name.
Yeah.
I made it Mifflin.
That's true. And people, okay, Dimes, Mifflin, and Doug with you here as, use your legal government name here. You wanted the Gilded Gladiators to pick up I believe the words you used was more traditional composition, or more conventional composition is maybe what you said.
Both better words than what I used. I'll take it.
They have certainly done that, switching to Dazer on this Yamoja, picking up once again the Baba Yaga in the mid lane, who didn't do poorly last game, right, providing plenty of damage, and this King Arthur has been dominant for the last few weeks, if not longer.
Yeah, the weakness of the previous Gilded Gladiators draft was, sure, they could start fights, but the second the fight started to go south, they had no way to control space. They essentially folded in on themselves. This time around, they've got ways to control space even if the fight starts to go poorly. Lestimics, sure, for the most part, likely will, if the fight goes south, have to die for his team, but he's capable of doing it. That's value. And then you've got things like the Baba Yaga, who could just deal damage while that space is created. You've got things like the Yamoja, who can just lock down entire sections of a lane or entire jungle pass with that ultimate to allow for this snipe damage from the Chiron. I think the Gilded Gladiators have got themselves a much, much better composition this time.
Dang, Itori forced to use those beads early on. That's going to be down for another 160 seconds as pressure over on this right-hand side. Oath looking at mass kill early on, playing the Awelix. I heard J-Mac mention on the desk, plenty of targets here from the Eldritch Hounds for Awelix to find value on this ultimate. Not necessarily a god we see all that often anymore in competitive play. What do you think about this upgrade, downgrade, or neutral here from the Glads?
Well, I mean, Awelish is not exactly standard, but she's got a special place in my heart, man. I like to credit Awelish to, like, literally every single bit of my competitive success. And so that means I'm intimately familiar. I understand the power curves of this character. And it's really, at level 6, all of a sudden, feather steps and execute. That's what it feels like. That damage output just gets so high. Until then, probably don't want to be getting overly active. That's not to say that her early game is weak, but you just hit this massive strength point post-ultimate.
So let's talk about the Hounds here for a second as Sap falls to low mana, forced back into Erupt Crimson. Happy to trade out the auto attacks here, a bit of a mid-lane boxing match. Not much of a downgrade from the Eldritch Hounds, right? Remikami playing the Skakolan, that final K called Budget King Arthur provides a lot of the same utility. Maybe, I mean, Listimics on this King Arthur. King Arthur has all of these abilities to swap a team. Kind of the same thing with the Kakolin, right? You just transform into that rage form, and you get a new set of abilities, a new ultimate, as well as a 2v2 taken over here in the right lane. There's that rage form that I was alluding to as Listimics falls quite low. Mass Kill blinking in, doesn't find the knock-up. Feather steps over Rimikami, who was tanky enough, as you said, that Awilix, not necessarily the most powerful at level 3, but Oath takes a huge swath of damage, and Feather step over the tops drops the Kakolin.
Man, Remikami's just trying to play up and make sure that Oath is able to work his way out, and that is the unfortunate sacrifice that junglers will just force on their tanks every single time. Hey, I came through to help your lane. Oh, whoops, gank went bad. You're dead. Unfortunate. I'm going to take this wave, though, and that's exactly how it falls out. Just massive damage output from Listemics. King Arthur's CC lockdown, so hard to deal with. Connects the knockup, minion waves there. All you need is one volley of archers, and that's it. That's like 50 damage, and this early on, 50 damage, pretty significant. Unfortunate fall for First Blood. Gilded Gladiators off to a much better start.
Yeah, Rubbed Crimson, reprising this Discord, this Discordia. Insane the last game, providing both space control and team fights with that apple. Damage as well. Oath is falling quite low, taking on their speed buff there in the back. We haven't seen a death to a camp in quite a while. Might be time, check that off your bingo card, right? Die to a camp here in Smite Summer Masters. But Erupt Crimson on this Discordia. Quig hits the Xing Chen, which has been so meta lately, provides a ton of CC. And then Duman Bro picking up the Cupid in lieu of the Cupid counter of the Artemis.
Yeah, it's a curious lane, right? I would call, not always, but for this specific 2v2, Xing Chen is budget Kabrakan. You want to get hyper-aggressive, you've got the lockdown, but it's not the same double stun Tremor combo with your Cupid that has just been lauded as one of the most aggressive kill lanes in the game. What you do make up for instead is a whole lot of initiation.
Here comes Oath in that duo lane. Dazer caught in a bad spot. There is that lightning out of Oath, and Dudeman Bro is going to find the final shot onto Dazer, leveling this one 1-1 for both of these SCC squads.
But the early game advantage still should belong to the Gilded Gladiators. It's just First Blood versus a standard kill, but regardless, the Eldritch Hounds off a farm on map have been able to close it up just about entirely. The only thing separating them is a bit of experience. It's split 5 ways. It's not even worth the breath that I expended to say it. The Gilded Gladiators, I think, can at least slow down. Previously, I thought their composition would just fall off in the late game. I had hypothesized 25 minutes in, team fight at the Fire Giant, you just take an L immediately afterward because you don't have any way to start the fight. This time around, the Gilded Gladiators have got that, so they can rest a little bit. They don't need to continually force these engagements. In the previous match, the Eldritch Hounds very often just played for the counter engage. The Gilded Gladiators don't need to give it to them.
An engagement here from the Hounds, taking away the Scorpion from the Gladiators, is turned right back around as Mass Kill takes out Oath. So the greater Scorpion for the Glads does end up going to the Eldritch Hounds, but their jungler falls in return. That can't be worth, right?
No, not even a little bit. Not 1 in 100. All right. Junglers aren't supposed to die. Maybe that's my inherent bias, but yeah, we're the last ones to die in every single engagement. And that's another fight that kind of goes backwards of what we had seen in Game 1. Previously, it was the Gilded Gladiators who were grouping up for those Scorpion steals. This time, it's the Eldritch Hounds, counter-punch immediately off the back of Sap 7, playing with some of the most confidence I think I've ever seen from him. This Baba Yaga has leapt in every single time. Haven't seen that leap used defensively just yet. And it's worked out, just catching out all these low HP targets. And I just got to think, again, it ties back into that unfamiliarity with the matchup. Not many people playing Baba Yaga right now. Not many people know how to play against it.
I noticed in the last couple of days of Smite Masters play, a lot of play around these greater Scorpions. A lot of invades from both SPL and SCC teams. But the biggest difference that I've noticed, even one match at 6 minutes into this second match here, is that these SPL teams, when they invade, as here's going to be a whirlwind of Rage and Steel on to Itori here, who barely escapes on this Centaur, uses Centaurus. Little preemptively, Quig blinking in is going to trigger that death on Itori. Dot damage goes down. Mass Kill takes out Oath in return, so an ADC for a jungler there who comes out on top.
Even trade. I mean, jungles aren't supposed to die. I'll stick with my guns, but even trade in that small skirmish. My heart goes out to Itori. I really like the usage of Centaurus there, realizing that the ultimate from Oath likely would connect with them, and it does. He actually survives with like sub 20 HP post Centaurus. Had he early canceled it, likely would have got out of there, but Instead, wanted to make sure that it was at least a 1-for-1 trade. Cost him his life, though.
Yeah, Remikami's in a bad spot here, about to turn into that rage form. Slams down on the jungler in the solo for the Gilded Gladiators. Jumping in is Maskill, Feather Step over the top. CC immuned by Remikami, and meanwhile, Dude Man Bro takes down Dazer on the left-hand side. Lestimics does find the final shot onto Remikami, but here comes the rest of the Hounds.
Lestimics trying to make his way out of there. Oath does not want to commit himself to this fight. Quig, no chase down either. Had to use those leaps just to close gap. So Lestimics able to make his way out with relative ease. This King Arthur has already started to impress, and I'm thinking that space control that we're starting to see, even in these slight dives, will continue throughout this match. Crimson, gotta be landing those. You barrel stuffed it.
Yeah,
just put it on him.
Off the mark there with the golden apple. There was a chance there. If Dude Man Bro could wrap around with the heart bomb onto Sap, use the dash as a follow-up. Rub Crimson had a shot there. As engaging here is Sap going into that home sweet home on Rub Crimson. Doesn't find the first shot, doesn't find the second shot, finds the third. A couple more shots from this Baba Yaga could spell the end of Erupt Crimson's life strife. Sap is going to pick it up. That was close there. Erupt Crimson almost scraping away just by the skin of their teeth, but Sap is going to find the first kill for their Baba Yaga.
Looked like a frustration play from Crimson there. Whiffs the golden apple, takes the 1v1 on the mid camp, loses out on that, and Sap7 says, oh, word? I've got ultimate and you don't. So here's the difference.
Oath taking away this speed buff here, and already more action in the first, not even 10 minutes of this game here than we saw in the majority of the last game, as the last 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes of that first match is when we saw most of the action kick off. Speaking of action, the Gilded Gladiators want to get active on this first Gold Fury of the game. Just approaching 9 minutes here. Dude Man Bro's coming around the corner, has that Cupid ultimate online, so could catch a big-time Gilded Gladiators squad with those Fields of Love. Just the Cupid alone is going to dissuade the Glads from attempting that Gold Fury.
Yeah, Quig nearby as well, so no real opportunity. I think the Good Gladiators may have been able to take the objective, but it would have been pretty costly. Quig could have gotten to that back line, Blink available, Lockdown 2, as you said, Dude Man Bro, ultimate available as well. So I think when you're playing with a lead, as the Gilded Gladiators have been, well, maybe not a massive lead, momentum to be sure.
There you go.
Don't really want to throw it away on a coin toss objective, so good discipline from the Gilded Gladiators to go ahead and reset that one and wait for a better opportunity.
And with 30 more seconds before the Pyromancer comes online, that opportunity is going to come sooner rather than later, as Maskill has made their way over to this solo lane, with Remikami falling low once again to the King Arthur. In comes Maskill, Feather Step over the top. Remikami doesn't even have a chance to lock down the Wheelix before they drop, and here's Dazer just for the extra little bit of healing. Sap is caught between Quig and Erupt Crimson into that home sweet home, but low mana.
Sap7 jukes out the strife. Crimson lose a lot of that damage. Oath has to ult to close gap and finish off the kill. Sap7 falls down. Slow rotation from the Gilded Gladiators. They had 3 hovering on that right-hand side. Gotta think maybe Dazer could have got there to help out, but instead, cut your losses. Sap7's he chose this spot for himself, so he could die there alone, and that's exactly how it falls down. But looking at the Golden experience, 6-4, as many kills as there have been minutes in this match, you'd expect the Gilded Gladiators to have a bit more oomph, a bit more gold, a slightly larger lead. But really, it's only a bit of experience here or there. Half a level for Maskill, Sap7, Dazer about a half level as well. Entire level for Lestimics. Otherwise, gold still largely even. Early on experience, definitely the more valuable of the two, but I don't know. Maybe an objective will shore that up.
Dude Man Bro using those Fields of Love to make sure Maskill can't continue this pressure. Purple buff is going to fall to the Gilded Gladiators jungler. Erupt Crimson around the corner to make sure that no more pressure can be placed on Dude Man Bro on this Cupid. And when you think about the map state, I mean, we're at 11 minutes. Despite the high kill total, it's not like there's been many objectives on the map available for the taking, right? Gold Fury, like you said, is a coin toss. You can't really rip that one right off the bat. Still 6 towers online for both of these squads, so you're not going to get any gold off of towers. Pyromancer just recently appearing on the map. So even though the Gilded Gladiators have found these kills, have found opportunities, just nothing to take for them.
Yeah, not too much. Greater Scorpions, I suppose, could be the difference maker, but certainly haven't had too many opportunities for that one either. The majority of the fights erupting either around that mid lane or on that left side of the map. Pyromancer, though, only been on the map for a minute and taken off with extreme prejudice. The Eldritch Hounds strike first and give us our first slight lead as well. Actually, only evening up the match. I'm begging for a lead right now. I'm going to keep saying it until it actually happens.
The Hounds love rotating Dude Man Bro out of their lane early on. Normally you see ADCs farming up. I mean, yesterday and the day before, we saw these ADCs essentially be untouched for most of the game. Then they rotate in for the team fights. But Dude Man Bro, last game on the Artemis, made their way into the middle lane, dropped the boar. The Hounds found a great team fight. Now the Hounds rotate Dude Man Bro over to the Pyromancer at 11 minutes on this Cupid. They take out the objective as well. Do you think it's worthwhile for Dude Man Bro to leave the lane, or is it leaving a Tori to their farm for a little bit too long?
Well, it depends on who you're asking. You ask Dude Man Bro, he'll probably tell you no, because it does cost him a good deal of experience. You ask any other of the Eldritch Hounds, and they're saying yes emphatically.
Sure.
A global golden experience feels very nice, and if you're asking like a coach, they'd also say yes. So I suppose the answer, to keep it short, just yes. Quig goes for the tower dive. Doesn't really have an opportunity, but you at least got the Centaurus off of Itori. So, slight opportunity, as long as this Chiron keeps stepping up aggressively. That said, in the previous match, Eldritch Hounds would have got the Pyromancer. The immediate response from the Gladiators was always that Gold Fury.
Yep.
This time around, no response. So desynced neutral objectives might just favor the Hounds. Once those ultimates are back up, might just see a fight erupt.
And it's not like the Gladiators don't have a great secure as Quig is forced into that whirlwind of Rage and Seal. Doesn't find a single target with it. Now 3 members of the Gladiators chasing out Quig. Crimson is here to support. Well, their support out of the mid laner there. A group up. Rivers Rebuke has been dropped, but Oath blinking out of it. Dude Man Bro caught him between 3, but able to get out of dodge. 1 HP. An auto from Maskill is going to put down the ADC, but meanwhile, the mid laner for the Glads is dropped as well.
Maskill playing it perfect, making sure Crimson's got no opportunity.
Woo!
Can't use that leap with Gravity Surge available, and there it is. No beads, double kill to Maskill and Remakami now. The only one still standing, 1 versus 4. Quig in the base. Can the Gilded Gladiators look for a bit more? They keep Itori alive, so your DPS is alive with them. Gold Fury might be under threat.
Yeah, Centaurus is still online for the Centaur as well, so could be used as a secure if necessary, but the Eldritch Hounds aren't going to take the chance here with only their frontliners available. The Gilded Gladiators are going to secure the first Gold Fury of the game, and finally, Mifflin, you get the lead you were looking for.
Finally. It took a while, didn't it? But only 2,000 at this point. 14 minutes in, the longer the game goes, the less gold starts to matter. We're not at that point just yet. But now that you've established a pretty significant lead, even if the Gilded Gladiators drop a pick here or a pick there, the Eldritch Hounds will have to wait for an opportunity to actually close it up. So, desynced objectives, I had hypothesized, would favor the Eldritch Hounds, assuming that they would be the ones aggressing on the Gold Fury. But instead, it's the Gilded Gladiators that get the more valuable of the two and can fall back towards the Pyromancer on respawn. Play it slow. I don't call for this often. Anyone who's been watching the SPL knows that I love it when it's a mud battle, constant aggression. I think the Gilded Gladiators really would benefit from just leaning back, resting on their laurels and saying, hey, not much to fight over right now. Let's control the neutral farm and wait for this Pyromancer to respawn. Don't take any needless risk on the map. The Eldritch Hounds, on the other hand, they might have to get aggressive. A pick before the Pyro could slow them down, and if the Eldritch Hounds can find that pick and the Pyro, well, they'd get the lead back to a neutral state.
And the Hounds might be looking to do just that. They're crawling their way back here experience-wise. The Gilded Gladiators, for a moment there, as Itori is forced into that Centaurus to combat the Fields of Love from Dude Man Bro. Holy cow, that masterful shot did a whole ton of damage, but here's Quig to protect Dude Man Bro. Maskill has moved in as well. Quig getting that auto attack off to make sure that the blink can't go off from Maskill. Whirlwind of Rage of Steel utilized as well, but the rest of the Gilded Gladiators have moved in to target the Xing Chen.
Quig caught in the River's Rebuke. Can't use his sleep if Maskill's nearby, but Maskill's taking the tower. Has to reset. Now it's Dazer who seems to have lost the memo. Everyone else disengages. He's between the towers, and now Maskill has to line up against Oath.
Yeah, Gilded Gladiators overstaying their welcome here as Maskill is the target. Remakami not finding the final shot on the Awilix. Itori throwing out that masterful shot to put a little bit more damage out on the Eldritch Hound. So all 10 players on this map escape without finding the grayscale, but certainly not unscathed.
Yeah, there's a bit of a relic trade between both teams. Oath loses his blink, Shell down for DMB from that 1v1. Otherwise, a couple of offensive relics lost for the Gilded Gladiators, but all 5 beads still available with Pyromancer spawning in sub 20 seconds. I'd like to see the Gladiators now group up, force the fight here. Get on this Pyromancer. Don't let the Eldritch Hounds do it for free. The Gilded Gladiators, they just don't know.
And they're burning this one. The Eldritch Hounds are knocking down this Pyromancer. quickly. Finally, Listimics rotates in here on this King Arthur. Quig is going to not leash the Pyromancer. The Hounds take the Pyromancer for their own. Dazer has moved in here. No River's Rebuke, so no ultimate for the Emoja. That Moonlight Surge is going to be immune. Outer Erupt Crimson sent into the air by the King Arthur and slammed back down.
Erupt Crimson on the escape. Only he's got less Stimix on him, but that's a King Arthur, and he does a whole lot of damage. Seems like it's an inverse of game one. Ramakami has to peel back and try and help out that back line. So it's Pyromancer for 1, Crimson dead for 30. 17.5 minutes in, Fire Giant not exactly a viable option, but what is this tier 1 tower.
Especially with the healing from Emoji, right? You throw that out, you top off Maskell, you top off Sap on this. Holy smokes, the Eldritch Hounds are able to push off the Gilded Gladiators with just a sliver of HP left on that tower. I certainly thought the tier 1 was going down. Here's Oath to dissuade further engagement. River's Rebuke as well used to cut off that fight. Maskell takes out the jungler for the Eldritch Hounds. Now Rimakami's locked in with 3 members. Salmon's lead gets them out of danger, and this tier 1 tower is going down quickly.
Listimics is back. He's got the lockdown for Ramakami, but Itori's distracted. He wants Dude Man Bro. Quig looking for the 1v1 up against Maskell, and will find it with the roar. Massive shutdown, but what's it going to cost to the rest of his team? Dude Man Bro's life, and maybe a bit more. Itori, Aegis just on time, keeps him alive.
Erupt Crimson, the only hope there for one more return kill. The Eldritch Hounds do find Maskell, but no more. Tier 1 tower falls. That's a big swing for the Gilded Gladiators, who are opening their lead up even further here over the Hounds to the tune of just about 3,000.
Yeah, the Eldritch Hounds are taking these fights so split up, and that can work if you're the team with the lead. If you can take individual 1v1s, 2v2s, 3v3s, and you've got a pretty nice deficit in your favor, awesome. But when you're playing from behind, you need the full brunt and synergy of the entirety of your composition to win out on these fights, and the Gilded Gladiators just aren't allowing those situations. Maskell does give over a massive bounty, but 7-1 and 3, I'm not going to take away from the performance from the Gilded Gladiators jungler. Absolutely impressive. He has been diving that backline with clinical precision just every single time. Sticks the Crimson, makes sure that he can't use that leap. Gets into that backline, takes the 1v1 up against Quig as well, sets up for that kill. Very, very well for his team. But the Gilded Gladiators have got to do more on the map. They are not so far removed from the Eldritch Hounds that this game is out of the realm of realistic comeback. Gold Fury could be that separation they're looking for.
Oni Fury started up here, Sap, utilizing the kit from the Baba Yaga to do damage to it, but it's more of a bait than anything right now. They know DMB, they know Quig are hovering around the corner. On the right-hand side, though, Oath and Rimakami are combining, so the Gilded Gladiators have this avenue here. Oni Fury being started up, chunked down halfway. Quig forced out by the Gilded Gladiators. Still, Oni Fury down to half. Really just not committing are the Gilded Gladiators.
It's only 3 members of the Hounds here, 2 on the right-hand side. Fury drop low, Gladiators pick it up.
And Quig utilizes that Whirlwind Rage of Steel to no effect. The River's Rebuke lands down on Dude Man Bro. Quig going back in despite being under half HP. Oath on this low health Dazer. Volcanic Lightning it takes out the Emoja. And here comes DNB with that huge Fields of Love. But Itori knocks down Oath in return.
Yeah, the Eldritch Hounds have chased out a bit too far, it would seem. 2 for 2 so far, but the objective goes to the Gilded Gladiators. 3 stack from the Eldritch Hounds on that purple buff. Maskell not making the rotation, actually doesn't even make an appearance in the entirety of that team fight. He was defending his tower on the right-hand side up against both Oath and Quig, who make the slow rotation back over towards the team fight and lose their lives. At the end of the day, it's a win, but a small win for the Gilded Gladiators. Gold Fury in 2, 4-2.
Might be turned around here, though. The tier 1 tower on the left-hand side is being aggressive. Certainly won't shore up what the Eldritch Hounds just lost, but is going to help their coffers a little bit. Just a tier 1 tower, 21 minutes in. A structure is certainly welcome here for the Eldritch Hounds, and now we're slowing it down a little bit, right? Fury off the table. Pyromancer off the table as well. The only major neutral objective on the map, this Fire Giant. Gilded Gladiators, do they have the opportunity for this Fire Giant in, say, one more fight, a few more, say 5 more minutes? Do you think the burn is there for the Gilded Glads?
Oh, 100%. Gravity Surge, if you're just using it to boost your DPS, especially with a serrated style of build, you really got auto attack damage from your jungler, Itori. Sure, maybe not the most attack speed, but has enough penetration that each one of those auto attacks very valuable. And if Sap 7 is willing to commit the home sweet home just for DPS, the Gilded Gladiators will make very short work of this objective. And I only bring up using your ultimates for DPS for this team because of the space control afforded to them by Listimics and Dazer. If Dazer can get ahead of the Eldritch Hounds and just set up that wall, how do they get through it?
We're in a bad spot here, up in the air from Listemics. Rivers Rebuke utilized to knock down Quig, and the Gilded Gladiators are utilizing everything on this Xingqian Whirlwind Rage. Steel doesn't find value. Dude Man Bro picks up Mass Kill. So much blown on the support for the Hound. Sap answers back with a kill onto Oath, and here comes Home Sweet Home.
Dude, man, bro, may have found a kill, but it might cost him. Shell keeps him alive. Sap 7 steps way too far into that tower. Takes a whole lot of damage.
Rimikami found a 4-man huge knock-up there, but is now caught between King Arthur and No Man's Land. The rest of the Eldritch Hounds doing what they can to force out the Gilded Gladiators, but Itori finds the final shot onto Rimikami, so it is a 2-for-1. Gilded Gladiators on top.
4 versus 3. Gilded Gladiators still have Itori. It's only Mass Kill in trade. Fire Giant, certainly an option, but the longer they take, the more time the Eldritch Hounds have got to resustain. DMB already back to full HP, as is Quig, but Crimson pretty close to
This is not a good look for the Eldritch Hounds. The Gilded Gladiators lurking around the corner for the bait. Baba Yaga
Whiff.
can't put the finishing touches on her Rub Crimson. The potion off the mark there from Sap 7. Let's just chalk that one up to ping, Mifflin, as Quig moves forward on the Gilded Gladiators. What do you think? That bait, the right call, or start up the Fire Giant / Pyromancer?
I mean, you got to say it's the right call because they have the kill. They have it. You just mechanical difference there would just miss out on one of those abilities. If you find that pick on a Crimson, that's the majority of the team fight loss for the Eldritch Hounds. You desync his death perfectly. Would have been a 5 versus 4. Now, got to try all over again. 5 versus 5 around the Pyromancer.
And Pyromancer is going to go down to the Gilded Gladiators. Question mark. The Glads do secure that objective. Quig yanked in by that Moonlight Surge. Rivers Rebuke. That combination has been deadly all game long. Sataris ripping through the Eldritch Hounds. Now Dazer caught in between 3 members of this Order Squad. Listemics in the backline playing Space Creator on her up Crimson. Quig does find Dazer. So a 2-for-1, make that a 3-for-1 so far. The Eldritch Hounds fighting back.
Yeah, Oath just goes massive in that team fight. Now it's up to Listemics to buy as much time as possible. He's not surviving this one. 4-for-1 trade for the Eldritch Hounds. Already grouped up on the Fire Giant and still healthy. Is it a reset from the Eldritch Hounds? They've got time to play with. Don't necessarily need to pull it out now. But gotta talk about what Oath brings to his team there. If Remikami's struggling in game 2 to create the space, Oath has to do it himself with damage. Gets into that back line, drops Mass Kill down to 10% HP, does 80% of Sap 7's HP bar as well. Listemics doing the most that he can in the back, does control space, but doesn't deal nearly as much damage. And then Oath surviving, just the icing on the cake for the Eldritch Hounds. And now with Fire Giant, that entire lead the Gilded Gladiators had established for themselves is lost in one fell swoop, all off the back of one missed ability. If Sap 7 connects that potion onto the Crimson, we're talking about how strong the Gladiator Siege is. We're talking about how these towers are going to go down, how the Eldritch Hounds don't really have the best defense up against this composition. Now, it's the inverse. The Eldritch Hounds can start to push their way forward with Fire Giant on 4. Sure, Crimson lacking the buff, but your mage not exactly going to be in a position where she's taking too much damage in the majority of these fights. Instead, it's all about just poking and prodding from a range, allow your ADC to deal the majority of the DPS to the structures, and plenty of structures to DPS. 4 towers still standing, and a Gold Fury to boot. Just watch the Eldritch Hounds slowly work their way across the map. Don't even necessarily need to move in towards one of these birds. Just establish a gold lead and get ready for the next fire.
And man, Myth, that's why I was so looking forward to today. That right there is a great example. That's why I love watching these SCC matches, because Gilded Gladiators have a great grip on this game from minute 0, and one team fight puts the Eldritch Hounds right back in this one. We were looking at a fight back from the Gilded Gladiators to tie this thing up 1-1, and now the Hounds with momentum on their side. The Gilded Gladiators charging forward, taking a tier 2 tower, taking this Phoenix with extreme prejudice. The Eldritch Hounds have absolutely nothing to offer. The Gilded Gladiators
so smart,
surging forward, momentum on their side. I take it all back. The Gilded Gladiators aren't dissuaded at all. Taking down a Rub Crimson from the Eldritch Hounds. Rimikami just escaping those crashing waves from the Yamoja heals. Coming out of Dazer, moving forward is Maskilla on to Oath, who gets knocked down by the Awilix. Rimikami is here to defend the Titan. Dude Man Bro And Quig, are they going to get back in time? Dude Man Bro drops the Fields of Love.
No value.
Able to push out the Guild of Gladiators from the Titan room at the very least.
Sab 7 now on the retreat. Such smart play from the
Wow.
Guild of Gladiators,
Wow.
realizing the Eldritch Hounds 2 stacked on the push. Dude Man Bro starts his back and cancels it 3 times separately. Eventually, enough threat generated in the throne room that you have to back. You got to get back there or you just lose the game. Whoever's shot calling for the Guild of Gladiators right now, that is a difficult decision to make. You're off by even a little bit of DPS. You don't get one of those kills and all of a sudden you've just lost the game. But instead, they create a situation, the Guild of Gladiators that is, where they have now exposed a win condition. The right side, Phoenix Falls, in synchrony? What am I looking for?
Synchronicity?
Yeah, thank you. That's good. Yeah, with that, on the other Phoenix on the left-hand side, good stuff, man. That is just such a hard decision to make. Keeps the game dead even as well. The only difference being one of those Phoenix is worth a whole lot more on the next Fire Giant power play. Left side Phoenix for the Guild of Gladiators. The furthest from the Fire Giant, the hardest to defend. The Eldritch Hounds. Right side, yeah, I mean, you're right next to the Fire. You can work your way back in there with extreme ease.
Yeah, Dude Man Bro and Quig combining to take out that left side Phoenix means if we see one more team fight from the Eldritch Hounds like we just saw recently at the Fire Giant pit, that Primal Fury is going to fall to the Guild of Glads with no response there from the Hounds. If we see one more killer team fight from either of these squads, that's going to be endgame, right? Why even go for the Fire Giant? Why wait for that to respawn if you can just end the game right here? The Eldritch Hounds shoving forward on this right-hand side the exact same way that the Guild of Gladiators did just a minute or so ago. Tier 2 tower is going to fall in the right-hand lane, but the Eldritch Hounds not pushing their luck, going to retreat, recover, and just take it slow. Slow down a little bit, like what you said a little bit earlier. Take the pace slow, right? They know they're in a precarious position here. They know one botched team fight and it's GG. So you slow it down, you take what structures you can, and you regroup.
Hounds now grouped up on the tier 1 and mid. As long as they can keep up pressure without committing too much, that minion wave on the left side will outpace what the Guild of Gladiators have got for themselves. The longer the fight goes, the less time the Gladiators have to reset themselves, push out that left side lane. Fire Giant very quickly going to respawn about a minute out from that one happening. I'm keeping my eyes on the Gladiators. Someone's likely got to go deal with that. Teleport not upgraded just yet for Listimics, even though he is the one to head back to base, does finally pick up that heroic teleport. So he can clear out these waves and make his way to the team fight. But that trade-off is massive. Sure, global presence with teleport, but you've just lost the bulk of your front line. Lestimics was starting every single engagement for the Guild of Gladiators, creating that space, making sure that when Oath and Ramakami are diving that backline, Crimson couldn't follow up with DPS. If he's relegated to minion duty for the start of this Fire Giant fight, the Guild of Gladiators are going to have to play it very, very carefully. A counterpunch style. Don't start the engagement yourself. Instead, wait for the Eldritch Hounds to be the aggressor and pull the Fire Giant. Never a great position to be put in where you're completely contingent on what the enemy is doing first, but I think the only decision available to the Gladiators, so long as they haven't got global presence. And they haven't, so Lestimics has to be the one here. Deep wards, though, by the Chaos team means that if the Eldritch Hounds do start up the fire, maybe we see Lestimics just teleport into that backline, and he's already established that positioning.
We crest over 30 minutes here, so the Enhanced Fire Giant crashing back down on the map, and we are
already TPs.
To your delight, I'm sure we are as dead even as you can get here. Oath and Masskill 1v1ing in the middle lane here. Oath utilizes that blink, so that's going to be down for the next couple of minutes here. Looking at Quig here, looking at Quig with this blink, the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, or looking for the Guild of Gladiators to engage. And a great re-engagement from the Eldritch Hounds here. This next team fight is going to determine whether the Guild of Gladiators fight back into a game number 3 or the Eldritch Hounds eliminate their competition from SMITE Summer Masters. Dazer falling low, has heals on that Yemoja though. Fire Giant dance beginning now.
That enhanced minion wave on the left has got me nervous. Should be able to work through this wave and the next one. Wonder if it's strong enough to actually take out the Phoenix on its own. Guild of Gladiators not showing a whole lot of respect towards it. Doesn't seem like they're too pressed for time, not forcing the engagement. Nobody headed back to base. Seems they're confident that their minions can deal with it. Instead, Dazer, dropped to about 50%, will be the one to head back. If he shows presence on this left-hand side, I mean, that's the go button for the Hounds.
Strike off the mark, but the go button has already been pressed. The apple lands on the Centauri. Tori forced out of the fight. Ramakami leading the charge here onto Lestimics. The King Arthur knocks up the Cucullin, but slams right back down in the middle of the Eldritch Hounds. Dude Man Bro using those huge auto attacks from the Cupid on Lastimix, who's going to drop down in this fight. Tori returns it on to Dude Man Bro. So a massive source of damage from the Eldritch Hounds now wiped out of this fight. Oath once again in the back line, taking out Tori, but trades their life as Sap puts down the jungler.
Quick, Crimson both on the retreat. Maskill leaps in. He's got the damage and the lockdown. Nice. Riptide from Dazer will keep him in place. And now Quig, can you make it out alive? With the help of Remikami, maybe. Double kill over to Sap 7. Only one still standing.
Maskill finds number 9, looking for number 10 here on Remikami. Sap 7, Maskill, and Dazer chasing down the solo laner here for the Eldritch Hounds. Who's going to pick up the final auto? Sap 7 finds the triple kill. What do you think here, Mifflin? Fire Giant or run it down right lane and take this to a game 3?
20 seconds on Dude Man Bro. No shot you could take out that right side Phoenix. If Phoenix were down already, maybe you panic end in a situation like this, but it's got to be the enhanced Fire Giant. Based on timing on their own respawns, the Guild Gladiators should have the enhanced FG on all 5. Eldritch Hound just getting split up in that engagement. Yet again, Oath dives into that back line, takes the 1v1 up against Itori. Joke's on you, not a 1v1. Shell comes through from Dazer. Keeps him alive just long enough to return that damage. Lastimix impresses me a whole lot in that fight as well. Not often 4 people can stare at you for 30 seconds and you still draw breath at the end of it, and even return a stun into DMB to set up for the kill from the Chiron. So the Gilded Gladiators from the brink make a difficult decision. Who's going to defend the base? Nobody. Lose the Phoenix? Who cares if you get EFG? Just push it down yourself. Doesn't matter if it's the hardest to defend around the Fire Giant. The Fire Giant's already dead.
So now if you're the Eldritch Hounds, you're thinking base defense, right? You're thinking fighting under Phoenix, fighting under Titan if necessary. If you are the Eldritch Hounds, are you initiating or are you re-initiating? Are you finding the return initiation under this Phoenix, or are you just pushing the pedal here, not even waiting for a Phoenix siege, but just taking it to the Gilded Gladiators?
I like the call from the Hounds to make this aggressive play if the Gladiators were missing out on more of their defensive relics. When I'm looking at it, only one set of beads down on Itori. This guy, you got to be careful here. Sap 7's a little far, though.
But it's going to move in time. Remikami surging forward here. Riptide dissuades Remikami from going in. Gravity Surge pulls the solo laner into 3 members and drop down to half is Remikami. No escape either. Oath takes out a Tori in the backline. What a great pick early on. Erupt Crimson kills Maskill, the major damage source for the Gilded Gladiators. Up in the air is Lastimix in that Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, knocked back into the Hounds and falls to Erupt Crimson for a double kill. What a turnaround.
Poor pull from Maskill. Yeah, you don't want to Gravity Surge the Cucullin. All you're doing is setting up for him. Remikami, though, taking a good deal of damage. That's slow, finding some value, but only 2 people here. Sap 7's going to have to do a whole lot of work if he wants to keep Dazer alive.
DMB ain't done with this one, and neither is Quig, but just forcing out Dazer and Sap is the support for the Eldritch Hounds. Shoving down left lane here. Phoenix offline for the Gilded Gladiators. This is an end call, Mifflin.
20 seconds left on the nearest respawn. Eldritch Hounds have not got a minion wave nearby. They're going to have to take up the Titan and the DPS from Sap 7. Crimson drop low.
Crimson is so low. Quig is going straight for the Titan. Remikami at half HP against the massive damage from Sap 7. Apple down. Dazer falls. DMB on the Titan. Here's Sap 7 takes down Quig. And the Eldritch Hounds out of nowhere find the 2-0.
It's so tough for the Gilded Gladiators, right? I mean, just individual plays that could completely change this game. If it's not a pull on the Cucullin, that team fight probably looks a little bit better. If Sap 7 lands that mighty potion heard round the world in the tier 2 tower on the right-hand side, this game probably goes to game 3. Instead, though, clean play from the Eldritch Hounds, keeping their head in there against the odds. You're in a really poor position, still able to bring it back and find a win against what really was difficult timing. I mean, Itori's on the respawn, Golden Apple blocked. Just small micro plays really could have changed the outcome.
The Gilded Gladiators, dude. I mean, taking it to the Kings, the #1 team in the SPL. Gilded Gladiators hanging in there with the Camelot Kings, and now almost finding a Game 2 victory over the #1 seed in a SEC. You got to give props to the Gilded Gladiators for fighting their hearts out here at SMITE Summer Masters.
Yeah, I mean, every single time these guys come out to events, we get the opportunity to speak with them. They are passionate about this game. You talk to their coach, this is a grand project. Every single month, we're getting better and better. We're never going to break up. We're going to stick together and improve as a unit. And every single time I see them, these guys look better, but they can't quite find those dubs.
Well, that was a pleasure to cast, but I know the guys at the desk are chomping at the bit to break this one down. Let's toss it to them and see what they think.
Yeah, thank you so much. The Elder Towns, at least in their SCC matchups, continue to remain undefeated against their counterparts here, but the European region does fall down. Guild Gladiators not able to hold it out, and they really did get themselves a pretty nice lead early on in this game, Gore. Much better team fight, much better play around these objectives, but then just a couple of small little missteps, a couple of oversteps. You sticked around it for a team fight a little bit too long, and you end up losing a couple of your carries. You stick around a Fire Giant a little bit too long, and now all of a sudden we have the Elder Towns who are being able to get that pushback, who are able to find that fight. And going back to the fight over in solo lane, I mean, earlier on, Quig whiffs a big ultimate, doesn't get anybody, and I'm sitting there in the room like, surely somebody's got to punish the Hounds, and the Guild Gladiators do. They make a great play to even push out that right side Phoenix at the same time the left is going, but then that fight in the duo lane, it just, in the middle of the lane, kind of out of nowhere, just goes down.
And what I really like is how the Hounds play that one, just because, like, there are a lot of moments, and, you know, Mifflin mentions it like this. So this fight right here was one that was massive for them, but it was really the fight, and I think the breaking point was opening up that left side Phoenix, right? They lose their right side Phoenix for it, but they don't lose the Titan there. Dude Man Pro lives through that engagement, so you have a Cupid to kind of retain and defend, things like that. Then you go up, and even though you don't get a Fire Giant, you set up a play where you're going to find success, right? And I think that's honestly just good for them, right? Like, I mean, that's a really good start to put it, is like, you know what, if we fight in the Titan room, they're just going to win. If we fight at the Phoenix line, maybe, but what's going to stop them from just running past us to the Titan room and forcing it to be an awkward fight? So let's just take a fight to them in the middle of the damn map and win it while we can. I mean, the damage here was insane, the control. The first 2 kills go down, and I'm thinking, okay, they've bought themselves time, right? That's what that play is if they only get the 2. Then the third happens, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Like, this becomes a little spicier. Like, there's a little more you can do here. And then they just have the complete wherewithal to run it down. I think that last play was definitely the one where it was the big turnaround, the big flex for them to move forward. And it was fun to watch.
I got to give props over to Remikami, though. I mean, my man was kind of getting camped in the solo lane for a while. It went down 0-4 at one point, ends out 2-6-11, second highest farm in his game as far as the gold is concerned out there. Really able to make a bounce back. And I think it was the point that Mifflin even made during there, is if Remikami is the one who is getting focused out, if he can't get into that battle line, get that initiation, then it's Oath who's got to be the one who steps up, and Oath is able to that first team. Quig is able to get in there and find some beautiful ultimates at the end of that game. Crimson spreading out that damage consistently on that golden apple allowed Remikami to be able to get that power back online. And you see that Remikami, despite the fact that he was beaten down pretty brutally to start out the entirety of that game, ends up finishing top damage for his team.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's been fun to watch as well, because it was one of those things where, like you said, early on, it's this, you're sitting around, you're like, oh, this is looking like it's going to go 3. It was really good fight from the Gladiators, and really good fight by the Gladiators, followed by really good fight by the Gladiators. And it just feels like, you know, whether it's the King Arthur, whether it's the emoji, a lot early on that is giving them that pressure to kind of exude just on the map, right? And they're finding more map control. And then, like you mentioned it, Cullen gets a little more online. Finds, over in the duo lane, I remember a 4-man knockup that allows the team to surge forward. And does it cost him his life? Absolutely. But does it get something done? Yes. And that's something, again, where the Hounds made a lot of plays like that, where it's like, you know what? Someone's going to have to sacrifice something, but we're going to win the fight because of it.
The other Towns find themselves a 2-0 victory. And before we continue to break down and close out this set, we do have Quig and Crimson standing by for our post-game interview.
What up, boys? Excited to hear from you guys. That one was a nail-biter of a set. I don't know. I was looking at the chat when I walked off the cast, and I saw the word lucky tossed around. How's that hit your guys' ear?
I mean, probably true. I don't know. Like, my disco ult, I don't even know where it bounced off of.
Oh, that bounce was wild.
I don't know where it bounced off of. I know I've, threw, 10 of them and missed, but, 2 of them, bounced off walls and just, randomly hit people. I think I hit them for, 1,000, too. So, yeah, I mean, pretty fair.
What do you think, Quig?
Yeah, that was all skill, I think, yeah.
All skill, 100%.
Yeah.
Do you have any words for your European counterparts here? Were you impressed by their play at all?
Honestly, we were coming into this, thinking it was going to be free, but, they made us work for that. That mass kill guy was kind of a beast. Yeah. They locked into Wheelix. We were laughing at it. We were like, whoa, what is this? So Wheelix into Disco Cupid, and they kind of showed us.
We were kind of talking trash on the Wheelix before the game, and then we actually kind of called it. We're like, yeah, he's going to own us now because of that, and he did. So.
All right, and how's it feel to see the SEC finally get a win? Sure, against SEC, but a dub's a dub.
Yeah, that's big for the SEC. We'll take that.
2-16. Or no, I guess 2-18 because they got 2 losses.
Oh, man. Yeah, win-loss, maybe not super impressive, but a win is a win. We'll get it back to the desk to break it down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Crimson and Quig for the post-game interview. And I think they said it best. You know, we saw this pick on, we're like, oh, what's this Wheelish got to do? It can't. Surely it's not going to do anything. And, well, sometimes when you talk smack, you get smacked a couple of times. Though, able to pull it back, at least at the very end of the game there. So the Elder Towns, the #1 NASCC team, have now eliminated the first team of the tournament. That's probably the biggest thing that's going to be harped on throughout the remainder of today is all 4 of our sets today are going to be sending one team home, one SCC representative. He's going to be going out in each of these matchups through, and then tomorrow we'll go into the winner side of the bracket with the SPL teams, where they'll then send the loser of that to face their respective winners in each of those ones. We can at least take a nice look at the brackets, take a look at the schedule, see what all is going to happen for the rest of the day, and kind of a look ahead in the brackets for these matchups. This is a tough match and a tough bracket in general, just for the Elder Towns. They got probably, I don't want to say the easier of the 2 matches, but if we're going seeding-wise, they got the #8 SPL versus the #1 that they had to play against first.
Yep.
They fell 0-2 to the Valkyries. Same thing with Gladiators. They fell 0-2 to the Camelot Kings. Look good in that set, at least for the Gladiators, look good in this set. So the Elder Towns will have to face now the loser of the Valkyries or the Kings. So do they get their rematch against the Valks and maybe try and get that last chance, that last-ditch effort to get back into the second week of play? Or they have to face the Camelot Kings and see how they fare compared to the Gladiators did.
Well, and you know, it's actually interesting because at this point, the good news is that you've now got 2 sets under your belt, right? So you'll be going into your 3rd set of Smite if you're the Hounds. You'll feel a little more confident about it, no matter who you're facing. I will be honest, I think that matchup, turn off player names, you just see gods on the other side, you just play the game to the best of your ability. It's going to be interesting, especially considering the style of play that we see out of the Kings and the Valkyries. I'm excited to watch them play each other tomorrow, but I'm really excited to see which of them then loses and plays the Hounds.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough bracket for really all of the SCC teams going up against the SPL teams. As I said, it's only our first of 4 sets today. It's 4 sets every single day this week, Wednesday through Sunday. The Elder Towns, the first ones to find themselves a 2-0. So 2-0s continue to go through 9 sets, and all of them without a single game drop to another team. It's only been those 2-0s. But next up will be Shabalba Storm, the #4 NA team, up against Hex Mambo, the #1 EU team. So now we're going to see how the coin kind of looks on the other side here. Now we saw #1 out of NA. Now we get to see #1 out of EU. Then after that, Athenian Sages, Highland Ravens, and Callan Wardens, Aru Scorpions. I think those two. And I may have written off the Gladiators a little bit into this one. I was like, okay, this one will probably be a pretty quick 2-0 kind of between both of these, top ones. But I think that 3rd and 4th match of the day, where it's the #2 and 3 of each region, is where we're really going to see some of those big, close battles.
Honestly, and I think it's something like the Storm, even though they didn't seed that well into the tournament, and yesterday when they played against the Bolts, or 2 days ago when they played against the Bolts, it didn't look quite as strong as maybe we come to expect out of that team. I still have a lot riding on them, because I think those guys kind of surprised us during the play-in earlier this year. They surprised us last year. I think they surprised us in Masters 1, maybe not to the extent that the Hounds did, eliminating a SBL team like the Scarabs, but I think to an extent where I don't know, like you said, it's a 1 versus 4, so seeding-wise maybe doesn't scream impressive, but I think that the play on field, or at least the players on field, make it a little more interesting.
Yeah, it should be a fun set and a fun set throughout the entirety of the day, but that's set game #1 done. We're going to be jumping over to Shabalba Storm versus Hex Mambo right after this break.
Money. Money. Money.
Welcome back, everyone, to the SMITE Summer Masters. Of course, it has been a fun few days here. We already have one team eliminated. You're going to hear this a lot today. Another one is going to be coming soon here in set number 2. And all of this, the winners, unfortunately the losers, but mainly the winners, focus on them, are playing on some fantastic PCs. If they're going to go out, they're going to look good doing it, and the game is going to be, of course, on the best graphics, best frame rate, and the best running possible, and that's because they're playing on these Alienware PCs. We've got the laptops up here, again, customizable with the color scheme on the back, but you can also go and get your own, whether it's the Aurora Ryzen R10 desktops, you want a gaming laptop for on the go, all of that you can get at smitegame.com/Alienware and use code AWSMITE0 09 to make sure you get discounts on all those fantastic products. Also, make sure you follow them on Twitter and Instagram at Alienware, and go to alienwarearena.com to join their global community for giveaways and more. So thanks to Alienware for coming back here in Season 9, and thanks to Chili for sitting on the desk with me and hanging out as we get into the Mambo taking on the Storm. Again, 2 more SCC teams. First seed out of Europe, the 4th seed out of North America. It's, again, maybe surprising when you look at the lineup of the players that are on the Storm here. Storm, unfortunately, falling to the Bolts a couple of days ago. The Mambo, I thought was going to be surprising. They were talking about it up against the Scarabs. Felt like maybe there was going to be some fire plays, and then fell flat. Fast, like incredibly flat in my opinion. But I think today is a good way to turn it around.
Yeah, the Mambo definitely came out confident, but, I guess both of these teams, I'm assuming, were confident, but unfortunately fell down. That's why they're here in the losers bracket, and that's why we're talking about them. However, I think you're right to highlight the Storm. Kind of strange to see them in this position, given how they actually performed in phase number 1. 2nd seed team in the NASCC looked extremely solid. I think they've been sort of questioning their identity, their play style throughout this phase, and they're still trying to figure out exactly what works for them as a squad. And I think that's kind of the issue at the moment for them.
Well, we can go ahead and take a look at the schedule for today. Of course, you've already seen 1-2-0. The Gladiators sent home by the Hounds. No longer going to be taking part of the tournament. Storm and Mambo, one of these teams, will not be seen after today.
Ever?
Same thing. Well, yeah, ever. Actually, they take them out back. Look, it's a whole thing. It's a whole production. No, the Sages, the Ravens, and then later on the Wardens will take on the Scorpions. Losers today, as has been mentioned, are out of the tournament. Winners will play for their chance to qualify to next week on Sunday. Tomorrow's qualifier matchups will take all of the winners bracket matches and find the first 4 teams that are going to go to week 2 of the Summer Masters. So a lot that's going on over the next 3 days, Charlie. A lot of pressure, I think, on these teams, but the most of it is going to be today, where you don't want to go out. You don't want to come in, lose your first set, and lose the next one. And so both the Mambo, both the Storm, feeling a little bit of that pressure, especially in this group, because winner of this is going to have to face the Bolts or the Scarabs.
Yeah, it's not a great position to be in, and as I was already harping on a little bit, the Storm are still trying to figure out their identity as a team. This is not a good place to figure that out. You would have loved to have figured that out, a week prior, up until this point, but it's sort of do or die time, right? It's now or never. If you are going to figure out this sort of meta, what's playing, what you can actually deal with and make your team succeed with, now be the chance. And we've seen some crazy amounts of success from the Storm in past, so they definitely have that talent. They definitely are able to compete at a league like this. It's just, it's been a bit questionable. I need to see more consistency out of them.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big question mark for both of these teams is what consistency they're going to be bringing to this one. Johnny, as well, worth mentioning there, and we'll talk more about the Mambo in just a little bit, but just at a glance up front, is playing all the way from Europe, so going to have to be healing, right, with a little bit of ping. Same thing, though. Storm don't have Joshi here in studio with them, so it's something that both of these teams are going to be dealing with. Joshi maybe a little easier.
Yeah,
the distance in the U.S. versus the distance of Europe tends to maybe favor them a little bit here. The Storm, they're a team that has been fun to watch, and of course, all of those members have had a moment in the sun, let's say, and one that is always deserved to be mentioned is Uzi out of the solo lane. Uzi, there are some people who are saying, like, I think even Aggro had mentioned it at one point where he said, like, if Cthulhu, if there are tanks in your meta, you want Uzi there. And then otherwise, it's going to be hit or miss, right? And I think what we've gotten to see out of Uzi is a little bit of that hit or miss style of play, but still solid out of the solo lane.
Yeah, I think he's still, when the team looks bad, Uzi is still looking quite solid in that lane. I think that's exactly what you want from a solo laner, right? Even when the team is behind, even when you can't seem to get anything rolling, you're still seeing relatively even, level disparities in the solo lane. You can always expect Uzi to rotate into these team fights late game and provide that peel, that sustain. That's exactly what you would want, and I think Uzi pretty consistent in that. And also has expanded his god pool a little bit.
Yeah.
He used to be just kind of, an RDO and a cloud of dust. Sometimes the Cthulhu came through and Odin, but I think he is expanding a bit as a solo laner, and it's just interesting because going up against someone like Deathwalker, for example, they're like the god pools are so different. Right?
Yes.
You feel like you could ban out Uzi pretty easily, but I think that's the adaptation that Uzi has made.
Yes.
And maybe the Storm as a whole, maybe the team pushed him to do this, because I know anytime I saw Ozzy in ranked, it was just like he wants Odin or Ardio. That's it. Like he does not want to pick anything else. But so maybe the team influenced him, and I think they're looking better for it.
Oh, you know, Odin, Ardio, I'm mainly like King Arthur. As long as he's on that list, I think you're feeling pretty good about where they are. In fact, I think we can just find out from themselves how the Storm are feeling, and from Ozzy how he's feeling. I think we got Mifflin standing by in the booth for an interview.
I'm in the booth here with the Shabalba Storm. I think they were talking about Disney Channel or something, but I was told explicitly that we need to check in with Ozzy. Ozzy, what do you think the odds are of you playing either Odin, Cthulhu, or Ardio today?
That is a really, really high, maybe like 500% chance, you know?
That's not how math works. Are you worried at all about Deathwalker on the other side? He had some choice words for the SPL, a lot of confidence there, so I'm thinking he's probably looking down on the SECNA.
Oh, no, I don't care one bit what he says. Yeah, don't care.
Not concerned. Deathwalker, freaking nobody, according to Ozzy. Magic Feet, have you noticed an influx of fame and attention from the opposite sex ever since, you got off Twitter and have been, experiencing all this Smite fame?
Never started on it. We're on Twitter? At no point. And we're not starting now.
No Twitters, ladies. Sorry. If you want to get in contact with him, you're going to have to do it some other way. I'm going to... what up, Oceans? What's up with the Shiva, man? Why are you doing that?
It's just fun.
And how does that make you feel, Zen, that your support is just playing for fun?
It's not very fun for me.
There you have it. One man's fun is another man's sacrifice. This has been Mifflin and the Shabalba Storm.
I'm utterly surprised Mifflin didn't just say, oh, well, yeah, it's been losing, though, or something. Like, that feels so in character for him. Yeah, the Shiva, yikes, hasn't been working too well over there for him.
Definitely not.
But at least he's having fun. It might be ruining 4 other people's fun, but at least you're having fun. Either way, it's going to be interesting to see what they do, Oceans and the rest of that group. Always, I mean, look, their name was Fun Havers. Before they became the Storm, they were the Fun Havers. They're still rocking it, as it would seem. They're going up against the Hex Mambo, though, a team that is difficult to try and take down. A lot of ex-SPL talent. And on top of that, a lot of players who have been not only on land before, but have played incredibly well on land before. Zeros, Johnny, and of course, who they were talking about prior to that. If Ozzy is taken at face value, would be seen as a nobody to others, would be seen as a world's finalist a couple of times. Deathwalker has been rocking things pretty well in the solo lane, Trelly, and he's been doing it for years.
Yeah, I don't think Ozzy was saying Deathwalker's a nobody. He's just gonna let
That's what Mifflin said.
Yeah, he's just gonna let the trash
That
talk
Ozzy
roll
said.
off his back, that sort of thing. But Deathwalker's certainly not a nobody on the battleground. Has been around for quite some time, and I think really making his namesake for. I hate the term theory crafter. He plays a lot of different style of characters and different style of builds. Some work, some don't. But in the EUSCC, in particular Hex Mambo, I mean, it's just been working, right? They are on top for a reason. And I think Deathwalker always a great point of contention in that lane in particular. He's usually able to just make these fat rotations late game, right? He's not rotating in at level 12. He's not teleporting in. He's waiting until, about level 18 where he's got a level or 2 onto all the carries, and then he's able to use that influence for his team. If you look at the kills and deaths throughout this game, you're going to see Hex Mambo 2 kills at 28 minutes. This is the style that they like to play.
Yeah.
The Storm like to get active early. The NASCC in particular like to get active early. That's not what the Hex Mambo are going to bring. They're going to sit back, and they're not going to care too much about that early farm. They're going to say, we'll see you at our team fight because we perfected that art. We're ready for the 5v5.
Yeah, they're going to hang out. They're going to farm. They're going to XP grind. They're going to do their best to choke you out on the map. We'll see whether the Mambo is going to do here. If you want to check out and see how Ozzy and Deathwalker have been performing just in general, here you go for their Season 9 stats. First off, absolutely loving this one.
Yeah,
It's
one of
just
them looks way more prepared for the beach.
yeah, I was going to say, Ozzy, look, if we're rating you on specifically strategy for summer, he wins. Kills-wise, he wins. Assists, he's doing pretty good. And KDA, he's maybe lacking a little bit, dying a little bit more often. Gets in there and goes a little deep. Goes back to what you were saying, though, right? Deathwalker is not gonna be known for the one picking up all the kills. Is not gonna be known for the guy who's looking for farm.
That's
I
what
was
he
gonna say that
wants.
GPM. Yeah, that's what they look for here on the Mambo. That one is going to be very fun to watch. How these two will shake out. And I'm excited to see what they can do. And picks and bans for game number 1. Storm are going to be the first pick team here. So now, as much as we like to meme it, we'll figure out whether or not any of these bans get thrown over towards Uzi, how many maybe get thrown towards Johnny or Zeros, even Echrome. I mean, we mention it, and I think it's worth mentioning in picks and bans here for the Mambo. Echrome's Heimdall, even though it didn't perform to the standard I think that it is set in the SEC yesterday, has been known and usually is forced ban from any team that plays against them in Europe because of how potent it can be.
Yeah, it's just one of those picks that brings an overwhelming amount of safety, but once you've mastered it, it also has a ton of engage, and if you're able to use the Bifrost effectively, it's one of those engage tools that you're like, wait, he's teleporting at me? Like how do you play against that sort of thing? So could be something that the Storm have to address or look at, but it actually looks like they're just going to take away Hoon Bats from Johnny, and then the Discordia and the Baba Yaga, two mid lane characters that have been pretty dominant, more so the Discordia for that passive, but Baba Yaga, never a stranger to just tons of DPS, you get free stacks online, and it seems like the Storm don't want to deal with that. That does, however, leave open the Heimdall that they will just take away from Mambo.
Now, here's what I'm going to say. I saw the Cupid ban. Like ESET, Nemesis, those are meta bans. Who cares about that? I saw the Cupid ban, and it is a meta ban. But also, this is the point I was trying to make, was that Echrome got bodied by this Cupid yesterday. Stu just gave it to him in lane.
He went stupid.
And yeah, I mean, it was heart bombs. It was Fields of Love. It was just lockdown. And so I was like, they're banning the Cupid. He's going for the Heimdall. I did not expect at any point, with Khepri available, with Cherno available, with so much else still on the board, Trelly, that the NA team would have gone for the Heimdall first pick. But it's thrown definitely, I think, a wrench in their plans. I feel like the Mambo were gearing themselves up for that.
It's certainly possible, and at the very least, it threw Mambo off their game and put Storm in a position where they have some overwhelming safety in that duo lane, and now they can plan their draft accordingly. They know they're up against Khepri, Chernobog, which two picks that the Cupid would have been fantastic into, and I think that's why that ban was sent through. And now the question falls onto the Storm. What exactly are you going to do with a pick like this? Notably the Shiva is available, but I don't think, even though the jokes were made in the interview, it still has not seen too much success in the support role. So you would love to grab a Guardian here because you're up against Khepri. You know that. You want some aggression. Ymir, always going to be a great tool to use if you want to try and get some early aggression. It's also the wall is going to be detrimental for Cherno and the Khepri. So I think that'd be something that'd be definitely smart to grab in this situation if Oceans is feeling confident on it, because if not, you're going to be getting banned out in this next wave of bans for sure. Uzi's pick, however, you got to make sure that Odin comes through.
And you know what? I'm going to be honest, as much as we memed it, still didn't expect it. If I'm real with you, it's fun to poke fun at Uzi, and maybe we'll see why this Odin is there when we get into game, but
oh, you'll see it.
I was thinking it was going to be a hey, haha, it's here, haha. But also he's not going to play it. Like he's going to lock in. Even Ardio has been a little more meta as of late. Odin though.
You said 500%.
Look, if you're looking, he did say 500%. You're right. How could I doubt him? Chernobog,
There's
Khepri,
the spirit.
They're not going to have a good time trying to escape this Odin.
That is true, and they are going to grab the Baron. Oceans has been playing these mage supports for quite some time now, and almost always, before Lono's Mask was that starter item, he was going he was rushing it, and we always asked him the question why do you always do that? And he's like, I don't build Lonos all
Go
the
forth,
time.
my
I only
children,
do it
and
when I
take
get
over
bonus,"
this land.
which was every game. So Oceans just feels as if he's going to be taking the full brunt of the CC, and on the Baron, it's going to be spooky. However, if you're looking at the Mambo's composition, they haven't drafted too much early pressure, so Baron's got plenty of time to sit back and get online if that is the case. Tiamat is going to take a bit to get online. Khepri and Chernobog, they're not finding too much pressure in lane, depending on who the Storm grab here for their support. Could be a choice, but the Mambo have time now to try and ban out, whatever it is they need to. The Baron, it's such an easy target. I mean, for the Khepri, right? The Khepri is so big. Wrap it up is a skill shot ability. I put air quotes because it's usually pretty easy to land. And Khepri is just such a massive target to hit. You should be consistently landing those and consistently getting pressure. And because of that, the Mambo are going to take away some more safety in the Yu Huang.
I actually like this. Again, Osiris
Justice awaits.
feels very meta as terms of ban. Again, Lancelot, Pele. The Yu Huang, like you said, but it is going to take away some safety and prevents it. The Baron, you mentioned it, can be played solo, can be played support, and has been played in mid, so he's flexible And I think that that's something that they have to keep in mind here. Makes banning a little more frustrating if you're the Mambo. Luckily for them, they're able to lock in some things that are comfortable. And you know what, Trelly? We get something that is a European special now.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, you go back in time, and I'm talking like Tier's origin. All I can think of is Lasses in the Jungle.
No god,
and
no
how
demon can
massive that
defeat
was
me.
as a pick-and-play matchup. Since then, it really has been almost exclusively like EU players that are still picking him up. And I'm excited to see what he can do in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, into Odin, it's not the greatest, just because Odin is knock immune in the spear throw, and you can just channel that whenever you want. But let's be honest, Deathwalker's not looking to really go for solo kills, probably, unless, of course, there is some jungle presence. We saw the Cirquette hovered for a bit, switch over to the Camazots. I think CC is not Odin's strong suit. If you are up into something like the Cirquette, you can't freely jump on the waves. You have to just, throw the spear throw and then sit back. You have to play safe. Camazots, however, would bring a little bit more damage and survivability, but not too much lockdown, which again would sort of fit the play style of the Mambo. Not trying to get too aggressive. Tier's not going to be able to find too many great fearlesses in lane. It's that rotation that Deathwalker can make later on in the match that's really going to make this tier pick worthwhile.
I'm excited to see this matchup just because Chang'e gets locked in alongside the Raven. So it feels like the Baron support. You had kind of highlighted that earlier. Going with the Heimdall for sure now. And you know what? There's all sorts of questions on my mind. One actually is that I personally think Chang'e would be a good matchup into tier, being able to avoid Fearless. But that's a side note. Baron and Shiva, right? We saw the Shiva yesterday, or 2 days ago. Didn't look great.
No.
See the Baron. Admittedly, hasn't been around for a while, but on the grand scheme of things, where does he fall for you?
I'm so tired of seeing the jungle. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
But Baron is gonna bring a ton of.
We'll
lockdown.
talk about that jungle.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah,
We'll tear into it.
Oh, I will. You just wait. But Baron brings a ton of lockdown. The issue is when you get behind, because when Baron is behind, he just dies so quickly. He can't be a true frontliner for his team because he's a mage, right? You can still build that Lono's mask if you want, but the meta hasn't been too kind to the Lono's mask. It's been more so, you're going benevolence or this healing style of build, or the Watcher's just trying to get some extra gold online. Lono still could be a possibility, and I think it would work well here. It just depends on how you're playing the early game, because again, Baron from ahead, he can be great. I mean, you can make Kepri's life miserable, force a beads out almost guaranteed, or a Scarab's Blessing, something like that. The issue then becomes, how tanky are you in this late game? Are you surviving the damage that E-Chrome has? Are you surviving being able to frontline, into Zeros' Tiamat? Time will tell. But, they do have a fair bit of early pressure. I like the Raven lock in here for Magic Feet. I think it's going to be able to facilitate, at least the mid lane matchup. It's got a decent time into Tiamat, right? You can blink, send out a bunch of CC, force that jump, Mystic Rush after, with a Waxing Moon coming as well from Joshi. Could be a good time. But we know what Mambo want to do, because I see the jungle.
Yeah, so tell me about the jungle, right? So, and to preface this for people who are maybe just tuning in, first off, yesterday it was played twice. After game one, when it got locked in for game number 2, I think my mind literally Johnny decided they didn't want to win that game, because it did nothing.
Of course.
So why bring it back?
Well,
can you give me any positives? Are there any positives?
I'm going to try. Notably, there's a lot of immobility here for the Storm. Chang'e, Baron are not going to like the rain, the slow. If Johnny can get to them and just, use Storm Call, force out some relics, and then just be a slow bot, that's super annoying to deal with. And I recognize that. But, after you blink in, hit a massive ult, and then just, throw your axe, it's like, okay, team, I did my part. Get in there. And I see why the Storm have banned the Hoonbat, because it's a similar style of play, just way more damage and control from the Hoonbats. However, I also recognize that Johnny's on ping, and it's hard to miss chalk abilities, and that could be the reason that we've seen it 3 times now. Maybe this will be the first win, but I'm not loving the pick.
Maybe it's the first one. You're not thinking that's the chalk that's going to win, though. It's the stuff around the chalk.
Yeah, of course.
That maybe, is going to do so. We haven't talked too much about. We mentioned the tier. Tiamat, though, has been. She was one of the top picks. I mean, rivaling Yamoja for most pick, most banned for a long time, and then slowly she stopped being banned because of a couple of nerfs, and then Slowly, she stopped being in the top 6, and slowly she stopped being in the games altogether. What is it that's been bringing her back? Because this is not the first time this weekend that we've seen her.
I think Tiamat is always solid, period. No bad matchups. Like, you're never hating picking a Tiamat. It's just there's other picks that are going to bring more safety, more early pressure, more late game damage. She just does all of those pretty well. There's picks that, you know, do one or two of them much better, and that's the reason that she's not like, let's first pick her. But, you know, the split push of the Lizards is super annoying late game. She's going to have a ton of safety in that lane throughout the game. You know, you're not going to have crazy damage early, but you're going to be able to clear the wave, and that's all you really need. And then being able to eat 2 buffs really can up your late game. If you have a speed buff on a Tiamat and a red, she's able to really spread some damage. So I think just an all-around great pick that doesn't reveal too much about your draft. If you're trying to get a mid laner before that second wave of bans, you can't go wrong with the Tiamat.
It's always exciting, and I'm actually excited to see what that one's going to have. Matched up, and normally, again, and this is something to touch on, if I saw like a Baron and a Chang'e together up against like a tier, I would put the Chang'e over there against the tier personally, just because, hey, that feels like a free matchup, at least where you're going to avoid, you know, your tiers, things, or not your tiers, your fearlesses, things like that. That's still going to be true in the late game, stuff like that. But the Chang'e matchup into a Tiamat. If anybody's played a lot of Chang'e mid, it's Zeros. Zeros loves that pick. He was doing it in the SBL last year. So it feels like something that to the Storm, or for the Storm, is going to be interesting to watch, right? Not your standard mid lane, but not really a pick that hasn't been. I mean, Aquarius has been playing it a couple of times. We've seen it a lot in solo lane. Again, Zeros has played it in the mid over the last year and a half. I guess we'll get to see whether or not it ends up performing here in the mid lane as we go to game number 1 for the Storm versus the Mambo. We jump down to J-Mac and Spooky.
Thank you so much, Gore and Shrelly, for breaking that down on the desk. Jumping in to the first game between the number 4 NASCC and the number 1 EU SCC matchup, a reverse of what we had in our first set as far as the standings are concerned for the respective regions. A lot of former pro talent on both of these rosters, Spooky. You look across the board with like Oceans, Uzzy, you look at Deathwalker, Johnny, and Zeros, who quite literally were just SPL quite last year. And we get to kind of see how this clash of the minds works between these two teams. But how are you kind of feeling about this Baron support? It's something that we saw earlier on in our first set of the day. Didn't really get a whole lot going for it. How do you feel kind of coupling that with the Odin?
This is going to be a super interesting match on account of Oceans being on this Baron. We've seen him do this before in the SCC. It's a pick that he's familiar with. He likes doing it. And if they can get something going with this Odin, if they can use that life of the party to pull people out of position, then lock them down with a Ring of Spears, I think they have a lot of potential going for them. Problem is, Oceans is a very W-key kind of player. He likes getting very active very early, and he likes to stay very active throughout the rest of the game. Oceans is not the kind of guy who's going to be standing back in my Zen in the back line, making sure he's safe and no one's diving on him. Oceans is the kind of guy who's going to be running at the enemy purple buff saying, okay, is there any opportunity for me to do something here? Oh, there's 2, 3 people? Well, maybe I can still steal something away. And that's where Storm might run into a couple issues. If they can kind of keep that on a leash and pull Oceans back a little bit to make sure he's in position for the setup, they've got a lot going for them. But that also kind of comes into this NA style versus EU style where Mambo, they like to farm up. They want to play for the late game. They're not looking for too many trades, which is the exact opposite of Storm. They want to W-key and force Mambo to take these early fights. That, I think, is going to be where the real explosion in this match is.
Now, the most interesting thing that I'm noticing right out the gate, we may have to get to that in a moment, we'll be fine, or the duo for now, is looking at both the solo laners' builds. Tier 1 earring built with bluestone for both of them. Now, we saw this earring pop up yesterday. It was on an Ola run mid, and it stayed there. It didn't go any further than a single earring for that MP5. But, Spooky, do you think that we might actually see something come of one of these 2 earrings from these solo laners?
I mean, I would hope so. I'm hoping you're not just sinking 600 gold into 15 MP5 for the majority of the game, but at the same time, I don't know which one they really want to go for here. I mean, Manticore Spike maybe, but how much value are we really finding out of that in the solo lane? I feel like the earrings maybe don't offer enough benefit as they're being built up to really warrant this first item pick. I wouldn't actually be too surprised if we see them leave this tier 1 earring there and just use it as the additional MP5. They both have the blue stone, so you know they're wanting to use those abilities very, very frequently. And there is some worry here about that blue buff, right? Both teams here can put some pressure on the enemy blue. And neither one of these two gods really wants to lose their blue buff. You can already see Johnny and Deathwalker stepping up to this one, and Uzi's not going to see this blue buff.
Oh, maybe. Nope, Magic Feet a little bit too late to get there. Thought maybe he would jump in and get some fight happening, but not going to be the case. So Uzi going to be without that blue for a couple of minutes. Deathwalker will get a benefit having not just Uzi's, but his own shortly after. And it's kind of funny to see Deathwalker on this tier. When we had an interview with him, now this is like a month and a half back during SCC at that time. He was going up against B. Azrael in the solo lane. And one of the things that Deathwalker said is, we are just that scared of his tier. He is like the best tier in the EU SCC. So seeing Deathwalker kind of pick this one up, maybe showing a little bit of an homage to one of his fellow solo laners.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things where you see this mentality of you have to put respect on your fellow teams here. We might have to hold that thought. Rotwin is in danger.
Rotwin, half HP, and with 4 of the Storm around, this will be a dead Kemper. It's just a matter of who will get the credit for the kill. In My Zen would love to have an advantage in this duo lane early, but it will be Joshi to pick that one up on the rotation. Pick for the mid laner, first blood for the Shibalba Storm.
Very early rotation coming out from Josh, and it pays off. It's always a risky call, making those early rotations from mid. Can you find enough value there? Will you find any value at all? If you don't find that value, it's a very easy way to lose a lead to your opponent mid laner. But no worries there from Joshi. Excellent positioning from Storm to force Rotwin into that side area and cut off the retreat. He had nowhere to go. All he was doing was buying time at that point. Back to Deathwalker, though. Tyr is one of those guys where you don't really feel comfortable banning him because there's so many other things that are still available, namely a King Arthur in that solo lane. So do you really want to spend one of your bans on this tier? No. What you do is you get someone else to kind of learn the god, and that pick can act as a 4th ban against that player. So Deathwalker simultaneously expands his god pool and limits what other players are able to do. This is a really smart thing to do, and I really, really like seeing Deathwalker pick that up. And there's an answer to your question there, J-Mac. We do see that earring is starting to get upgraded there by Uzi. So it looks like we will not just be seeing 15 MP5 for the rest of the game. He is going to try to get some value out of that slot.
Now we will have to wait and see if Uzi does go for the full Sphinx's Bauble, or does he just keep it at this tier 2 item. That'll take a little bit of time, a little bit of extra gold before we find that one out. It's so weird seeing the Tiamat Lizards this early on thrown into the solo lane. We saw that Zeros put them over there, not really taking any farm away from Deathwalker at that point, just kind of being a nuisance to Uzi more than anything else. But it's not often we're seeing Tiamat throw her minions into one of these side lanes this early in the game. You might push it in mid for some extra pressure there, but at least for Zeros, trying to make sure that Deathwalker keeps complete control. But because that rotation from Joshi earlier on, it does put him slightly behind in XP compared to Zeros, who stuck around and got a full wave of farm over him.
Does put him slightly behind in XP, but take a look at the builds, right? Joshi already has the Warlock staff completed. He's building up stacks on that now. Zeros only has the restored artifact. He's a little bit further behind in his build. Now, granted, Warlock staff isn't giving you the most value until you get it fully stacked up, but on its own, it's not a bad item either. So this does give Joshi a little bit more fighting potential in this mid lane, and that's one thing that this Chang'e does like to do. It's a short-range character here. You are not clearing the wave from the safety of your side of the map. You kind of have to step forward into that wave and use those abilities at much closer range. And if you're doing that, you're trying to catch Zeros in that as well. So this enables Joshi to brawl a little bit more and try to push Zeros a little bit further back. I really like his decision here. I think it's going to work out pretty okay. More notably, though, Magic Feet trying to put some pressure on that left side as well. But Mambo, they're just not having any of this aggression. Oh!
Zen with a nice combo onto E-Chrome, but the beads are gone for the Chernobog, and so is the dash. But with Rotwin standing by, no further engage from the Shivalba Storm. Ultimates will be held onto by the jungler. Magic Feet pulled back in, but not a whole lot of follow-up kill just yet. Johnny a little late to this rotation for Hex Mambo to try and find a kill. For the time being, Shivalba Storm, they'll hold on to their 1-kill lead. But it's Hex Mambo who are holding on to a slight gold lead, about 500 and then 1,500 XP to Hex Mambo.
Yeah, this tends to happen with Storm. They tend to spend so much of their time running at the enemy that their farm doesn't always get up there. Deathwalk actually able to steal that one away. That's unlucky for Uzi. But the weird thing is that Storm hasn't been holding that WP quite as much as they normally do. This has been a fairly quiet game for them. The only rotation we've really seen is from Joshi from that mid lane onto Rotwin. And after that, it's mostly been Mambo with the aggression onto this right side blue buff. That's the second time Deathwalker's been able to take that away from Uzi. And you have to wonder, where is Storm's head right now? Normally they're always wanting to be aggressive, but right now they're kind of playing Mambo's game plan. And you gotta consider, right, Mambo is the first seed in their region for a reason. They are used to this game style. This is the way they want to play, and they're better than every other team in their region at it. Does Storm really want to change what they're so well known for and start playing this style with the assumption that they can do it better? I think it's a little bit risky.
And that's kind of always the topic of conversation when you have the SCC against SPL, or even when you're just going between different teams within their respective leagues is, you know, what are you doing to kind of fight up against them? And 99% of the time, the players just say, well, we're just going to play our own game. You know, we're a fight in the first 10 minutes kind of team, and we're just going to kind of keep doing that. And I think you're right to bring up that we're not seeing that from Xibalba Storm. They're throwing a little bit of CC out here and there. You know, Ocean's is trying to get as much poke as he can on a support Baron with no power, but at the end of the day, the Xibalba Storm just aren't quite making those same number of moves that we're more accustomed to seeing them out of this SCC region.
Take a look at Deathwalker. He's just living in this bottom right-hand side of the map. He's proxy farming. He's looking for these blue buffs. He's looking for the enemy jungle camps. Now, Uzi, we're starting to see he's doing a little bit of the same, but Deathwalker, he's been down here for a minute. You can already start to see a little bit of a lead has been accruing. He's not going to be the one to upgrade his earrings. He's going straight for that Glad Shield. And even Uzi doesn't upgrade past that tier 2.
Deathwalker is winning this 1v1 handedly. Needs a couple more seconds for another Fearless. We'll switch to the blue stance. Pulled in by the Coffin by Oceans, but Deathwalker will be fine, half HP. It is a 3v4 for a blue buff fight. Ult in from Deathwalker. Does find a couple. Zeros will join the fray, and Uzi gonna lead the charge for the Xibalba Storm in. All ults are down for the Storm. Rotwin still holding on to his, and he's gonna need it now to keep himself alive, but that's only gonna delay for a couple more seconds before Joshi picks up his second kill.
Unlucky for Mambo. Uzi made a beautiful rotation from Mambo's side of the map down to his own blue buff where all that aggression is coming through. He finds 2 with the Ring of Spears, and then Deathwalker, he just completely flips himself over the wall straight into the Ring of Spears as well. That's not where you want to be fighting, unfortunately. Rotwin trying to body block as much as he could. Ends up paying the price. Surprised to see him also use the Scarab's Blessing there. I don't think there was really any way he foresaw himself getting out of that fight. Hex Mambo was complete retreat at that point, even when that Scarab's Blessing was triggered and he revived. Mambo wasn't going to step back in for him. They knew that he was dead there. But, you know, better to use it and not need it than need it and not use it, I suppose. But and that's unfortunately the position that he's now put himself in. Rotwin will not have the Scarab's Blessing available for a little bit longer. And that should be a signal for the Storm to start getting a little bit more aggressive here. Probably on this duo side, try to punish this immobile Khepri, because Uzi is like the perfect god to start punishing this Khepri pick. Lock him in the Ring of Spears. Khepri has no way of getting out of that. Force the ultimate as often as possible so you can find yourself a lead in these fights.
I wonder then how many shells we kind of see forced out by Uzi. We've been seeing, at least at the top level of play with the SPL, mids and hunters have sometimes just been foregoing Aegis Amulet and picking up 2 to 3 sets of shells between them and the support. We do see the first one already picked up by Rotwin. I imagine that one will go to a Phantom Shell sooner rather than later so Rotwin can get through. But it does kind of raise eyebrows as to if the mid and the hunter will kind of follow suit to the other levels of play and kind of follow there. We'll have to keep watch on that one at the least. Zeros didn't go for a stacking item, at least a more traditional stacking item like the Warlock Staff. Instead, it was that Charon's Coin first item, and Maizen will be fine for now. Echrome crashes over towards Oceans instead, but Oceans is fine. Level 9 on this Baron will go up on the Coffin and try and pull somebody back, but just slightly out of range or Hex Mambo.
Yeah, Storm was trying to make that rotation over. Oceans was trying to find Rotwin again there, but unfortunately, no dice. And JMac, I've just figured it out. I've just figured it out because of the shells, all right? This will be a Sphinx's Bauble, but it's not going to be upgraded until later, and specifically because of the Phantom Shells. Uzi knows that this counterplay is just too good an option right now. He knows that Mambo are going to be able to walk out of this Ring of Spears. So what he's going to do is he's going to get that Ring of Spears as up often as possible. He's going to have more Rings of Spears than they can have Phantom Shells. He's going to get that Breastplate of Valor online. He's going to get a little bit more CDR, and then he's going to get this Sphinx's Bauble. So sure, you can Phantom Shell walk out, but Uzi might be the one getting locked in here pretty soon.
He's got to make it to the point to get that Bauble. For now, he will, as Oceans and the rest of the team rally around to make sure that Uzi will be fine. I say Oceans, he was all the way back at base. It was Joshi and Magic Feet who made that rotation through.
He was there in spirit.
That might have been the third most disgusting thing you said to me is Odin with max cooled to 60% CDR. The only two things worse you could have said were Kumbhakarna and Nox.
I mean, we might see that later on here. You know, if we're going to be seeing
don't
one
put
Sphinx's
that poison
bobble,
out there.
then we might as well start picking more gods that can use the Sphinx's bobble. You know what? What I want to see, game 2, Uzi back on the Odin, Oceans on the Nox, both Sphinx's bobble.
Oh no.
And we just don't let the enemy play the game. That's the game plan here. Just make sure they don't get to do anything, and then how could they possibly win?
That's awful. Why would you put that? Why would you put that out?
You
in the
brought it
world?
up first.
To be fair, I did bring up the other gods, but now you're trying to will it into existence.
Nox mid, Kumba support.
Okay, now it's even worse. Now it's even. How do we make this even worse? For X-Mambo, they're going to try and make the game state worse for Shibalba Storm. Trying to keep Enmy Zen out as Gold Fury started up. Down to 20% HP, but Zen cannot get in. Has to Bifrost away. As Johnny playing perfect zone on the chalk. Hex Mambo grabbed the Gold Fury and pushed that lead up to close to 2,000 gold, 1,700 and 3K XP. Hex Mambo, despite the fact that they're the ones dying, I say they, it's just Rotwin so far, the rest of Hex Mambo have been finding their gold across the map.
And this is the problem with, you know, having a team switch their game style and trying to match the other side. Storm is known for getting aggressive and looking for the kills. And so far, they haven't been doing that. They found 2 so far, but like you said, it's only on Rotwin. They haven't been able to put anyone else behind. Mambo, for their part, is just doing what they normally do. They're looking for these objectives. We do see a Pyromancer, and there is some response.
Deathwalker ult in, stunned on impact, but can he find anything after? Pulled back in by Life of the Party, but it doesn't get there in time. Now Ocean's low, and Deathwalker and the rest of the team, all 5 of Hex Mambo here for the chase down. But can they even find anybody? Joshi is under the tier 1, Ocean's far away, jukes out the root, but Deathwalker is willing to dive that tower to pick up the first kill for the European squad. Hex Mambo now on the board off the back of their solo.
Well, in my Zen, just in his Zen, he's just chilling out over here trying to take this tier 1 tower down. He does get that, put a little bit more gold back into the pockets of Storm. But I would not say it's entirely what they were looking for there. Now they do close up the gold a little bit here, but it just doesn't stop. Here's the aggression from Storm.
Johnny with a 3-man ult will buy himself some time and space. And with Zeros and Rotwin standing by, there will not be any further engage and further chase down from Shibalba Storm. So with that gold that In My Zen earns for his team, it does shore that one up to just under 1,000 now, where we were borderlining 2K just moments ago. Now you can see only that 600-700 up for Hex Mambo. It's the experience that's still the bigger part of play, but with as small as that is at this point, it's a half level here and there, except for the jungle. 2 levels up for Johnny over Magic V, just not been able to find the same level of farm success because of what Deathwalker is doing right now.
Yeah, Deathwalker's just been all over the Storm's right-hand jungle. And Magic V has not been able to find farm. But again, this isn't a position that he's entirely unfamiliar with. Magic V is quite often a couple levels down, 1 or 2 down on the enemy jungler. But normally it's because he's so active. He hasn't been nearly as active this time, and it's just Deathwalker stripping away this farm, stripping away this XP, and you gotta think, maybe that's gonna cause some problems for Magic V as this game goes on, because he's not finding these high-value ganks that he normally does. He hasn't been able to put any of his lanes ahead right now, and in fact, there's even a small lead over there in the mid lane where Zero's been able to maintain that 1-level lead that started all the way back when Joshi made that first rotation to the duo side. That's not been shored up, despite plenty of time for Magic V to have made a rotation over there. We just have not seen it happen. But Rotwin is once again the target.
Zen and Magic V are trying to start a fight. And it's up against Rotwin. And this is at least a good one, but Deathwalker is chasing Oceans around. And Deathwalker will go ahead and eat that coffin, so that way Rotwin does not fall to a similar fate as prior. But Deathwalker with not a whole lot of protection to his name. A lot of HP, gotta give him that, but certainly not tanky when it comes to some of these harder hitting gods. Joshi, well, I thought maybe he would throw an ult over the wall or something, try and scare Rotwin or Deathwalker, but for now, the Shibalba Storm will back away. But is this the way that the Shibalba Storm need to adapt now? They're kind of falling behind in the farm game in some areas, Magic Feet specifically. Is that the right play from Magic Feet and the team? Is to just try and force a fight anywhere they can at this point?
Look, the fact of the matter is that Storm, they're not going to be out farming Mambo. It's just not going to happen. We've already seen that happen for the first 15 minutes of the game. It's time to adapt. Take what you're good at and just go at them. The lead right now is not big enough for Storm to look at these fights and say there's no way we can win. These are still very, very even fights. The lead right now is like a tier 1 item for a couple members of Mambo. That's nothing. That's not significant. They are still 100% within fighting range, but if Deathwalker gets to keep doing this, I don't know, man.
Well, didn't steal the red buff away. And life of the party by Oceans. A little too shy of maybe being able to grab Deathwalker. The 2 dashes that come from the Fearless out of Deathwalker gets him enough distance to get away. And now over towards the left side of the map, maybe setting up for Gold Fury. That one's going to respawn momentarily as Ikrom and Zen have a battle between the towers. And look where Deathwalker is once again, keeping Oceans and keeping the Shivalba Storm away so that his carries can start putting in the heavy lifting.
And that just feels bad if you're in my Zen. You see this guy just stepping up between your tier 1 and your tier 2 tower, threatening the purple buff, and Oceans can't do anything about it because the enemy solo laner is all the way over here just pushing you away. That might not be the case for long, though. Ikrom forced into the air.
Does go up, but he can spend a lot of time up there. Crashes down as soon as the cage is gone. Jump in from Uzi is good, but Ikrom finds a route immediately after. Deathwalker and Zeros on the way to try and help out, but it's only Rotwin who got eat by the stun there. And Johnny will do split push things and start working on some of those minions and get some farm of his own. While Hex Mambo was dealing with the disengage, let's Shivalba Storm go right back to the Oni Fear to get this one started up. It's a 4v5, it's a power play, at least for now. But keep your eyes on Johnny. He is wrapping around the backside of this team fight, which we'll have to get back to in just a moment. A brief pause in the action as we get ready to jump in to this Gold Fury fight. Hex Mambo down a man at the moment, as I say. Johnny making his rotation in should make things interesting during this team fight, Spooky.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very risky team fight for Storm to take because, like you said, right now they have the 5v4 advantage, but they have to keep in mind where Johnny's coming from. He was all the way back in that right lane. He's not there anymore. He's already making that rotation, looking to get that flank onto Storm. He's still got the ultimate available. If Storm does decide to engage this fight and full commit to it, they could very easily find themselves getting knocked up, silenced out by the Storm call coming from someone they didn't even know was going to be over there.
And we did see right before that fight goes through that already immediately onto life of the party is Ocean, so trying to pull somebody into that fight, kind of get the ball rolling there. We know that Joshi, if he can find a couple of people with that Waxing Moon, could be a really good initiation for this fight for the Shivalba Storm, but they've got to make sure that they are keeping sights on everybody across the map. We know that Uzi's ultimate also down because he just used in that last fight, so that's one major team fight ultimate down so far for the Storm.
Now, good news is Living Nightmare is also unavailable for Ikrom, so they won't have that additional kind of reset available. They won't have that damage mitigation. But still, you know, do they have the burst? That's the real question here. Do they have the burst to take this fight, start it, and end it before Johnny can cut them off? I'm not convinced that they do because they have a more brawling style comp.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of in-combat healing between the Baron being able to get some of those heals through if he can get his combo off, Chang'e being that kind of battle mage, battle healer style out there. So there's a decent bit of sustain for the Shivalba Storm if the fight does end up going long. But at least for now, definitely need to pay attention to where Deathwalker is during these fights. He's been able to be extremely disruptive throughout the course of this game. I mean, we're at the point where he's given up on his lane entirely. He has said, this lane is boring to me. I'm not having any more fun on this tier. And he's rotating around and quite literally chasing people across the map just so that way Ikrom or Zeros or Johnny just have something to farm and something to fight.
Yeah, and they've done good work forcing the Scarab's Blessing out on Rotwin. They've been targeting him consistently. That's probably going to be one of their first targets around this Gold Fury because that's the way they're really going to be able to find some kind of advantage. If they can put Rotwin in a bad spot and force that Scarab's Blessing out early, okay, now you're looking at a better team fight. But if they can't do that, if they don't get Rotwin to burn that Scarab's Blessing early in the fight, it just gets so much harder because, like we said, they want to take these longer fights. They want to sustain through them and deal the damage over time, which gives Rotwin so much time, so much opportunity to just say, okay, who's falling low? It's you, Ikrom. You get the Scarab's Blessing. Come back to safety. Start DPSing again.
Now, hopefully for Shivalba Storm, this is the fight that can kind of push the game back in their momentum, kind of get their feet back under them with this fight, because they're definitely going to need one. They're playing right into the hands of Hex Mambo this entire time, this very slow-paced style of play. Hex Mambo are so accustomed to this. We think back to Masters 1 over in the spring, and Hex Mambo are a team that go 40, 45 minutes at a time before we actually really see these games starting to brawl through. So it should be interesting as we're about to hop ourselves right back into the Gold Fury fight. Deathwalker finds 2 on the push. Oceans by himself in the middle of all 5, and he will be the first casualty gone. Uzi low, the Phantom Shell popped just for the extra shield to the team. Uzi will jump away, but how far will he go? Rotwin trades his life for an extra one. Deathwalker uses beads to get away from Zen, and Echrome dashes aggressively at the solo laner, but Uzi able to jump away. Magic Feet cannot say the same as he's picked off by Zeros, and Uzi goes down. It's 4 to Hex Mambo.
And that's exactly what you had to be worried about for the Storm. They did not keep track of Johnny making that rotation in. Oceans goes into the life of the party way too early, and they don't have the positioning to really punish any one member of the Mambo. They have to be able to put all their DPS onto a single target to force that Scarab's Blessing ultimate away. Since they weren't able to do that, Johnny comes in, finds a huge ultimate onto all of Storm, and the Mambo just surge forward. They know that Oceans has no peel at that point. All he's got is a single target route. That's not going to be enough to stop him. And it's just a complete one-team fight for Mambo. They don't go for the Oni Fury right after. They did take a fair bit of damage. They had to pull back, reset. That is going to be the silver lining for the Storm. But you take a look at those charts. Look at the gold lead right now, and Storm can't be feeling comfortable with that.
No, I mean, that's a massive spike down and towards Hex Mambo's favor. 4K gold, 9,200 XP. And you can see where the brunt of that disparity is. Jungle, 4-level difference between Johnny and Magic Feet. Hunters and mid laners both a 2-level between each of them. So just with the carries alone of the squads, an 8-level differential between the teams. And a crash in by Echrome and Johnny. Johnny will try and eat the coffin if he can to slow down Oceans, but Oceans isn't going to get far anyways. Echrome able to put him down. Zen does get through the Bifrost, and that allows Hex Mambo to reset towards gold.
I'm just not sure why Oceans is all the way up there by himself. This is kind of the thing we see from Oceans a lot. He likes to step up. He's trying to scout out. He wants to see if there's any opportunities on the map. But so often, he's doing at this 20-minute mark where Mambo on the other side, they're grouping up. They want to look for these team fights. They want to look for these objectives. And if they catch Oceans by himself, much like we've just caught Deathwalker by himself, they're going to turn.
Deathwalker has to die here. Deathwalker has to go down, and he does. Magic Feet able to put him away, and that's a nice little boost for Shabalva Storm. Uzi rotates into the back and gets the cage, but Zero's able to jump out. Now it's Johnny in danger, surrounded by 4, but a perfect revive by Rotwin makes sure that Johnny gets out. Deathwalker will be the only casualty in this fight.
That is just tragic for Storm. They find a really good pick onto Deathwalker. They say, yeah, we got it. We're turning this one around. Okay, Johnny's here. He's out of position. Turn on him, boys. He's already used the Storm Call. He's got nothing. Rotwin is there. Rotwin still has everything that he needs. The Scarab's Blessing is just such a powerful tool. I'm honestly still surprised that the Mambo were able to walk into this game with Rotwin on this Khepri. But hey, sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles, as the Pyromancer's looking to crumble soon.
Gross over the wall. Not going to have the damage to steal away the Pyromancer. That one goes to Shabalva Storm. That's a little bit of gold to their pockets to try and slow down Hex Mambo, but we're at the point of the game now. We always used to joke about it. You go into an EU SCC game, you load in at 20 to 25 minutes, and that's when the action starts kicking off. That's where we've got it so far in game number 2. 4 to 6 on the kills, 22 minutes in. Hex Mambo with a 5,000 gold lead at this point in. The momentum is all in their favor at this point. It's just a matter of do Deathwalker and Johnny maybe accidentally step a little too far forward. We saw Deathwalker try and make a greedy play against 3. Finally gets punished for it. But at what point now, never mind, I was going to ask you, is this the time now where Uzi upgrades to that Sphinx's Bauble, and he does so. So extra cages now available to the solo laner. What does this now mean for Hex Mambo as there's only a single Phantom Shell picked up?
Well, hopefully it means that Storm is going to be able to control these fights a little bit better. What it's going to have to do is Uzi's going to have to try to bait something, drop that Ring of Spears, and force the Phantom Shell out. It's going to be a dangerous line to dance on because Storm can't commit too much to that. They have to commit just enough to pull the Phantom Shell out, but if Uzi keeps getting pushed out like that, I'm not sure it's going to happen.
And if Oceans is going to get picked like this, it's not going to go well for Shabalva Storm. A ult in by Deathwalker. Joshi will go down. It's now 5 versus 3 and make it only 2 as Uzi falls as well. Rotwin still sticking around in the back line, but Hex Mambo have found 3 and they can go right to fire.
So, J-Mac, you remember when we said that Storm is still in a position where they can fight into Mambo, the lead's not that bad yet? Well, we've moved past that point. That is not the case anymore, and it seems like Storm hasn't quite recognized that. You see Magic V taking this fight, Mystic Rush, forced down. What is Zen doing all the way over here? Goodness! They forces the Scarab's Blessing, but it's a whole Fire Giant for 5 members of Mambo. This is the kind of thing that Storm tends to do. They are looking to fight, and they never really decide, okay, we're behind, we need to stop fighting. If they're at a deficit, they play like they're even. If they're ahead, well, they play like they're ahead, but this is the point where they constantly struggle and their positioning is constantly punished, and they haven't quite adapted to fill that kind of gap in yet.
Now the Fire Giant is around the waist of Hex Mambo. We start looking at what's left on the map for the European SCC team to take. 3 Tier 2 towers, all 3 Phoenixes still available. And at what for the Shibalba Storm, because they haven't been able to take these fights in neutral territory as well. Gold Fury was a decent indication of the power spike that Mambo has. Fire Giant, the fact that Rotwin held on to ult the entire time, also a good indication of how these fights are going. What is there for Shibalba Storm on a siege defense to try and keep back Hex Mambo?
All right, these Tier 2s, they don't exist anymore. Storm cannot look to defend them. They're just not in a position where it's feasible for them. Their defense, really, it's not all that powerful on these Tier 2s. So you're starting to look over at these Phoenixes. You've got the Ring of Spears available to you. If you can maybe put up a soft defense on one of these Tier 2 towers, force out the Phantom Shell, but commit nothing else to it, you can consider that a win. You can consider that a Phoenix Siege delayed. If you aren't able to do that, though, things get a little bit dicier. Uzi, sure, he's got a lot of CDR. Sure, he can drop the Ring of Spears very frequently. But right now, this one Phantom Shell is all that Mambo needs. As soon as that Ring of Spears comes down, things are not looking good, and the siege is already beginning.
Joshy's already lost a quarter of his health just from a little bit of poke from Zeros, and that's going to put the Shibalba Storm a tad on the back foot. Now, Joshy does have healing in his kit, and he'll use a little bit of that to try and stay sustained up.
Deathwalker.
But this 3-2 split, now it's converging into a 5 versus 4. Ocean starts up with the Coffin, tries to pull in Rotwin, and it takes him a while to do so, but the bug is in, and so is Deathwalker to the backline. Waxing Moon does find 2, but Johnny has picked off the support. Deathwalker is going to push Zen against the wall. It's a double for Johnny, a triple for Johnny, and Uzi will go down. Zeros taking away the 4th one, and Magic Fate, the lone survivor of the Shibalba Storm, but for not much longer. One more hit, and it's a double for Zeros, a full house for the team of Hex Mambo, and game number 1 to the Europeans.
That's just clean play from Mambo. The defense was not there for Storm. They tried. They put that Ring of Spears down, but it's just not enough. You have to get that Phantom Shell out before the fight happens. And once again, the aggression from the Storm was all centered onto Rotwin. And it makes sense throughout the game, right? You try to put Rotwin down, you try to force that Scarab's Blessing out, but when you're now in this Phoenix Siege and you're the ones throwing out your ultimates first, targeting the tankiest member of the Mambo is not going to pay off well. That's all your damage just gone and nothing to put onto the squishies that are currently just blowing your Phoenix up.
Yeah, I mean, until we got to the Gold Fury fights, the Fire Giant fights, you know, the breakout battles on the left, Rotwin was the only one dying on Hex Mambo at that point, and he was still maintaining even or ahead in XP up against Oceans. And so when you're trying to target out the quote-unquote weakest member of the team at that point, and it's still not going well for you, decent indication as the farm game of Hex Mambo. They're able to keep that macro up, and a pretty quick game for what we're normally accustomed to with this team. Only 26 minutes takes Hex Mambo to close out game 1.
I mean, what could you say? When the Storm is stepping up and they're out of position all the time, you're finding all these picks because you're grouped up as 5. These objectives become a lot easier for you to step up to. You're not playing the same 5-on-5 dance around these objectives. You're now playing a 5-on-4, a 5-on-3, and sometimes those 3 don't even have any ultimates available.
And with that one, Hex Mambo take game number 1. Can Shibalba Storm bounce back and bring us to a game 3? We'll find out right after this break.
Hey, wait, what did it win?
You win the respect.
You're telling me an alien wore this?
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, that was a good cut.
Messaging him to mute.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course, and I can probably watch a stream on the side.
Content's gonna look good.
Pretty good, pretty good.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 of, well, what will be game number 2 of the Storm versus the Mambo. To the desk, SMITE Summer Masters. We're back over here. I forgot my sunglasses one more time, so what's up about that? Either way, I got Charlie on the desk with me. I went in score. A lot of fun to be had on that one. To the point where, and we were kind of joking about it, we were like, this might be the most, like, exhilarating Mambo match. And considering the amount of fights we normally see in some of their games, they definitely picked it up. And, you know, I promised you I wouldn't make you talk about the jungle, so I'm not going to make you talk about the jungle. Instead, we'll shift. Tiamat looked really good that game. Zeros had a really, really solid performance. I think that we get a lot from the tier, a lot from the Kepri, just a lot from Mambo.
Yeah, it seemed like Mambo knew the game plan. The game plan was to, you know, put the frontliners in a panic, make sure that Oceans is consistently dying first. Again, I touched on it beforehand. Baron, not the greatest support from behind, and once it was clear that Mambo had the advantage, it just seemed like the rest of the team fight would follow suit. And notably, the jungle was able to do, you know, exactly what Chalk is supposed to do in the jungle, which is hit massive AoE ultimates and then let the rest of the team clean up. Johnny was able to get some last hits there, but I think, you know, Mambo as a whole looked very solid around these objectives. You can see Oceans just getting thrown around in the team fight because unfortunately that's the role of Baron. You're getting an ult off maybe, and then just letting the rest of your team just kind of help out if possible. Magic Feet really couldn't get off to any great ultimates in these team fights because it seemed like the team was already dead by the time he wanted to go in. You know, Uzi went for this really heavy cooldown style of build, but the cages, when you're caging someone, it's like, okay, what are we trapping them in with what? What's the big follow-up for these cages? And unfortunately, it just wasn't there. I think the team comp as a whole for the Storm kind of fell apart once it hit that late game portion. And that's exactly where Mambo flourishes.
Yeah, and you get to see throughout that a lot of really good fearlesses from Deathwalker out front. I think that really helped separate the teams. I also have to give a shout out to Ikram. Look, 2 on 11, maybe, you know, not as many kills as some of his counterparts. Lots of damage though, almost 21,000. And I think the look in comparison to yesterday to today for Ikram was almost exactly what I expected to see, right? Like, okay, yesterday it was a tough matchup. Things didn't go your way. Stu handled that lane. Let's get you back on your feet and see what can happen. I think this one is a lot more of what I expected and played incredibly well there. And it does open up now, you know, if Cupid gets banned, if the, you know, I think Mambo, as you can see behind me, will be the first pick going into game number 2. All of a sudden, is that Heimdall a first pick worthy thing for the Mambo? Do they think they need it? Or are they going to grab this Chernobog? He's been, you know, a meta god for a reason, kind of hovering over every other hunter, except for Cupid nowadays. We'll see whether or not they prioritize him over their own Heimdall when we jump into picks and bans.
Yeah, I think the pressure's certainly on Storm here. You don't want to be sent home this early on, and you would love to at least take a game at this point, right?
Yeah.
Because that, I mean, you know, they were playing fine in the early, but I just think that the Storm never really drew that line in the sand where they were going to be able to fight back. It was more so just getting aggressed upon and not being able to find any sort of action. So draft-wise, again, that's where I'm expecting them to make their changes. And I'm hoping they get some early aggression and also some frontliners that are able to withstand through the first 30 seconds of this fight.
Last bans for Hex Mambo were Eset, Cupid, Nemesis. Their first pick, so any of those can change. That just becomes a god they can scoop up for themselves. The other side, It was Baba Yaga, Discordia, Hunbats. I think they might have learned something, letting Chernobog and Kepri specifically through. And so they're going to ban out the Kepri here on the Storm, already forcing an immediate change for the Hex Mambo.
Yeah, I think the Kepri also something to highlight. The Rezes, it wasn't like the Storm weren't able to find some kills in those fights, but almost always Robin was there to deny those kills. And that's something that starts to get annoying as the team fight goes on. You know, you really can't plan for, okay, we'll get the res down, then we'll get a kill after the fact. Oh, we already used too much on the res, and now they're still at 5. Never works out. So I think a smart ban there. And Mambo are going to stick to their guns, consistently remove that Cupid from play. It seems like Ecrum just doesn't want to deal with it. Maybe the team as a whole does not want to deal with it, and I don't blame him.
I thought Ecrum was going to play it. If I'm, I thought they weren't going to deal with it. I thought they were going to be dealing it. I thought they were going to have all of that ability available to them. And so impressed, I would say, to see them click over that. They change out the Scordia here is what takes the place, or was what Kepri is replacing in the bans for the Storm. Otherwise, Baba Yaga, Hunbats, and then, like you said, the Cupid, the Nemesis, and the E-Set on the other side. All 5 of those remain the same. Heimdall was the first pick for the Storm. Heimdall is the most first pick for the Mambo. They're going to skip over that and favor this Chernobog. They saw what happened in Game 1, and they're feeling confident.
Yeah, it seemed like they were happy with Ekrum's performance, and I don't blame them, but that does mean that the Heimdall is still open if Zen wants to go towards it. Did a fair bit of damage as well, unfortunately. Just, you know, it's hard to be able to single carry a game away on this Heimdall. You have to be able to survive for quite some time, and even if you're living, you know, it doesn't mean you're able to shred through these tanky targets. So possibly a change up in that department as we see the Chiron hovered. I think that would bring a completely different dynamic, right? It's just a different play style than Heim. You're doing tons of artillery fire, long-range burst damage with the Chiron with that Centaurus. That's usually the play style. You go to Bluestone and you buy all the red items, and then at the end of the game, you're able to just initiate a fight, taking half health from all the carries. It's a
without even putting yourself in danger.
Yeah, you're from such a distance. You're CC immune, and another Aussie god. Well, one of the 3 Aussie gods, the Cthulhu, very highly prioritized here. Wasn't a big fan of the Odin into that composition, just because, again, it's one thing to get everyone in the cage, but what are you trapping them with? This time, you got Cthulhu, who he doesn't really care. You could just be trapped in with a Cthulhu at this point, and it's not going to be a fun time.
Yeah, honestly, team fight-wise, it changes a lot of their game as well, right?
Oh, yeah.
The Odin cages can be good, but they can be dealt with. Cthulhu, look, he can be dealt with, but it's a lot harder to kill off a Cthulhu and stop his team fight presence than to knock down a couple walls in an Odin cage, just straight up pop a Phantom Shell and walk away. So that'll be something the Mambo have to deal with. Plus, they banned out the Nemesis, something that has made dealing with Cthulhu pretty easy. And that opens up conversations around things like, do you have to get Sunder? Who's going to be the guy killing him? You know, does Chernobog have to change his build just to be a Cthulhu killer? Definitely some interesting shifts, I think, necessary.
Tiamat.
Here. They get, though, the Tiamat back. Again, a really good performance there for Zeros last game. And like you said, does pretty much everything she does good enough. That's all you need. You get that with the Emoja. And look, you're talking Season 8, you know, maybe Chernobog's up there, but like for the most part, this is a incredibly solid draft just a year ago. Even now, you can see the strengths in it.
Yeah, I mean, Mambo last game got Cherno Yemoja, or Cherno Kepri in Tiamat, now Cherno Yemoja Tiamat. Not too much worse. I mean, really, Yemoja can control the team fight just as well, if not better. Sure, you don't have that revive, which is clearly what the Storm was worried about. They don't want to deal with Scarab's Blessing, but River's Rebuke into this composition, none of these characters love being into the Yemoja walls. I think Phantom Shell certainly could be a priority here, as we get to see, you know, Kabrakan walls also a part of the conversation, no doubt, but you know, this is much more of a team fight-oriented composition here for the Storm, and I like the adaptation.
Wow.
And actually, the Chungle receiving
the respect,
a ban.
Man.
Putting some respect onto Johnny's Chuck, so we do not have to see that. Or the tier, Deathwalker will have to switch up as well.
Even more respect.
Yeah, so some double respect bans there from the Storm. I think smart at this point, not even because, you know, the Chungle is so oppressive or the tier was so oppressive, just get them on something different, change up the mindset a little bit. And actually the double Hunter, double Guardian composition for the Storm. I was saying I wanted to see them go for some more early pressure. It seems like the Storm's plan here is, let's beat them at their own game. Play for late game, double ADC. We're going to win that team fight. That's the plan. But Mambo are so used to that, I don't know if it's the best idea.
Charybdis locked in. Like you said, double Hunter. Charybdis specifically, though, super safe in terms of play style. I mean, if you're looking to get chased down, you've got 6 seconds of CC immunity in your ult, 3 seconds of just straight up immunity, and the Whirlpool form feels pretty solid there. Loki gets locked in. Now look, if this was any other team, I'd be scratching my head. I'd say, okay, where's this guy coming from? Why is he here? Johnny's SBL run for the longest time, and granted, you know, take it all with a grain of salt because most of it was on ping, playing over to North America for the entire team.
Right.
But the best games the Valkyries had when they had Johnny on there as their jungle was when Johnny was playing Loki. And this feels like it could be kind of inspired by some of that. I mean, it is a very, very solid pick for this specific player.
Yeah, I was waiting to see what the last pick from the Storm would be here before I touch on that Loki, because I think that the strength of Loki will always be, I mean, he just 1v1s the enemy jungler, period. Doesn't matter who you are. When Loki gets online, he will find you in the jungle and be able to just 100 to 0 you. That's the benefit of it. And Pele is she's not immune to that. There is going to be some 1v1 potential there. Not to say that Magic Feet will just, you know, lose that 1v1 every time, but more often than not, if you're just getting hit by a Vanish before you even realize Loki's there, you're probably relicking and ulting away or losing that fight. And now you're looking at the full composition here from the Storm. They've got double Hunter, they've got double Guardian, which means a ton of Shred, a ton of CC, as well as just a Pele in the back. I do like what the Storm have done here to try and combat that late game style of play that Mambo have went for, but man, if we're looking at both of these late games stacked up against each other, just because there's double Hunter does not mean that Mambo doesn't have a fair bit of late game shred. I mean, in spades, the Tiamat, as we've already seen, is never going to fall off.
Yeah.
The Chernobog is just going to get better with time, and Loki, I mean, I see a lot of targets for Loki to try and get in and do some one-shots.
And you know what? I mean, being able to squish, if he goes for a Charybdis, there's a little bit of reaction time, maybe a window in there. For Pele or Chiron, though, you might be either forcing some relics or unfortunately dying. The big question on my mind, though, you know, Kabrakan can play aggressively. That's something that the Mambo are going to have to deal with here.
Right.
Cthulhu killing. Do they have enough to stop the Cthulhu in these team fights, or is that going to be a very heavy asset for the Storm?
It's definitely going to be difficult. I don't think that, you know, killing Cthulhu is ever an easy task until late game. Even late game, you know, if you're building correctly, Cthulhu is not going to be shred through. Uzi, not a stranger to playing this character, so recognizes the amount of damage for the opposition. So I definitely think Cthulhu is going to be a problem. And of course, the fact that Ekrum's going to be on the opposite side of the map for some time. Sure, you can ult over, but you're losing a ton of farm if you are doing that more often than not. So I think Uzi's going to have free reign over in that lane for a bit. The issue, of course, is Johnny going over to that solo lane? Is he forcing out this Descent into Madness before a team fight? Because you always got to put some respect on the Loki damage once like 2 or 3 items are online. So they do have the burn here, but it's going to take a bit to get online.
And Amaterasu, another pick that has been a little more, well, specifically like Deathwalkery, right? I mean, it's come down into the SBL occasionally, but this feels like something we saw it in his highlights. How do you feel about that pick in general, just playing into this team and playing with this team comp?
I think it's great into the Chiron specifically. The Charybdis doesn't really care. Whenever you see Dazzling Offensive, you're just hiding in the whirlpool, right? You're just gonna say, okay,
okay, goodbye.
Yeah, I'll see you when that stun's over, then we can talk. But Chiron, the giddy up is really never gonna get you out of trouble. You know, Amma with enough movement speed should be able to catch up to that, and you're getting value out of that stun. Of course, there's cleanses into play, but you have to time it perfectly. It's going to be a difficult one to deal with.
Well, the Storm's backs are against the wall. Can they push us to 3, or does their tournament end here? We'll go down to J-Mac and Spooky and find out in Game 2.
It's elimination game for the North Americans. The Xibalba Storm have got to find a way to get a win over Hex Mambo in game number 2. Game 1 was a slow farm game out of both of the teams, but we know how that benefits Hex Mambo. These guys over in Europe are accustomed to these longer, more drawn-out early games before the brawling happens. The problem for the Xibalba Storm is once it actually got to the brawling, they were 6,000, 7,000, 8 goal behind, and ever climbing further down. It's J-Mac, Spooky, and Doug for game number 2. And let me get your thoughts maybe on this Amaterasu in general, kind of going up against this Cthulhu, not really known, at least for Cthulhu, of being able to get much pressure or many kills in this lane. How do you kind of feel for Deathwalker on this pick?
I think this is a really good pick for Deathwalker, and really for the Mambos as a whole. Like you just said, this Cthulhu pick is not going to ton of pressure. He's going to try to find something early, but that blue buff is already dropped before he even gets the mire on it. So that's maybe Uzi's only opportunity to find any real pressure in this lane unless you start accounting for junglers as well. In the 1v1, it's pretty neutral, but I still think Deathwalker has a little bit of an edge just because he's an auto-based character who can take these trades with us. You can already see it kind of go in his favor. He has more sustain in the Amaterasu's kit than this Cthulhu does. Cthulhu has no built-in healing to keep himself topped out. So Deathwalker, he's just going to keep on walking at him through this entire lane phase and just try to scale up as much as possible because that's what Mambo wants to do. They want to scale into this late game, and you can see that all across their draft here. But keep an eye out because Magic Feet's already here.
Joshi even rotated from mid. Uzi in danger and Uzi in the dirt. Deathwalker and Johnny team up for an early first blood in the solo lane. Not the rotation that Uzi was likely expecting this early in the game. In my Zen, even under some fire from Rotwin and Echrome. But the EU powerhouses, the #1 seed, take first blood to start this game out.
Yeah, that's just super unlucky for Uzi because you can tell there was an additional layer of surprise there. Because Magic Feet was in that jungle. He had just walked over to that blue buff, and neither of them had any clue that Johnny was there. That's the value that this Loki brings with his Vanish. You can sneak right past the enemy jungler, and they will have no idea that you ever walked past them until you start coming out of that stealth and start shooting those base attacks out. And this is a much more Johnny pick, too. This is something we've seen him play a little bit more often than the Chungle, and I really like him going back to these more assassin-based routes here. This lets him get a lot more active. He can find a ton more value instead of just being this walking ult bot that tries to find 2-3-man storm calls to change a fight.
And that kind of alludes back to what Gormeister was talking on the desk, during Johnny on his time on the Valkyries in the SPL last year. This was a pick that was winning the Valkyries games early on in the year. And then Johnny was never allowed to play the god again. Even when Loki wasn't meta for 2.5 phases, Johnny didn't get to touch this god. He was not allowed to play Loki because he just had that much of an impact on that god. And now getting a chance to see him play it again, the respect that even some of the other SCC teams throw towards him when this god isn't meta. Always got to keep your eyes out for Johnny when he gets this opportunity to play this god.
And you take a look at the Mambo's draft as a whole, it's such a powerful draft right now. It's so late game scaled between Deathwalker and this Ama, Zeros on the TN, Echrome, now back on this Chernobog. I'm surprised he got it back, but Zabalba Storm is getting active early with their draft, and Rotwin's the target again.
Rotwin does not manage to get through the Riptide this time. The Tremor's locking him in place, but it's not enough still. One more cast of that Riptide available, but doesn't use it. Goes for the stun, gets the shell off, and a slow onto Rotwin, but Johnny is trying to turn this fight back around. 3v2, and now a 2v2 as one is gone from both sides. Ocean's on the run, finds the stun against Johnny, and that may have just been enough. No, Johnny's blink was back up in time, but the dot is enough to take down Oceans. 2 more for Hex Mambo, and only 1 for the Storm.
What did you just say, J-Mac? What did you just say about Johnny on this Loki? He knows how the god works. He knew exactly how much damage he needed there to put Oceans back onto that gray screen. Hits him with the Vanish, throws down that decoy, and that's it. He walks away. He turns his attention back over to In My Zen because he knows Oceans is done. He's done for. He's got nothing else to do there. This is the kind of problem that you have when you let Johnny on these picks that he's so well known for. Sure, maybe you don't see a lot of Loki these days, but if Johnny is the premier Loki player, you have to expect that he's going to be playing it at this level, and he's going to be active as early as possible. Last game, we didn't see Mambo really doing a whole lot of fighting at all until the 20-minute mark. Now with Johnny on his pick, they already got 3 kills on the board, and take a look at the lead. It's already about 1,500 in their favor. It is a completely different story from what we saw in Game 1.
This is a much more fight-oriented, but also have to give credit to Rotwin during that fight for delaying as long as he did between the double Riptide to get away from Purple, finding the stun early on to slow down Magic Feet on this Pele. Rotwin expending even his shell just to make sure that he has enough time for Johnny to make that rotation over and get those plays. And we see another initiation on the left side. Rotwin can't go through that wall. He's got to wait till it is broken down. But with Magic Feet here, Rotwin has nowhere to go. The stun hits Magic Feet. One more shot from the rocks will do it. Magic Feet gets his first kill of the game and a second one for Hex Mambo.
Pyroclast able to finish that one up, but Deathwalker looking for a little bit of action over here in the solo lane. Is going to force the ultimate out. That should be the end of that exchange. Those mana bars are looking pretty low. But I really like to see this from the Storm. They've got so much aggro on this top now, but still still, Johnny's just forcing ultimates out in this duo lane. Storm has such a good early game draft, but Johnny on this Loki is just constantly forcing the issue everywhere.
Ozzy. Very close to going down. One more good auto from Deathwalker. Could have done the job. Deathwalker may have stuck around a little too long because Magic Feet is in the backline. Gets the beats from Deathwalker, but a dash just in time won't get him far enough. Magic Feet, with an ultimate of his own, will turn around the fire to the solo laner of Hex Mambo and tie up the scoreboard.
It's exactly what you need to see. Storm responding to the aggression that Johnny has on that left side. Okay, we're not going to be able to constantly match that. Let's bring this attention over here to the right side. Uzi is struggling against this pick, and you really don't want Deathwalker getting online on this Amaterasu too early. So bring Magic Feet over. Stop that gaining lead that Deathwalker is trying to build up there, and make this a little bit more of an even fight in this solo lane. Now, it's not going to solve everything. Deathwalker's still going to have a little bit more favorable matchup into Uzi here. You can see he went the Golden Blade first. He's got a little bit more damage. He's going to go for that Shogun's Kusari, get those procs online. He's going to be swinging a little bit faster. He's going to be winning the trades against Uzi, but that's not what you pick the Cthulhu for. You're not looking to win trades in this solo lane. All you have to do is get this Cthulhu at an even level to rotate out so he's not too far behind, so he can still use the Descent into Madness to its maximum value. Get big, throw the disruption down. You're looking to fight around these objectives. I think we'll start to see that coming through here as this game goes on a little bit more.
And we are finally starting to see the Magic Feet that we're a little bit more accustomed to. The get active early, the jump into the enemy backline, try and start these early fights and get these early picks. 2-1-1 on the Pele, compared to his counterpart 1-0-2 for Johnny. Both of them have been a part of all three of the kills that have happened so far on the map for their two teams. Now it's going to come down to which one can have the most impact in the initial fight with each other when these team fights do come around through. Because last time it was Magic Feet coming in early and a cleanup by Johnny. Now it's Magic Feet coming in again when Deathwalker is on his last legs. The knockup is good, a swipe after. But Johnny is here and so is Oceans. And it's a one-kill trade here for Shabalba Storm. Johnny can't do much when a Kabrakan is waiting around the corner.
This is what the Storm is known for. This is the Storm playing their game plan now. They don't care about the farm. They want to just get active and start taking these fights. Sure, they might be a little bit behind in the gold department, but if they can keep this up, they will start to find their advantages. All they have to do is stagger these death timers. It's going to be hard, though, because Mambo is just on point with
Johnny? What? Johnny? Johnny just 2v1? No shot that Johnny makes it out. Uzi's monobar,
got no
though,
mana.
very low. Joshy's on the way. Centaurus is up. If he sees Johnny, pull the trigger, Johnny. Fire that ult, but he's not going to hit any help from Johnny. Jukes all three shots and gets away from the training exercise after. Johnny lives. Can Joshy live? He will dash away, not very far. And a 2v3 from Hex Mambo will push away Shabalba Storm. Impressive out of Johnny.
All right, so which one of these guys has the name Magic Feet again? Because Johnny was
He's got the happy feet.
He was putting on the juke shoes, man. He was tap dancing around Joshy Centaurus. He didn't get hit by a single shot there. The only thing that connects was a basic attack and the auto hit masterful shot there. Even going so far as to get away from the training exercise. I can't believe he gets himself out of that. That started in a 2v1 situation where he picked up a kill on top of it. I mean, Storm, they want to brawl, they're looking to fight, and they're doing it. But Johnny is bringing all of that aggression right back to them. And in the meanwhile, the rest of Mama was just finding value in the passive farm camps around the map. Something has to change here. I think Storm is going to have to start putting a little bit more effort into stopping Johnny from doing what he wants to do around this map.
Ekrom has put the fear into Zen. With only one person here, he has forced out this Maw. Now twice against the enemy carry, but with Rotwin showing up, River's Rebuke available, might need it because Magic Feet and Johnny are making the rotation in. Oceans nowhere to go, and a fight separated into three parts. And part one goes to Ekrom taking down Oceans. Part two might just go to Magic Feet, but no, he's gonna get caught out, stopped in his ultimate, and drop down a double kill for the Hunter of Hex Mambo. And I don't think they'll be able to find a 3 unless Johnny sticks around a little longer.
Johnny is in the area, but take a look. Joshy's making the rotation as well. Might run into each other in the jungle here. That Centaurus is back up. It's going to be the purple buff that's getting looked at. Joshy might make a play here. It's going to go down a little bit too fast for him to say too much about it. Beautiful plays once again coming out from Mambo. Rotwin's decision to hold onto that River's Rebuke for so long until Johnny was able to make that rotation in, and then he doesn't throw it up just for safety. No, he turns it across the lane, puts the walls off, so that Oceans then has to walk all the way across the lane if he wants to have any hope of getting out. He'd already used the stun, so he didn't have any slow immunity, which means Rotwin just had a free bubble onto him, double stacked that slow. And it was just a beautiful rotation coming out from the Mambo as a whole, and this is why Storm is maybe suffering a little bit here, right? They're not able to find the fights that they want and get the farm. They're just in this position where they can't really do either right now. They start up a fight, okay, Johnny's here turning the fight in their favor. Okay, well maybe we should try to look for farm. Oh, we don't have any because Johnny's already stripped it all away.
We're looking at it. Nearly a 3,000 gold lead for Hex Mambo. Echrome will dash in aggressively at this Whirlpool.
He's feeling it.
This level and a half lead that's been established in the dual lane is only getting worse every single time we tune back in. It's Echrome getting Whirlpool, getting Maw away from Zen, and allowing for potential setup should Rotwin have been there and had ultimate, but as highlighted multiple times before, very long cooldown on that River's Rebuke. But I love what we've been seeing out of some of these River's Rebukes as of recent, just this week, has not so much been how many people can I catch inside the river. It's how many parts of this fight can we separate it into. You saw Magic Feet was on the bottom end of the wall, Oceans was in the wall, and Zen was at the other side. And when all three of the others of Hex Mambo can just collapse onto one single person and just funnel all of their attention.
Yeah, that's the real value of that River's Rebuke. You're not trying to just trap a bunch of people in there. You want to cause confusion in that fight, disrupt it, and not allow Storm to do what they want to do. Uzi getting pressured out here by Johnny once again. Is he gonna fall here?
Deathwalker is here. Uzi has ultimate, but will not elect to use it. It is a 2v1 where the kill goes to Johnny, 3-0-4 for the jungler of Hex Mambo. 100% kill participation still remains for the jungler of the European squad. And that'll lead right to a Pyromancer. No contest whatsoever out of Shibalba Storm to try and stop this one. But maybe they can get a follow-up kill, not with a Riptide from Rotwin and not within my Zen pushed so far back and so under levels.
Oh my goodness, the lead just keeps growing. It was 2 levels previously, now it's down to 3. He might still catch up to level 12 off this wave. No, he does not. That lead is really getting to be quite severe in that dual lane. And it's because Storm doesn't really seem to be doing anything so far, J-Mac. I mean, Mambo are the constant ones finding the initiation, starting these fights, and forcing the issue, whether it's on a purple buff invade or catching Uzi on his proxy farm. Mambo are the ones stepping forward and saying, hey, we're doing this right now. We're the ones that are going to be fighting. Storm, for all their early game draft, really have not forced any of these fights. Now Deathwalker has a 2-level lead in the solo lane. The gold lead is starting to reach about 5,000, and they're not at a position anymore where they can look for these fights. They can't capitalize on the draft that they built for themselves because they've waited so long to do it. Now you gotta start wondering, where did they go here? What do they play around? And they have to pretty much wait for these objectives, but the problem is they haven't been stepping up around the objectives so far. That Pyromancer went down for free, and Storm didn't even look at the Gold Fury.
We did see Storm position themselves up near purple because that has been one of the primary targets of Hex Mambo's, keeping Zen away from purple. While, sure, Mambo's not getting a lot of XP to themselves, it's creating opportunities like this, where Gold Fury is up because everybody from Storm got poked out in the lane. Zen too low, had to go back. Joshi half HP in the mid lane scuffle, and Hex Mambo pick themselves up a Gold Fury. 2 major neutral objectives now to the Europeans.
This is not a good feeling if you're Storm. Now, granted, they're probably still feeling pretty good because like we've touched on earlier, Storm is a team that will just kind of walk at you regardless of the game state because that is how they function as a team. They want to take that fight. They want to walk at you. But if they keep playing like this, right, they're not in a position where they can walk at you and survive just getting to the enemy. If they try just approaching Echrome, he's going to be outputting so much damage. Rotwin's going to have so much CC that by the time they reach Echrome, he's going to be incredibly low. And Rotwin is taking this fight, and there's no one else even here yet.
Magic Feet might want to run because Johnny's nearby. Stun does hit Oceans, as well as the Tornado through. Uzi has made the rotation to this fight and is doing a lot of damage to Johnny. Magic Feet does have ultimate if he needs it. He'll use it to close the gap. But Johnny's got too much movement speed. He will be fine. Rotwin will instead be the one to eat the brunt of the damage, but a Riptide makes sure he is out. And Hex Mambo got the gold earlier on. They've got themselves out of the fight.
Unbelievable. Uzi's still going to try to go in, but he's under that tier 2 tower. Joshi does pick up a kill, and they're still going to keep going.
One more in the left lane. Rotwin by himself. Oceans almost dies to the tower, but Joshi picks up the double kill. And Shabalba Storm have finally found that fight back. Deathwalker on the rotation will not elect to dive immediately into 5, despite the fact this is a level 16 Ama.
So I was wrong. They have successfully walked at the Mambo, but they haven't extended this gold lead at all. Now they're looking for this tier 1, and Deathwalker's not letting him have it.
He could get a kill on Magic Feet with one auto. And in the midst of 5, Deathwalker comes up big for the team to shut down the jungler who's been trying to keep things going back for his team. And Hex Mambo, they lose their tier 1 tower, but a play by Deathwalker keeps hopes alive.
Ocean's body blocked Magic Feet. Magic Feet was trying to run away from the fight, but he couldn't get past the Cabrakan that was staying right behind him. Deathwalker able to pick up that kill. And sure, you managed to find yourself a couple kills. You got the tier 1 tower. But look at the gold chart still, J-Mac. It really hasn't shifted at all. In fact, it still looks like it's pretty well in favor of Mambo. They lost about a couple hundred, maybe about 1,000 gold to that. But overall, it's not a real loss. They're not really taking any real faults there. They don't get to take any big objectives on the map, Storm that is, because there's no objectives up on the map. Mambo has already taken them all down. The Pyromancer isn't even up yet, and since we're only 16 minutes in, Fire Giant's not going to happen right now. Not when you're 5,000 gold down, not in this game state, no sir. So all Storm can do is pressure that tier 1 down, walk away now down their jungler who was doing so much work. That's a really big feels bad moment for the Storm there. But it's shown one thing. It shows they still have fight left in them. They can still make this decision to walk at the Mambo and find their picks. Now, I grant you, maybe Rotwin was a bit overcommitted there, threw up the River's Rebuke when he didn't really have the backup there just yet. He was really buying time for his team to make that rotation, and Deathwalker was all the way over in the right lane for that entire fight. He was not even a factor in Storm's win there. Now, if you start looking at these 5-on-5s, you got to wonder, can they repeat that same success? It's going to be a little dicey.
4 levels up for Johnny, 3 levels up for Deathwalker. Even a couple levels still for each of the members of the dual lane. So very vast XP lead for Hex Mambo. But as mentioned, Shabalba Storm were willing to draw a line in the sand at the Gold Fury. And that's always step number 1. It's where will you make that first step up? It was the Gold Fury, and now it's the Pyromancer. But Rivers will catch 2. Joshi in the middle of it. The Tremor's doing decent, but Zero's just by himself in the back. Ekrom will come in and rally as the support for his mid laner. Magic Feet now the one in danger, and so is Deathwalker, shot down by the mid laner of the Shabalba Storm. And Oceans will re-engage onto Rotwin, but a Riptide will get the support out, and Hex Mambo only lose 1 at the Pyro.
Now Storm looking to get the Pyromancer themselves, put a little bit of gold in their pockets, and J-Mac, you gotta wonder if that maybe comes down to the River's Rebuke, the way that was utilized there. You touched on it earlier, it's not about how many people you can catch in it, but hold that thought, Rotwin is still a target.
Zeros, Ekrom doing a lot of damage to Ocean. Zen has to use the Whirlpool. And Ekrom and the rest of the team want this fight. But Rotwin is low on Omi, but Zeros is not low on damage. That gets the Aegis away from Zen. And Hex Mambo keeps Shabalba Storm from pushing anything more than just the Pyro.
Man, it's a good thought from Storm, and they don't lose too much off the back of that. Sure, they do have to expend the Aegis from In My Zen. Luckily, it's still a Charybdis. He still has Whirlpool form. He's still safe. Goodness, the damage still comes through.
But Uzi is here, rallied around. Johnny goes to the backline to find Joshi, but doesn't get anything. Ultimate down for the Loki, and so is his life bar. Zen and the rest of the Storm able to shut down the jungler of Hex Mambo. And Ekrom will probably be shut down as well. No relics to his name, and ultimate by Zen just to close the gap. And Magic Feet to close the kill. Shabalba Storm have rallied themselves back closer in this game.
Man, what is happening right now, J-Mac? At first, I thought Storm was overcommitting to trying to kill Rotwin in that mid lane. You got yourselves the Pyromancer, you got a couple kills, feels good. And then you get pushed back to the tier 1 tower. In My Zen has to expend the Aegis, but then the Mambo just keep trying to force the issue, and it leads to this big fault here where now Johnny goes down, Ekrom goes down. That's 2 big shutdowns, and what does that all translate into? 1 more Fury going the way of Storm. Take a look at that gold lead now. It was about 6,000 just a couple minutes ago. Now it's down to 3,500. The Storm has done a phenomenal job of cutting this lead almost in half. and putting themselves right back into this game. Take up this tower, and there's nothing Mambo can do about it. This tower's gone.
Zeros can throw a couple of abilities just to slow it down for a little while. And Ekrom will dash in. Whirlpool gone again. Ekrom will dash in to close the gap. But does he have enough abilities to get there? No, he does not. The route, or at least the immediate close of the route was not available to Ekrom. So Zen will get out with only having to expend his Whirlpool. Relics will remain safe, at least for the time being. But now for Shivalba Storm, we've seen that they're willing to force fights at Goldfear. They're willing to force fights at Pyromancer. Does this instill maybe a bit more confidence in you for Storm to step up? Should Hex Mambo try and maybe even sneak a Fire Giant or try and like put themselves up towards this objective?
Oh, for sure. If anything, this has cemented that Storm is able to fight around these objectives now. Especially if the Mambo decides to start up something like the Fire Giant. Storm doesn't have to commit to it right away. They can take a little bit of time to decide if they want to engage there. They can make Mambo take a little bit more of that Fire Giant damage. If they do that, the fight looks amazingly good for them, because once Uzi decides to descend into Manus and step forward into that fight, it's a lot of disruption that comes through for Hex Mambo. My eyes really go to Rotwin right now. Rotwin so far has kind of shifted the way he's using this River's Rebuke. He's not separating the fight as much anymore. He's trying to catch multiple members of the Storm inside of it, and those fights really have not been going as well for Mambo. I think Rotwin needs to just take a step back, angle that River's Rebuke a little bit more, and say, okay, who can I separate? Who can I cut off from the rest of the Storm? And frankly, if that's Uzi, then I think Uzi should be the target, because once he goes into Descent into Madness, he has no way of getting out of the River's Rebuke. Chernabog here, piloted by Ekrom, has the Kin size online. He's going to be able to melt through the health pool of Uzi. You just have to pick a target and use that ultimate to separate it. Once that happens, things start to get a little bit tougher for Storm, because they won't have that front line able to just soak up everything.
Tier 1 tower goes down to Hex Mambo. But that lead that Shivalba Storm had been working so hard to cut down has started drifting back up. It was 3,000 that it dropped back to from the 6K plus, and we're getting right back to that 6K. Uzi goes up, sends into Madness, knock up immune by Zeros. But Rodwin caught behind the walls from Oceans. Cannot find a path hit for himself out. Cannot even get to his own Riptide, but does get the ultimate off before he goes down. But there is no further follow-up from the rest of his team just yet. All 5 of the Storm now move their way towards Fire.
This is the strangest thing, J-Mac, because in game number 1, Hex Mambo were the ones grouping up as 5, moving around the map as a full unit. Now Storm is multiple thousands of gold behind, and they're the ones doing this grouping. They're the ones catching out Mambo, and they're the ones taking this fight.
Mambo, though, are pushing back. Only ultimates up are Magic Feet and Zen, but it's the same for just Johnny and Deathwalker. But look at the damage that Hex Mambo have done to Shivalba Storm. Between the Fire Giant batting at the HP and Hex Mambo, it pushes the Storm away. And now, it's Mambo who can start up and take a Pyromancer. So, answering back in an unfavorable power play, and maybe even better, because Deathwalker has started up the objective. Hex Mambo are here. Johnny can make his way over. No ult for Uzi, no ult for Oceans, and Johnny will stop their backs. And I thought for a moment we'd see the continuation of the fire, but it's just the continuation of the fight instead. Johnny and Deathwalker pick up a kill on Oceans.
They're going to go right back to this Fire Giant. Storm now positioning around the Fire Giant. They're ready to answer back, but it's getting real low, J-Mac.
Rodwin doesn't have ult. Fire Giant's a coin toss. Hex Mambo get it. Uzi gets into the ultimate, but his health bar is gone. Magic Feet puts up a lot of damage in the backline, but he's caught inside the river now. Zen finds one, and Zeros will trade out to take out Magic Feet. 3 down for Shivalba Storm, and they trade out only the support of Hex Mambo.
What a fantastic ultimate. Rotwin dead to rights there. He has no chance of getting out. But the fact that he's able to get that River's Rebuke up right before he dies, I mean right before he dies, the second he goes down, those walls come up. And it's just a beautiful play from Zeros. Able to get in there, finish off that kill. 2-for-1 trade. You get the Fire Giant. You can't ask for too much more than that. Maybe you can ask for a 2-for-0 trade in Fire Giant, but that's a little bit greedy. But Zen trades another one out. Make that a 3-for-1. Hex Mambo are in a dominant position now.
Ekrom really just did it to him, huh?
He just did it.
He just said, you know what, I could probably take this fight. And it wasn't even a fight. He just showed up and roundhouse kicked him in the skull for a moment and said thanks to the free kill. Hex Mambo, who were I can't even say they were losing. They were being pushed back by Shivalba Storm. All this neutral farm on the map has been able to push that gold lead back to Hex Mambo. They were up 6,000, went down to 3. Now Hex Mambo are 10,000 up. I mean, where is the defense for Shivalba Storm as we start moving towards these Phoenixes?
I tell you right now, it's not this tier 2 that Uzi is stepping up to. No, sir. They're going to have to pull back away from that one. Look at this. Storm isn't even grouped up right now. They need to pull back and get on this Phoenix. The Phoenix line is where they have to play at. And it's going to be a really tough defense right now, and that's because of Rotwin and the River's Rebuke. If they can force that out, they have a good chance, but they might not even have the chance for it.
Uzi barely had a chance to get to the ultimate.
Oh,
Rivers are not the greatest to hold anybody inside, but Oceans' health is definitely low. Deathwalker in the back finds a stun up only against Oceans. Shivalba Storm are surviving, at least for the initial initiation. The amount of healing that Rotwin can throw towards his team to get them back up, plus the fire, means part 2 is on the way.
Not gonna lie, that went better than expected, but they're not gonna have too much breathing room. Rotwin says, we're going in.
Phoenix part 2 still does not go over to Hex Mambo just yet. Double stun and an ultimate from Joshi will scare away the members of Hex Mambo for now. The left side bird will live, but again, Hex Mambo can continue to sustain up with their emoji and with their fire giant.
It's getting a little bit tougher. It was looking good for Storm for a moment there, but now they're one more ult short. Only 2 available, and that is not a Descent into Madness available. That was the first thing burned, and that Phoenix looking very unhealthy.
Deathwalker at the forefront, but eats a lot of damage from Joshi and from Zen and from Magic Feet, who's found a big pick, but Magic Feet will trade his life out. Zen with the Whirlpool, his main line of defense gone, only relics. And an ultimate to save his life now. Oceans goes in, finds a wall, up against 2, but Johnny has found the pick on the mid laner. Joshi is gone, and Uzi and Oceans are left alone as Zen does not even get a chance to make it to the fountain, if not for the fact that he still had the Whirlpool. Bird is gone. Oceans roots himself in place and sets up for Ikrom to chase right in. Zeros finds the kill on the support. It is only Zen left to defend against the Titan, to defend against Hex Mambo. On elimination game, Ikrom will erase the last hope that Shivalba Storm have, and it's the European #1 seed that moves on to the next day.
That is absolutely brutal coming from Mambo. You could see the makings of that game throughout the entire course of it. The leads that were constantly building up over time, and Mambo weren't even having to do a whole lot to find those leads. They were just passively farming. Even when the fights were starting to look a little bit worse for Mambo, it was still Mambo that was constantly in the lead gold-wise. Even if they take a couple losses in a fight, they're constantly finding these invades. Deathwalker on the right side of the map, constantly going for these jungle buffs, for these small camps, for the tower, proxy farming, making sure that no matter what, Mambo was in the lead.
Well, off screen, you were kind of calling for maybe hoping Mambo was willing to scrap a little bit more, maybe have a little bit bloodier of a game, and well, this time around, Johnny and Hex Mambo are able to bring that. Some very early scrapping, a minute 1.5 or pre, even that first blood that goes to Hex Mambo. From that point on, Johnny goes on a 3-0-4 start for the team. Has a little bit of a bump in the road, kind of at that midpoint of the game, but Hex Mambo are able to bring that one back. They're able to dial it in and focus up. And then once it comes around to these objective play, these fire giant dances, Hex Mambo will come out on top. The Europeans move on to the next day of play. That's it for the Shivalba Storm. That's it for us on the cast. We'll throw it over to the desk to close this set.
Yeah, the Mambo look really good in that one, Charlie. And there's a point, the one that stands most vividly out in my mind. Johnny, in a 1v2, gets a kill, starts running away, escapes a Cthulhu.
Oh, yeah.
Chiron comes over, ult wide, and Johnny walks out of there. And that was that moment where I'm like, so this is what they're in store for, right? It felt like an uphill battle from that point forward. And I think it was just very difficult at that point for the Storm. Given their comp, a lot of things that just feel a little wild there. Whereas for the Mambo, everything was chill. I mean, they were rocking what they knew they could play, and they get a lot of top-tier picks to do it, and they look good at it.
And can I just say, he could have picked Loki game 1, but he picked Chalk. I'm just saying, it was a possibility.
He won. They still won game 1.
Good. Of course he didn't lose. Of course they didn't lose, but you know that I've been voicing my concerns about the jungle, and I just want to say, when he's looking this good on the Loki, why play Chalk? Either way, I think you're right to highlight it. Just a very clinical game, much closer, and I do like the adaptations the Storm made to try and combat that. But once it got to late game,
it's right here, by the
this is exactly where Mambo flourished. This is the type of the game that they want to play. You know, that they always are able to get to that 20+ minutes, and they are so experienced at it. I didn't think there was a way that they were going to be able to beat them in that portion of the game, but again, the Storm had to make a change. They didn't want to go home, and you know, they looked about as good as you can against the #1 EU SEC seed.
Yeah, I mean, look, and there's a reason. Hex Mambo have been the top of the top for a while now. It's just look at the control they're able to get in some of these team fights. And a lot of it, you know, again, good CC, good trade-off in the front lines. It's almost easy to forget that they're playing with a sub there for support. Again, Rodwin slots into this incredibly well. I think Echrome had some really, really solid games. If we're trying to shed light on some of the other players here, of course Johnny's going to do well. Did you see Johnny? He got a pentakill in the SBL. He got it against the Kings of all people. Yeah, he's going to be a great player. 6-1-7. That one feels pretty solid. 7-2-5 as well for the carry. And it was just a good game for the Mambo. Again, a couple of bumps in the road there. 5 kills picked up for Magic Feet, making sure that the presence is known. But unfortunately for the Xibalba Storm, that is where their Masters run is going to come to an end. Mambo now get to move forward to Sunday. They get to relax for at least tomorrow as they watch over to see who they will be facing. Again, between the Bolts and the Scarabs. As they play tomorrow, we'll figure out who ends up going down to the losers bracket, who moves on throughout Saturday. But for now, they get to be happy about it, right? You come in, you get a 2-0 win, you bounce back, and for a lot of these guys, it's a time back on land. And I think getting that back under their hands has to feel incredible.
Yeah, I mean, Mambo are happy to get the win, of course, but, you know, unfortunate for the Storm. I guess you could say the Storm has dissipated. It's no
skies
more.
are cleared.
The skies are clear, blue skies. Mambo are here to party, and that's exactly what they did. And again, I think just playing to their style, that's something. They knew their identity going into this tournament, and then they're consistently playing their style, and it's something difficult to do as one of these SEC squads, but you know, they're confident in their gameplay, and they're showing it on field, and that's key.
You know, I'm going to say it's on us, Charlie.
Okay.
We made a summer-themed event and then had a storm.
Wait,
Of course they're going to lose, man.
Oh,
It's all about sunshine. I got sunglasses on. They're not allowed to be here, dude. That one, that might be our bad. Either way, I think it's really fun to watch. And again, you know, when you're looking at these teams, now we've had the first seed from each region so far. If you were watching earlier, the Hounds, now the Mambo, have moved forward in their bracket. We're still going to be looking, and we'll talk about this in a little bit as well when we look at the brackets and we look at the schedules and stuff, but we're still going to be seeing some of the second seed, third seed teams from both of these regions. And that's the interesting thing. It was mentioned earlier for the Hounds how they had only dropped to the games to the teams that didn't even qualify for Masters. Mambo were just clean throughout their phase. We'll see, though. Whoever catches up with them, whoever they end up playing, I think it's going to be incredibly fun to watch how they match up. We can get their thoughts on this matchup and, of course, their future as we go over to the post-game interview with J-Mac and a couple of players from the Hex Mambo.
Yeah, thank you so much. I've got Zeros and I've got Deathwalker here, the players for Hex Mambo. Now, you guys are coming to this event with a sub in your support role. Rotwin, obviously Johnny also playing on ping. But Zeros, for you specifically, since you play the most with the support throughout the game, I mean, how is it like adapting to Rotwin's kind of playstyle for your team?
I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's very different from Trick Tank, obviously, but I mean, Rotwin is a good player, so I mean, he's fit in pretty well. We haven't practiced that much with him, but I mean, he picks the goals that we want him to play, and like, it's all good.
Seems to work out well. Now, Deathwalker, talk to me a little bit about the thought process behind Johnny here. Goes for Chalk Jungle 3 games in a row, finally finds a win on it today, and then switches over to the Loki. We know what he can do on the Loki. I mean, it was something that was banned from him so much in SPL. What's up with this Chalk Jungle? Is it just something that he wants to play?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of just wait till last pick. We're expecting Chalk, and then he thinks about it for like a good minute, and then he's like, give me Chalk. But we had to do it. We absolutely had to get a Chalk game in after the first 2 losses. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about it, so it was inevitable. We got the dub, though. First time winning with Chalk, so.
Yeah, able to get that dub. And speaking about that, you know, you had an unfortunate loss to the Scarabs. Now you wait for the match between the Bolts and the Scarabs. You may be hoping for a rematch against the team that knocked you down.
I don't think the Scarabs are losing, dude.
You don't think they're losing this time
we
around?
hope we play against Bolts if anything, yeah.
They're too good right now.
way too good.
Went from being at the bottom to maybe being at the top. Thank you so much for coming by for the interview, guys. Congrats on your win. We'll throw it over to Des to close out our set.
Sounds like everything's in good spirits over there. And, of course, they just got a 2-0 win, and they get to continue on in the tournament throughout this week. Trelly, again, that's the thing that's really fun, looking at this specific bracket. You're either going to get a rematch between the Mambo and the Scarabs, or you're going to end up seeing maybe a fresh match, depending on how tomorrow goes, and how the Scarabs can fare up against the Bolts. But for the Mambo, they finally got their win on Shock.
Right.
And that means one of two things.
It's retired. That's what
Either
it means.
it's
I hope.
retired
I
or
beg.
Johnny's coming back to it.
Johnny, please, if you're watching, just throw him out to the pasture.
Because think about it this way: there's we only got one win on it, so I need to push it. So I want to show what it can do. And then there's we just got a win on it, so let's push it and see what we can do. It's going to be a lot of fun. Charlie doesn't want to see it. I don't really want to see it, but I'm impartial either way. We're going to kick it to, we're going to come up and watch at the bracket here as we watch the Mambo. Again, waiting, what is that, Sunday now, for who is going to be moving forward. Bolts and Scarabs will play tomorrow. That one's going to be a promo match. So whoever wins there moves the next week. Gets a lot closer to a very hefty chunk of change for getting first place if they're able to make it there. And again, for those of you who are wondering, again, 4 groups this week. Double elim brackets with 4 teams in each bracket. And next week it will be an 8-team bracket into semis, into finals with a 3rd, 4th place match there for due diligence and, of course, like money, things like that. Hex Mambo, as mentioned, will be waiting until Sunday to find out who their opponent will be. That will be determined tomorrow. Meanwhile, for the rest of the day, Trelly, if we're looking at this, it's going to be the Sages, the Ravens, the Wardens, and the Scorpions that are going to be coming to play. I'm excited for this next one. The Sages, a team that, look, in Phase 1, wasn't too hot. Phase 2, they picked it up and really kind of, I want to say, like, got their feet under them as the phase went on. I mean, the first couple of weeks weren't that clean. Later on, we're able to find it. And then the Ravens, there's a lot to talk about. I'm sorry, guys, but you're eclipsed a little bit. Adapting's on the team, and that's always something that's worth mentioning.
Yeah, I think both of these teams, the Sages and the Ravens, have, I'm hoping, because I've seen them play, right? I know how good both of these squads are. I'm hoping that they've been, holding a little bit back for a situation like this. When it's elimination time, a loser is going home, because looking at their matchup yesterday, I feel like we didn't get to see, the peak of the Sages or the Ravens. I think there's a lot that they still want to test, and now's the time, right? When it's elimination time, you have to bring out the best of the best Smite that you can possibly play. And I think both of these teams have been, a little bit. I mean, I don't want to say eclipsed, as you said, but just like overshadowed, and now it's time to really show what you got.
I'm excited to watch it. I know I will. I'm going to paraphrase it because the way he worded it is not appropriate for broadcast. But Dame had said that he remembered like starting to play Smite, watching Adapting win Worlds, and now that he's got to come in here and beat him. That's going to be something that is going to be interesting for them. They seem to think that they can do it. The question, of course, on everyone's mind is, will they be able to? We'll find out in set number 3. But before that, we're going to kick it to a quick break, and when we get back, we'll continue with more Smite Masters.
Lightweight, baby!
No!
Cupid! Oh, lightweight, baby! Good game.
A cat's life is hard. You should always pamper them.
No. Bye. Okay,
That's too bad.
no problem. No problem.
A new toy. Perfect. Bye.
Good game.
And we are back with our third knockout match of the day here in SMITE Summer Masters in Season 9. And if you're like me, a very impulse type buyer, these glasses absolutely impulsively bought using my Prime membership, shipped to me the next day, 3 or 4 other options in this specific package, as well as shirts that you've seen me wearing this week. But it doesn't stop there. All the digital content you're able to get with Prime Gaming, absolutely incredible. You get free in-game content, free games, just free games, blank every month, as well as free subscriptions to your favorite streamer. So thanks again to Prime Gaming for being with us, being on my eyelids here today, and hanging out with us here in Season 9 of the SMITE Pro League. Can't wait to see what else we get later on this year. But we've got a great matchup over the Horizon Ravens versus Sages. And Myth, I thought today we would have some 2-1, some 3-game sets. Hasn't been the case just yet. We are 2-0s all the way through here this week.
Well, I think maybe we've got some 3-game sets coming up. Like this one in particular, a little bit closer in the seeding. Feel like there's some implications there. Perhaps some potential for it to go the distance, but haven't seen it just yet, have we? I'm thinking, though, King Kenneth, always a masterful performer, probably going to at least give us 3.
You think?
No, he's King Kenneth. He wins in 2.
You went the other way with it. Yeah, he's winning this one in 2 for sure. This is the battle of EU versus NA, as we have seen up to this point today. Split. 1 EU winner, 1 NA winner so far here today. Remember, we've got 2 more matchups. We've got this one over the Horizon, the Ravens versus the Sages. A little bit later on, we'll have another EU versus North America matchup. When the going gets tough here, this is when the matches get really, really tight because we've had SPL squads up against SCC squads on the first couple of days. Now we move into SCC versus SCC teams, but still 2-0s. So Sages versus Ravens, Callan Wardens versus the Aru Scorpions. There's got to be a 3-game set in one of these two. I'm willing it into existence.
Yeah, I think it can't be this one.
Well, right. So does it have to be the last one?
I'm thinking so, man. King Kenneth gets it done quick. 2-0 or 0-2. Those are the only 2 options I think in this one.
He's carrying over his NRG days to now the SMITE Summer Masters land. Athenian Sages versus Highland Ravens. Myth predicting a 2-0 just because Adapting is on the Highland Ravens, but a very talented team around him as well. And then the Callan Wardens versus Aru Scorpions. That's our final knockout match of the day. Remember, these 2 upcoming sets, both knockout games. I think those 2 teams very closely matched. I think even outside of the Adapting bit, I think Wardens versus Scorpions actually might be the closer of these 2 matchups. Can't wait to see how these break down. But remember, every team this weekend playing in a 4-team bracket of their own. So 4 double elimination brackets have been going on. This team comprised of the Dragons and the Warriors from the SPL, and then, of course, the Sages and the Ravens from the SCC. Dragons and Warriors win their first round matchup. The winner of that set will be guaranteed a berth next weekend for the second week of SMITE Summer Masters. And then Sages versus Ravens. This one, a knockout match. The winner of this will face the loser of match 16. So either way, one of these SCC squads, if you want to play next weekend in our final bracket, you've got to beat an SPL team at some point. But the first hurdle is just getting over your SCC opponent. That's what the Highland Ravens and the Athenian Sages have in front of them here today. In the Sages, our North American SCC, what's the word? Representatives. That's the word I'm going for here in this matchup. Delny, Dame, Jangaru, Priv, Snoopy. Very talented squad. Did not have the easiest time during all of their matchups this phase here in the North American SEC. Really started to get it going towards the end. And so this team already has some experience, Myth, with must-win matchups, especially the last couple weeks of Phase 2. But have also swapped around some players in the past. They stick Dame in the jungle. Dame has had some good land performances on jungle in the past as well. Excited to see what he can get done today.
Yeah, in the most recent land we saw from Dame, it was primary mid lane, but wasn't performing so well. Not him, but the team. And then he said, well, I'm not going out like a buster. I'm not going to lose this whole event without at least taking 1 jungle match. Switches to the jungle, starts to look a whole lot better, and even nets in a permanent spot here on the Athenian Sages. So Dame has impressed me a good deal. I think his playstyle in Godpool actually a bit reminiscent of what we see from like Sino. Loves playing things like, well, OG Sino, not new ESET Scotty Sino. I'm talking like the Nemesis, Daji, Kali Sino. Likes getting aggressive early on, likes these things that scale incredibly well into the late game, really enjoys playing auto-attackers in particular, and is one that is very willing to get his hands dirty despite playing late game scalers. So keep your eyes on Dame. He's a very, very volatile player.
Remember, Dame tweeted just yesterday that, and I'll quote his tweet directly. I remember first starting to play Smite and seeing Adapting win Worlds. Now I just got to fold his stuff. So I'm not directly quoting his tweet, unfortunately.
That's a paraphrase.
A paraphrase. Tragic out here. So it's a Dame throwing a little shade towards Adapting, and Gormizer standing by in the team booth with the Athenian Sages.
And the perfect segue, because I've got Dame specifically, who is willing to iterate on your tweet. You had said, as David just kind of paraphrased, like, you started out, you remember watching Adapting win Worlds, now you got to beat him. What's going through your mind?
My boy Vonnie said it the best, man. Street saying he ain't the king no more, bro.
Sometimes it's that simple, man. I feel like the confidence is up. We did just learn Uller, for a lot of people, was the warm-up god. And I know a lot of... well, we got some Yamoja over here. Never mind. Hold on. That's going to be a little more fun. Snoopy, I'm coming over to you, though. You played on the big stage a ton, right? And specifically against Adapting in the past. And I know it always feels like a little bit of eclipsing. There's a ton of good guys over there. But what's the mentality for you, like, coming back into here and being on lane again against them?
I mean, it's pretty interesting. Like you said, like, it's been a while since I've played against Adapting a bunch, but it's been years. Yeah. So it'll be fun to play against him. And I don't want to get too, like, focused on him, too narrow-sighted, like you said. Don't want to be eclipsing people. So I'm just gonna, like, take my lane opponent, really put him in his place, and then try to, like, take over the map.
Just the Snoopy style, right? Like exactly what we're used to seeing here. The Sages seem like everything's going to be going well for them. We're going to kick it back to the desk, and then we'll be getting back into games here soon.
Appreciate it, Gormizer and the rest of the Athenian Sages. I think smart from Snoopy to not only focus on Adapting. Yes, you always have to put some thought towards Adapting out of the jungle, but you got to focus on your lane opponent here going up against the Highland Ravens, because if you look at the Ravens and their win conditions over the course of Phase 2, Myth, Adapting joins this squad a little bit later on in Phase 2, but like Coast has been one of the couple of win conditions that this squad has had. Angry, of course, in the mid lane has played very well. I think Snoopy very smart to not look over Vaporish Coast, because the dual lanes really impressed me for the Ravens as well.
Vaporish Coast been playing this game for a long time now, the majority of his life, I'd say, or at least a significant portion of it, because
honestly,
he is a young man. I actually didn't recognize him. I was talking to him in the booth, and I was thinking to myself, this is a charming, well-spoken young man. Who am I talking to right now? Because I'm so used to seeing him when he comes in and his feet don't normally like reach the floor.
Right, he was so young. His first words were penta, 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 and it was against you.
Okay, well, you didn't come on, man.
You're right. No, he has grown up a lot playing Smite. Has had a great career up to this point. Excited to see what him and his team can get done in this matchup. And I don't think it's a bad thing for the Ravens that Coast tends to be one of their win conditions, because I always mentioned the one or two big plays that Coast will tend to make in these matchups. But playing alongside Angry, I think, has been great for Vaporish Coast. It's given a little bit of pressure elsewhere on the map and sort of smoothed things out. But the Snoopy versus Coast matchup, Myth, I think very important as far as picks and bans go, and where Dame and Adapting are going to maybe feel like they need to put some more pressure.
Yeah, I am curious about the pacing of that matchup as well. I mean, Vaporish Coast is a bit of an enigma as far as the European ADC standard is.
Just a .25K, is that right?
That can't be true. This guy's killing 5 people at a time on average, man. He's got like 3 pentas this year. No shit. No,
you know what? That might be
for this
event. That might be this weekend.
This event. Yeah. Like,
okay, that makes more sense.
EUSEC hadn't been looking too good until that last set, so 0-2-5. I'm sure Vaporish Coast can be able to improve on that.
That's this event. And they ran into the Oni Warriors. You're going up against Vote and Yoma in the duo lane. I was like, there's no chance.
If he's an 0-2-5, like, what are we, you know?
What am I? Yeah. I'm a 0.
Yeah, we might be in the negs.
You putting me in a SPL player booth against an actual squad? If you can go negative, I'm killing my own teammates somehow. If you can count that.
Let me join you.
Right, exactly. It's likely what's happening if I'm playing in any of these matchups. About to get into picks and pans for game number 1. And I think there are multiple ways that you can look at both of these teams, Myth. Both have their own style, but there are also individual players on both teams that I think you could focus out. We've talked a lot about Adapting and Coast and Snoopy. Is it worthwhile for either of these teams to target ban a couple of these highlight players?
I mean, I suppose so. It seems like anytime you're playing against like Adapting, you probably don't want to play against his nemesis. Otherwise, I think keeping your bans largely standard, a good way to start off this set. You don't want to get caught off guard by things that are just kind of dominant in the meta. Things like Kabrakan, the Lancelot, both very aggressive picks. Yamoja comes to mind as well. King Arthur, sure, goes ignored in the last set, but I think that that one is an outlier and that King Arthur has got a home in the meta right now. Seems like both the Sages and the Ravens keeping it just about to that Reddit tier list.
I've got a great idea.
Okay.
Freest skin idea for the company.
All right.
So we do an esports skin for Lancelot and just call it Lancelot, capital L-A-N, and then it's just an esports skin for Lancelot.
Okay, like what would it like look like?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't gotten that. I'm not an artist.
Oh, okay.
I'm the ideas guy.
Yeah, you're just naming it. Okay,
yeah.
got it.
Call it Lancelot.
Uh-huh.
And then he's riding a controller, and he throws a controller at someone.
Okay. The SCL doesn't exist anymore.
Sure, but
and nobody's
all right,
playing on controller.
Myth, stop yucking my yum.
All right, dude. Your yum is not yucked, okay?
I
I'm yumming
appreciate
your
it.
yum.
And it works just that easy for us, Myth. Okay, Athenian Sages and the Highland Ravens well underway into picks and bans for game number 1. As Lancelot, King Arthur, Daji taken away by the Ravens. Sages take away a few power picks of their own. Baba Yaga continues to see presence here this weekend.
Baba Yaga just has had a whole lot of damage, not a whole lot of much else, right? I mean, the DPS is certainly there, but you have to build a composition around that god. She really is lacking in consistent CC. You might get a cripple. You might get a silence. You might get a slow, but you never can choose. So having something built around her that is just AoE, CC, the Jing Shens, things along those lines could help out a fair bit. Ravens take E-set for themselves in the first slot. Good deal of aggression early on, some flex potential, could go mid, could go support. Has no matter what circle protection, which is just so good around these objectives. And then Khepri on the other side. A direct counter matchup. You want to win Gust? Just isn't going to work against them.
No, it won't. Khepri Cupid, that's been a very popular duo lane, not only in the SPL, but here this weekend at SMITE Summer Masters. You're getting great initiation with the Fields of Love, and then just team fight, stalling, turnaround type of potential with that Scarab.
This shall be a day long remembered.
Bologna, an early lock in here, 43% win rate across 7 games, so hasn't found the most success just yet here this weekend, but feels like that style of solo laner Myth hasn't ever really been out of the meta. Started off pretty consistent this year, Amaterasu, Bologna, those types. Never fully gone away.
No, auto attacker is still pretty strong. Automization we've seen can be pretty flexible for gods like Bologna. The Ikavel Berserker Shield start. A bit different from the standard, but still certainly can find some potential against the boxing matches, especially towards that mid game. Sages actually take the Nemesis for themselves. I had thought that the Ravens would probably take it in that second pick, but instead Chernobog flanking the Bologna. Some global presence, again, flex potential, so if this E-set isn't mid and is support, could be Chernobog towards mid, potential to see a double hunter composition from the Ravens. The Sages, on the other hand, their top 3, I mean, that is so hard to yuck. I mean, I would never yuck that. It's just yum. Khepri, Cupid, a very good dual lane, whole lot of safety. Nemesis scaling into the late game, could start to strip some of that defense around these fights. I am loving the top 3 from the Sages.
Yeah, and you even mentioned taking that type of pick away from adapting. So the good old 1-2 punch, not only do you get something great for Dame, but take away one of adapting's most threatening picks. And it's a bit of a split presence from the Sages in their second wave of bans here. The Yu Huang, so still sensing a mid lane need here for the Ravens, then of course adapting on the Hunbats. That has been a fallback pick for him when a couple of his top gods haven't been available. On the flip side, Ratatoskr and the Morrigan both end up getting banned out. So not overwhelming bans towards adapting in the second phase for the Sages here. Wondered if we would see that, not the case. And then a 67% win rate through 3 games on the Kulkullen. A strong bit of pressure there for the Sages in the solo lane.
Yeah, the generic brand King Arthur for the Athenian Sages in that 4th slot, I think, still has good aggression, can shore up your initiation, still AoE CC, blink knockup, not bad whatsoever, holds his own in the majority of the laning phases. Not really too many bad matchups for him. I am curious, though, about Adapting's lock-in. Sometimes when his back's against the wall, Adapting locks in things like the Thor, just really falling back to one of his old favorites. Osiris, the hover as of now. Haven't had too many opportunities to see him go chop in the jungle, but it's not exactly a high execution style of play. Can really start to establish pace. could keep this Nemesis kind of locked into the jungle, just trying to farm up and try and match that jungle clear that Osiris has with the cleave auto attacks plus Golden Blade. But looking at the draft top to bottom from the Ravens, lacking in some of that standard initiation, some of the same issues we had seen from the earlier sets today. If it's not a Spirit Ball, as of now, what is it? A two-piece combo from Chernobog with the root? Is it going to be Ao Kwong going in with the ultimate? Thanatos has a whole lot of damage. That's not exactly your AoE initiation either.
Go forth, my children, and take over this land.
There was one ban against Thanatos earlier on this weekend, and I'm pretty sure that was against Adapting. Ends up getting his pick here. Back's not against the wall just yet. I mean, yes, as far as tournament life goes, this is it. Whoever loses this set out of the tournament. Still got a little bit of leg room in this set individually, though. And the jungle matchup we were looking for, Dame said he's not the king anymore. Or maybe he was...
No, the streets said that.
Right.
Dame's simply a messenger.
Right, he's the mouthpiece for the streets. And,
That's right.
Adapting's not it anymore. And Nemesis up against Thanatos should be a fun matchup to watch, Myth. Still wanting to jump on a single target, evaporate that health bar, but very different in the ways they get that done.
Yeah, Execute could deal with that ultimate from Khepri pretty easily, but
yeah, good point.
It's not the same as like an Achilles Execute where you can do it on reaction. You kind of need to get up into the air, and during that time while you're jumping up, well, maybe the Cupid's healing you out of execution threshold. Maybe the Hell's doing the exact same thing. So going to be difficult to find that style of play. I think more likely we see the Thanatos get aggressive early on and try and throw his weight around the entirety of the map. Similar to Osiris, should be able to outpace Nemesis in the jungle, but as far as real late game goes in the 5-on-5 engagement, this Sage's draft is just so much easier to execute on. And that's a topic of conversation I love to have when the stakes in Smite are incredibly high.
Yeah.
You want something that is easy to perform, because obviously nerves are going to be up, especially in an elimination match. The Ravens have got themselves something that you need to like establish dominance with and hold on to. Whereas the Sages, I would say, even if they fall behind 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 gold, at the 30-minute mark, their team fight might just outscale enough to outweigh that.
Yeah, so it's about buying yourself breathing room, right? And game 1 of a best of 3 officially becomes the most important game, just like game 2 in a best of 5 is the most important. Giving yourself that one game advantage. Really no pushback from you on that, Myth.
I'm sorry, what?
You're not a firm believer. I thought you were an opponent of the game 2 in a best of 5 being the most important.
No, game 1's the most important.
In a best of 5.
Game 1's most important always.
That's not true.
Because you want the hot start.
In a best of 3, yes.
You're being
in a best
so
of 5,
dumb.
no.
You're being so dumb
In a
right
best
now.
of 3,
you
it is
look
most important.
So ignorant.
I can't see you anymore, Myth.
What am I, John Cena?
No, I got my hater blockers on. Is that what that one Where'd he go? Oh no, he's gone. Ravens versus Sages, Myth. Somehow undercutting the tone of how important this match is. One team at the end of this best of 3 going to end up going home. How dynamic do you think this Hell pick ends up being for Jangaru out of the mid lane, up against things like Daji and other heavy CC gods? Of course, we talk a lot about the cleanse being very important. Do you think Hell is a heal bot, damage bot, can do it all? Are you going to find a lot of utility in this game if you're Jangaru?
Hell does a whole lot of damage, deceptive damage in the early game. So up against Thanatos, maybe if you're able to establish a lead, you can kind of throw the weight around there. But otherwise, you're also the biggest target for this Thanatos. So I'd like to see him play safely.
EU versus NA tied up so far today. The tiebreaker between the Sages and the Ravens kicks off right now in game 1.
Thank you so much, David. Sages and Ravens going at it here. It's Dimes, it's Doug spectating. And Trelly, I have a tear in my eye that you're joining me for this one. We get to watch King Kenneth pick up this classic Thanatos. I mean, there was a reason that Thanatos and Fenrir were banned against Adapting the last time we saw him play here at SMITE Summer Masters, and now we get to watch the Adapt King pick up this classic pick.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I hope that he comes to get aggressive in the early. Doesn't have the blink, which, of course, Dame does. Dame actually looked extremely confident in that pregame interview, so I don't think the tenure and just the rings alone on Adapting's fingers were enough to scare off the Athenian Sages. We'll have to see if play on field reflects that. Either way, when you pick something like Thanatos, I don't imagine you're going to be sitting by the wayside for very long. I imagine still wanting to get aggressive, and I think the desk highlighted it quite well. Jangaru has a target on their back, no doubt. I mean, the Hell needs to die first in these team fights. You don't want this constant wave of healing to be changing how you 5v5, as well as the Scarab's Blessing. But hey, if you're in Threshold, it's not going to matter too much when adapting's in the sky.
This Athenian Sages, I mean, we saw the stupid picked up, right? Now we get the snoopid. We'll have to see if that goes even harder than the stupid. But it just feels like the Athenian Sages drafted exactly what they were looking for with that Hell coming as the final pickup. You have Delny on what we're apparently now officially calling Budget King Arthur in the colon, right, with King Arthur being banned away. And this ever-popular Nemesis pickup here. I mean, when you're just looking at the drafts as a whole, Highland Ravens playing plenty of meta, sure, but they mentioned on the desk, Bologna not having the most success as Privative goes in on that hug bump on Porish Coast, who takes a whole chunk of damage from that heart bomb. Just looking at the compositions as a whole, would you give the edge to the Sages, or do you think there are signs of hope here with the Ravens, especially if the early game can get going for the Thanatos?
I mean, you're going to call me crazy for saying this, but I think the Highland Ravens comp is much harder to execute on being that Thanatos, and adapting really has had some struggles this week, you know? So if he starts playing to that point that we know he can, of course, I think the Highland Ravens have a great composition, but the Athenian Sages draft is so much easier to execute on, no pun intended. It's just a lot of easier abilities. You don't have to commit too much. Priv getting extremely low and could be in some trouble.
Yeah, Priv locked down by the Spirit Ball, but guess what? Calvin gets turned it right back around on Heart Bomb through the minions, threaded perfectly by the Snoopid. Snoopy picking up first blood here. Not even 2 minutes into this game, and if there was one set, Trelly, that I looked at today's schedule and I said that one's going 3, it was going to be this one.
Yeah, I think definitely an interesting matchup either way, but that meditation that Priv picked up, I think, proves extremely useful there. Calvin popped the sprint thinking, hey, we're going to chase down this kill. Then some more health bars come through. Priv pops the med, and Snoopy able to pick up first blood and the assist going over to support. That should open up a possible purple buff invade, but Calvin's already back and ready to attempt to defend this one and has Hog in hand. So, yeah, I was going to say, if Priv and Snoopy go for this, they're definitely at least going to get the Hog out and shouldn't be able to confirm. And I think they realize that as well. Just going to go back for some lane pressure and look at their own purple buff.
Timing just a little bit too early there for the Athenian Sages. If they get that kill 30, 45 seconds later, easy purple buff avenue, but not quite. Let's talk about, you've already mentioned their name one time, Privative on this Khepri. We saw Privative pick up the Athena, which is one of their absolute prime picks. Love the Athena. They go to the Cabrakan, who's a little bit more aggressive just inherently because of the kit. Now on this Khepri, I love personally seeing Privative pick up the support style gods that can facilitate their opponent. What are your thoughts on Priv, and especially on this Khepri, as there's another engagement. Hold on for 1 second, Trelly. I'll give you your shot. As Dame double dashes on Calvin, Spirit Ball connects with 2 slice and dice, puts the support in the ground.
Yeah, so Priv gonna be getting extremely aggressive in this lane.
2 for 2.
Probably find an abduct on a Calvin, and then I imagine a second kill will come through. That's
especially
what I would have said.
if Dame rotates,
That's
right?
what I would have said if you asked me 30
absolutely.
seconds ago.
Mentalist over here.
I'm blaming you. You were a little slow on the question, so
I held the
unfortunately,
mic a little long. It's my bad, Trellis.
I couldn't show you how much clairvoyance I have, but in reality, I think you're right to highlight Privative on the supporty style of supports, not getting too aggressive, but being able to peel for the team. This is when the Athenian Sages are at their peak, when they're looking this solid, when Priv is able to. And whenever Priv's on point, it's so hard to find a kill on this team. Thus far, 2-0. Both of these kills in the duo lane for good reason. When you look at Niset, you imagine pressure, but that's not the case at the moment. Having a little bit of trouble, as we see Dame just trying to clear waves. Hasn't quite been able to back up and pick up either the stone cutting or the golden blade. That would help out the damage immensely onto these minions, and I imagine because of that kill, Dame should be able to pick that up here shortly, but adapting hasn't backed either. This man have no fear of trying to get active, does not want to fight in the slightest. It's going to take a couple more items before we see the Thanatos trying to find some kills.
Which is kind of antithetical to the Thanatos, right? You think about the Scythe being one of the best early game abilities literally in the game, right? Like taking out opponents at levels 1, 2, 3, a half HP, especially now level 5, got that execute online so you can take opponents out at even lower HP. Vaporish Coast with the up down just to escape the Cupid ultimate there. Hard Bomb connects as well. Snoopy's got this lane handled.
Yeah, Snoopy's been on point this lane. I mean, even losing, able to find some solo kills. And actually 1v3 at this purple buff. It wasn't, I think he wasn't afraid of the 1v2, but once he saw the third, he's like, okay, we're cool, I'm going back. And honestly, I'm pretty excited about the amount of different Cupid skins we've been seeing, because that's something that me and Gore have always been highlighting. Like, what do these Cupid players go to as their skins? Because that changes. It changes what the hearts look like. You know, sometimes they're beans, sometimes they're dumplings. You never know. And this time, Snoopy just going with the little devil one, a classic in the way of Cupid's Smite skins.
Yeah, what's your take on the? Do you remember what the stupid?
The stupid, I believe, was the honey. I think he had the honey, which is always good. I think the bee one's a classic as well.
Sure. I'm on the beans one. I can't remember. It's like the chimney sweep Cupid or something like that, where it looks like a little newsboy from
he's
Victorian
like
era
Tiny
England.
Tim. Yeah, he's got the beans.
Oliver Twist type situation. That's my stance here, as the red buff is going to be cleared out by the Athenian Sages, building themselves a small lead as we haven't even approached 6 minutes yet. Just now, the clock ticking over to that 6-minute mark. 2 kills on the board for the Athenian Sages. I think no surprise that the NA Smite team is getting a little bit more active on this map. But once again, adapting. Level 7 hasn't found anything thus far, has to connect with this Thanatos. I think it's fair to say that as the game continues on, this Thanatos is going to fall off a little bit harder than the Nemesis.
Yeah, no doubt. I think late game certainly will be a little bit rough, but given the situation, given the fact that the Sages are up 2-0, this gold lead is not as big as it should be, and I think that's credit to the farming of the Ravens. Adapting, again, hasn't been too active, but he's been staying on pace and even had a level lead just a minute ago. You can take a look at that XP. It's even smaller for a reason. The Highland Ravens have been able to confirm their own farm and steal away some when necessary. It's going to start to add up. And if the Sages keep getting active, of course, it won't matter too much. Really just depends on where you are choosing these fights. As Priv just trying to decide where to actually juke out here. Finally finds a path out, and there you go. Has the hearts to sustain up as well as Jengaru. Anti-heal certainly going to need to be prioritized. Adapting already has that Brawler's beat stick for a reason. At level 12, I have to imagine Calvin's thinking about the Onk, but then you're putting yourself in a difficult situation because you're an E-set, you're not quite as tanky as a normal Guardian would be, and you'd love to have a Beads as well.
Yeah, you got to expect the Divine Rune here from the Tiamat. You got to expect Kana to build into some kind of anti-heal as well, because as you mentioned, Jengaru providing plenty of healing off this hell, Snoopy also providing lots of heals with those hearts from the Cupid that can, as you said, take the form of dumplings or beans, or in this case, what is the
They're just like darker hearts.
Yeah,
there you go. They're not quite as light because he's like a little
Heartbreaker.
He's like a little devil.
Yeah, absolutely.
And meditation as well from Priv. So
yeah, big time. Healing across the board for the Athenians.
Yeah, so I think the fight-refight situation is something that has to be on the mind of the Ravens. If they're not going in, committing to an all-in engage off the back of, I'm assuming, an execute from adapting, they're not going to look to re-engage because you're looking at full health bars once again. That's something that the Sages are always going to be on point with, and it looks like Calvin going to take a little bit of damage.
Yoink in from Privative onto Calvin. Snoopy has made the rotation as well. It's a matter of time before those Fields of Love come out, but why even need it when Dame's around the corner, dropping that ultimate, shredding protection. Circle of Protection was used to absolutely zero effect.
Yeah, Circle of No Protection, it should have been called, as we see the Sages. I saw them group up at the Gold Fury for a second, but decided against it, and we'll just go back to their ways. They actually did just confirm the Obelisk as well, so we see that Trebuchet spawning in Snoopy's lane, as if he didn't have enough pressure up against Coast. Soon, they will be able to send that off, the Firing Rock Slinger, if they need to. If not, they could always save it for late game. It really does open up some avenues around that Fire Giant and things like that.
So talk me through ESET support here for a second. We've seen ESET support be used to incredible effect throughout the entirety of the SPL in recent times. When you're 0-3-0, some gods in particular are harder to play from behind. Is ESET support one of those gods? Is she going to provide value from her team even from a state of being behind?
I am a big proponent of ESET being better in mid than support. I've always said this, and some look at me funny, some say Trelly. Some say Trelly, you're a visionary.
Not Trelly, really.
Yeah, I'm telling you, and my reason is simple. Circle of Protection becomes vastly ineffective at confirming objectives when you're not building damage. So, of course, when you have an ESET in mid, we've seen it time and time again. That is a free objective whenever it's there. Unfortunately, when you have a lot of CC in lockdown, but to your point, Calvin is 0-3, didn't start beads, will consistently be like abducted into a heart bomb, into killed until level 12 for quite some time, and that's another issue I have with this pick. Doesn't get better until you get some protections online from behind. You can't be that frontliner. You can't CC for your team as easily. Calvin gonna have his work cut out for him.
About 15 more seconds here before the Pyromancer lands on the map. The Athenian Sages have plenty of burn. Snoopy, especially on this Cupid, if possible, makes an early rotation over to the Pyromancer, drops the Heart Bomb. Plenty of burn there. Jengaru with excellent confirm on this hell. Adapting caught out here in the jungle. Dame combines with Privative to lock down the jungler for the Ravens, but an easy hovering death there for CC Immunity. Hovers right over the middle lane and slams down on the red buff.
But Snoopid is on the way, and he's got Fields of Love.
Here comes the Snoopid. Doesn't even need the field because the Heart Bombs are going to, boom, put Adapting in the ground. There's the Fields of Love, saving it for Angry. Uses the beats to get away on that Tiamat. It's a red buff invade here for the Athenian Sages. Ooh, lucky there for the Ravens, able to secure their own buff.
Yeah, Adapting wanted to go for some farm, but having incredible amounts of pressure in that left lane means that Snoopy can rotate whenever he needs to, and probably assume that that red buff was coming up and there would be some easy farm. However, that Pyromancer that you mentioned did spawn in about 40 seconds ago, and unless some miracle play from Kana, should be going to the Sages.
Hammer down, and the Athenian Sages are able to grab the Pyromancer, but they aren't done yet. Eagles rally over the top to allow Kana to escape there. They call you a visionary, right? Trelly, they call me a prophet for calling that Pyromancer. Snoopy rotates over, and you're welcome, Athenian Sages. Anchor gets yoinked in the middle lane by the big hug bug there, jumps in aggressively as Calvin is here for some backup. Jengaru putting out damage in the back line and healing as well.
Yeah, but Jengaru has the cleanse and the heal, and that's all it really takes to make sure this Khepri gets out of trouble. But now Calvin is going to have to juke and abduct, and it does not happen. Circle protection goes down. Might not be enough.
Yeah, Calvin has that divine judgment from the Nemesis applied. Stripping away protections, dash in, dash out for Dame, picking up the kill on the support. Adapting is here to return some damage, just doesn't have it. Silence doesn't go off.
Snoopy gets a solo?
And the Snoopid once again pops off on Vaporishkos. 3-0-2 for the Snoopid.
That was no ult either. Fields of Love just came up. Snoopy's just built different.
That was just unprecedented skill.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming like Heart Bomb, dash into the wall, immune, and then Snoopy has hit all the autos afterwards. I mean, the Aussie, unfortunately, is not bringing as much damage as the Fail Non. Snoopy just has such a lead. 3-0, as well as Dave sitting 3-0. The Athenian Sages came to play. And with that Trebuchet pushing down left, could be some pressure on that Tier 1 tower.
Shouts to the Ravens, though. We're at 6 kills, all in the hands of the Athenian Sages, rather.
They are savages.
Yeah, you saw exactly where I was going
yeah.
with that. The Athenian Sages having 6 kills, 12 minutes in, have a Pyromancer to their name as well. Yet this gold lead, as you mentioned earlier, has not been extended as far as you'd imagine by the Athenian Sages at this point in the game.
Yeah, 6-0, being up about 2K. That's a little bit more forgivable for me. You know, when it was 2-0 and about 700 gold, that's when I was like, they should be a little bit more ahead. They finally played at some objectives. They went for that Pyromancer, and they looked at that left Tier 1 tower as well, which is living with a little bit of HP. Maybe if Snoopy is able to get some more pressure in that lane, could be a possibility. But this Gold Fury, I think, is going to be the real deciding factor here. Snoopy does drop the Fields of Love and gets the beats.
On to Vaporishkos goes the Heart Bomb. Aegis is able to immune the damage. Big time return poke there from Vaporishkos. The rest of the Athenian Sages make the rotation to support their Hunter. Delny and Kana have both rotated out of that solo lane. Calvin, once again, the target of this Divine Judgment, popped in the ground before Adapting can even respond.
Yeah, now it's probably that Gold Fury that needs to be next on the money. Delny and Kana made the rotation for a reason. They realized what could have been looked at, and it looks like the Sages are just going to be able to pull this one for absolute free. Only Adapting is close by, and Hovering Death takes a little bit too long to channel. Gold Fury goes down for the Sages. So they've been playing this lead exactly how you would want, right? You find a pick, go for an objective. Find a pick, go for an objective. Snoopy forced out Vaporishkos for a reason, and now looks like some trouble.
Aggression in the mid lane. Jengaru dropping low, picked up by Angry on the left-hand side. Aggression as well, but Vaporishkos able to get out of that one. So only the mid laner for the Athenian Sages drops there. The Highland Ravens finally find a return kill and put a 1-up in their kill column.
Yeah, I saw that Adapting ulted out because the rotation from Dame could have been trouble. Jengaru even went for a tanky style of build. I see the Warlocks into the breastplate, but no Aegis was on the board just yet. Hadn't went back to base to pick that relic up, and probably would have been the saving grace that they needed. Not going to be the biggest deal, though, because the kill did go to Anger. I was hoping Adapting would be able to get the last hit there so we could finally get something started in this jungle. We just haven't seen too much damage coming out of this Thanatos for a reason. Snoopy once again stashing in.
And Vaporishkos once again uses that up-down from the ultimate to CC immune. The damage there does get popped by the Heart Bomb, is dropped below half HP. But don't worry, your support Calvin is here to pick up the extra slack. Vaporishkos is forced to back, so Snoopy and Privative have an avenue here to push down that tier 1 tower in the left-hand side with just a sliver of HP remaining. And at this point, we're approaching 15 minutes. Are you now concerned that this Thanatos has done less than nothing, actually has died once, giving gold and experience over to the Athenian Sages? Are you starting to get worried about what this pick can accomplish for adapting?
You know, I will say the last time that I cursed the Thanatos that was bottom damage, at level 17 they got like a pentakill. So I'm gonna hold my breath at the moment and say, and it was I'm pretty sure it was mass kill, just so we're clear.
Okay.
So we have some time here for adapting to get online. One kill can really open up the doors. It seems like a Blood Forge is on the way for adapting, so that would help out a ton, right? You're going to the back line, you get a kill, you get that HP reset, you start zooming, anything could happen. However, if you're looking at the XP throughout the board, you know, it's really just 5 kills on the Calvin.
Yeah.
Relatively even in the solo lane. I believe Delny's up a bit gold-wise. Actually a level lead for Angry as adapting Force to Hovering Death defensively because of that blink from Damon. Actually going back in.
Definitely not defensively there, as back on a Dame goes adapting. The rest of the Highland Ravens are here to provide support. Kana going in, and now Delny has also rotated in. Ultimate onto Angry from this Colon. Calvin has rotated around as well. The Wind Gust providing almost no damage there, as that is a support E-set. So it's going to be a full reset from both of these squads. But the Athenian Sages are now on this Pyromancer with only Kana here to stop the aggression.
Yeah, but it seems like Pyromancer could have been a consolation prize given up on Kana, as the Sages will get the confirmation for the Pyromancer and the beads for their troubles onto the Bologna. And this is the time in the game where it's probably going to get a little bit slow. Primal Fury not going to be up for a couple minutes. We just saw the Pyromancer go down. And if you're taking a look at the DPS from the carries, not enough to convincingly go for a Fire Giant. So I don't imagine too much aggression. Actually, a grouping up for the mid lane tower from the Sages. This is a good call if they're able to go for it. Too bad there's 2 mages in this lane, and they can clear the wave so effectively.
Vaporish Coast in this left-hand side, able to get some free farm while Snoopy has rotated out of the lane, so that's going to be big for the Highland Ravens Hunter. And like you said, experience across the board. I mean, 15 tied in the duo lane, actually a level lead in the middle lane. Angry 15 over the level 14 Jingaru on this Hell. Same thing with adapting, has kept up just fine with Dame. And in the solo lane right there, Parity, 16 and 16. So like you said, low bounties on Calvin, right? 0-5 on the support as Delny's getting walked down here by adapting and Kana. But it doesn't feel like Delny really cares at all. Finally into execute threshold. Delny definitely cares now as adapting up downs for the hovering death execute.
Yeah, that was the perfect timing, because if the shield got off before Delny went in the threshold, I don't think an execute could have been happening, as Angry forced to use the double relics, and Coast actually holds in.
Nightmare down on to the Athenian Sages. Angry, Calvin, and Kana. 4-man squad pushing forward here onto 4 members of the Athenian Sages. Dame able to juke out that Spirit Ball, but you just can't juke out the Eagles rally. Primitive dropping low in the back line. Kana pushing forward, leading the charge here. Dame has rotated into the back line of the Highland Ravens, cutting down Connor in the back line, is able to dash out, adapting still at full HP. Not enough damage on either side, or rather I should say enough damage, but plenty of healing in order to avoid death for the Athenian Sages.
Yeah, unfortunately, adapting has not been able to go back and spend that gold. He was able to get 1 kill, but unfortunately Priv had the Scarab's Blessing there, confirmed that res, and not going to get credit for it. Still, though, you know, you're happy about getting a kill on right lane. Delny is spawned back in, and that's exactly when that Primal Fury is about to get active. Needs some vision on this left side of the map if you are the Ravens, because if not, the Sages are going to be able to pull this right away. Look, they're already grouping 5 strong on this Primal Fury, and Kana, they're doing blue buff.
Vaporish Coast, no ultimate, so no Nightmare to get in the action here. Calvin is around the corner, but the Spirit Ball and Circle of Protection aren't going to do it. In fact, no Circle of Protection available for this support. He said Primal Fury will fall here to the Athenian Sages, extending their gold lead even further over the Highland Ravens.
Yeah, now a situation where the Trebuchet is pushing down mid. I was curious if the Sages would group up and try to take out one of these towers. Looks like they're more concerned about trying to stave their Greater Scorpion. A good silence will make sure that Delny's not able to confirm. You know, the Sages just got an objective. They have to back up and spend the gold to actually make that gold real, and in this case, not looking to get too aggressive in the situation. Not going to be able to really push this lead any further. I already highlighted. Now we're in a situation, if Snoopy backs and gets a full item here, we're in Fire Giant territory. We're at the point where one pick could lead to the Sages getting aggressive on that side of the map. I think Coast has done exactly what he needs to, where it's just whenever there's a rotation out, Coast is stuck in lane, trying to push down that tower, trying to farm up effectively. Level 18, So tied for the highest XP in the game, actually with their own solo laner, Kana. And it looks like Delny could be in some more trouble.
Once again, Delny the target of this jungler. Vaporish Coast has rotated in as well, but Delny so tanky on this level 18 Kukulkan that both rotations from the adapting Thanatos and Vaporish Coast Chernobog don't amount to anything. Snoopy allowed to push up this left side lane for free. Angry now rotating just to make sure that tier 2 tower is not under threat. But the Athenian Sages with nothing, or everything rather, down on the map can't really capitalize on the big time rotation to solo.
Yeah, and Snoopy did finish the full executioner. That's what I was wondering what was going to come through, because that means just more DPS for the Fire Giant. Of course, Dame also had an Exy, so would have been able to shred the prots for the rest of the team. But finally, we're seeing this grouping around this objective. 4 strong are the Sage, and actually, they're not looking for this Fire Giant. They're looking for just a relic, one opening to try and pull this so they can look for a team fight after the fact. But Kana wasn't taking the bait.
Calvin's leading the charge here, but at an 0-5, ESET should know the drill by now. You're just going to get yoinked in by Privative on this Capri. Kana also leading the way. Angry gets rooted. No pull, though. Off the mark there from Privative. Delny with that Salmon Sleep in on Connor to force out the Bologna Spirit Ball. Way off the mark there from the Highland Ravens, and the Athenian Sages able to back off. And this is what you were referring to earlier in the game. It's the second fight, right? It's not the initial engagement. It's the ability for these Athenian Sages to back off, to heal up, utilizing Hell and Cupid, and to reinitiate with the full force of their full health bars.
Yeah, I'm just keeping my eyes on the Ravens' relics, right? Because that's going to be the issue. If the Ravens are actually burning relics for the first fight, the second fight will be much harder, but they haven't been taking the bait. They haven't been using beads onto these roots from Priv or the Abducts, things like that. Pyromancer started up and actually stolen away by the Highland Ravens. That's going to be a little bit of extra gold in their pocket. Still down about 3K, but nice sensibility to know that they could step up for that one and not commit too much.
Yeah, unsure if that was Calvin with the Spirit Ball or Angry on the Tiamat securing that one down, but the Highland Ravens are going to take away that Pyromancer from the Athenian Sages, which is, you know, a good play at 21 minutes, approaching 22 minutes here. You're behind in gold. You go for a safe steal attempt. You end up making it happen, but it's not like the Athenian Sages are cursing their luck or anything.
Oh, I think they might give up. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, yeah?
I wouldn't be surprised if they just got up. And
their mentals are so gone from that steal.
Yeah, that Pyromancer would have given them just enough for the Sentry Wards they all wanted to buy for this fire, and now their game plan has been ruined. Either way, I actually see a grouping over here on the left side of the map. Snoopy was being looked at by Adapting for a second, probably noticed Priv and immediately said, never mind, we don't want to go for a commit. A botched gank this late into the game is Fire Giant, like 9 times out of 10. So trying to go for the level 19 Cupid with both relics up, not going to be the safest call. 2 very low towers have been pinged, and I think the Sages aren't going to be able to defend both of them. When Coast can just go left lane, push that tower, then ult in towards the Fire Giant, eventually there's going to be even more gold going into the pockets of the Ravens. But given the lead, I think they need that gold more than the Sages need to hold on to it.
Absolutely agree. It's not insignificant for the Highland Ravens to grab those 2 towers, put a little more gold in the pocket, especially looking at Calvin. I mean, 2 items online, a Stacked Thebes and a Breastplate of Valor
man.
for the ESET. I mean, that's rough game, rough life right there.
Yeah, I don't imagine, because you can see Priv, 3, you got 2 fully upgraded relics, 3 aura items, the Scarab's Blessings have been on point, 005, that's the perfect support stat line. Calvin might be in some even more trouble after the abduct.
Oh, not for the 6th time, though. 5 times abducted, 5 deaths for Calvin, but it will not be for Privative now, as the remainder of the Athenian Sages are going to group around this Scorp. That's going to go down, and it's just a reset here at 23 minutes in. Nobody has the avenue to take on this Fire Giant. Scorpions are going to go to each of their respective teams. It's just buy time now. Soul Reaver just fully picked up there by Jengaru on this Hell. And I think we've touched on the healing so far that Jengaru has afforded to their team, but we really haven't talked about the damage coming through as Snoopy uses those large fields of love there just to force Angry out of the way.
And it is going to grab Angry's beads, so that was the win. That was all that the Sages were after. Grab the beads, get out, and it looks like Oni Fury spawning in, and the Sages are going to get over as quickly as possible. The threat of doing Oni Fury at 23 minutes is usually, oh no, what if they're pulling Fire Giant?
Right.
Coast is still in left lane, and that's their DPS for Fire Giant, so never going to be a fear, and it looks like Delny was sort of playing the middleman just in case to make sure there was no other presence on that right side of the map. So now a free Oni Fury for the Sages. I have to imagine the call is to back immediately, spend a bit of gold, and look towards this Fire Giant. They're going to have to defend these Oni waves, and Coast has already been sitting in left lane throughout this whole game. Would love to upgrade, would love to get the last item in this build and try and get some extra DPS online. The Sages shouldn't let that happen just because of their presence, the fact that they're so far up. It shouldn't be too difficult. Notably, though, we did talk about Calvin, and he did fully upgrade that Ankh. The healing from the Sages could be nullified. If Calvin's job is just drop the circle protection, pop that Ankh, and then just die, it could be enough to make sure that the rest of the Ravens can succeed. I'm still putting a lot of respect on adapting. He's going to have to pull up massive here. The execute, it cannot be Aegis. It has to land, a kill has to come through, and it looks like this Fire Giant will be pulled.
Athenian Sages grouping up around this Fire Giant. Dame and Delny at the forefront of this push. Kana is also trying to zone away the Athenian Sages from their mid laner here, and doing so successfully. Calvin wrapping around the corner. Adapting has finally joined the party. They Porsche Coast, meanwhile, is pushing up this left lane, is pushing Phoenix, waiting for the perfect time to ultimate into this fight. Delny forced to teleport all the way back to the left lane Phoenix. So the Highland Ravens have successfully split this fight in two.
Yeah, if Coast ulted in, this could be a 5v4, but it looks like Coast is actually just going to have to run away from Delny for as long as possible, and Delny will channel the back. So great play there, honestly, by Coast. And of course, Delny was the only one who could make it to that Phoenix in time, had to burn through the teleport, but all this is essentially done is stalled out the game even longer for the Ravens to try and get these builds online. Protector of the jungle finish for adapting. That's going to be pretty massive whenever you are fighting around this Fire Giant, just trying to get a little bit of extra damage and tank stats. Full blaster Thanatos does have some one-shot potential, but one bit of CC, one Heart Bomb connects, and the Thanatos look a little bit worse for wear.
Full blaster Thanatos?
Oh, yeah.
Is that?
That's what it's called, yeah. 100%.
All right, good to know. You learn something new every day. Adapting looks like lands that scythe onto Jengaru. That's going to be healed up immediately. Plenty of anti-heal, as you mentioned. You got the Toxic Blade on the Bellona. Brawlers, of course, the first item pickup for the Thana. Divine Ruin, second item pickup for the Tiamat. So, hell, a little bit less effective in these extended engagements. Pyromancer back on the map, which means it's going to go down. Last time should have gone to the Athenian Sages. Ravens were able to pick it up as Delny goes in aggressively here on Calvin and Kana. Blinks in on the two tanky targets for the Highland Ravens, trying to lock down these two targets while the rest of the Sages follow up. Jengaru explodes Calvin, adapting in the air.
Delny's going crazy in that engagement. Used the transformation so effectively. Gets the CC, says, you're not in the circle protection, I'm pushing you out. And now the Fire Giant will finally be pulled. Hovering Death, not available. Kana still has the Eagles rally, but it's going to take a while. And Dame is playing zone duty, but missed the Bellona entirely.
The Porsche Coast ultimate still available as well if that becomes necessary. Dame wrapping around the back here. There's the Divine Judgment stripping away protections from Kana. Double dash in, shield utilized, slice and dice for the slow there. And Nemesis is able to successfully zone Kana long enough for the Athenian Sages to wrap that Fire Giant buff around their waist.
Yeah, Dame played that fight about as perfectly as you can. Was able to zone everyone out except for Kana, and the rest of the Sages were like, we're not getting outbursted by a Bellona. No shot that's going to happen. Use the Divine Judgment to force out Eagles Rally, and we'll call that a net win. Now the Sages are able to push down right. It's only a 3v5 because Coast and Adapting are still on the base.
28-minute Phoenix push here. Cupid ultimate used to create zone. Delny takes out one, but Porsche Coast answers back onto Dame. Delny about to fall, but a great Scarab's Blessing there from Privative allows the solo laner to continue the fight. Privative now under pressure by Porsche Coast, Adapting, and Kana. Moving forward is this Bellona on Delny, who's down to about a quarter HP. Salmon's Leap out, but here comes Bellona.
And it looks like there's a bunch of movements. Delny will certainly be a casualty of war, but how much more can the Ravens get? Adapting goes up, has to choose his target wisely. Is it Jengaru or is it Priv? It looks like Jengaru could be in some trouble.
Jengaru, the correct target there. Adapting, able to aegis away most of the damage from the hell there. Finds the second kill of the game for the
Snoopy's
jungler of
the
Highland
Phoenix.
Ravens. But meanwhile, Snoopy the whole time, the Snoopid going crazy. Right lane Phoenix will fall to this Cupid. I don't know who the tier 2 tower on the right-hand side is going to fall to the Highland Ravens. They don't have the juice in them to push this right side Phoenix. Is that a net even? Is that a win for the Ravens or the Sages?
Well, I'm going to say losing your right side Phoenix hurts for sure, but you've essentially neutralized the first push of this Fire Giant. Remember, it's got 2 minutes and 17 seconds left, but it's only on the duo lane. Priv and Snoopy are the only ones that are able to hold on to that buff. It's going to be a breath of fresh air for the Highland Ravens. They were able to successfully win a team fight, and I think that does wonders for their confidence. Adapting makes a good play. He goes in, was forced to Aegis, but I think Jengaru probably is able to win that 1v1 unless that Aegis is used. And now, this Primal Fury would be massive if the Highland Ravens were able to confirm it. Given the positioning, I don't think Priv's coming over to to go for a steal. So the Highland Ravens have a little bit of extra gold in pocket as well, and actually should be in the lead once this goes down.
In the lead in gold. We're at approaching 30 minutes here, so gold becomes less and less of a factor as time goes on, of course. In Smite, everybody's at level 20.
I don't know. Calvin's got
supports.
3 items still.
Okay, you're right. The 0-6 ESET has 3 items, so maybe a little bit more important there that the Highland Ravens do confirm the gold Fury for themselves, try to get their support back on parity with the support for the Athenian Sages, who has finished 3 items, looking to finish up that 4th item there. Starter item completed as well.
Wow.
There you go. Calvin
The
finished
glow up is real.
Calvin, the 4th item there.
Calvin's able to hit level 18 on par with Priv as well as that tier 2 in mid falls down. I think this was the big difference maker in goal, was the fact that the Sages had not been able to split push as easily. They weren't grabbing these towers. As Coast and Adapting were making quick work of them in left side, and that's really why the gold isn't as far-fetched as it should be. But now the Sages are just trying to set up an ambush here. They're sort of camping around the Trebuchet, saying, hey, you guys want to step up to this Trebuchet? It's nice and pretty. I promise we're not sitting around the corner. But the Ravens have been around for a while. They know, hey, there's a bunch of waves that are not being pushed. I wonder where the Sages are. Fire Giant's not available. Gold Fury we already took. They're probably hiding in the jungle, and no one going to fall for that bait. They will just stay back in their base until Fire Giant spawns in. But so yeah, I think this was just a breath of fresh air. Fire Giant does run out in about 20 seconds, and the Sages are going to still be in control. But this right side bird is so easy to defend when you're already at the Fire Giant, right? Coast was making his name, pushing over in left lane. He could very easily defend right side and still be able to ult in. It's not very far from the actual Fire Giant pit. This is the strongest the Ravens have looked throughout this whole game. They're 31 minutes in.
A combined 4, 0, and 10 for the duo lane from the Athenian Sages. Deathless right now are Privative and Snoopy on this Khepri and Cupid respectively. How much work have they been doing in this one? I mean, Snoopy has been on point with these hard bombs, threading one for the first blood of the game. Big fields of love as there's more grouping here around the Fire Giant. This time the Highland Ravens controlling the space, and Privative is forced to dash away there as Tiamat is aggressively positioning quite forward there. The Highland Ravens successfully secure the Pyromancer, grab the objective they were looking for, and back away.
Yeah, I love what Dame was doing during all that. The Pyromancer, not going to be the biggest deal, was pushing up mid lane. I was curious how many waves Dame was going to push in that mid lane, because someone's got to go back to get some pressure, right? Adapting currently clearing over and right. And Coast is not split pushing. Coast is finally in this fight at the start, as EFG should be touching down here shortly. The Enhanced Fire Giant, this is the end-all be-all. This is the objective that you have to make sure that your confirm is on point for. Circle of Protection is still available. It's not going to do as much as Jengar is able to whip out, but still something you got to keep in mind.
Highland Ravens pushing forward here. Here comes the EFG immediately. A Spear Ball on a Privative. Circle of Protection has been dropped by the support ESET. Same thing with the Cupid Ultimate in response to the Athenian Sages. On the back foot here, Snoopy does pick up the first kill, but half health across the board. Delny dropping just under execute threshold. Adapting picks up one, picks up a second Vapor. Coast takes out Privative. A huge swing in the direction for the Highland Ravens.
And now it's 2v4. It looks like Dame might be going for that right side bird as the Enhanced Fire Giant is still being looked at. There's no way that Angry can get here in time. So the Phoenix should certainly fall down, but will Dame be able to get back after the fact? If you lose your Nemesis here, your base could be in some trouble. Dame's going to take them on a merry little chase, and it's up to Jengaru to sit in base and wait.
Well, a slow available for Dame on
wins
this Nemesis, but Slice and Dice utilized, double dash utilized. Adapting's over the wall, waiting for the Nemesis to escape, and Angry is able to take that 1v1, no problemo, and you gotta spam that.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Enhanced Fire Giant's a little bit too much to fight into. I was thinking if Dame just committed to the auto attacks, could have been some trouble, but Adapting was on the way just in case, and now this Phoenix is falling down 9 seconds before Priv. It looks like they're not calling for the base race. They're just going to head back and start getting some more farm.
Yeah, the Athenian Sages coming out of the grayscale, and what, at that point it was like 8 seconds away, something like that. Way too soon for the Highland Ravens to call for that hero base race there. But Phoenixes do trade. The right side Phoenix goes down for the Highland Ravens, courtesy of Dame. Meanwhile, the Athenian Sages lose their middle lane bird, courtesy of the Highland Ravens. And of course, that EFG wrapped around the Highland Ravens belt now for just under 4 minutes. What do they have left to do with it? It's this left lane Phoenix, it's this right lane Phoenix, it's the end call, right?
Yeah, I'm just seeing Adapting hit for 1,000 without crits, and that just, I'm excited to see that on Gods. That's what I'm excited to see as this goes on. 1168, one of those sweeping auto attacks. Of course it is on a buff, but I still think with EFG, the Phantos is going to be absolutely swinging. This is why I was holding my breath for saying that adapting was vastly useless in the early. I don't think that was a stretch call. It's just, it's in a situation where there's a lot of squishy targets on the opposition. Thanatos will still be able to have a field day if an execute gets set up properly, and Delany was exactly that execute that adapting needed in the previous fight. And now it's time for the Highland Ravens to go for a siege. Left side Bird, it's probably on the menu, but it looks like Oni Fury's going to be cut down first.
Yeah, why not grab this neutral objective before you push down the left lane Phoenix, right? You got 3 minutes left on the EFG, so you've got time to work with. It's not like you're playing with seconds. You got minutes here. So grab that Oni Fury, get your minions even more powered up, push down this left-hand side, and the Athenian Sages, for their credit, at least have a couple more seconds due to that Oni Fury to try to game plan on how they are going to defend their Titan from this charging Highland Ravens.
Yeah, that is going to be the call. Looks like Kana still has some fire waves to deal with and actually hasn't been able to really join the fight just yet. You have EFG on 4. Calvin would love that buff, but it's just not going to be the case. And now that Kana is going back to base, finally upgrades that teleport and will be able to join the team when this left side Bird starts to get siege. But they're on a timer. Look at the right. There's going to be some fire minions pushing in eventually. The Sages just have to hold out here.
Calvin, the sacrificial lamb all game long. Let's see if they drop one more time here as the Highland Ravens charge down the left-hand lane, looking for this Firebird. The Athenian Sages need a big defensive. Circle of Protection dropped under the Phoenix. Primitive the target for the Tiamat ultimate. Delany goes in the backline, but dropped to half HP early on. Phoenix still being targeted. Phoenix down there for the Highland Ravens, adapting, not able to find value off that hovering death. So the Athenian Sages don't lose any of their members, but they certainly lose their left side Bird.
Yeah, smart call there. I thought adapting might have went for one of those possible executes, but he's been around for a while. He knew Snoopy's Aegis was up and Delany wasn't quite in threshold, decides to join the team and just be happy with 2 Phoenixes down. And because they were able to be so quick, the Highland Ravens lose no sort of pressure in right lane, and they're able to clear that out as well. EFG falls off in about 26 seconds, so no more pushing from the Highland Ravens. They will just be able to get some buffs here. And we're setting up for possibly the 3rd Fire Giant attempt, the 2nd enhanced Fire Giant attempt of the game. The Ravens' right side Bird will be up, so this is essentially just a bad map state for the Sages. They're going to have 2 Phoenixes down, maybe that mid one. Yeah, the mid one will spawn in by the time for EFG, but someone is going to have to commit to clearing these left side waves. They have a couple options. You know, you could put yourself in the position where someone goes to left lane and clears those, could be Delany, and then teleports in. Or you could just completely ignore that wave and just go for the Fire Giant right away. Just say, you know what, we're committing to this, we're going to win the fight and end the game, or we're going to lose and we're not going to care about that Titan damage. At the situation, it looks like the Sages are giving up on that left side, and they're just going to group up here.
Yeah, why not, right? It's kind of a Hail Mary, right? We're approaching that time in the game, 40 minutes, where a team wipe is going to cost you the game, right? So you play for that one last fight here. Athenian Sages, full build, I mean, across the board, except for, what, one item there for Privative on the Khepri. Has to finish off that breastplate there. Level 20s across the board. We're at 40 minutes, so you can expect everybody to have reached this game state. 0-7-5, like I said, Calvin playing the Sacrificial Lamb all game long. Still has one item slot to go. Probably won't play a role in this coming Fire Giant dance here as the FG is about to crash back down to the map. Privative trying to kick things off here. On to Calvin. Jengaru putting out plenty of damage on the support. He's had Circle of Protection used to not much value, but here comes the hovering death. Thanatos is able to find one, and Thanatos able to find
Adapting.
2. Triple kill for Adapt King. Vapor's Coast steals the Quadra. How unfortunate. Dame finds 2 in return, but is the final remaining member of the Athenian Sages after Adapting brutalized the remainder of their team.
It's Dame versus 3, no Fire Giant in play, but I mean, clearing Fire Minions alone is going to be hard enough for this Nemesis. He's got a tough task to climb holding this base by himself.
This is going to have to be a miraculous attempt here from Dame. I don't see it happening. And exploded.
Where'd he go?
Goes the Nemesis. Porsche Coast picks that one up for themselves. And Adapt King and the remainder of the Highland Ravens find game number 1.
Wow, I mean, I knew it was a tall hill to climb, but I didn't expect him to get deleted that fast. Wow, the Thanatos, you know, Thanatos being an early game slated god, that myth has been busted by King Kenneth here today. He did not care. He said, yeah, I'm doing less damage than the Khepri. Give me till 20 minutes, and you will know why I picked this Thanatos. Just had free reign, was always able to land those executes in the Fire Giant fights, and in a situation like this, I don't think it's a stretch to say this game was a little bit thrown by the Sages. I think they were in the position where they could have won this easily. A little bit of a botch fight. They got the right side Phoenix, but they lost the fight after the fact. they had all the cards in their hand, and it was like they built the house of cards, and it just came tumbling down.
Yeah, shouts to the Athenian Sages for controlling most of the pace of this game. The Highland Ravens keeping up for a lot of it and just steamrolling at the end. It was back and forth for so long, and that's exactly why I think this one's going to go to 3. I mean, both of these teams are so equally matched. Coming into this match, I looked at the schedule, I said, Sages Ravens absolutely have the shot to go to 3, but first the Sages have to fight back with a strong game number 2 that's coming at you in just a second. Stick around.
The horsey, and horsey, don't you stop! Fido care! Fido King!
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final King. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Ripping through! Titan down, ball 3! A double kill myself!
It's a long one here in game one between the Sages and the Ravens. One that the Sages probably walk away from feeling like they could have won that game. Maybe they should have won that game. But the Ravens ultimately able to weather the storm, who unfortunately have fallen out of this tournament, and remain on the line here. And Ravens are able to take game number one after a big turnaround here. Because if you look at how this game started, you're thinking the Sages are running away with things. Does not end up that way. And the Ravens able to grab a game one win here. Most important game in a best-of-3 set goes to the Highland Ravens. Myth, the Sages were off to a roaring start. Snoopy's like 4-0. Jungle, Dane's looking great. But ultimately, we're not able to convert that into a game win.
No, I mean, even when Snoopy's 4-0, you look over at Vaporish Coast, takes over to level 21st. You look at when the Sages are up 6-2, top of the screen, only up like 2,000 gold. The entire time I was watching the early game, I said to myself, man, the Sages are so much better in the fight, and the other side is just the Highland Ravens are just better at literally everything else. Farm on the map, splitting experience, taking away resources, dancing around objectives. Just every single time able to find the advantage in that regard. That early game, I think, for the Athenian Sages just needed to establish itself more so around objectives. Sure, you're winning out on a whole lot of these engagements, but you gotta find separation and golden experience. Kills are only that. They're only there to get you those two things. The top of your screen might look real good, but it's all about finding the way into that Titan room, and the Athenian Sages just couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, it's not worth enough to win a game strictly off of that. You got to be able to convert it into farm, into neutral objectives. Coast really impressed me here this game. Of course, Adapting did, and we'll look at what Adapting's KDA ended up being at the end of this game. But Coast ends the game on a rampage. And I'm glad you shouted out, because the real zoom in is that Snoopy was 4-0 at like level 17 or 18. Coast was at 0-1 and hit level 20, as you mentioned, way before Snoopy did. And so the farming allowed Coast to effectively hit the same KDA as Snoopy with one less death. And then, of course, Adapting at 7-1-7 on the Thanatos looks absolutely fantastic here.
You talking about King Kenneth?
Yeah, Adapting's on the screen. Is this a bit with, like, me not respecting him by calling him Adapting?
Well, I'm just saying, like, you know, the crown's on his head, Divine Right of Kings, maybe refer to him by his title.
So when Dimes called you Miffy Baby, and you said that's no, because Mifflin's the name you chose.
Yeah, so like
Adapting is the name that he chose.
Yeah, but the right bestowed upon him by God is King Kenneth.
I mean, this is just unbelievable. You guys should have seen what happened in the green room. I mean, Miff is just...
Yo, leave me alone, dude. They don't need to know. I'm a fan.
No, you are a fan of Adapting. For good reason after what happened here in game number one. Calvin gets bailed out a bit here in this game. Calvin was like 0-8 by the end of this game. But I think that's important to look at here as well. The Sages were getting a lot of kills. When the Sages had 9 kills, 6 of them were on the E-set. So, like, at some point, you got to diversify where it is, because E-set's going to drop Circular Protection. He's going to get the stuns anyway, and that's just how that's going to roll out. So the Sages unable to convert a high kill lead early on into a game 1 win. Ravens clearly feeling good in their player cams after a game 1 win here. So Pix and Bansmith, now that we are on the precipice of moving into P's and B's for game 2, I don't know, are you banning things like the Thanatos away from Adapting? It's already happened once here this weekend. Is that a good enough performance in game 1 to just take it away in the first few bans?
To rephrase your question, you asked me if I were on the Sages, what am I doing to stop Adapting?
Specifically Thanatos, is that a worthwhile ban in your eyes going into game 2?
Yeah, so if the question is, what are you doing to stop Adapting? I'm begging him for mercy. That's what I'm doing, personally.
But does that involve banning a Thanatos?
No, I'm not banning Thanatos.
Okay.
Look, would you prefer him on Thanatos, or would you prefer him on something that is already dominating the meta, right?
I prefer him on a pick that's not 7-1-7.
Yeah, well, that's
where the mercy.
what he does.
That's where the mercy begging comes in.
That's right.
Look, the Sages, I think you replay that game a few times. Sages probably, out of 10 games, Sages are probably able to convert a good handful of those into a win. So I don't know if the Sages really have to change all that much of their early game up. It's just finding the objective pressure with things like big leads over on that Cupid. Coast, as we mentioned, really comes online at the end of game 1 there as well. So good all-around team performance from the Ravens to slow things down, get to the late game. That was, nearly a 40-minute game there in game number 1. The lengthier games we've had here this weekend. Chernabog, 78% win rate, an improvement after game 1. And it'll end up being first pick here for the Ravens. Feels like you're not opening yourself up to too much by grabbing a Chernobog this early.
No, plug and play plus flex potential means it's going to be pretty difficult to lock down exactly where this Chernobog is going, and no matter where he goes, he's going to be everywhere thanks to that global presence.
I'm sorry.
Bellona and Daji as the answer. Surprised to see Bellona prioritize this highly. I know Daji is pretty strong right now. Great way to burn through some of those beads. Phenomenal late game scaling. Whole lot of burst potential. But Bellona, I feel like you probably could have held off on this pick for a little while. EU SEC certainly puts a bit more respect towards that Bellona, so maybe concerned that they'd have it taken away from them. But I think there are plenty of options available in the Soul Lane that you don't really need to feel pressured to take it in that slot. Suppose the Sages just want to hide a bit more of their draft.
Do like the Daji pick from the Sages, I think.
Baba
Yaga. In the jungle. All right, if we're going 40 minutes again, Myth, you're going to have a tanky Xing Chen and a high damaging Baba Yaga now over in the mid lane. Seems like a good series of picks for the Ravens.
And then you've also got one of the best late game scaling hunters thanks to that stim. The Ravens love playing for the late games. You could probably guess that it is going to get to that point. This is good, though, for the Sages. You've already got a really, really strong transformation target. You could turn into the Daji early game, could even turn into the Bellona if you want. I think it is a bit more likely that it is going to be Daji transformations. So if you're maxing out that second ability on Morgan, you're getting extra points in 1,000 cuts, which is just really good. Another way to burn CC, or CC immunity rather, off of the Ravens. Just double Pal in the team fight. Very, very difficult to deal with. But large channeled CC immunity seems to be the name of the game already from the Ravens. Xing Shen, Chernobog, and Baba Yaga have all got it in their ultimates. So I'm thinking if you want to put pressure on those defensive relics, you're probably going to want one more god that can probably burn beads on their own.
I think this does also, on the flip side, speak volumes to adapting this team's confidence and adapting's ability to play a wide variety of jungle picks. They've consistently left the last couple of picks up to adapting, and no different here in game number 2, with only the Nemesis and the Hunbats taken away.
I think he goes Thanatos
by the Sages. If he does go Thanatos, it better not look good, right? I mean, but you do spend ban capital on the Nemesis and the Hunbat, so it's not like the Sages weren't banning out the jungle. Just didn't quite stick there in game number 1. Hercules would be interesting, and so would Sobek. One of these two is going to change, certainly.
No way it's Hercules jungle, right? I mean, I had always thought Hercules jungle could be good. Like, think about it. It's just blink in punch or blink pull punch. Either way, you've got high displacement and really good burst potential. Plus, if you go Shield of Regrowth, your movement speed's not really too sacrificed either, so your mobility's pretty decent. Hercules jungle can certainly work. I'm just not certain I want to see it here. But I'm not going to be questioning adapting.
Right, we've established that, Myth.
That's right.
Make no worry. We know we're not questioning adapting. Pele ends up being the pick. Again, these low to mid to high 70% win rates tend to be the theme here. It does end up being a Hercules lock-in. So it looks like solo lane Hercules for the Ravens in game 2. And so I think a couple things to break down here, Myth. Starting with the Pele, not unused to seeing the Pele so far here this weekend. Do you think it fits in with the rest of the draft from the Ravens?
High DPS, really good dive potential. The rest of your composition also very strong in the dive. The only one you're really concerned about is Chernobog, but that global presence should allow him to get in that back line with your Pele, with your Hercules, with your Xing Chen, and to a certain extent with your Baba Yaga when she's in that home sweet home. A very spearhead style composition that should do well in the laning phase. Xing Chen, very survivable. Hercules, very survivable. Chernobog, very, very survivable. So if the Ravens are trying to reprise... Yeah, very, very. Because he's got like an Aegis built into his kit twice, plus an Aegis that he's probably just going to like purchase from the shop.
Yep.
So if the Ravens' strategy is to just elongate this match, make their way into the late game, I think they've got a composition for it. Whereas on the other hand, the Sages have got some pretty aggressive picks. Ho Yi, one of the heaviest kill potential gods in the duo lane. Daji, putting a whole lot of pressure on those defensive relics early on. Global presence from your Athena, meaning that no matter where the fight starts, even if Chernobog is getting involved, your worst case scenario is even numbers in some of those trades. I think the Sages, with this style of composition, again, don't fall off too much in the late game. Anytime you've got double Daji, I'm not going to disparage your ability to team fight. but I think they've also got the potential to win out in the early. And I would say the onus probably belongs to them, considering the pacing of Game 1.
Agreed. I mean, the Sages set the pace in Game 1. The pace ended up falling off a bit and gave the Ravens the win. I love this Athena pick, actually, for Privative. I mean, when you talk about the cliche of backs against the wall, must win, not only this set in general, but now you get to a Game 2 where you're already down one game in a best-of-3 set. You lose this one, you're going home. And Privative has proven that the Athena pick is one that has worked consistently in the past, not only for them as a player, but for this team in general. Such a dynamic style pick, maybe able to match some of the global pressure of the Chernobog.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's certainly a pick that we know that Privative is very comfortable playing. He goes towards it very, very often, but it's susceptible to early game rotations. I'm talking pre-5. She's very similar to Ymir in that regard. Not exactly the most mobile. Sure, you've got that dash, but it takes a good long while to charge up. Plenty of ways to disrupt it already from the other side. So keep your eyes on Privative. I think that he is going to be a major keystone of this composition, but has to get to the point where he's allowed to make that active play style really work.
Well, you mentioned pre-5. You got to look at the Highland Ravens composition then as well. We've seen Pele consistently throughout this weekend. Seen some great games from it. 70% win rate. I mean, Adapting goes 7-1 in game number 1. If Adapting can fuel up that tank with some more high-octane gas, but get things rolling earlier, it's a really good look. Highland Ravens versus Athenian Sages, game number 2 with Dimes and Trelly.
Thank you so much, Dave. Yeah, okay, not David. Dave. Highland Ravens, Athenian Sages going at it here. Athenian Sages fighting for their tournament life, trying to take this one to our very first game number 3 of the entirety of SMITE Summer Masters. As Dave mentioned, it's Dimes, it's Trelly, it's Doug spectating for us here. And you got to think both the Ravens and the Sages got exactly what they were looking for composition-wise.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can ever complain when you look at your team comp and you get the Morgan and Daji, so certainly the Sages happy with playing that. And looking at what the Ravens have drafted as well, I mean, you got Coast back on the Chernobog. He had a phenomenal performance, even though he was getting solo killed, rather. He was still able to hit level 20 first. His farm game was exquisite, and that's all you could really hope for your ADC. Who cares how the lane went? Get to late game and auto-attack people. Like, that's your job, period. And Coast did that very well. Angry on this Baba Yaga is going to be able to output so much damage as well. And take a look at the relic selection here from the Ravens. That's 3 Blinks into 2 Dajis. That's ballsy. That's going to be we're going to have to see if that works out for him.
The Highland Ravens are feeling good about their chances here versus Dame on this Daji. Dame popped on the Nemesis pick last game. Daji, we know, has a high success rate in the SPL, has looked great here at SMITE Summer Masters, is up there in a similar tier as the Nemesis. Obviously, Dame has the ability to pilot this pick. Snoopy going forward, looking for that ricochet. And I do have to say, Snoopy has some of the best geometry when it comes to the ricochets off of this Hoi-Yi.
Oh yeah, he's one that always wants to fight. We saw him on the Cupid constantly dashing in, looking for those 1v1 engagements. Hoi-Yi, one of the better 1v1ers in the duo lane. You always have the option to hit a crazy bounce and just turn a fight. And whenever you can get aggressive, certainly could be the option. It looks like, I was going to say Adapting and Angry, we're rotating over to those Oracles. I thought maybe some aggression onto Snoopy and Priv, but Snoopy and Priv are actually the ones looking for the aggression. They're so far up here, and Adapting's going to wrap around.
A minute and a half rotation out of the duo lane here. Dame has joined the party. Calvin being the target for the Athenian Sages. Dive bomb in by Snoopy, ripping away as the Daji at that Jing Chen. Calvin falls yet again for the Highland Ravens.
And Delny actually gets pushed underneath the tower there. I was thinking maybe if the Earthbreaker could have came through, maybe some more aggression. But Adapting does blink in here onto Snoopy, has the jump, is going to take the right choice to get out of there, and actually Dame's on the way back.
Yeah, Dame has rotated once again to this duo lane. Adapting, not too much magma under their feet there. Vaporish Coast is the target, though, with that low mana bar. Snoopy coming in with that ricochet, lands it on the Chernobog. Not too much damage at level 2, though. Adapting, running back into the fray, looking for Dame. A couple more autos are going to secure the kill onto the jungler. Adapting gets taken down by the ricochet from the Hoi-Yi. Trades their life in response. Vaporish Coast, I should say, picks that one up. And action firing early in this one, 2-2 already. That's doubling the amount of minutes we've been in this game.
Yeah, what an absolute brawl in the duo lane as neither of the mid laners decide to make that rotation over. They're okay with just farm. I mean, they sort of have a ceasefire. Like, hey, we're both going to go for red buff. Yeah, that's cool. All right, clear the wave. Let them fight. We're going to sit here and do our thing. works out pretty well for everyone involved. A little bit of a gold lead there for Sages just on the back of that first blood bounty. But besides that, a relatively even game throughout. And, you know, XP-wise across the board, kills, gold, everything's looking extremely similar. Snoopy just trying to confirm that purple buff. Coast and Calvin are here, but it's a little bit too far to maybe go for.
This is a total 180 from game number 1. Snoopy grabs the purple, dive bombs over the wall to get to this wave on time. I mean, Calvin and Coast here pushing up this duo lane. We saw 2 early rotations. Calvin just about getting pulled under the tower there with that taunt from Athena. 2 early rotations from both of the junglers. 4 kills on the board, 2-2 for each of these squads. The adrenaline is high in this one. Already action, I mean, 10 times what it was at this point in the last match.
Yeah, and it's just, I'm surprised actually that the Sages were able to die as much as they have, given the fact that it's a 2v2. I mean, you're up against Calvin, who had the blink, right? But Priv had the meditation, usually just such a great tool. If you're able to group up around that meditation, you shouldn't be dying in the early, right? You essentially have a second health bar if you use it correctly, but just goes to show the amount of aggression as Dame does find the kill onto Adapting. Remember those beads I was talking about? Didn't hold on to those, and Adapting obviously was not level 5 yet. So you're looking at a blink and a cloud of dust. Unfortunately, Adapting goes down. That's the first pal out of the game, and Dame's able to connect. Actually, it was Jengaru doing the pal out. That's on me. Jengaru pal out. Dame was just being himself. He still has that ult available.
Right, and that's smart there. Utilize that in the middle lane and allow Dame to hold that pal out for other lanes around the map, right? So you're letting the Morrigan do the dirty work for you. So now this duo lane is still under pressure, right? That solo lane is still under pressure because Dame retains that ultimate. So smart team play there from the Athenian Sages. Adapting goes down for the second time in this game, but still not put behind is the world champion jungler.
No, he's going to be just fine farm-wise. The build, however, is going to take a little bit of a hindrance as Dame already finished that Brawler's beat stick. Snoopy does have to dive bomb away, but Coast is just ulting back as a pseudo teleport. He wants his farm, and he wants it now, so he's going to fly in. Shouldn't be too much aggression until the Suns get active. Snoopy's only level 4. Once that ultimate comes through, maybe some more fight potential. But you're right to highlight, this has been an action-packed game. I mean, it's 2-3. The gold lead actually heavily in the Sage's favor at this point, but they've been able to use that influence throughout the map, and I don't think the Ravens they're not pulling their punches either, right? They're meeting this aggression as much as they can. I think Adapting realizes now, though, you got to hold on to that Volcanic Lightning. You have to hold on to that ultimate. There's 2 dodges constantly. I have to be sure that I've got CC immunity because I can't give any more free picks. That's not going to be the way to win this game.
Yeah, Adapting's ultimate almost just becomes exclusively an escape at this point. Like, if you initiate with that Pele ultimate, I should say, the Volcanic Lightning, as you said. If you initiate with that thing, you're just, like, strung out. You don't have beads. You have the blink online. What are you going to do against the double Palau? I noticed that the Athenian Sages combined Dame and Jengaru there for the greater Scorpion Steel. So the Athenian Sage is utilizing some macro pressure on the right side of the map, taking away the Highland Ravens neutral farm and climbing a little bit higher in those gold standings.
Yeah, last game I think the gold lead certainly was in favor of the Sages for a bit, and then the Ravens really picked it up. That's when they were like, okay, we're not going to fight. We are just working on farming. You know, Snoopy was rotating out of lane, but Coast was just like, guys, I'm going to get this tower. I'm going to go for tier 2. I will stay here as long as possible. So that is still certainly a possibility because the God choice is still there. However, a different opportunity has opened up for the Sage, and now Jengaru can always turn into that Chernobog and use that Nightmare aggressively. Dame's under some fire.
Highland Ravens shoving forward here with that mid. 3v3, Kana's made the rotation over from the duo lane. Dame forced into that Palau, doesn't yank anybody back, and is in the middle of 2 brawlers here from the Highland Ravens. Kana finds the kill. Coast has used the Nightmare ultimate to get into the action here. Angry charging forward, home sweet home, onto Jengaru, is gonna hit the apparition there from the Morrigan, and able to escape is Jengaru, but Dame NWK pays the price.
Yeah, Jengaru played that as perfectly as you can, right? I mean, Dame goes up into the first Palau, Adapting uses that ult offensively, trying to force Jengaru. Jengaru goes into the Palau himself, pull Adapting back in, gets the solo kill. It's a good thing Coast came over, because that could have been a little bit of a worse fight. Snoopy was able to stay in lane, but he actually didn't push the wave under, so didn't have too much time to gain a lead in that duo lane. You know, you never want to 1v1 a Hou-Yi as a Chernobog. I don't think you're going to win those trades too often. So smart by Coast to just, hey, clear the wave and then immediately ult over. Use that influence whenever possible. And now we're seeing a little bit of an XP lead in solo lane in particular because Kana got a kill. sitting level 9 over Delny's level 8.
8 to 7 is the ADC experience as well. You see Coast getting a slight, and I mean slight, level lead on Snoopy. Calvin working their way into the enemy purple buff here, shoving off of Snoopy as Coast steals away that neutral Harpy as well. Dame makes the rotation over with Privative just to make sure that Snoopy can pick up that purple buff for themselves. Adapting works their way into the Sage's jungle here, takes away a back Harpy camp. Small ones are down though, so no more stealing for you Adapting. Swiper no swiping there. As the purple buff is taken on this left side by the Highland Ravens duo.
It would have made more sense if it was Dame, because Dame's actually like kind of a fox. In a sense. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry I had to blow up your spot like that, but we're seeing a little bit of a 1v1 as Dame tricks her spirits in. Adapting should be able to make it out of this one. Doesn't quite have the damage to finish that.
But here's Privative. That shield wall's not going to pick up Adapting. Does force out the Volcanic Lightning, though. Dame's here with the Pal-L on Calvin and Angry. Over the top comes Delny with the Eagles rally. The bludgeon slams down on nobody. Calvin able to double jump away there. Angry utilizes the home sweet home.
I just said you should 1v1! What do you mean? How does Coast take that fight and win?
I know you can't see it, but I just looked over at Trelly like, ha, your words are meaningless.
I mean, you know, maybe I just, I don't know. I mean, you got to play that extremely well. They Porsche Coast able to find the solo kill there. A little bit of revenge from last game up against the Cupid, and arguably a worse matchup, I would say. I mean, you just have such a good fight potential with the Hou Yi, but I'm guessing a Ricochet missed, and after that, just cleaner auto attack. So Coast's going to get a massive lead. Now 2 levels ahead in that duo lane as Kana goes over, tries to invade that blue buff, gets it successfully, and is now on the retreat because Dame's on his way over.
No Palo available, though, so not too much more aggression available for these Athenian Sages on the red side of the map. Calvin has worked their way deep into this left side jungle here, stealing away some of those offerings, trying to get a Trebuchet online for themselves. And Vaporish Coast. We got that 1v1 on replay for you here. That's coming up in just a second. Here we go as Coast up downs onto Snoopy and just explodes.
Okay, so Snoopy probably jumped, didn't realize how close Coast was, and someone's like, oh, I'm just going to zoom on out of here, pre-beats the stun. Nope, that's way too much damage coming out of this Chernobog. So great damage check for Vaporish Coast, knowing exactly how much he was able to do there and get a clean solo kill as well as the beat. So 85 seconds now for Snoopy to play safe in case some aggression can come through from Adapting. Given the fact that he's on his speed buff, probably going to be sitting fine in lane for a little bit longer.
Pretty much dead even here as 10 minutes ticks a clock across
okay,
the
I was
clock.
going to say, what are you going for? Like, you looked at me like, can you help me? What am I trying to say?
Pick me up.
I was like, I'm sorry.
As 10 minutes ticks across the clock there, Pyromancer spawns on the map, drops down there. I was just saying it was even, Trelly.
No, I understand. Yeah, they have finally evened up the kills, and it actually looks like the Highland Ravens are pretty close to evening up that goal lead. At this point, it's really just a 300 or so. And now XP is what you have to look at, right? Because there still are some level leads throughout for the Highland Ravens. While it still is actually Adapting, who's going to pull this gold for. This is a great call. Priv is the only one who's even in earshot. They might burn it down before Priv. They already gave up. They're like, go for Pyro. Go for Pyro. I hear the house. I hear the house. It's walking. Just pull Pyromancer right now.
Kana's here. No boulder available for this Hercules, though, so it's going to be an Earthbreaker or a Driving Strike that try to steal this one away. And Kana calls it off there. The Highland Ravens saying, we already got the Gold Fury. We got where we were going for here. Snoopy under pressure, Adapting, blink in, but going for the kill onto Coast, holding that dive bomb, knowing that Coast is going to be in the air longer than the Hou Yi. Slams back down. Adapting finds the kill. Calvin now being assaulted on this right side. Pyromancer pick up immediately into a kill of the support for the Highland Ravens.
Okay, so it seemed like the Ravens waved off Connor. Like, just give up Pyro. We're giving that one up. It's fine. We'll go gank Snoopy.
Yeah.
And then Connor's like, nah. Our Calvin's like, nah, I got to. I have to go for the steal. I'm sorry. I must. I just really want to die for this. So, I don't know. That just seemed like a useless play, but I guess the gold would have been massive. And it would have been a great mental victory just to be like, okay, the Sages saw us at gold, gave up, said we'll get the Pyromancer as our little contingent prize.
Right.
They also lose Snoopy in the process. Then they even wouldn't get the Pyromancer. I understand where the head's at, but that just seemed like a play that Calvin didn't have to make. Either way, still going to be sitting just fine in this matchup. And finally, the Highland Ravens are able to climb ahead gold-wise, not by much. And it probably will tick over as I'm speaking these words. It is not a crazy gold lead in the slightest, and still, the only real thing we're looking at here is those XP leads. Vaporish Coast able to pick up a second relic before Snoopy. That could be pretty massive if any pressure is put over towards that duo lane.
And don't expect what just happened to happen again, right? Where the Gold Fury goes down for free, and then the Fire, excuse me, not the Fire Giant, the Pyromancer goes down for free with no contest. The Highland Ravens and the Athenian Sages don't want to trade these neutral objectives all day long. They want to take a big team fight, and they want to grab a Tier 1 tower if possible. Once again, Snoopy under pressure. Not from adapting this time. Just Calvin, as Defender of Olympus, is channeled from Privative onto Snoopy just to dissuade the Highland Ravens duo lane from pushing any further. Angry, about to take these middle lane camps here with adapting. Build their lead slightly evermore here as we tick on over to 13 minutes.
Yeah, I think a smart call to put some presence over onto Snoopy before Aegis gets grabbed, but Snoopy's been around the block for a while. He knows not to beads the knockup. He knows the Whirlwind of Ranger's Steel is what you're holding those beads for, and unless some more presence came through, didn't really have to use anything. And of course, with the Defender of Olympus coming through, Priv had the meditation locked and loaded just in case, would have been able to save Snoopy either way. So a failed gank attempt, but really didn't use too much in the process. And now we're essentially just waiting before someone groups in, and Ghost is just laughing in that lane. When you get a solo kill, you can do that. You know, in game number 1, if Snoopy was taunting, I would have accepted it. And in this game, I'm going to accept it as well. Ghost is saying, hey, step up. You want to try to fight me? Clear this wave. Snoopy's like, no, man, I don't have to. I don't have my second relic. We're even, like, levels-wise, give or take a bit. I'm not going to give you any more pressure in this lane.
I appreciate the game plan adaptation here from the Highland Ravens. You saw last game, most of their pressure was in the solo lane or in the middle lane, around the jungle, around that middle lane in the 3v3. Snoopy got off to a great start on the Cupid, finding a couple solo kills, transition that into the mid game. The Highland Ravens say, okay, if Snoopy's the threat, then we're going to target down Snoopy. Clearly that has worked thus far. 1-3-1, possessing the most deaths on the Athenian Sages is the ADC. So a bit of a change of pace here for the Highland Ravens, paying off so far.
Yeah, and I did expect to see Dame get a little bit more active in the early. Was able to get 2 kills, but now you're in a position where Dame doesn't want to be the first one to go in, right? That all of the beads are available. Someone else has to grab these relics, or else Dame is just, you know, being a setup on. That's fine if you can grab something like this, and it looks like Calvin wasted the ult, could be in trouble.
Whirlwind of Rage and Steel utilized on just the Athena, but a whiff, as you said, from Dame. The Paladin finds absolutely nothing for it. No value there from Dame, but luckily Jangaru can also become dodgy, so still Palau available to the Athenian Sages just on the mid laner.
Yeah, and this is the call, right? If Dame is consistently going in and pulling beads, Jangaru can always be that follow-up. It's just the case of, hey, after we beads, are we going to put ourselves in some danger? Of course, Calvin never had beads to begin with, but Whirlwind of Rage's Steel was the only CC immunity that they had access to, and it was used. Priv was able to dash out of that ultimate, so it was essentially wasted, but 2 very nimble jumps, very nimble leaps there for Calvin, made sure to juke out all of the chains. And now we're in a stalemate situation. Angry, forced into the ult, and Jangaru's just going to try and grab some relics.
Home sweet home, raining down on the Athenian Sages. Jangaru is forced out of this fight, forcing the Aegis as well. Boulder comes through and deals most of the health of Jangaru. Adapting puts the finishes touches on that kill. Kana comes through, takes out the Athena, a 2-for-0 swing in favor of the Highland Ravens. Tier 1 tower from the Athenian Sages to fall quickly as well. Looks like the call is not push this Tier 2, but instead retreat to this quickly respawning Oni Fury.
Yeah, what a great time to grab 2 kills right as Oni Fury spawning in, and Kana still playing zone duty. Snoopy is going to try and step up here, but once gets the mean end of a driving strike, I imagine no contention will be put. Actually goes the long way, so wasn't even spotted out by Kana, but I think this is burning too quickly even for a Ho Yi to get in range.
Adapting's on that left-hand side, shoving forward. Didn't quite manage to grab that Tier 1 towers. The Oni Fury goes down to the Highland Ravens, so it almost felt like 2 Tier 1s and the Gold Fury go into the way of the Ravens. Not quite, though, as Snoopy nope, there it goes, baby. 2 Tier 1 towers. Adapting knew exactly how much damage to exert, right?
I can't believe you even doubted
Calculated.
him. Yeah, I know. I bet you he pulled out a calculator real quick, said, okay, each archer is going to do 18 damage. All right, we're good.
We're talking about adapting. He didn't need a calculator. It was a spreadsheet that he already had pre-made that he had in his brain.
You're right.
He had
a photographic memory of exactly how much damage, and now the Pyromancer is being pulled. It's up to Delny to go for the steal. Disarm a little bit late.
Not quite there is Delny. Eagles Rally was available as well, but using that to jump into 5 members of the Highland Ravens would be a gutsy call there from Delny. The Whiplash not quite on target. So, 2 Tier 1 towers. Right. There we go. We got that, Trelly. Gold Fury, Pyromancer.
Oh, yeah.
Where do we go from here if you're the Athenian Sages?
Well, you know me. I like to look at the ADC's build and decide, do you have enough damage to go for an objective like Fire Giant? Looking at a level 16 Chernobog, a level 15 mid laner in the Baba Yaga, maybe you just go for some aggression in the mid and grab Priv's Magi's bubble. That's probably where you'd go. If I'm the Ravens, that's what I'm doing, and that's exactly what happened. Either way, I don't think there's any chance they're grouping up for a Fire Giant, so a Tier 2 tower and left seems to be what the Ravens are looking for. Snoopy's not here. They're not going to find him, but the rest of the Sages are grouped up at this red buff.
You might as well strip away some of these offerings from the Athenian Sages while you got the time. Kana pushing forward, looking to see if this buff in the back here is just, there for the taking. Why not? Jengaru, luckily that's just a clone, though. No worries there from the Morrigan, as it's just a reset here from both the Ravens and the Sages. The Sages definitely need to get their farm game on, as the mid lane oracles there, the mid area oracles, I should say, are going to go down to the Highland Ravens, providing some vision there on the Gold Fury. And there's only one right side Tier 1 tower remaining here. The Highland Ravens probably rotating over to that right side sooner rather than later to bust that one down.
Yeah, I think both these teams are doing exactly what they're supposed to, right? The Ravens are supposed to push this lead, try and get aggressive, try to get a pick, so they could set up an opportunity for Fire Giant. And the Sages are like, they're baiting us. There's absolutely nothing to fight over. Unless they're at our Tier 2, we have no reason to step out and get aggressive in a situation like this. The lead isn't so egregious that we can't fight, but why would we? Unless it's Fire Giant doing half of one of their tank's HP, something like that. By the way, Kana's used one boulder, offensively. The rest have just been on. I understand waves, but those were back camps, man. What did they do to you that you had to just throw the baseball at them and hit the grand slam? Either way, you're just going to be holding that trebuchet there and right, trying to group up before that last Tier 1, I should say, in right lane, finally is able to go down.
So many members of the Sages are able to pop, right? We've seen Dame have insane games. Delney newer to the squad. Same thing with Dame. But Jengaru and Snoopy are typically the two players that you see the Sages play through. They love playing through that mid and that ADC. So far, quiet here from Snoopy, 1-3-1. That's not his fault. He's been targeted out a lot, but just 1-1-2 here from Jengaru. Haven't seen too many game-changing ultimates or real huge damage. We know the Morgan has the ability to delete people off the map. Are you looking at Jengaru moving forward as a bright spot for the Athenian Sages?
Yeah, I think the Sages are playing this slowly, waiting for a situation like this. A massive stun, but Angry instantly on the home sweet home.
Powwow is up, but who are you going to grab if you are Jengaru? The answer is nobody. Coast in the backline, slamming away at Delney. But here comes Snoopy, sending those Suns crashing down on the Highland Ravens. Coast forced to Aegis. Snoopy forced to dive bomb back under tower. Calvin and Kana are here frontlining, but in the backline is adapting, wreaking havoc.
Adapting just does so much damage in the backline there, and Coast is able to grab as well. Angry's going deep here. I was going to say Priv could be in some trouble as Snoopy is trying to line up any sort of bounce, but I don't think this Tier 2 tower is much longer as the Trebuchet just is continuing to launch these shots. And let me just start, because that's a 2-for-3 trade. It could have been worse. The Highland Ravens were aggressed upon, though. Jengaru unfortunately did not channel that stun before going stealth, so Angry had the sound cue, was able to pop home sweet home and shut down that engage from the start. And if Adapting wasn't tanking that tower, I think that's a full deicide. He was doing so much damage. The AoE was so effective, and a Fire Giant could have certainly been on the table. But it's just going to be a couple kills for both these teams, 3 for the Ravens and 2 for the Sages. And now I'm assuming a setup for the Gold Fury. Could have been a lot worse, but still, we're seeing that the Sages have that fight back in them. Double Powwow still is able to create a lot of doors opening for them. Dame sitting 4-3 after that fight. And again, if Jengaru channeled the 1 before going into stealth there, that could have been a completely different fight.
That was just textbook jungle play there from Adapting. I keep seeing it over and over in my mind. Adapting, wrapping her all the way around the tower, coming in with that volcanic lightning and just
hitting 3.
Yeah, hitting 3 and the auto attacks, the AoE auto slamming home as well. Just textbook there from Adapting. Finds themselves 4-4-5 here on this Pele so far. Looked fantastic on the Thanatos come 30 minutes and already looking great on this Pele just 20, not even 22 minutes into this contest here. 10-7. If we're looking at gold here, a 5,000 gold lead for the Highland Ravens. 20 minutes in, still relevant.
Yeah, still relevant, no doubt. As Snoopy actually sitting around trying to grab the beads off Angry and Will, but gets way more damage. Return. Snoopy's in some trouble here, but heard the transformation, and now Angry's in the house.
Holy smokes, Jengaru up into the Powwow here. Coast comes out of the wall, is slammed down on. Privative finds the final shot onto the ADC. That's a great pickup early on, but so much expended from the Sages just to find one member of the Highland Ravens here. Luckily, the Ravens don't decide to push the issue, so the Sages grab their kill happily and back off.
Yeah, I was going to say, Snoopy extremely weak here while Adapting was going for the wraparound. Definitely a smart call just to say, hey, we got some low health bars. We would love that Gold Fairy, but let's back up and make sure that we're healthy before we go for a pull like that. I'm seeing the posturing here of the Highland Ravens. It's not to defend that Gold Fairy. They are heading over to the Pyromancer. They don't have their ADC. No way they're going for a Fire Giant pull at this point of the game. So just grab that Pyromancer, trade a little bit of that gold. Not going to be the biggest deal, but once again, we're showing that the Sages still have that fight in them. Only down about 4K, give or take, a little bit less than that. If they're able to continue fights in little picks like these, that gold's going to keep shrinking.
The Sages not even close to out of this one. I mean, said it multiple times by now. I'm going to keep saying it. This is the one set that I look at and I say, I think this one's going 3. Snoopy's been around forever, has led this squad to a lot of success in the SCC. The Athenian Sages have always fought hard, even if the standings don't necessarily reflect their success. They've always been right there in it, put up a great fight yesterday as well, and we just see the Athenian Sages take a great team fight, a good pick there on Coast in order to put them right back in this one. Fire Giant is on the map. No wards out from either of these teams. Need a bit of vision.
Yeah, they are going to be getting a little bit, the Sages that is, on this objective as a front line in Delny, Snoopy, and Priv trying to find a taunt into any sort of stun, any sort of relic being dropped could be the opening that the Sages are looking for. But something to highlight, there's a few members that would love to take over to 20 before this fight happens. Of course, the carries of the Ravens, they already hit 20. They're sitting just fine. Kana is going to have to expend those beads there while ticks over to 20 as well. But the Sages haven't quite hit that point. Coast doing what Coast does best. Split push while Adapting goes mid. You're either pulling Fire Giant right now or you're losing a lot.
The Athenian Sages are bleeding structures, and they're doing exactly what you just said, Trelly. They're pulling Fire Giant, burning it down to half HP while Delny's playing frontliner here. Suns, okay, so the Sages are committing to this Fire Giant. Sunbreakers raining down on this Fire Giant. Here comes Dame on the powwow, pulling in multiple members, 2 members to be exact, of the Highland Ravens. The Sages grab the Fire Giant, but here comes Adapting. Finding one, Kana finds a second. Coast over the top of that Nightmare on a Privative, able to put the support in the ground, and only 2 members remaining from the Athenian Sages to play with that Fire Giant.
Yeah, Delny has to use the beads there just in case the chase comes through. You're losing your left side Phoenix. You got Fire Giant on 2. But the Sages, I mean, they're looking a little bit worse for wear here. The Ravens did not go back after that fight. They are pushing down mid lane. They want more than just that left side Phoenix. With Damon left, the mid bird's definitely gone. You're starting to look at your Titan.
Yeah, left side bird gone. Middle lane bird about to be evaporated as well. Only 2 members for the next 15 seconds of the Sages here to defend. The Highland Ravens pushing for an end here. A 25-minute 2-0 might be incoming as Delny and Dame have to put up the defense of their tournament lives. In goes Dame. No powwow is not killed off just yet. Delny is able to tank up 5 members of the Highland Ravens. Here comes Primitive. Here comes Snoopy. Dame returning as well. Delny loses their life, but buys so much time for the Sages to put up a fantastic base defense.
Jengaru does have ultimate here shortly. If they could turn into the Chernobog, slow the rest of the Ravens, they might have an opportunity to run this one down. They're still chasing, but I think it's a little bit too much to ask for. Just the 2 Phoenixes in mid and left will be going down. Unless Dame can catch some lazy backs here, I think that's going to be all the fighting we see. So this all started from some great splishing from the Ravens. Split pushing from the Ravens. They're able to grab, splishing. They're able to grab that left side bird. Adapting's pushing up mid, and they say, hey, this Fire Giant's not burning too quickly. Let's rotate over there as well. Adapting comes in. Coast flies in as well, but Fire Giant goes down. So, of course, the Ravens don't get Fire Giant, but they're feeling pretty confident. They go for that Phoenix in mid, but not very quickly going down either. We saw Kana take a ton of damage, a beautiful base defense. I think Delny baited everyone far away from the Titan room until the whole team was able to spawn back in. And now we're in a situation where Fire Giant runs off in about 2 minutes, but it's only on Dame. I don't think the Sages are in a group up and run it down left situation. They should be able to clear the waves out and get themselves back in a better position. But given the situation, I mean, the Ravens, They've got the gold lead, they've got the map state, and now they just have to be clinical about where they put their pressure next.
If the Sages fight back and find a game number 3 here versus the Highland Ravens, I mean, you're giving the you're cutting the MVP trophy in 2, and you're giving it to Dame, you're giving it to Delny for that incredible defense. I want to highlight what you just said there. Delny's pathing, right? They loop around the gone Phoenix, the Phoenix that had been evaporated. They loop around, they pull the entirety of the Ravens with their body, essentially, into the middle lane, buy enough time for the rest of the Sages to respawn. This tier 2 tower on the right-hand side going down. So now only one structure remaining for the Athenian Sages, that Phoenix on the right-hand side, minus their Titan, of course, the grand structure of this battleground of the gods. And, I mean, what are you thinking? If you're the Sages, you got to take that fight under the Phoenix, right? You're not fighting at any other objective.
You got some time to get your birds back up because you still have Fire Giant in hand, right? You have it for about 47 more seconds. You're fine just sitting back and waiting. The question really is, will the Sages try and form some form of offense beforehand? I mean, Dame and Jengaru are running up left, and Adapting is onto this. Kana and Adapting have the wraparound, and it's not going to be easy to get away from this.
Oh, this might not be good for the Sages. Aegising out most of the damage from Adapting. Jengaru able to get up into that Palau, down from the Palau as well. Calvin and Angry are moving forward on Jengaru, but Jengaru able to escape with just a sliver of HP. Dame does pay for the mid laner's discretions there. Angry surging forward here with the home sweet home. A great dishwasher pulls in Privative, a double taunt, buys some time for the dash to go off, and the Sages only lose Dame, but it is for 40 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like the Highland Ravens recognized that they weren't going for any Titan Sieges after that pick, and they are just going to grab this Primal Fury and back up. It's almost EFG time at this point, so you might as well bide your time, try and get as many power spikes as you can. But looking at that timer, if the Fire Giant is pulled right away, it's not going to be enhanced. If the Sages form some form of defense, it could be waiting just a little bit longer. And then you're in a situation where there's plenty of damage online for both of these teams. If it's a true 5v5 team fight with even map state, I mean, it's going to be the positioning game. Are you going to let Adapting go for this massive wraparound where you had no idea he was there and Volcanic Lightning's just chaining onto 4? You know, are you letting the double Palaus come through and grab 2 members? It's anyone's game. It really just depends on how long the Sages can stall. There are still fire minion waves in mid, and they don't have any sort of vision on this objective.
Well, if you're the Athenian Sages, you're at least feeling good about the fact that your 2 birds are back online, right? So those fire minions are no longer spawning, charging down the middle and the left lane. As you mentioned, fire minions are currently heading down the mid lane, so it could pose a threat in this coming enhanced Fire Giant fight. It's only 29-20, though, and here comes the FG. So we still have 40 more seconds before the EFG kicks off. The Athenian Sages definitely looking to put up a big-time defense of the Fire Giant here. Kana playing frontliner, same thing with Calvin looking to pull in Privative with that dishwasher, but how much damage can you really do to that frontline Athena? Delny going in deep with the Eagles Rally, bludgeon onto Coast. Here comes Defender of Olympus, aegis out, Dame finding Kana.
Dame does get the pull, and now looks like an all-out brawl here. Home sweet home, dishing out as much damage as possible, and Coast is able to pick up another.
Delny going down to Coast for the double kill as well. Calvin dropping low. Coast finally put in the ground by the rival ADC and Snoopy. Calvin finds the grayscale. It is up to Adapting. One more shot at a Dame, finds the double kill. Adapting goes in the ground. Only Angry here. Big time turnaround for the Sages.
Yeah, but Angry has enough damage that the second Dame dashes in, should be able to find a kill unless that misses. Now, Angry could be in some trouble. A potion in the dash. Never mind, it's just the dash. I am so wrong about how much damage Angry's dishing out. That means Fire Giant's not going down.
Oh, Dame totally didn't. I mean, just complete miscalculation there.
I thought it was potion and then the blast off, but it
So
was
did
just
Dame.
the blast off.
So did Dame.
That damage was clearly too much, and Angry's not scared at all. Angry's still getting aggressive here.
Absolutely not. Privative has a quarter HP, and we just saw Angry annihilate the jungler, but here comes Snoopy dishing out just as much damage. Mark of the Golden Crow providing a little bit extra as well. Over the top comes the potion. Snoopy under half HP. There's no shot that Angry finds more kills, but over the top, home sweet home. One more shot out of Angry on a Privative is going to do it. Angry is 1v5ing the Athenian Sages and winning.
And it looks like Kana makes the rotation in. Grand slam, and you're out of here. Snoopy, go back to base. I really thought that was a situation, a 1v3 where, I mean, the Sages probably grab fire, but unfortunately Angry puts on a clinic with the Baba Yaga. That's the first 2 kills of the game. I mean, just the first one. I guess Kana gets the other. But that's a crime that there's 13 assists on that mid laner. You'd wish that there's much more. But now the EFG will finally be going down, and no one from the Sages are going to be coming over. And now it's all Highland Ravens. You got to stall for 30 seconds before your duo lane gets back up. That means that right side bird is definitely forfeit. You're in defend the Titan territory now.
Baba Yaga lapping every other player on the map, putting up nearly 10,000 more damage than the next highest, which is Snoopy on this Hoi Yi. 28k for the Baba Yaga, and like 10,000 of it came from that 3v1 in the middle lane. Right side Phoenix is going to drop. The middle lane Phoenix and the left side Phoenix are both weakened, so remember that when those sieges inevitably pop off. The Ravens, 5-man deep, 5 enhanced fire giants, go back to finish off their builds.
Yep, I mean, their builds should basically be finished off. You're upgrading relics, you're getting elixirs of power, you're in the situation where it's time, it's endgame time now. You better be looking at that left side Phoenix and then saying, we're going for it all. However, you got to put some respect on the Sage's damage. And guess what? They're not sitting in the base waiting. They are setting up an ambush wherever possible. They're grouped up at this red buff. Let's see if the Highland Ravens are onto them.
You can't forget Jengaru on this
Kostas
Morrigan.
Found them all.
Oh, what a great use of the ultimate there to spot out the entirety of the Athenian Sages who were baiting around that Gold Fury pit. Calvin was almost caught in a bad spot, or Kana was almost caught in a bad spot. Either one could have been the target here for the Athenian Sages, but Coast, that's SMITE IQ coming out. You know, you pop that ultimate, you see where everyone is. Oh, make sure you don't walk forward, frontliners, or you might find the grayscale here. Calvin shoving forward with the remainder of the Highland Ravens, grouping up around this left-hand side. What do you think? Probably grab the left side Phoenix, middle lane Phoenix, and look for that Titan push?
I think you split up at this point. Adapting should be able to push with Khan in mid lane. You're not letting Adapting by themselves, because Jengaru and Dame win that 2v1, I think, more often than not. But it looks like it is a 4-1 split where Adapting's not pushing up too far. He's just trying to grab some bodies from the Ravens to just push over someone from the Sages to go and take that bait. But it looks like you're in a 4v3 situation, and Angry's doing this much damage. The Suns get dropped. That's an ult wasted.
Yeah, good use of there, though, just to clear the wave to make sure that the Highland Ravens don't have any extra potential here. Privative goes in with the taunt, and Calvin is just completely immune to damage at this point. Snoopy gets Defender of Olympus channeled on the Hoi Yi just to add some little extra protections in case the Highland Ravens were going in there, but this is going to be a free left side Phoenix with Coast swinging away.
Yeah, and Adapting still hasn't made his presence known in this fight. Has been just sitting around mid lane, waiting to get aggressive. At this point, the Sages know what they have to do. They're defending this Titan at all costs, maybe doing a weak defense towards this mid Phoenix, but if Angry ults onto that Titan, it's not going to be living very long.
Oh, Downley pulled in, but Eagles rallied and gets blown up by the Baba Yaga. Calvin, and with that whirlwind, pulls back Downley. One more shot's going to end the solo laner's life, but Dane picks up a kill as well on the ever-important ADC for the Highland Ravens. Angry pushed out in that home sweet home, does find a return kill onto Dame. Snoopy, importantly, still full HP. Jengaru forced out of the fight, but retains their life. Calvin surging forward, Kana by their side, looking for the ADC for the Athenian Sages. Angry finds the shot onto Snoopy and a double kill. Titan going down to the Fire Minions, chunking away at this Titan. Highland Ravens pushing into the throne room. Adapting finds Privative. Jengaru finds Adapting, finds a double onto Calvin, and the Titan finally, blessedly falls for the Highland Ravens.
How poetic that the Blast-Off was able to thwart the Fire Giant attempt from the Sages, and the Blast-Off is able to kill the Titan there. Angry going massive on that Baba Yaga, just doing so much damage. And I think superior team play throughout. The Sages played a really solid comeback game there. I thought once they got that lead, it was going to be hard to stop. And even through a 10,000 gold deficit, the Sages consistently were able to find some picks here and there, some solid team fights. But I mean, that one play where Adapting rotated around the tower, hit the massive ult. At that point, I was like, oh, you guys are this clean. Okay, so this is how locked in you are. You're determined to not go home today.
The Highland Ravens against the Oni Warriors, fighting hard, but find that 0-2 loss. But here, against their opponent, I mean, taking it to them. The Athenian Sages in game number 2, a convincing victory from the Highland Ravens, and the 2-0s throughout this summer Masters.
It continues.
It continues.
Yeah, I guess so, because that's what you called. You said this one could, and I think that was a crazy competitive game, but still not going to quite go the distance.
Yeah, Dolson and Myth, I'd love it if you broke it down for us. Take it away, boys.
Happy to do so, and I'll start off by breaking it down by giving Myth every ounce of due credit, because Myth, you said this one's going to be a 2-0, one way or another, because Adapting is on the other team.
I didn't say Adapting.
What'd you say, Myth?
No, you know what I said.
I
want you to say it. Say his name and title.
Adapting.
King Kenneth.
Both of us are right, Myth. Both of us are
One
right.
of us is more right.
I'm right because it's the one that's on the screen. And adapting helps his team find the 2-0 win here. This might be the hardest fought set we've had so far here this weekend, Myth. Another 2-0, but this one has the length, the overall game time of a 3-game set, it feels like. You get 2 games. Game 1's pushing over 40 minutes. Game 2's getting up there as well. Athenian Sages put up a masterclass in back-and-forth styles of games. This one a bit different in how we got there. The early game wasn't quite as dominated by one team or the other. Really came down to those late game Fire Giant objective base type calls.
Yeah, individual fightbacks from the Athenian Sages, but the Highland Ravens in game 1, I had said, you know what, the Sages are just better at fighting, and the Ravens are better at literally everything else. This time around, the Ravens were better.
Yeah.
End statement. The fights were going their way, objectives were going their way, zoning was incredibly clean. I really liked every single thing we saw from Angry. His performance was incredibly admirable. Calvin was getting active on the map, making sure that nobody was allowed into that back line, creating space for Vaporish Coast. Kana was doing Hercules things and making it look good like it's 2015 all over again. This squad, I think they could do it, man. They really are. Clean in the macro, clean in the micro, and when you got both of those down, what more could you ask for?
It is a very impressive team, and you can tell in the player cams as well. It's those intangibles, the stuff we're not seeing on the actual battleground in-game, out-of-game. You see not only the relief, but just the excitement from these guys. You're able to close out such a competitive set in 2-0 fashion, move yourself on to the next round of SMITE Summer Masters. And so it's relief, excitement, but also some confidence showing, in my opinion, on a lot of those player cams. So I think the Ravens are a team got to keep your eyes on moving forward here this weekend. Adapting, I mean, this is kind of the Pele back and forth, right? I mean, you get a lot of kills, a lot of assists, but you also die a lot. You dive into the back line, you you blow up a target, but
getting your hands
you tend
dirty.
to get blown up on the other end. We can't escape this post-game, though, without talking about Angry here, Myth. 36,000 damage on the Baba Yaga. Scales up so nicely into the late game. We've seen a lot of Baba this weekend.
Only from EU.
Games like this, though, are why.
It's just that damage output, isn't it? Plus survivability. How often was Angry getting dove on by Dame with the Trickster Spirit, and he says, I'm going to hop into my house, and you're going to get away from me, or I'm going to kill you.
Right.
And often Dame didn't get away from him, so he killed him.
Yeah, right. And there are a lot of Cauldron plays, too. One of the highlight plays of that entire game is Angry effectively 3v1 around the Fire Giant. And I thought that was when the Sages were going to just get back into the game. They had the numbers left on the map. Even if you don't get the Fire Giant, you're likely pushing down some objective somewhere. But Angry is just able to stabilize, and such an impressive team performance here from the Highland Ravens. The Highland Ravens able to take this set 2-0, and as such, Highland Ravens standing by for the post-game interview.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. Trelly here with the duo lane of the Highland Ravens. We got Calvin and Vaporish Coast. Coast, I'm going to start with you. Not the best laning phase in game number 1, but you were able to bring it back. I believe right on the cast, as I said, that you shouldn't be fighting a Hoyi 1v1 as Chernobog. You were able to solo Snoopy. How was the mental like after coming back from game 1?
I mean, I'll get solo as many times as I need to if it means we win. Like, I really don't care. Like, I know I'm better than that, guys. And no, it sounds bad. I don't know how I got soloed by him. I played so bad. But I'm late game bog. The Ghost is like the best god in the game by a mile. So, like, I'm confident, and they just... I don't know. I'm always mentally in. On game day, you can't break me, so.
All right, there you go.
Totally agree.
A rock-solid mental. Calvin, I'll come to you, and I'm going to ask you about the 1v3 there with Angry, because that was a situation where I was pretty sure EFG was going down, but instead, everyone just sort of ran in. In your words, what was going on in the comms during that, when Angry's just 1v3?
Well, like, when we saw, like, they were like 1 HP somehow, and, like, I don't know, like, we said to Angry, like, you can stay, like, you should be, like, not scared, because, like, they were 1 HP, and, like, I don't know, like, they just, like, committed, like, 1 by 1 into him, and we were, like, we say to Ingrid, like, don't be scared, you can beat them, like, don't be scared, and it just, like, they went in, and they get killed 1 by 1, like, I don't know what they've done, like, it was really bad, I guess.
I definitely expected a dog pile 3v1, but they sort of just all filtered in and gave him the kill. Coast, last question here, and I have to bring it up, because Mifflin's in the room. Is it still... the highlight of your career getting that pentakill on him, or have you done better things ever since then?
No, I think that's the like first good moment, and
it's just all uphill from there.
Yeah,
right?
It's been all uphill from there. I ended his career, but he started a new one. He's doing good for himself, so I'm happy for him.
All right, thank you guys so much for the interview. We'll throw it back to them so maybe Miff can defend his name.
Thank you very much.
Lots of tea coming out there in the post game. Mifflin.
I won that set and Worlds that year. All right, he didn't end my career. Wow, he did that when he benched me. Okay, that's how that went down.
Fair enough, Miff. Look, I am kicked back after an interview like that. Coast always has played like a confident player, right? The words though. I mean, that's Snoopy, a storied SPL career. He's now
Both
here
of them.
playing.
They were both going in, dude. He said, and, all right, to paraphrase the whole interview, Calvin says, I don't know, they're not good, and they walked in and died. And Ko said, I'm just better than Snoopy. That's all we got from that. And then Trelly tried to blast me. I mean, we gloss over that.
No, Trelly asked the question, and it just happened to be that that's how things ended up panning out. Miff, you're right, you won Worlds, so we...
And that said...
I promise, from here on out, if I ever talk about Coast pentaing you, I will bring up the fact that it did not end your career and you won Worlds that year.
And that's said.
Is that a deal?
Yeah, that's fine.
Fair
I'll
play.
take that.
Okay, that is one more team gets eliminated here this weekend, but one more still to be eliminated from this group. Tomorrow, we will have our SPL matchup here in this group. The J Dragons up against the Oni Warriors. They both won their first best of 3 of the weekend against the Sages and the Ravens, respectively. They now will play against one another tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow's matchups are promotion matchups. Today, all elimination. Tomorrow, promotion matchups. And then the loser of the Oni Warriors, J Dragons, will go on to play a very confident Highland Ravens in a split promotion and also elimination matchup. So this group ignites a little bit here, Miff. When one of the SEC teams, ideally both, but in this case the Highland Ravens, really starting to feel themselves a bit, really good luck. One more set remaining here today, Callan Wardens versus Aru Scorpions. Will we get the elusive 3-game set here to end our day?
Well, if we're going to get it anywhere, it's got to be here,
Well, of
right?
course, I'm asking if you think we could, though.
Man, Scorpions have been on a really good Cinderella story recently, jumping up through the seeding. They've been looking much improved. Callan Wardens, of course, one of the teams with some of the most storied names in the North American SEC. I don't know, man. Maybe it's my American biases rearing their head, but I can't imagine a world where Europe's winning out 75%, right? I gotta go with the Wardens. And you know what? I'll say it in 2.
Okay. Well, look, we got the number 1 seed from both North America and EU qualify from the SEC qualified through in the first couple of matchups. Now the number 2 seed from EU qualifies in with the Highland Ravens, and so the Aru Scorpions will be going up against the Callan Wardens in our next matchup. And a lot of exciting things to look forward to in that one as well. Will we get a 3-game set for the first time this SMITE Summer Masters? Stick around. Next set right after this.
Rock, paper, or scissors? Paper, because I can fold it into like a little origami frog that I can make him jump.
Scissors, because they're sharp.
In the game of rock, paper, scissors, I'm picking rock more times than not. In the game of life, I'm picking scissors though, because, you know.
I'm gonna have to say rock.
Scissors. I just always go with that one at the start.
Rock. It's hard.
Paper. I did a rock, paper, scissors tournament with PE recently, and I did an only paper run. It didn't go well, but I stuck to it no matter what.
Scissors, for sure. I mean, theoretically, like if you're gonna break it down, scissors, like if they're sharp enough, they could break rock if they really wanted to. And of course they're cutting through paper. I mean, it's paper.
When you're throwing rock, paper, or scissors, look at the inside of your hand. And you could tell like each one of these muscles strains a little bit differently. So I never have one that I throw out by rote. I'm always kind of like watching my opponent. It's only got like a 40% hit rate. Like it's not all the time, but like you can at least get a little bit of favor for yourself. But if I had to pick one, I don't know, rock.
The avalanche is kind of nice, but I would say I'm not harsh like a rock. I'm soft like paper. And you can interpret that however you'd like.
Rock.
Scissors.
I think rock. Big fan of rock. Huh.
That was just instinctual. I just wanted to see what I would go to. I guess scissors is the answer. I didn't know. I thought I was more of a rock guy going in, but you never really know until the heat of battle.
Rock. Did I win?
Welcome back, everyone, to the SMITE Summer Masters Day 3 Elimination Friday. And this is going to be the last set. It's Gore, it's Trelly. But before we jump into that one, I want to tell you, not only are Little Umbrellas amazing, but so are Alienware PCs. Whether it's laptops, the actual desktops that you can get, the gaming monitors, any of the paraphernalia that you can get there are going to be phenomenal for you. These things run insane. The Aurora Ryzen R10 desktops that the pros are playing on out there, of course, the 244 hertz gaming monitors that they're using are all amazing. And you can get your own by going to smitegame.com/Alienware and using code AWSMITE09 on checkout to make sure that you get some discounts on all of those fantastic products. Of course, follow them on Instagram and Twitter at Alienware, and go to alienwarearena.com to join their global community for giveaways and more. And like I said before, I got Trelly hanging out on the desk with me as we move into set number 4. So far, it's come up 1 in A, 2 EU, one more set to determine which teams are going to come forward. Is it going to be a balance? We're going to be EU heavy on Sunday? I guess we'll find out. It's going to be a fun one, though, right? So far, nothing but 2-0s, Wardens, and Scorpions. So, again, another one that should be pretty close, and I'm excited to watch.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think having a little bit of rivalry there between the NA and EU SEC is going to be interesting as well, because at this point, right, the Wardens are kind of holding all of NA up on their shoulders and saying, like, hey, if we want to continue this trend how it's going, we want 2v2, we got to be able to take on the Scorpions here and make sure to shut them down. But both of these teams are looking for a win here, right? I mean, both of these teams would love to not go home today.
Well, we've mentioned it. We can go ahead and look at it again. 2-0s Hounds. At the beginning of the day, we're able to find it. Then the Mambo get a 2-0 over the Storm. We just watched the Ravens get their 2-0 victory over the Sages. And now we'll find out, is it a 2-0? Is it a 2-1? Is it the Wardens? Is it the Scorpions? The suspense. Hopefully it's there for you, because that's what we're all waiting on to try and figure out. And you have to look at this group again. None of them are particularly easy for any of these teams, because every single one of them are incredibly talented. The Scorpions fell down to the Titans, although had some interesting plays throughout it. The Wardens, I will say, I think looked pretty good against the Levi's as well that first day. So it'll be interesting, once again, what these teams have to offer, where their drafts go, all of that fun stuff that they try to tackle it. And Charlie, specifically, looking in towards these teams and going in maybe a little more zoomed in on the Scorpions specifically. This is a squad that has played really well. Again, a team that, if you go back to Phase 1, similar to the Sages, the Phase 1 wasn't really the best for them, right? Phase 2, they got everything together, and they started to pick it up to the point where, a lot of people know these guys' names. Sarpei, out of the jungle, has made a very, very prominent name for themselves. Picorino in mid, though, has definitely made themselves a prominent feature of the EU SEC, and definitely for this team.
Yeah, I think it's one of those teams that, you're right to highlight, didn't have the best Phase 1, but finally figured out exactly how they wanted to play the map, how they wanted to really play their own style of Smite, and, looked a lot better once they figured that out. It's unfortunate that, squads like this have ended up in the losers bracket, right? Because they have played so well, but it's just steep competition, up against the Tartarus Titans. Any team's going to look, have their work cut out for them. But you're right to highlight, Picorino has been a big decision maker on this squad, and it's been always consistent, right? You always want to look towards your mid laner as being able to do crazy amounts of damage throughout and play safe, and I think Picorino able to do that pretty consistently. One of those mid laners that is never one to stray away from different style of mages in the mid lane, can play the hunters if need be, but also has those meta mages down pat as well. Not having a god puddle, as it were. That's not what you want from your mid laner. You always don't want, someone that can only backpack to only like 2 or 3 different characters. Just having a wide variety of diversity in your mid lane. I think Picorino brings that in spades.
And, we've gotten to see it, like you said, several times. To the point, I believe, if I remember correctly, when they were playing yesterday morning, like the chat was spamming it, like specifically Picorino's name, things like that. Look, if you're going to be well known, have a good spammable name. And Picorino has matched that, plus the play, like you said. But you don't just have to take it from me. In fact, you can hear from them themselves. We got Spooky standing by in the booth with the Scorpions.
All right, so we're here with one of the most dangerous habitats we have here today. We're here with the Aru Scorpions, 6 man-sized Scorpions here playing Smite today. I'm here with Bevy, first of all. Bevy, first, how's the hand doing?
It's sore, I won't lie. It is sore, I won't lie, yeah.
All right, do you think that soreness is going to impact your ability to play this game in any way, shape, or form?
Nah, I'll still rag him about. No worries.
No worries at all. I'm going to step down here. I'm going to go over to Picorino. Pika, you are going against Moswell today in the mid lane. How does that feel?
I think I'll be able to handle him.
Be able to handle him? How well will you handle him?
Well, he's not Paul, so I think I'm fine.
He thinks he's fine. I love that. We love to hear confidence. Question for you, Preds. What are the odds that we see a disco support using Sphinx's Bobble today?
Not Bobble, because, you know, a bad item. But Disco TP. Now that could be something that I've been working on.
All right. Sphinx's Bobble, no go. Sphinx's TP might make waves here. We're going to throw it back to Gore on the desk, see how it goes.
Seems like they've got things under control in the Scorpions booth. I think the best descriptor I heard was, well, he's not Paul. And you know what? That's how I'm going to start going into my mid lane matchups.
I mean, no lies were told. Moswell is not Paul. I've ran the numbers. I've looked at them both. They're different people.
Are you sure? We might need to double check.
Wait,
like, get the player. We need the player cams for the
Paul?
Wardens.
Hold on,
Is Moswell in fact Paul? Hold on, looking in there. No, that's definitely not Paul. Okay,
yeah,
so
that's Moswell.
we're a little more set on that. No, Moswell though. Look, man, if you're talking about stepping up to somebody in mid lane, Moswell's not necessarily an easy matchup for you either.
No, definitely not.
A world champion who has done very well in the SPL in the past.
Wait, but Paul's also a world champion. Hold
Paul,
on.
Paul's also a world champion.
I'm drawing a lot of similarities.
Paul's a
here.
2 times though.
Yeah,
that's where they
double,
start to deviate.
That's double the rings.
Yeah. That's also double the weight to then have to carry on your hands. You know, it slows down your aiming. Moswell, he's a little more free-flowing.
And it shows in the gameplay because Moswell has been an unstoppable force in that mid lane at times. And I always have to bring his God pool into question because it is not the normal. You know, we were talking about Picarino always being able to pull out, you know, these different style of mid laners, but also the traditional tried and true top meta picks. Whereas Moswell, you know, has played the Agni in this tournament, has been the proprietor of the Alpoish in the SCC. You know, hell, that one's not too interesting. We're gonna skip over that because people have been playing hell. But the Zeus as well, these different style of immobile mages Moswell loves to play and always looks good. Yeah, when was the last time you saw a Vulcan highlight? Like, this just goes to show what Moswell brings to the table. And I like that Picarino's confident. You just never know which version of Moswell you're gonna be getting in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm always excited to see what he has to offer just because, like you said, it's an eclectic pick, right? Moswell here. Well, this is Morgan Le Fay, which not too long ago, you're talking phase 1, like that was normal.
Right.
Wild to think how different things have gotten. Wild to think of the kind of picks he locks in normally. Like you said, I mean, Upwash was on the rise last week in the SBL. That's right in Moswell's wheelhouse. And while we didn't maybe see any SBL teams locking in the Vulcan, I can always cross my fingers and hope, right?
I would love to see the Vulcan. Yeah, it really just depends on the matchup. But whenever the Vulcan is in a decent spot where we can see it played, then yeah, I'm going to be liking that one. But looking at the stats between the two, Moswell is just a farm goblin. Look at that gold per minute.
Yeah. I mean, look, when you have anything, and I always kind of, you know, when you're in the low 500s, that's usually like, hey, you win a lot of games. So that says a lot here for the Wardens. Other side, still speaking pretty good for the Scorpions again. I'm interested to see 195 kills, though, to 65. If I could highlight and encapsulate the essence of North America versus Europe, that might just be the best signifier. This graphic might do that better than any words we could say. The Wardens like to get in there, they like to fight, and they like to play aggressively. The other side, the Scorpions, well, yeah, they like to play, they like to farm, they like to do exactly what EU's used to, and they still win towards the end. I'm excited to see how these two will clash when it gets into this, especially because of the way the tournament has been unfolding. And you know, we talked about this a little bit, but things like picks and bans from the last time we saw these two teams, not this week, but prior in the SCC, whether they're winning their sets, losing their sets, when it was. Since then, we have not really gotten to see, you know, like what they do with mid-season changes, what they do with the patches afterward until this week. And I'm curious how they're going to continue to adapt here.
Yeah, it really just depends on the style of play that you're going for here. Because, again, it cannot be stressed enough that this is an elimination matchup. You lose this, your journey here at Masters is done. Your shot at the prize money is also gone. You have to put it all on the table. And when the going gets tough, Moswell's good in the clutch. You know, he's able to bring out these different style of picks and make them work. And I think the greatest benefit of something like that is these teams don't know how to play against it, right? And again, I think the Outwash has been played a little bit more since then, so I can't even consider that like one of these different style of picks that people haven't seen. But I'm hoping Rostov's been cooking something up, you know, something like the Vulcan we were talking about. That's something people will be like, wait, what's good? Like, did they really just lock in Vulcan on us?
I think it would be fun to watch, just in general, everything that he has in his god pool. That it really does change the flavor of the game. I don't know what it is the Wardens are going to be able to bring out. I personally like. I mean, Opwash was right there.
It was.
And then took a little while. He's been on a little bit of a break. But maybe we'll get to see it. Maybe we won't. Maybe it'll be the Vulcan. Maybe it'll be none of these. Maybe Agni will come back. We'll find out here in Picks and Bans for game number 1. So we have the Wardens as your first pick team. Will the Hounds be the only NA squad to move forward to Sunday? Will the Wardens be able to put their name on that list? There may be a lot going through their minds. But first, you've got to get through this set. Khepri, banned out immediately by the Wardens. One of the, look, just top bans when it comes down to it. I mean, he has been around every set, every league. Khepri is just too much to handle. Kabrakan on the other side. Also been around most sets, maybe not every set, but most sets and every league. The Daji as well. This is where things can get very interesting because, you know, top picks, top bans specifically, Trelly, the 4 we see. You add in your Lancelots, your Amus and Cobbs. Those have been towards the top. E-set this week has been very highly prioritized, stuff like that. Yamoja has to come into the conversation and gets banned out there by the Wardens alongside the Daji. Chernabog in that conversation from the Scorpions and in the meta.
Oh, yeah.
And so it'll be interesting to see if anything deviates from the norm. Baba Yaga's been kind of taking a couple of places. King Arthur has been up there for a little bit. It doesn't seem like we're going to get anything wild in the ban screen yet. That might be a game 2 proposition. Let's see where the Wardens go with their first pick. Do any of the bans, I mean, Lancelot, he's been banned a lot for someone we don't get to see too often.
Yeah, I was really expecting Nemesis in that slot, but I guess it's more so just Lancelot. Maybe the unknown of it all, like, could it go solo, could it go jungle, we don't want to deal with it. Probably just the call, right? If you don't know how to play against the Lancelot, I see no reason to let it through. Why not just, you know, let the Wardens go in for the Ratatosker, for example. Relentless One has played this in the solo lane plenty of times, is usually able to get pressure and then using that global presence to influence the rest of the map. And of course, El Leon could also pilot in the jungle, hold on to that flex potential.
Not often that we get to see Ratatosker at the top.
First pick
right?
is interesting.
I was going to say, it's when... Man, when would the last time you could have seen this happen? I'm still thinking that
Let's
maybe,
show
I
them
guess,
the
around
power
this
of
release,
magic.
maybe. But it's still been a while since Rat's been up towards the top. E-set gets locked in on the other side. You still got your Cupids. You mentioned Nemesis. You know, you have to look towards some of the tanks that are still available. We haven't seen as many like Ymirs, I think, this week as maybe I would have expected. But with an E-set, with a Cupid locked in, feels like the Scorpions got off to a really good start. Very comfortable in the draft.
Yeah, we were talking about how the Rat was a little odd to be locking this early on into a draft. The E-set and the Cupid on the opposite of that spectrum, holding on to the ambiguity of, you know, could this E-set be going over to support? Could it be in the mid? I've already voiced my concerns about it all. You know, you're still going to bring a ton of CC and lockdown to that support role, but, you know, when you're going more damage-oriented, I think E-set just instant confirm onto these objectives. And now we get to see the Mercury locked in. So El Leon trying to hard carry this game away. That's what this pick tells me, right? Mercury, more often than not, a difficult character to make work. You have to be landing these Sonic moves effectively. You gotta be getting crit online before you really start doing damage. But if you're hitting everything, I mean, Merc can really run a game. You can affect the lane from a different lane. You know, you could just ult from behind the tier 1 tower, make sure that that duo lane is in a lot of trouble. And Cupid, you only get one set of beads, so after one comes, you could be in some trouble.
Now, I have a question for you. Yesterday, we watched Heimdall play into Cupid.
Right.
It did not go well for the Heimdall. How do you feel about this matchup? Because the Wardens have locked it in, and unless they're swinging something wild in the mid, that's going to be what we're seeing in the duo lane.
Yeah, I think of Heimdall as like, you know, you're picking it for the extreme safety. It's not gonna, you're never outboxing the Cupid. You're never really winning those trades, or you shouldn't be rather. But as long as you're using the Bifrost effectively and you're holding your relics, you shouldn't have too much trouble, and especially if you're trying to bait this Cupid in, right? If you're saying, hey, you've got a better matchup, maybe you'll get a little over aggressive, maybe you'll step up and try and get some Fields of Love. That opens up the gank potential for the Mercury. I'm not sure if the Wardens are playing 4D chess that hard. Like, let's pick a not so great matchup so that we can bait you in. It could be the call. Either way, it's going to put that Cupid out of position if he wants to get aggressive, which will open up the doors for the jungle of the Wardens.
Hell banned out by the Scorpions. Maybe they were watching some of the highlights. That was the one that you skipped over, but because everybody's been playing Hell, not just
Right.
Moswell, so it wasn't as interesting. Some of the other ones. And there's the Plosh ban, which I guess is a cheer because, like, yay, he showed up on the screen, but a boo because that means Moswell's not playing it, so we'll see where he's going. He's having a laugh, though, so I don't think he's too worried about that getting banned away. Was set banned alongside Discordia. That is going to be 3 mid laners taken off the board. Scorpions lock in the Ymir. And look, and I'm going down this. Eset, Cupid, King Arthur, Ymir. That's just a solid draft from the Scorpions.
That's just a lot of
It's a lot of
top-tier
good
picks. Yeah, I mean, and now we even get to see the Eset in the mid-roll, given the fact that Ymir is more than likely going to support. So that even solidifies it for me because, I always like to harp on the fact that you don't have too much objective confirm when it is support, but I love seeing the full damage Esets. The Aru Scorpions are drafting after my heart, I would say. Doesn't mean the Wardens aren't drafting well. The Xing Chen is also something that has been extremely prominent, and it's on the up and up, but they are holding on to a mage.
What will it be?
It's Merlin or Agni. It's gotta be.
Yeah.
That's it.
But that's just fun, man.
I mean,
I want the mystery, the
you
mystique.
You can't pick Vulcan into that comp. You cannot. You
well,
can't.
hold on, pause. You can. It's just a terrible idea.
Right, yeah. and I think on Elimination Day in particular, you cannot be picking Vulcan because Fields of Love, you can't use your best tool of damage. You can't backfire at all because you're in the cripple. Hamstring from Arthur, you still can't backfire.
But hear me out.
Okay, go ahead.
How the mental game.
Right.
If everything you're highlighting, right, it's just a terrible pick.
Yeah.
Moswell locks it in. Does that put you in shatters, or are you just laughing at him?
I mean...
And you're in the other booth.
If I'm the Scorpions, I'm laughing, but if it's me in particular...
So it doesn't, like, shatter anybody. Seeing Moswell on Vulcan, despite it being bad, wouldn't do anything mentally to you. It just...
Well, I think until I got to see play on field, that would change up a bit. I'd be like, oh, man, how's he making this work? See, he hovered Merlin when Agni. I told you, there's only 2 options. Like, I mean, they banned Hell and Outpost. They really zeroed him in on exactly what they wanted either way. We saw how much damage.
God.
And Nemesis makes it this far into the draft?
What a wild... Listen, the Eset, Cupid, King Arthur, Ymir, and Nemesis. I don't know what the Scorpions just did, but they got to speedrun S-tier gods.
I mean, they were facing the Wardens. That's what they did. The Wardens said top tier. We don't care about top tier. If Sino was here, we'd be playing Scotty Jungle. So they don't really care too much about that. They wanted the global presence for Relentless One, and it seemed like they wanted a hard carry for Leon. And then Moswell said, give me the scraps. Like, I don't care if they ban 5 mages. I'll find something and still be able to make my presence known on that map.
What's his movement ability? Is it limited? No? I don't know. Maybe we need some non-cooldown on the dash. Yeah, give me the Agni. Look, it's going to be CC. Like you said, if you're looking for hard carry, you've got Ratatosker for engage, Xing Chen for engage, Mercury for engage on the Wardens. Even though it's fun to poke at it and say, ha ha ha, it's not like the top of the draft like the other side has. I think that it's got a lot of good teamfight potential. And then you mentioned like Mercury damage late game, Heimdall damage late game, the setup that Agni brings with the bombs, the stun, the flame wave. It's not a bad draft by the Wardens by any means.
No, and I think it's a very Wardens draft as well.
Yes, they're playing themselves.
Right, and that's kind of the idea because they are playing with a sub-jungler. This isn't Sino's version of SMITE. This is Leon's version of SMITE. He's a shot caller at heart. So I think this draft is up his wheelhouse where he can, try and facilitate the rest of the squad on this Mercury and still let them feel comfortable on their style of pick. Moswell doing Moswell things. That's not too out of the ordinary. But Relentless One, again, on this Ratatosker, has been able to find pressure against characters like King Arthur, where he probably shouldn't be able to find that pressure, but he still does just because he plays it so much and he does it so well.
It's fun to watch, right, when they get things like that. But After what we've seen King Arthur do this weekend, I think that's something to maybe be a teensy bit worried about.
Of course.
Overall. Look, Nemesis gets locked in towards the end. Jungle into this pick. Xingqian's like the only like tanky target for her. How do you feel like she fits in against the Wardens?
I mean, look at what you said. Still range true. The Scorpions just got a bunch of great gods. I just was highlighting the fact that the Wardens are like, they're fine with that. You know, they got what they wanted, and then they're like, oh, we did give up a lot of good stuff, didn't we? Unfortunate. We're still gonna have to play our best version of SMITE. Objective fight still has to go to the Scorpions more often than not. If it's an even 5v5, circle protection and fields of love, throw shards of ice in there if you would like. Big circles, big damage. That seems to be the name of the game. And yeah, they still have a lot of avenues in. Their team fight is going to be extremely solid.
It's the simple question. Which team can do this better? Can the Wardens play the Wardens better?
Right.
Or can the Scorpions play the tier list better? There's no better way than to find out than by jumping into game number 1 with Dave and Spooky.
That's right, the Wardens trying to strike back for North America here after the Scorpions have won a couple of the sets so far today. One North American team, that's the Eldritch Hounds, moving on, of course, from the SEC. We might be getting a bit aggressive here for the Aru Scorpions. No, just dropping a ward, backing our way away. And Spooky, we've got a great one here to end our day. One more elimination match up against a high expectation squad in the Callan Wardens. The Aru Scorpions, also a team that have been playing a lot better SMITE at their level of play over in the EU SEC. Should be a great one.
Should be a great one, but honestly, Dave, I'm still really disappointed that the Discordia got banned away.
What's the story behind that? Are we expecting disco support?
Maybe.
Is that a real thing? You asked about it, right?
Listen, if he decides to run it, it becomes a real thing. It's as simple as that. If we see
it's theoretical until then.
It's theoretical until then. He said it was a possibility with the teleport. Banned away, not going to see that. I'm sad we don't see the teleport come out on the Ymir again. We saw that last time the Scorpions did play. It's going to be the shell to start things off, but what a nasty draft the Scorpions get away with. I mean, I know the desk was talking about it pretty much the entire time, but goodness, you look at how much teamfight potential there is for the Scorpions, how much objective gameplay there is. You got to wonder, how much do the Wardens have to fight back into that? You look at their team, they're looking a little bit more pick-oriented. You know, you start to worry if they don't find that early lead, things might look a little grim.
Yeah, it does feel like if you're a Scorpions fan or a player right now and you're looking at the draft that you got, I mean, that's top to bottom SPL, top tier quality draft that you've got for yourselves. And that's actually something we've seen some SPL pros talk about on Twitter this week, and we've seen some comments about it where it's felt like SEC teams maybe haven't given themselves the best chance in a couple of these games. This is one of the best looking SEC drafts we've gotten here this weekend. On the flip side, though, Spooky, I don't think the Callan Wardens, maybe tier list wise, a bit lower than what the Scorpions have got. But if you're looking at Wardens SMITE and the way that they play SMITE, I mean, you got a Mercury there for Leon, and I think that's a great start to this draft, and Agni later on in the draft for Maswal as well. I think the individual pieces there could put together some aggression. Maybe you need to get the ball rolling early if you're the Wardens to try to just blow over the Scorpions early in the game.
For sure. I mean, the Wardens have drafted some very good early aggression.
Yeah.
This Mercury definitely wants to get rolling as early as possible, and we know that Leon is more than capable of doing that. With the Ratatosker in that solo lane, there's some extra aggression there across the map, and it really widens your options, right? Does Leon want to go mid and utilize the Agni? Maybe. Or he can go over to this right side, utilize the Ratatosker's early game power, and get his ball rolling that way.
Well, don't you worry. We'll get into game number 1 between the Callan Wardens and the Aru Scorpions. Taking a quick break. When we come back, game number 1. We're back for game number 1 between the Callan Wardens and the Aru Scorpions. Rest easy. We have not missed anything as the game just now beginning. And now we can take a wider look here, Spooky, at a lot of the drafts. And actually, we can take a closer look at exactly what happens here. I'm thinking, oh, Ymir on a purple buff. That's pretty standard. But a unique start. Preds invading the Callan Warden side of the map, takes away the purple, and then backs off and helps Davey pick up the purple of their own.
Yeah, who needs a green buff this early in the game? It's not really doing all that much for you. Besides, the green buff doesn't matter if the other team just doesn't have the buff of their own. So
That's right.
Get yourself a little bit of extra XP. More importantly, deprive the Wardens of a little bit of extra XP. Because as we were talking about there, Dave, the Wardens are a team that want to get a little bit more active in this early game. So if you can slow that down with these early buff invades, that could go a long way to facilitating the Scorpions playstyle.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, that's small amounts of XP. Davey hits 2 first. Waves about even. Just wondering, you know, with level 2, especially like at level 5, how does that change? Well, a dash in from Davey and a Bifrost out from Griff. So it looks like experience-wise, though the wave was cleared a little bit faster. Preds and Davey off to a good start. Leon,
check it out.
Level 2 gank on the Mercury. We're used to wait until level 5, get the Sonic Boom, fly down one of the lanes, and get things going. And I actually think that's a pretty good topic of conversation here. It's that level 5 mark for Leon, when Sonic Boom is there. Sonic Boom just creates such a difference in mindset for all of the laners of the Aru Scorpions. Just have to have such a better wherewithal of exactly where that Mercury is. And the pressure on beads should be pretty high.
Most definitely, and Leon is already trying to get active before this level 5 comes around. Might see another gank coming here. He's in position. Will he step up, though?
Do they have enough lockdown? I mean, Leon needs to get something done here because, I mean, he's been just roaming. I haven't seen him actually farm up a camp here in a minute or two, and has fallen 1 level behind Sarpe. Was really hoping to get something going for the Wardens over on left. That 1 level experience lead for Davey could have been evened out, but not there. And I mean, what's worse? Now it's Sarpe invading the Callan Warden side of the jungle. Just a couple of camps getting taken away, but Relentless One loses the blue buff, it looks like. Sarpe grabs a nice advantage there. And so it's not been an early laning or an easy early laning phase for Relentless One on this Ratatoskr, and it's just a little bit of jungle pressure from Sarpe and King Arthur doing King Arthur things.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised that we don't see Elion a little bit more focused on this right side this early in the game. You know, Ratatoskr, yes, he's good in the early game, but he's going up against the King Arthur. That's the premier solo laner right now, right? If King Arthur is not banned in your game, he's getting picked in your game. It's because of the pressure that he has. He's a blatant bully. He's going to be exerting that on your enemy opposer. A nice little stun comes out on Gino. Not too much to worry about there just yet. But the fact that Relentless One isn't even able to step up to that blue buff because Elion is kind of making these weird little drifts in the duel, and he's not really committing to anything over there. He's able to get back up to level 4 here. The question is, does he keep doing that? Does he keep looking for these opportunities on the left side? If he does, he's got to make sure he's finding value off of it. Otherwise, Scorpion's just going to repeat these invades constantly onto this right side and find more and more value and try to put themselves a little bit further up so they can try to outscale the Wardens as quickly as possible.
Right, might be a slight XP gap for Sarpe over Leon, maybe half a level now, as Leon's been able to back away, farm up just fine. Relentless One had to burn the TP earlier on, and already down to half HP, and Bevy Monster just hasn't gone back to base yet. And so you're right, maybe a bit of presence needed from Leon on the right side of the map, as level 5 is now reached from this Mercury. And I think level 5, not only for Mercury, you're not gonna, I guess you won't see these massive rotations out from Relentless One, but sudden engage seems to be a big threat here for the Callan Wardens against the Aru Scorpions as well. Not only for Leon, but Relentless One as well. That double sudden backline dive should make some waves. Right now it's diving on to Sarpei and Bevy Monster. Leon would love to confirm the blue buff, which he is able to do so. And an ultimate down from Sarpei and Bevy. It's a little bit of poking and prodding, but it ends up being a confirmed blue buff by Leon and Relentless One.
Yeah, that's a nice little win there for the Wardens in the early game. Sure, you know, maybe nothing really happened there, but you've secured your blue buff. You've taken 2 ults away from the Scorpions. That feels good. Sarpei won't have that Divine Judgment available for a little bit longer, which means your tanks are going to feel a little bit more comfortable starting to look at these aggressive plays. If we're talking about aggressive plays, it's the Scorpions stepping forward and actually looking for the Scorpion. A little bit of cannibalism there. Just eating it alive.
Unlucky. That means well, I guess, does that mean they should secure all of them or they shouldn't secure all of them? I don't know. I guess it depends on which side of that argument
Depends
you're
how
on.
hungry they are.
At any rate, the Scorpions do invade and secure the Greater Scorpion. Start off this game. Leon looking for a Sonic Boom, and it's just too far to the right, but the toss back is good, and Gino is here as well. Bevy Monster drops for first blood, but a blink in from Sarpei, and an Ice Carpet down, but a double whirlwind of Rage and Steel from Gino ushers his jungler away, and that's first blood to the Callan Wardens.
Leon didn't even look at that engagement. He just trusted Gino to be able to disengage there. That man just backed behind the blue buff wall. He said, hey, it's not my problem. You guys got this. I'm going to head back to base. I think that's a great call. It gets him back into this jungle a little bit faster, back on his timers. He's going to go ahead and catch up. Now he's a level up on Sarpei, who's been trying to fight back against the Wardens a little bit from their early aggression. And now things are starting to look a little bit better for the Wardens. This is the game plan that they want to see. Get Leon active in the early. Sure, it's only an assist, but he's got his Golden Blade online. That means he's going to be clearing these camps very, very quickly. He's going to be able to make these rotations, and we're starting to see that Sonic Boom come out a little bit more effectively. You don't always have to land it directly on the target. As long as it gets you to the target and you've got backup there, well, you can see how much value that brings.
I mean, you'd love to hit it, but absolutely don't need to. I wonder what type of build Leon will go towards. We'll keep our eyes on that as the game goes on. I'm a big fan of just the one-punch crit style of build. You get Rage, maybe Deathbringer a bit later on. If Leon thinks might not have enough time to chain together a lot of auto attacks. Looks like maybe some purple buff pressure here from the Wardens, but it's going to be a little while here before it respawns, so you don't want to spend too much time hanging out. It's going to give an opportunity for the Aru Scorpions to rotate through, or is it Preds who's in trouble? Ultimate from Griff connects, and Davey 1v3ing at the moment. Preds doesn't have a leg to stand on, but has a wall to throw up, and the damage has been blocked off from the back end of this fight. Instead, Leon with the 1-2 punch drops Preds, and that's not all that sneaky. That's just a clean kill from the Wardens.
I'm surprised that he stuck around for so long. Gino might get stunned out. No stun on the heart bomb, so he's all good. But I'm surprised Preds stuck around that purple buff for so long. Like you said, it wasn't coming up for a little while yet. They could have just walked away and said, okay, Wardens, yeah, good luck taking that one. We got your number. It's going to be there in a little bit here. Instead, he stays around there. He's not in position with iDavy there. So the spread from Scorpions is what really condemns Preds there. Now we're still seeing more aggression come through as we're trying to pressure this red buff. Luckily, Scorpions are able to get that one for themselves. A little bit more of a response to that one. We see multiple members show up, and that's what we need to see around these invades.
Looks like Leon might be under Rage. Second item here. Shows he might want to be all over the map. Relentless One initiated on by Bevy Monster, but of course, as Ratatosker does, goes up to the branch, crashes away, and feels A-okay with his chances to survive, and even has teleport. Wants to make his way back to lane a little bit quicker. So, if it does end up being Rage early on here from Leon, which I have to imagine it would be to get those stacks rolling early, does that tell you he wants to just keep spamming these ultimates, keep finding pressure for his team?
Oh, for sure. Leon is a very aggressive player. Might have to pull that thought, though, because here's Sarpei once again.
And Relentless One doesn't have ultimate to get out this time. The slow will stick, but so will the stun. And Gino is rotated over from duo lane once again. A nice wall from Preds, but now is the target even, this Ratatosker? No, it's not. And Gino has just been a life raft for the Callan Wardens so far this game. Happens for Leon a minute ago over by the blue buff, and now Gino on the Xing Chen helping Relentless One survive, but is Gino going to be in range to help out Maswal? No, but Maswal won't need it.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that we see the Scorpions continuously go back to Relentless One on this Ratatosker. he's been able to get away so effectively so many times, and that's partly because of Geno, and that's partly just because Relentless One is a slippery dude on this God pick. Once again, though, some more action on this blue buff.
Wow, it has just been right side dominant so far this game. Oh, the wall nearly perfect from Preds. Relentless One so close to getting that ultimate back. Not sure rather, if he's going to have time to use it. Won't even need to use it, and Relentless One simply dashes away. Ratatosker just so slippery, but Moswall with a stun onto Preds, and Geno, the last one, chasing him down. Whoa, hello, Sonic Boom over onto Picarino on right. Moswall drops the bombs from the heavens and picks up the 3rd kill of the game for the Kowloon Wardens. It has been an onslaught from the Wardens, spearheaded by El Leon and Geno, and then knocked down this time by Moswall.
All right, Dave, look, if something isn't quite working for you, there comes a time when you have to start reimagining things, try a different approach. This constant aggression onto Relentless One is not working out. Even in that last fight, if you notice, the Scorpions, they had a target, and it was Relentless One that they were trying to chase out. El Leon, he was fine. He was in the back. They could have turned on him and tried to slow down the Mercury. They opted not to. They allowed Relentless One to take their attention and pull them away from the rest of the fight. If I'm the Scorpions, right now I'm looking more towards Moswall in this mid lane, or even Griff in the side lane over on the left side. Moswall is probably the easiest target to lock down, especially with this Ymir that Preds is piloting. Throw a wall up, block the path of flames. Moswall can't do anything about that. That makes him a perfect target to just go in on. He doesn't have the ability to just cross the map like Ratatosker, and Geno's been heavily prioritizing this right side of the map. You're not going to get a clean engagement either way. You just need to pick a little bit of an easier target, I think.
And man, I mean, you're talking about looking towards Moswall, and I agree. Moswall's built up this 2-level lead, and so the Agni is looking mighty strong at this point in the game. A Staff of Mirrodin completed, so you get a little CDR with the Sands of Time, Warlock Staff stacking up, and then a great synergy item with the Staff of Mirrodin. Kowloon Wardens, yes, you've gotten kills, but can you convert it into objectives? The answer is yes. Pyromancer, now confirmed by the Wardens. That's an aggressive dash forward from Griff, but a defensive dash backwards from Davey. And it's well timed. Look, Davey hasn't been able to go back to base, and so it was a full Aussie up was Griff. Davey really needed to be careful. Will Relentless One fall? Have to imagine not with the ultimate, but it's these next couple of minutes. Leon finishes the rage, would love to get some stacks going.
And now with the Wardens being 3 kills in the lead, they've translated that to about a 3,000 gold lead in their favor. Maybe just a little bit under that. You can see it right there.
Experience, though.
This experience is getting really insane. And it's because the amount of rotation the Scorpions are doing are not paying off. And now the Wardens get to look at a second objective for free.
Wow, the burn is just too fast. And that shows you a level of confidence in the way that the game is going, right? Because if Picarino's got a circle of protection on the other side, Preds has his ultimate, he can detonate around a target, so there is objective steal potential from the Scorpions, and the Wardens simply don't care. They pull it, Scorpions don't show up, and it's gotten a bit out of hand. Could get worse, though. Over in the mid lane, double Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, circle protection down on the back from Picarino. And that is it, but Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, circle protection, ends up being the big trade. However, Picarino did lose beads, it looks like. Regank opportunity for the Wardens in mid.
Yeah, if I'm the Wardens, that's just a big W for me. I would rather be able to pull out the Circle of Protection and beads than hold on to the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. Yes, it's a valuable ultimate, but he got so much out of that. Moswall was able to just walk away, not care about anything the Scorpions were doing. It's just starting to look a little bit dangerous for the Scorpions here. And you take a look at the roster of the Wardens, right? And you have to take into consideration the veteranship that's on this list. El Leon, Moswall, Nachi, all of these players have been around the block for quite some time, and it's showing in the confidence of their gameplay. They're not afraid to step up and see if the Scorpions have a response to what they're doing. And with the lead they have right now, even if the Scorpions do decide, okay, yeah, we're going to step up, we're going to see what you guys got, Wardens are more than happy just taking a fight to them and forcing the issue.
And this is something the Wardens needed to see from Leon the other day as well. I mean, tough matchup in an SPL opponent, but this style of pick that allows Leon to facilitate the rest of the team and also put himself in a spot to carry some games later on. A great look. So gets the rage, more crit after that as well. So he hasn't gotten a stack on it yet, but I imagine just a matter of time until we see some fighting start to break out. So if you're the Aru Scorpions, you're now down a few thousand gold. You're Surely not going to kill a Relentless one this time. I haven't been able to do it just yet, but you're able to force the ultimate. Where do you go on the map to start to limit this gold lead?
And they need to start looking for a way to be able to confirm this Pyromancer that's coming up. That means turning some attention maybe towards this right side, but more importantly than that, right, they have to put some pressure on these jungle camps. Slow Elion down on his rotations, make sure he doesn't have as much farm. Additionally, you can start looking maybe over towards Ogrif. Try to force him back out of lane. Davey is still even in that lane. There's no deficit there, which means it's probably one of your best ways to play through. Sure, your solo lane is even with Relentless one, but we've already seen how hard it is to lock him down. I see a little bit more of a skirmish dropping out here.
I want to see just how much damage Moswell is going to be able to do. Has to use the beads this time. Double Whirlwind of Rage and Steel from Gino. Sends a couple members of the Scorpions back towards the Wardens, but Leon too low to reinitiate. And I say that about Moswell because he is 2 to almost 3 levels ahead of Picarino, depending on where the waves crash and where the farm is. And also gold-wise, you know, you look at the gold charts, yeah, about 4,000 ahead of the Wardens. But Moswell, I believe, is about a full 1,000 of that ahead of Picarino. I mean, it is just not super close over in mid. Actually, it's gotten worse than that. 1.3K just on Moswell over Picarino. So it feels like, Spooky, if you can fight around this Agni, you should have a pretty good look at a team fight if you're the Wardens.
Oh, for sure. Moswell is absolutely where they want him to
Soul
play
Reaver
around right
wow.
now. And the good thing about this Agni is that he could really go to either side of the map that they want to play around. With this Pyromancer coming up, it's probably going to be the right side. And with the way the Scorpions have been playing so far, this might be the right side as well. But take a look. Davey might be in danger.
It's what we've wanted to see. Just pokes his head around the corner. Davey gets back to the tier 1 tower. So, unfortunately for us, Leon will pump the brakes, but probably the smart play. I don't know if you want to be tower diving a Cupid with ultimate and beads and shell.
What could go wrong?
Already, yeah. Nothing could happen to Leon. Can't be that hungry for the rage stacks. And you're right, though. I mean, the Pyromancer should be maybe the next big objective that the Callan Wardens end up rotating towards and looking towards. But do you get the feeling, and the desk sort of talked about this, with the quality of draft that the Scorpions have, do you think there's a timer on this match? Have the Wardens done enough to this point in the game to keep the Aru Scorpions in a really tough spot later in the game?
I think right now, as long as the Wardens continue applying the same pressure they've had all game, they should be fine for a good majority. They should be able to close this game out before the Scorpions reach that point, especially if Prez gets caught like this.
Wow, last bomb doesn't hit from Oswald, but a whole lot of damage does. Relentless one has ultimate. Let me flip back the pages in my book here. Gank the Ratatosker, and the Ratatosker dashes away. So it's been, yeah, it doesn't even need to this time, and might actually be able to use the ultimate around this Pyromancer if the Scorpions answer, which they do not. And so more gold to the Callan Wardens. And this is such a unique place because there's only 3 kills on the board for the Wardens right now, but they have been non-stop as far as applying pressure and finding the big objectives to look towards. It's been like this weird hybrid of EU and NA SEC style of Smite where every objective has been cleanly taken by the Wardens, but with a lot of kill pressure that's been put out, just hasn't converted into a lot of kills up to this point in the game. But it's been perfectly played by the Wardens now. Wonder if the Aru Scorpions feel like they can let this next Oni Fury go, or if you need to step up.
So the weird thing that's happening right now is that the Wardens are stepping up around these objectives, right? They're playing for the objectives. The Scorpions, they're not really responding that much. Prez will get caught out, he'll get poked down. Might come back to that in just a moment because Prez just walled himself in.
Is this where the Scorpions can answer back? Prez would say no, because the Relentless one drops down. And Preds finally, I mean, this Ymir has been low so many times, and there's finally a second kill onto the Ymir from the Callan Wardens. Oni Fury is pulled, and as we expect, a disengage from the Aru Scorpions. This has got to be such a tough game, though, because this is a game where the Scorpions are just slowly being bled out. I mean, you've only lost a handful of kills. You've just gotten none of the neutral farm. You've got none of the jungle objectives. Just slowly, one by one, you're losing all of this golden experience, and the Wardens probably already at a spot where they're too strong to fight into as a 5v5.
First of all, Dave, if this was a disco support instead of Ymir, I guarantee the game would be 100% different. We'd have the teleport.
Yeah, the Wardens would be winning harder, right?
No. Well, if the Scorpions would just respond to some of these objectives that are happening, like we're seeing a little bit of aggression turn on to Moswell, but they can't follow through. Oh, that was a good stun.
Yeah, nice stun.
But they're not able to commit all the way to it. Elion has no such problems.
Picarino uses circle protection, gets minimal value. More of a slowdown than anything else. Fields of Love drops over from Davey, but a Whirlwind of Rage and Steel completed. The dashes both faceplant into the Ymir wall. The Scorpions, same page or not, doesn't work out this time. Shards of Ice used by Preds. Griff chasing down Sarpé, desperate for one more axe to connect. But Sarpé likely able to get a bit more farm and get out of this fight. So it ends up just being a one-kill fight. But all of the objectives, the pressure, still forced there for the Wardens, and a tier 1 tower in mid, and likely one on left will fall.
Now, one kill, but all the map pressure that you could ever hope for. And look at this. The Wardens, they don't care about the Scorpions too much right now. They're going to go ahead and rotate into this right side, strip away the farm. Might start setting up for this Fire Giant. Take away the blue buff, get some wards down. And then once they reset, they're in a great position to start looking at this Fire Giant, force the issue. They still have some Oni minions over there on that right side, pushing towards the tier 2. It should be cleared out. But Wardens have basically just bought themselves so much time, so much presence on this map with just a single kill, that this game is starting to look very, very dangerous for the Scorpions. If I'm the Scorpions, and I'm looking at this 8K deficit in the gold, almost 10,000 in XP, I check the timer. Okay, it's only 20 minutes. I'm not stepping up to this Fire Giant. No way, no how. It's not enhanced. It's not worth it. The tier 2s are going to go down either way. And if they step up to this fire, they're going to die. They don't confirm that objective. Even with the circle protection, Picarino is 3 levels down right now. She's just not going to be able to survive long enough to put that protection down.
It's interesting, and it's something I mentioned earlier on. The Scorpions, when the gold lead wasn't nearly this drastic, I figured we would see an attempt from Picarino or Preds to steal away one of the, drop the circle protection, Shards of Ice, see what you can get done. Didn't see it at all. I agree. I think we're too far out at sea right now for the Scorpions to feel comfortable rowing their way into the Fire Giant. It's just going to get burnt down so quickly. The Wardens just can't do, and they're doing no wrong here this game. The Ratatoskr, despite immense amounts of pressure from the Scorpions, was able to not only survive in lane, but get to a really good spot here at 2-0-2. And finally a Rage stack, by the way, for Elion. It had been a minute, despite a lot of pressure being applied by the Mercury. I wonder how the Wardens are able to respond to this. A Cupid pushing down a tier 1 tower on the left side of the map. Can the Wardens immediately answer and go to the Fire Giant? Looks like the answer is yes. But to your point, Spooky, maybe it's the best the Scorpions could do. If we're not stepping up to try to contest, getting a tier 1 tower on the left side of the map, maybe a tier 2, is just simply the best that the Scorpions can do.
Yeah, this is definitely the right call from the Scorpions. They get a little bit of value out of this. They get some gold. They get some pressure on the map. It's not a lot. They're going to have to reset quickly. Preds has to burn the ult just to avoid the whirlwind coming out from Gino there. But now with this tier 2 under pressure, there's no way the Scorpions step up to defend this, right? They're still at too big of a deficit. It's about 9,000 at this point. But the Wardens, they're playing a little bit slower. They're not going to go right for this tier 2. They're going to go ahead and maybe confirm this Pyromancer first, get all the objectives off the map, then start looking at these structures.
And another clean SEC team here, at least in game number 1. The Scorpions, a very resilient squad. Absolutely earned their way here to Smite Summer Masters, but the Wardens in game 1 just looking like the better team, despite having a more unique composition. But again, it's the Warden style of play that this composition brings. Scorpions got to be careful here. There's nothing for the Scorpions to fight over. You don't want to overextend just trying to chase out Gino, but Relentless One has the opportunity to chase. Has ultimate, and it looks like maybe a bit of a grouping from the Scorpions could open up to an initiation. Sarpé, despite being a bit behind, feeling okay with the 1v1 against Elion. Relentless One, though, dunks down to make it a pseudo 2v1 and just solos out Sarpé. And the Wardens have found their pick and now can look at the tier 2s.
Yeah, tier 2s, they no longer exist on this map. The Scorpions have just got to have to bundle up and get under that Phoenix and just defend there. I'm expecting the Wardens to make a clean sweep of these tier 2s, but the way they're playing right now, they might just go straight for this mid lane Phoenix. They only have 3 members there. Elion could rotate at any moment, though. Does not have the Sonic Boom up, but that's not stopping the Wardens.
Now, Elion gets his health back as well. Good wall from Preds, does slow down the initial push in from the Callan Wardens. Leon is going to bring this left side wave into the tier 2 tower of the Wardens. As so often is, the early first Fire Giant of the game sets up for Phoenixes and base sieges later on. But there is still almost a full 2 minutes on this buff and just the one Tier 2 tower remaining. But got to be a lot of gold. Yeah, about 2,500 or so for everyone on the Wardens. Still in their back pockets.
So much.
Would have been the best chance, you know, as far as on-map gold. Wasn't there yet for the Wardens. Maybe Scorpions find a pick, but not to be. And Spooky, I think Scorpions probably in a spot to start discussing picks and bans for Game 2. The Scorpions are just so far ahead.
Yeah, this is about, what, 13,000 in favor of the Wardens? Like, that's unheard of. We're only 24 minutes in. We're not even at the 25-minute mark yet.
Yep.
There hasn't been a single EFG on the map, and all your Tier 2s, bar one, are down. There's just not a whole lot that the Scorpions can do right now to find their way back into this game. Good news is, the XP gap is starting to matter a little bit less. The biggest one right now is Pred, still level 14, which just feels awful if you are the support player right now. But across the board, Scorpions are starting to hit level 20. They're shoring that up a little bit. But even that, at this gold deficit, this item disadvantage, it's not going to be enough to pull them back into this game. They're going to have to really hunker down. They're going to have to almost hope for a misplay from the Wardens, because that's where you're at right now. You're not winning the fight off of just good gameplay. You're winning the fight off of a little bit of sloppy gameplay from the enemy.
Well, it's entirely possible as well. I mean, between Relentless One and Leon, totally possible to just be on a different page from your team and just do too much with your ultimate. So that is not out of the realm of possibility, but with the way the Wardens are playing right now, seems a bit less likely than it might normally. The Scorpions have been blanked here in Game 1 so far. I mean, a lot of pressure, remember, early on under Relentless One, just no kills dropping. You want to see just one go in at this point if you're the Scorpions. You'd hate for this game to end with nothing to show for it, but at the same time realizing you've just kind of been blown out in game number 1. The Wardens do only have 50 seconds remaining before the Fire Giant respawns, but looks like they want. This is maybe just to keep the Scorpions from getting any type of farm on the map. We are holding you back, and you better hope that our waves come in untouched. Otherwise, you guys are getting no gold.
And they've got this Trebuchet here to put a little bit more pressure on that Phoenix. It's not going to last for very long, but it is going to make the Scorpions respect it, take the time to clear it out before they're able to move forward. It does drop pretty quickly. Look at Relentless One. He doesn't care about anything the Scorpions have to offer. He's just minding his own business, clearing their speed camp right in front of them. There's 4 Scorpions there, and he just says, oh yeah, this is going to belong to me now,
I'll take
by
it.
the way. This is actually just our second yellow buff. You guys can bill me later if you want to. But now, Fire Giant a little bit closer, still not going to be enhanced, which is the good news for the Scorpions. And Dave, honestly, even with all 3 Phoenixes exposed, I'm not sure the Scorpions are even looking at stepping up to this one. I might just be sending Davey down the left side and trying to pressure our own Phoenix.
Where do you draw the line, though? I mean, if you're not going to step up to this fire, I guess you better hope that your Phoenix Siege or your Phoenix defense or your Titan defense looks better. Because that's been the difficulty of this game, is the Scorpions have not drawn the line anywhere. It wasn't around any of the Furies, it wasn't around any of the Pyromancers, it wasn't on the first or the second Fire Giant, nor the Tier 2 towers. Is the line the Phoenix line? Is that where, I mean, you have to, right?
It's the last place.
It's got to be. But does their defense look good as far as composition goes?
They've got the Circle Protection, they've got Fields of Love, and they have the Shards of Ice. They have the tools there to defend this Phoenix, but they have to be careful. They cannot allow themselves to throw those ultimates out too early. Otherwise, the Wardens will just make a semi-engage. They'll step forward, they'll see what the Scorpions are willing to commit to defending, and then they'll step out. They'll let that Fire Giant passively heal them back up, and they'll say, okay, what do we have? What do the Scorpions have? All right, what else can we get? Fields of Love go down, Circle Protection goes down. That's when the Wardens are going to commit. So the Scorpions have to make sure that they're not burning those until the Wardens are all the way in there.
Here's the game plan, and I figured it out. They don't want to give Leon any rage stacks, so the Scorpions have just not allowed any fighting to happen. Unfortunately for the Scorpions, we are fighting, and Maswal drops the hammer! My god, a double kill on the back line of the fight, and the Agni has brought it to the Scorpions. Goodbye, Scorpions. Triple kill for Maswal, and the Kalin Wardens will clean up the other 2. And the Kalin Wardens blank the Scorpions in game 1.
That is just how the game goes if you give up every single major objective on the map. Scorpions, they committed way too much time trying to kill Relentless One again and again and again, and they never found any success with it. Their unwillingness to adapt and move that game plan to the other side of the map, or literally anywhere else on the map, is what I feel really cost them this game. They weren't able to step up to a Pyromancer, they couldn't step up to any of the Go Furies, and then the Fire Giants just go for free.
I mean, this is a game one where you have a completely active team in the Callan Wardens, and then a team who is just playing Smite, right? They are existing on the map, and the Callan Wardens simply taking it to the Aru Scorpions. Moswall really impressed me here this game. The Agni scaled to a point, and it wasn't even late. I mean, it was like 2 levels from mid-game onward.
Level 12?
Level 12 to level 10, right? I think is where that started, and then at the end of the game there, the one shot of ultimates dropping on top of the Aru Scorpions. I think got to be a mindset redraft from the Scorpions, which is hard to say because they got such a good draft in game one. Something maybe a bit more active early on.
I don't know if they need to maybe draft differently, but the
differently.
mental definitely has
Play
to
better.
change. Play differently. Because you can't just give up everything on the map. That's what it boils down to. They never put up a single fight anywhere on the map except for that right side. It just doesn't work out that way.
Yeah, I mean, again, the line was just consistently being moved back, and then by the time the Scorpions wanted to step up and defend, they were way too far behind. The Callan Wardens take it to the Scorpions in game number 1. Game number 2, right after this.
Blink up, baby. You just hit my line for the wind down. It's only one thing on my mind when you come around me. I get lost in where you found me. Want you to use me. You gotta confuse me. Don't wanna hide the fact that you make me feel that way. Want you to give me play. I see it in your eyes, you're lonely. Come put that body on me. I hit it right, I will. Trust me, I got you, baby. Know how to make you feel. They can't do you like I will. Nobody do you like I will. I hit it right, I will. I treat you right, I will. Trust me, I got you, baby. Know how to make you feel. They can't do you like I will. They can't do you like I will. Like I will. Pick up the phone, little baby. You got me open, I'm wavy. You know I want you to myself. You know you've been driving me crazy. Look at me right in the eye and tell me it's mine. If not, I'ma make it that way. You know I want you in a major way. I bless that body, make you share your grace. I've been trying to get you face to face. Fall through and give you ways to waste. I do what it takes. I make them walls sing on your heartstrings. Say your mama. I'll treat you right, I will. Trust me, I got you, baby. Know how to make it feel. I'll treat you right, I will.
What's up, Smite fans? Dolson here, and Season 9 of the SPL is shaping up to be maybe the best ever. And to help us get there, we're partnering with Alienware to provide us, our players, the production team, with state-of-the-art gear to make this year one of the best yet. But don't take my word for it. Let's hear what the pros have to say.
As a professional player, it's super important to make sure that you just have the absolute highest quality gear and peripherals that you can ever get. And having an Alienware PC has completely upped our game here at the SPL.
It's really nice being able to play from the same PC from home into the studio, and I highly, highly recommend it. It feels great to play on.
So I really enjoyed using Alienware computers because, one, I'm a streamer, content is my job, and the power of the Alienware PCs is like amazing. It's perfect for everything that we need to do.
I stream 1080p, no problem. I have no issues with FPS, no frame lag or anything like that.
64 gigabytes of RAM is just something that you can only dream of, and like it helps so much with processing like anything that you need to perform, like multitasking, whether it's streaming, recording, gaming, like everything all at once, and it's been a very smooth experience.
As someone who doesn't enjoy building my own PC, the Alienware's kind of got everything in one machine. It was super easy.
I really like the pre-built Alienware as well because it's really hard to get a graphics card on the market currently.
A 3090 is like impossible to obtain, so being able to play on it has been honestly a very lucky experience.
Back in the day, I used to game and do all my content on a really pathetic laptop, and once I actually was able to get an Alienware PC, there's just no turning back.
For a lot of players that were used to just their home setups and maybe didn't have top quality products, going to such a huge upgrade with our Alienware PCs has just absolutely increased the quality of our practice.
I'm just a big fan of Alienware. I think they're the top of the line PCs literally for a reason.
It's definitely the best PC I've ever had by a long way.
Shoutouts to Alienware, great company, love them a lot.
And I have nothing but praise for the product.
That's high praise from some of the best gamers in the world. So thanks again to Alienware for powering us this year in Season 9 of the SMITE Pro League. And remember, if you want to get your hands on some of the gear that our pro players play on, make sure to check out Alienware on all of their socials and at their website as well.
I think if I didn't have my Alienware, I would go out and purchase one right now.
Well, the Wardens find themselves 1-0 over the Scorpions and Trelly. That's 0. That's not just right there. That was in-game in the kill board as well. The Scorpions blanked here in game number 1. The Wardens, look, it was the discussion coming into the Scorpions get the meta drafts, the power picks. The other side, they get the Warden picks.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
they get their your Mercuries, your Heimdalls, your Agnis, things that nobody else is really playing. And it turns out the Wardens play the Wardens better than the Scorpions play the meta.
Yeah, that was a good way to phrase that, and something that we touched on. I mean, more so me. You were more so just like listening as I said this, so this isn't exactly Gore's opinion, but they banned Owlpwash?
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying the whole thing, and I'm like, really? So I just wasn't there for that picks and bans,
I'm
Shelly.
saying like
is that what you're telling me?
I'm saying they.
Yeah, Gore was just there, by the way.
I'm saying that I didn't want to put your opinion on something that you didn't agree with. So my opinion is that
That's
they
the
banned
Owlpwash.
Owlpwash to let Moswell have that performance on Agni. Like, it would have been easier to kill an Owlpwash, right? Agni was a little bit more survivable. That's just my mindset. Because it just seemed like, so much damage coming out from this Agni, as well as no kills throughout this set. And I didn't want to put the Gore stamp of approval on something that I didn't have the Gore stamp of approval of.
I appreciate that. You know what? Good looking out.
Yeah, of course.
Instead, I'm going to give a Gore stamp of approval to Leon's Mercury because
yeah.
it was really good. Again, maybe not a high kill count game for either of these squads, and so it's going to be something, I want to say, somewhat sporadic. But the Agni goes pretty big in a lot of those fights, and I think you'll see it not just here, but towards the end as well. I think that, like you said, it's like, oh man, yeah, you banned the Owlpwash for this, huh? And yeah, I can agree with that sentiment. So here's your Gore stamp of approval on that one. Ratatoskr first pick. Look, if you lock something like that in early, you got to make it look good. Relentless One did that. The Wardens, look, man, I don't know how to. There's only so many words and so many descriptors to say, hey, they played better than you. And that's what game number 1 was. So I guess instead we'll swap. Instead of singing the praises of the Wardens, I'll ask you, What can the Scorpions do? How do you stop that from happening twice?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, there's no data to go off of after what we just watched, right? There's not a small adjustment to be made because everyone except for Griff on the Wardens, I mean, they were able to find kills, right? Griff was just an 007. He's like, you know what? I'll get my assist.
He wanted to be James Bond. He's truly undercover here.
Nice. I didn't even realize that. He did go 007 there. Did a fair bit of damage given the fact that there wasn't too much team fighting happening.
Yeah.
But either way, was not able to find a kill. Just kind of sat back and let the team do what they needed to do. So, you know, it's not any one little tweak that's going to really solve how this game went. However, I think the Ardor Scorpions what they can do is have a short memory, number one. You know, don't dwell on game one too much. And number two, you're going to have to switch up the draft to shut down, I mean, the aggression from what we just witnessed. I don't think Relentless one on the Ratatosker is going to be too easy to deal with because it seemed like, you know, every once in a while we'd see Sarpei head over to that or to the solo lane and try and find a gank, but the Rat, just having so much global presence, was never able to find a kill.
Well, the good news is we can figure out what they're thinking of swapping as we jump into picks and bans. Game number 2 here. I bumped my umbrella. Scorpions, first pick this time around. I was going to ask, with Cabrakan, Chernobog, Lancelot as the bans, you know, your first pick, you're willing to let one of those through to try and pick them up. I was going to say, which one do you try and replace? They just banned the Ratatosker immediately, and they're still going to continue with the Cabrakan. So Relentless one is not going to get the opportunity to just run this one back. I guess too impactful for the Scorpions to want to deal with it again.
Yeah, it seemed like Sarpei wanted to play with that solo lane, and with that global presence, there was just no gank opportunity. This was the one adjustment that I thought needed to be made, given the fact that there was really nothing that was working for the Ardor Scorpions in that match. This is a good place to start. Right now, you've shut down a little of that global presence. Maybe your solo lane will be easier to gank, and you also get to grab that Chernobog for yourselves. I think the Ardor Scorpions already getting off to a better start.
Yeah, feel pretty good about that. Look, global rotation area power and one of the best hunters in the game. Yeah, absolutely want to scoop that one up. Xing Chen was banned on the other side. Last time it was Khepri, Daji, Yamoja. So Daji available in a matchup where she has not been, and in a week where she really has not been allowed to play too often. Thunder and lightning! But it's a chalk. Trelly. Hold on. It might not be Chungle.
No, it's definitely not, because Relentless one has played the chalk. I exhaled as you looked at me, but there is no way.
I was like, Trelly, we don't need the rant yet. Give the rant about 2 more picks, then we'll be certain. Cupid gets locked in alongside that, and so it is a C-heavy comp so far for the Wardens, but Cupid, one of the top picks. Chalk, like you said, something Relentless one has played over there in solo. And normally I would start asking you and you know, conversationally trying to bring up whether or not you think that this is a pick worthwhile.
Do you even know who you're
it's
fighting?
not really that meta, blah, 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 but they just showcase that they don't need something that's meta. Instead, on the other side, they're going to be playing into a Daji and a Bologna. So how do you feel about the top 2 versus the top 3 so far?
Yeah, I actually do like the Chalk as a solo laner up into this matchup because you can build fairly hybrid. You have a ton of auto attack slow with the Rain into the Chernobog, the Daji, and the Bologna, who aren't going to appreciate that. And you also have that Storm Call for the CC immunity when need be. So I'm never going to be one to hate on this.
You know, Trelly, I might need you to put some respect on the jungle. It only played 1 game today, and it did win, okay?
All right, well, it played a couple games the other day, and it did win. And, you know,
you know what? We ignore that.
We
like,
had
in favor of
Deathwalker
stats,
on the interview.
He was
and
1 out of
like,
1 today.
We had Deathwalker say, like, we just wanted to get a win on it. Now we're never going to play it again. Well, he didn't say never. You know, you never want to reveal that you're never going to play the jungle. You know, maybe some bans could come its way, but I don't think that we're seeing the jungle.
What it sounded like was that the team wasn't very into that pick, but Johnny loves it.
Yeah, that seemed. That's what I took from that as well. And given, you know, the fact that this is El Leon, what are the odds that he just goes Mannequin Scepter, jungle, Sylvanas? I mean, he's played it mid. He's played it in support. I wouldn't be surprised if he plays a jungle.
What I sincerely hate is that is a conversation that has actually come up in like full, like earnest, serious discussion of, you know, it could and might just happen because it is something that we have seen in the past. The Sylvanas in the mid specifically, like you had said, but if you watch Leon stream at any point, you'll see that there's definitely some wild picks out there that happen. We'll figure that one out based on these last 2. It's not going to be a Raven or a Mercury. That's guaranteed. Scorpions ban that out. Morgan and Discordia banned out by the Wardens. Yu Huang gets locked in, and Trelly?
Show me one more Guardian,
I was going to
baby.
say, what's wild is I don't know if this is a Chalk jungle, a Sylvanas jungle. Like, nothing about the Wardens has been truly solidified yet.
I love that I have already taken my stand against the jungle, but I'm actively rooting for the Sylvanas jungle. Like, where do I stand on, like, meta picks? I just think that Sylvanas jungle, it has worked. I mean, Chinfu's played it in the league, and he's popped off on this pick. So in the NASCC, I should say, has found some success.
Well,
but
good news, Wardens are NASCC.
Right, so you are in a elimination point where obviously the Wardens are up 1-0, so they're not.
Yeah.
They have some breathing room here, but I don't think you want to gamble with your chances. If you're not 100% confident on the Sylvanas jungle, I don't think you lean towards it. For my money, I'm still very confident that Chalk's going to Relentless one, but now it's time for the Aru Scorpions to show us what they're going for here. Notably, still need a possible mid laner unless that Chernobog will be piloted by Picarino, which he has played before. Still need some magical damage either way. And there is a fair bit of options open. I like the fact that the Wardens banned the Morgan because double dodgy is something that no one wants to deal with. Give the Chernobog ultimate over to the Morgan as well, and that comp starts to look real gross. So definitely a smart call to take that pick away.
Yeah, from what we've seen in the past, that gets dirty, that gets fast. And the rotations that it can make. I mean, we've seen one-on-one, like just 1v1s, maybe a simple jungle gank over in solo lane, turn into a 4-on-1 fight just by having a Morgan transform into a Chernobog and jump all the way over there. Yeah, it can be a very frustrating factor to be on the other side of. Yu Huang, though, well, let's talk in realms of absentatively. That is that Yu Huang exists in this game, will be mid lane, presumably, and is going to then be able to deal with a Daji pretty easily, right? Like, you've got that CC immunity pretty baked into your kit. Cupid is going to be the one that, is the most concerning, I think, on this team, right? Like, no CC immunity. Daji, anytime they make their way over there, feels like it could be a pretty heavy flex for the Scorpions to try and take control.
Yeah, I mean, you have to hold on to your beads when you're dealing with the pile out here because Cupid has no form of CC immunity, in the kit at all. So you got to be watching out for that. But I think the Wardens have seen that Daji and, drafted accordingly. They know what they're going to be going for there.
Well, I'm excited to see what they're going to be doing here. So you guys know, it's going to take a little longer to get back through it. One of the players' games crashed, so we're going to be letting them run through, get the picks and bans. Everything's going to be the exact same, though, up to that point. And so it's going to take a couple more minutes before we jump into the game. But with Yu Huang locked in, and again, since everything's going to be the same, you've got the spreadsheet open over there, right? Because I've got everything locked in. You got to have it in your noggin. I'm about to ask you questions.
This is the spreadsheet right
here. Oh yeah?
Yeah, I have nothing written down. What do you need?
Charlie doesn't need any of your fancy computers, man. He's got it all up here.
Cherno, Daji, Bologna. Other side, we got the Sylvanas, who we were debating on where that pick was going to be going. Obviously, the Chalk that I didn't want to see jungle, certainly going over that solo lane. Of course, the Yu Huang was locked in, and we've already been talking about the Cupid. What next?
Damn, he's got it all, bro. What am I even here for, dude? Am I necessary? Either, man, I had a question. It's all gone.
Sorry.
I don't even deserve this umbrella, dude.
What? No.
No, I don't.
It looks so good.
But man. So, how about that draft? Well, you said it. You said all the names. You did it. You nailed it. Chernobog, Daji, Bologna, right? Again, I want my umbrella back.
Yeah, I thought so. It looked good.
But the other thing is that we are coming. I'm not going to be able to do that without paying attention to it. So I'll ask my question first.
Go ahead.
Those are all very meta.
Right.
Scorpions just played it. Did not necessarily look great on
I mean, they didn't get a
meta
kill.
picks.
I think it's fair to say.
It's pretty easy. But, these are definitely big changes, right? Nemesis to Daji is going to be maybe a little more active early on.
For sure.
Your King Arthur, I feel like that one was a Ratatoskr diff, not a King Arthur diff.
Yeah.
But actually kind of interesting that he got glanced over here and so far in this matchup that he's just not being looked at entirely. But, now with the Cupid changing hands, the Chernobog being over there, we've seen a couple of games today where Cupid's gotten the better end of a Chernobog, at least in lane. Chernobog can still out-rotate overall. How do you feel like these top three for the Scorpions just feel as a whole?
I mean, I think the Chernobog in particular opens up just gameplay options, right? Because if you're not winning team fights, you don't have to say, hey, guys, like I can't help in the team fight. You get the unique opportunity to say, I'm just going to stay in lane. You guys take them away from me. I'm going to get as much farm as possible. I'm going to push down some towers. I can still help you if needed to be. So I think the Chernobog just opens up some gameplay mechanics for the Aru Scorpions.
All right, well, we're getting into that remake as soon as we can, guys. But for now, we're going to kick it to a quick break. And when we get back, we'll have game number 2. We are back and ready to jump back into it. I got my umbrella back up, although mine feels very forward heavy. Yours is like drink ready. How'd you do that?
Oh, is
like
mine
that?
back?
There you go.
Oh.
Yours is like that. Like I'm trying to think. You know the umbrella hats, not the umbrella hats, the propeller hats.
Yeah.
Like they have. It's like a little like rainbow beanie. I don't know why. That's what I'm thinking about when I look at you.
Float
There you
away
go.
at any moment.
Either way, Scorpions, Wardens, again, coming back into this Chernobog, Daji, Bologna. Those were the top three that we got from the Scorpions. Chalk, Cupid, Sylvanas, and the Yu Huang was on the other side. And with things like the Ratatoskr getting banned out, with theoretically some of the jungles maybe not being picked yet. Maybe it's a jungle. Maybe it's a Sylvanas jungle. We don't necessarily know for the Wardens. But with the Raven and the Mercury banned away, Lancelot gone, it feels like Leon, well, it's not super limited, but is going to have to go to something new.
Yeah, something new, but I'm still actually kind of rooting for that Sylvanas. At this point, I think it takes you by surprise.
Jungle, no.
Yeah.
Sylvanas, yeah.
I mean, Sylvanas, he's got those AoE autos, man. That Mannequin Scepter, it'll get you.
It's going to be interesting to see whether or not that is the pick. That's going to be the question here. We won't find out until the Scorpions finalize their bottom two. Trelly, there's a lot of good ones that could potentially come through. Ganesh, locked in, banned, I believe, in the third set of the day. Not someone that we see too often, but Ganesh. And now Tiamat, who has been making a big splash so far this week. How do you feel about these two?
No way.
We'll let that hover for a second. How do you feel about the Ganesh and the Tiamat?
I mean, the Ganesh and the Tiamat are just great meta picks here that are able to control the matchup. I think that means the jungle, man. I really think that's just locked in.
All right,
the
so
jungle.
I'm going to give you 50-50. Do you think Leon wanted this, or do you think he heard you talking bad about it and wanted to show you that it could work?
Well, we did just pass him in the break room, and he said we're going for the 2-0. That's what he told us. So if that's the case, he
so
must
do you
feel...
think he lied to you?
I don't think he lied. I definitely don't think he lied. I think his team thinks this is a great composition. And to be fair, it is very tanky.
Yeah.
They've got team fight ultimates. It's not like it's a bad draft. I've got my own personal vendetta with the jungle, and I'm sticking to it until I've been proven wrong. Of course, Johnny got the win on it.
Yeah,
Didn't mean
you've been proven wrong. It's not I'm going to stick to it until I'm proven wrong. You got proven wrong. It won earlier.
Yeah, it won a game. That doesn't mean it's
you're
good.
Right. Well, you know what? Let's see. We'll see right here. Look, he's got a big old silence, got a big old slow, and he's got a lot of damage. That's, people were, I think actually it was you when we were talking about it, was saying that it's easy damage to hit when you're playing on ping. And when you're not on ping, guess what? It's even easier to hit all of that. So I expect a lot out of this. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's like a chalk support in Sylvanas jungle.
I mean, it could be. It could also be
I mean,
Kakolan
that's
jungle at this point. What is there to? What do you got to lose besides?
Charlie, hold on. Let me ask you. What is life without rules? Right? Kakolan's got to stay in the solo lane. If he starts getting out of hand anywhere else, that's bad news for me.
Have you ever seen full attack speed Kakolan? He starts when he's raging. He just starts swinging.
No, I suck at Kakolan, so there's no way you could catch me playing anything, even the fun builds for him.
Well, it does work out sometimes. I'm not going to say it's like the best option. If we're looking at these picks, unfortunately, the jungle probably is the best strategic option,
Yeah,
which means that the Wardens are going for early pressure. I mean, you know, say what you want about Chalk. I'm talking to myself, of course. The early pressure
You're
is
looking in the
certainly
mirror.
there. Yeah, I'm looking at my camera shot. The camera does not lie, and I think the Chalk does bring a ton of early pressure. You're up against Adachi. You should be able to trade relatively even in the early. Late game, however, I think you're building more of a hybrid build, and Dachi's going to overtake you in DPS after that.
Well, so far today, 2 European teams have moved on to Sunday. 1 NA team has moved on. So this is the option, the opportunity for the Wardens to tie it up 2-2 and showcase that both regions are maybe equal. This is a chance for the Scorpions to try and equal things out, and it makes things very fun. Trelly, one word real fast. Who you think has this?
One word real fast. I mean, NA.
Well, you can take a little bit of
Okay,
time.
I was gonna say, like, NA is being held up by the Wardens at the moment. I mean, if they really want to even it up and go 2-2, it's got to be the Wardens.
Well, we'll see. Can the Wardens get it here, or will the Scorpions push us to game number 3? We'll find out with Dave and Spooky.
Here's what we did just find out. Trelly can remember a draft even when it's not on a screen, but can't count to 1. That was so many more than just one word. And everything after the first word I ignored. I think he said 1 and then word. That's so few words. So, oh, wow, I had to do a double take. All right, so it is a cheer from Trelly. Counting to 1 or not, he can still be happy. That Spooky, it is indeed a Kulkullen jungle instead of the Chalk jungle. So we get something new here from Leon in game number 2.
I mean, I'm not convinced that it's, all that much better. It's still like really weird.
But it's not Chalk jungle.
It's not the jungle. It's not Chalk jungle. So we do get a little bit of variety in our lives here.
No, he's on the Camelot Kings.
Okay, that's true. I'm so sorry. You're just relentless with that one.
No, he's over in the soul. I know that's what you were going for. Double down. Anyway.
Anyway, it still offers a lot of what the jungle does, I suppose. It's still very aggressive early. It has a ton of damage, but it does put this Chalk back into a more natural environment. It takes the Kulkullen out of his natural environment, but it puts the Chalk back in there. So all in all, I guess it'll work out. And we've seen Elion do stuff before. Like, I'm sure he can make this work, especially with the way that the Wardens were playing last game. They want to fight early. They want to look for this aggression. And what better way to facilitate that than by one of the most aggressive early game warriors there is?
Yeah, look, I mean, Leon loves this play style. So high expectations to make the unique work here for the Callan Wardens. And if you talk about early pressure, you've got it in spades when you're looking at a Cupid and a Sylvanas lane. Those two should be able to push against a Ganesh and a Chernabog, but converting that into kills, into gold, that's the next step. But the Wardens were very good at that in game number 1. Wonder how this Sylvanas looks later on in the game. In your eyes, is it pretty binary? I'm hitting my pulls or I'm not, or is there a bit more nuance?
Well, he's picked up the sprint as his first relic, right? So he's getting in there one way or another.
Right,
It
one
might
way or
not
another.
be the blink, but he's going to be finding a way in there. He's not relying purely on that pull. Now, the pull is a large part of what makes Sylvanas so good, just the ability to pull one person out of position and put them somewhere they completely did not want to be. But it's not the end-all, be-all of this Sylvanas pick. He's still got a ton of healing. He's still got some really good CC. That's Wrath of Terra is a really big teamfight ultimate. If you can find the backline with that, you don't even have to find the backline with that, right? You can just hit that on whoever's diving your backline, and that creates a ton of space for your team. So there's plenty of options for the Sylvanas right now. The way the Wardens have been playing, though, it's most likely going to be used aggressively.
Hello, Leon ushers his way over to the solo lane. Relentless one. A bit of a bait and switch here, and the damage has not quite been done. Sarpei teleports into lane, but there's your first blood. Leon on the Kulkullen jungle gets first blood for the Callan Wardens, and Bebby Monster a bit baited in.
Look, if you're going to be picking the Kulkullen jungle, you better be getting first blood with it. Sarpei is still in the area, though, looking for the return.
Smart play by Sarpei, and Sarpei does return a kill. And the wherewithal from Sarpei to stick around, pull back a kill from the Aru Scorpions. So important at this point here in this game.
Sarpei or smart play? A little bit of wordplay.
A sharp pain just stabs into my ribs there. Smart play by Sarpei. And actually, as a dash in from Griff, catches out Davey. Is there enough damage here? I think there is. Oh no, the 2 versus 2 goes to the Callan Wardens, and it's Griff on the All right, smart play by Griff. I don't know. There's nothing that rhymes with that. Gets a kill for the Callan Wardens.
Griff did not whiff with the heart bomb. Planted that one very cleanly. Dave was trying to sneak his way to safety, but Preds, he doesn't stop, Dave. He's still trying to go for this purple buff. He's not able to secure that one. It is going to go to the Wardens. They're going to go ahead and build themselves up a little bit of a lead. Nothing too serious just yet, but this isn't the start that you wanted if you are the Scorpions, especially after the last game. On the other hand, Dave, they put a kill on the board already. We're only 3.5 minutes in. It's already looking better for them.
We are off to a better game in its entirety for the Aru Scorpions. We have gotten 1 kill on board. Just to be clear, the painful sound means that the puns are good, right? Like the universal sign of acceptance that I like appreciate the play on words is like the painful sound, just to make sure that that's clear. But it is a good start for the Callan Wardens. Decent answer back from the Aru Scorpions. And what's good is separated to either side of the map and only 1 gank from LAN. So Griff and Gino with all that pressure built up. And now at level 5, really, really small window here. Maybe can find an initiation over onto Preds and Davey. Is a bit of a pivot point though, right? I mean, Ganesh okay in lane. When you get that Dharmic Pillars online though, that's maybe when you want to see Preds get a bit more active across the map. And here's your level 5. Everyone avoids the lockdown from the Fields of Love, and I admire the attempt from Griff and Gino.
Yeah, if that pull connected, Preds was probably going to fall there. He's still level 4. Gino and Griff are both level 5 right now. No ultimate for Griff now that those Fields of Love are down. But if you connect that pull into the Fields of Love, into the Wrath of Terror, there's no way Preds walks out of that one alive. What I'd really like to see right now is I'd like to see some attention from Sarpei towards that dual lane. Instead, he's going to be absolutely relentless on this Chalk.
But Chalk will be just fine. Sarpei does have Palau ready to go. Stun onto Davey. And yes, there's an ult for Davey, but the change in lane, not that massive. Leon ganks the left side and hits Paydirt once again. Going jungle off to a 2-0 start for the Wardens, and Davey, it has been a brutal start to the laning phase, the exact opposite, 0-2.
Yeah, definitely not what you're looking for here. Leon has been looking really good on this Kikolan. I really hope that doesn't translate into like more Kikolan jungles in like my casual games.
Yeah, we'll keep it here.
I hope we do. I need this to stay right here. But like, what can you say? How can you argue with it if Leon's going to be putting up results like this? A little bit questionable from iDavey there. He goes up into the Living Nightmare, and rather than hold it there for any amount of time, he comes right back down. Granted, you don't get to reset on the cooldowns unless you do come down. And now we're seeing more engagement.
Chance to answer back for the Aru Scorpions. Relentless One will be pulled back into the Palau. I thought Moswell might glide forward there. Picarino is low on his way out. So a nice 3-man collapse in, gets a kill onto Relentless One. So really it's now the tale of 2 sides of the map, where Relentless One has died off a couple of times for the Callan Wardens, and on the flip side, the Aru Scorpions have lost their ADC, Davey, a couple of times. Which team is going to be more consistent at converting those lane leads into late early game and early mid-game pressure? Now the big question.
You look at the gods that have fallen, right?
Right.
Relentless One on this Chalk. Is that going to affect the Chalk in any meaningful way? So far, no. He's still level 7. He's on level with Bevy Monster. And no matter what happens to this Chalk, he's going to do the same thing come late game. Rain or shine, he's going to be walking forward. He's going to bring in the Storm Call. He's going to be silencing out any enemy that gets caught in there.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
This is tough for Bevy Monster. Does not have Eagles Rally. Unless he gets it up in the next couple of seconds, which he will not. And a killing spree for El Leon. The W key has been pressed and taped down by the Callan Wardens jungler. And Sarpei has been able to keep a bit of pace. 2-0 for the Daji. But just so difficult when El Leon is all over the map, and really helps out Relentless One, who had fallen a couple times in lane.
Really smart play there from Sarpei, though. He notices that the Wardens are stepping up to his side of the jungle, so he's not going to try to contest that. He's going to stay local on the side of himself, secure his own blue buff, make sure that doesn't get taken away. So you're not losing too much there. Bevy Monster, it hurts that he's fallen, but like we just said, he's still on level. It's not too much of a loss just yet. iDavey is the bigger issue right now. He's fallen about a level down, and this is the pick that you really want to facilitate. You want this Chernobog to reach the late game as quickly as you can. The fact that he's now 0-2-0, only 8 stacks with the Transcendence, That's going to slow the Scorpions down a fair bit. That means he can't use the Living Nightmare quite as aggressively. He's not going to be making these cross-map rotations to try to get a kill onto Relentless One as they're ganking. He's going to have to stay local in his own lane. He's not going to be able to start looking for his Gold Fury pulls. And Picarino is getting poked down.
Gino.
Not Gino.
Can he? No, I don't know who it is. Definitely not Gino. Trying to weave a pull in onto Picarino, but ends up being body blocked out by Preds. That's a conversation we've had about Yu Huang a handful of times. I mean, we're at level 10 now. With those early levels, the root and then the burst damage just so strong. And a still raging Leon will not receive the knockup from Gino as assistance as Wrath of Terra misses. Trying to fit that gank into the rage timer there, but unsuccessful. This is what you were hoping for. Pressure onto Griff. Griff has beads, but Davey is ulted in. You gotta get out cleanly, and Davey will, despite taking a couple tower shots. A nice play by the Aru Scorpions on left.
Yeah, so when I said that you weren't going to see aggressive Living Nightmares from Davey, I was lying. I'm sorry, I did not mean to mislead, but what a beautiful play there from
nice.
Sarpei and Davey. Beautiful coordination, force the beats out from Griff using the Paolao. Just go on in with the Living Nightmare. He had nothing to do about that. At that point, you're not needing the pull from the Paolao. You're just looking for the damage that those chains are going to do, and they execute it perfectly. That's exactly what the Scorpions need to get themselves back into this game, bring this duo lane back to a more even status. And actually, I would say Davey almost has an advantage in the lane now, because take a look at the builds. Davey's gone for the Balanced Blade. Griff gone for the Gem of Fate, so not offering quite as much as that tier 2 item that Davey has.
Yeah, Davey is stabilized. Very important for the Aru Scorpions. Leon continues to put pressure towards Bevy Monster. He's gone Berserker Shield, and then a bow item for Bevy Monster after the fact. Keep our eyes on that. Sarpei hit some big power spikes, though, on the flip side. Brawler Speed Stick, and then Hi-Rez. And this really is, it's got the makings of a jungle battle over the next 5-10 minutes or so, because both of them have been effective in applying their early pressure. Beats down on Griff. Moswell pretty safe, though. Could be hard for Sarpei to find pressure there in mid. Should be fun to watch the back and forth of Leon and Sarpei, who have both had good starts to game 2.
Yeah, Moswell just has so many safety tools on this Yu Huang that Sarpei looking for a gank over there is probably just not going to pan out super well. The Celestial Flight is going to get Moswell out of 90% of the situations he'll find himself in. The Dueling Dragons even has a little moment of CC immunity on that on the wind-up. And add on to that, he's still got his beads available. He's just going to keep on farming like we saw in game number 1. Moswell wasn't looking for too much until the mid-stage of the game, unlike Bevy.
Man, Bevy, I mean, it has been non-stop. Leon, his 4th of the game, 3rd onto Bevy Monster. But again, it's the same answer. It's Sarpei and Davey getting a kill on a Griff on the left side of the map. In exchange for Leon grabbing another kill, this one closer to mid, but another kill onto the right side of the map. Been a brilliant game plan from the Scorpions to get Davey back involved.
I'm really liking the plan from the Scorpions so far. This puts a little bit more pressure on this left side of the map, which means these red buffs are a little bit more danger. The purple buffs are going to be a little bit more danger. But most importantly, it gives them some pressure on this Gold Fury, because that's going to be the thing that they're really looking for right now. Bevy, he's starting to fall a little bit behind, and he's gone for the Ichival. He's not going to be super tanky as this frontliner right now. You're not relying on him to get started on these objectives. So Pyromancer, not quite in the question right now. Instead, take your strong points as Preds just take some aggression from Elion. I don't know what they're looking for there, but they're not going to find anything on Preds right now. He's too tanky at this point. He's got his Thieves online. Is he going for Kronos' Pendant? I think he's going for Kronos' Pendant, actually.
You know, I was wondering, and this is still wishful thinking. I'm a big Ganesh lover. Love the pick. And Jake, the founder, I guess, creator, one of the early adopters of the Kronos Pendant style supports, Gino, no good on the pull here. Still walking forward, but he's alone, unless Moswell closes that gap. I'm still hoping for a day where we get Kronos Pendant, Bobble, like full CDR on Ganesh, just to see how low the CDR of Dharmic Pillars can go. For now, I'll accept the Kronos Pendant, but that's still going to drastically reduce a pretty low cooldown ultimate anyway. Maybe makes you want to see Preds get a bit more active, drop those a bit more often.
Yeah, once he gets this online, I think we'll see him switch this playstyle a little bit more, be a little bit more aggressive, but Gino is the one stepping forward right now and getting the aggro.
Double knock up. Can Moswall get the pull back? Won't use Dueling Dragons, and instead it's just pressure onto Picarino. Maybe was hoping to go back anyway. So Pyromancer up, so is Gold Fury. Remember last game? Callan Wardens were on top of it. Every Pyro, every Fury was there. Is it going to happen to Griff again?
Come on.
Griff has beads. I wonder if he's going to use the I don't know why he would. The rest of the Callan Wardens are in range. I don't know. I'm surprised. I figured Sarpei would be in there right now, but it looks like some ward coverage. Ah, here we go. Now that the Wardens have backed away, Griff going to get jumped on. Fields of Love used. Dash away. Beads. Yes. And a bit of healing as well. Sarpei is able to finish off the kill, but immediately traded out. And that's the first time we've seen that. A trade back on the Griff gank from Sarpei. And it'll just be the 1-for-1.
And I'm going to say that one still favors the Wardens there. Yes, they do lose Griff. Yes, it's not the best look in the world. Take a look. He's still level 13. He's not super far behind right now. He's got his Fail Not online. And the Wardens, in that time, they're able to steal away that red buff. They're able to pull the beats from Davey and shut down Sarpei. He was 4-0 when they get that kill. That's a nice chunk of change that goes right into their pockets. And now take a look at that gold. Stays about 2,000 in the lead. This is what the Callan Wardens are wanting. This is where they're feeling very, very comfortable. Despite the multiple ganks that have come through, the Scorpions are struggling to make anything happen.
And hey, look who's got another 2-level lead. It's Moswall over Picarino, and it's just been a couple rotations out from this Yu Huang. Farm has been there, and a nice shutdown onto Sarpei. And it's level 15 to level 13, and I believe he just full bought a Staff of Mirrodin. I think he simply just had that much gold, plus the shutdown bonus for Moswall as well, and that was a big power spike in game number 1 as well. Now the Callan Wardens will use the Dharmic Pillars onto the Pyromancer. Leon will not steal it away, confirmed by the Scorpions, but it was close. And I think first Pyromancer of the set for the Aru Scorpions here.
Yes.
Grab themselves an early objective.
You know, we can broaden that a little bit further. First objective of the set for the Aru Scorpions here. And it's a good start. We like seeing this, but Elion is going to keep that gas pedal going.
What do you lose for the Pyromancer? It's Elion looking for Picarino in mid. It looks like the Palau is up and down as well. Here comes Bevy Monza on the up down. Elion drops first. Relentless one. Thought he might have had more health than he did, and the Aru Scorpions turn around over aggression and knock down 2 members of the Wardens.
Great fight back coming out from the Scorpions. The Wardens are the ones who wanted that fight.
They did.
And they stepped up a little bit too far, not respected. Oh, what a pull. Not going to lead to anything there. Gino might have actually overstayed his welcome, but take a look at Moswall and Griff.
Moswall here, knock up, Wrath of Terra, Fields of Love, all of it, but still somehow not enough. Griff the one, stunned, and Davey the one, dealing the damage. Goodbye to Griff in this fight, and over the last couple of minutes, 3 kills for the Aru Scorpions, getting right back close to even, and a shutdown onto Elion as well. This Gold Fury fight could be important.
Go start this one up. Moswall in the area, Gino in the area, but I don't know that they're going to do enough to save this one.
Fury low, Fury confirmed by the Aru Scorpions, and the comeback is complete. We are even, in fact, a bit ahead if we're the Aru Scorpions, but look at the Wardens rallying around this red buff and don't have the speed to catch up to the Aru Scorpions. So a brilliant series of events for the Scorpions. Turn around a fight that the Wardens brought to their doorstep, grab another kill in the Gold Fury. Really the first lead to this set up against the Callan Wardens.
The really painful thing about this for the Wardens is they didn't have to take that fight over the Pyromancer, right? They had Griff on that left side. He pushed down. He was putting pressure on that tier 2 tower, collected some global gold for his team, but they just overcommit onto it. They stepped a little bit too far forward, and then, okay, sure, you lost the fight. You haven't lost your lead just yet. It's still a little bit in your favor. Then we translate over to this Gold Fury pit. Gino takes a little bit too far of a step forward. He's trying to make something happen. It looks good for him for a moment. But you have to remember, you are the ones that lost the last fight. You don't have everyone there, and the Scorpions were more than happy to step forward for Davey.
Oh, man. Elion is not really... I mean, winning is an understatement. He is getting decimated in this 1v1. Sarpei nearly traded out. In fact, is Relentless one rotates in. Double knock up from Gino. Got a jump in from Bevy Monster, flips this fight right back around, and the Scorpions do it again. 3 for 1 and the team fighting composition of the Aru Scorpions is looking good at 18 minutes.
So one of the big things that this Chalk brings, the only big thing that he brings, is the Storm Call, right? You go up in the air, you got damage mitigations, you bring it down a huge silence. It's a very telegraphed ultimate. Everyone can see that coming. So how does the Scorpions respond? BevyMonster waits. He just waits for that Storm Call until it's about to come down. Eagles rallies up and over it, completely immune to the silence, avoids the knockup entirely, drops it straight onto Relentless One's head as he's ending the ultimate. No CC immunity there. And Picarino, he just goes up and over. Ground stance comes through. He doesn't care about this ultimate. And this is the problem the Wardens are running into. They have so many tools on the Scorpion side to just avoid these ultimates and punish the aggression from the Wardens. These abilities are just not connecting. The damage in CC isn't sticking, and the Scorpions are just straight W key from here.
I got to imagine that the Wardens really need Moswald to get a bit more itemization online, which is hard to say. I mean, when you got a Warlock staff, Soul Gem, Staff of Mirrodin, but like as far as AoE burst damage in on some of these initiations, Moswald's dealt it, but somehow needs some more. Griff as well. Griff maybe mainly actually at 1 and 4 needs to do some catching up in that department as well. In the storyline is completely flipped. Remember, it was kind of two halves of the map. It was Relentless One who was being ganked pretty heavily. Griff was pretty far ahead. Now both of those two have fallen a bit behind. Both of them sit at 1 and 4. And so neither side of the map, despite both of them starting well, has looked good for the Callan Wardens over the last couple of minutes. Looks like Tier 1 tower, maybe under the eyes of the Scorpions.
And this is the problem with the Chalk, right? You've got early game and pretty much nothing else after that. Gino is the target of aggression. He's getting melted.
But will he die? Yes, he will. And it's Davey who's on the killing spree. A Palau up from Sarpe. Limited by Eleon, who gets a pushback onto BevyMonster. Decent looking fight from the Wardens, but that's erased immediately on a double kill from Davey. And a route to Eleon could hand over the triple. Into the backline goes Sarpe, and the Aru Scorpions again will knock down 3. Griff scurries away and disengages the fight.
I'm just not sure why they decided to step all the way out of tower. Like, it's fine to decide that you want to defend that Tier 1 tower here, right? The goal difference wasn't severe enough to say, okay, we have to give this one up. But Gino steps all the way forward. He's outside the tower. That's not providing any extra damage. And then Eleon follows him out into that fight. And it just creates this really haphazard engagement where Griff is now getting silenced. He could be in more danger.
He is in danger. Picarino also on a killing spree. I'm smelling a game 3. It seems like that's what the Scorpions are cooking up here. Unless the Callan Wardens can make a miraculous turnaround. Could start with the Fire Giant steal. Gino considering it. Double knockup on the Wrath of Terra. Fire Giant's low, and Fire Giant is confirmed by the Aru Scorpions. Preds does end up dying to the Callan Wardens. Might lose BevyMonster as well. The knockup and the silence are both there. So far from as clean as it could have been on a nice pull from Gino. BevyMonster eventually should fall for the second kill. Pretty speedy. Oswald doesn't have mana. This will be a long chase. Eleon will eventually close this gap. So in all likelihood, it ends up being Fire Giant, but only on 3 members of the Aru Scorpions, and the Callan Wardens will find 2 kills.
Not the worst trade in the world, but definitely not one that I think the Wardens are super happy with. You take a look, the Fire Giant is still on those 2 damage dealers. Davey and Picarino are feeling really good, and add on to that, it's on Sarpe. Sure, you took it off 2 members, but those are not the main damage dealers. Those are the tanks. They're just up there to provide pretty much a sponge for their actual damage. This is not the best look right now. I'm glad to see the Wardens did choose to step forward and try to contest that a little bit. Unfortunately, the Dueling Dragons maybe not quite on point. Came out a little bit early. The full explosion damage I don't think really connected with that Fire Giant. All in all, though, they're still in fighting shape. They're only about 4,000 down. Granted, these Tier 1 towers in left and the Tier 2s are probably not looking super defensible. What is this deficit? I think they can still put up a soft defense with these Tier 2s.
You know, I'll take it back. We need more from Griff, not from Moswald. Moswald's got top damage in the game at 22,000, 8,000 higher than anyone else, and Griff is only ahead of the supports. So I will strike my previous comment from the record upon new information arriving before my eyes. I guess to be fair, I said both, but I initially brought up Moswald. I'm bringing up Griff, and it's kind of been out of his hands, right? I mean, just been jumped on by Sarpe over and over and over and over again. But getting there. I mean, if you're a Wardens fan, you're starting to get to that threshold, Spooky, where members of the Aru Scorpions hitting level 20, so XP is going to start mattering a bit less. And actually, the support gap is not all that crazy, just to one level. Sometimes in games like this, it's like 3, 4 levels. And so at least in experience, Wardens will catch up here in the next couple of minutes. But I don't know, do you draw the line, tier 2s, Phoenix line? Where are you looking at defending?
I still think the Wardens have a pretty good defense around their tier 2s. I don't want to see them full commit to it just because Scorpions have so many tools, right? Sarpei up on that Palau is going to wreak havoc on any defense you try to put up there. But if you can force that Palau out, if you can get Sarpei to use that early, maybe force it out around the first tier 2, pull back, and then start looking at your Phoenix or the next tier 2. That's where your defense starts to look a little bit stronger. Problem is, Relentless One really hasn't been finding any value with the Storm Call. He's been going in and has been getting completely immune by the Aru Scorpions. Whether Davey just hits the ult button, goes into the Living Nightmare, comes right back down, Picarino jumps over it, Heavy Monster just doesn't care at all. The only people you're really hitting with the Storm Call right now is Preds. Is that going to be effective? No, it's not nearly enough. See how they play this as the Scorpions step up to the tier 2.
Always watch out for Apollo. Gino can totally flip a game around, but beads on 4 members of the Aru Scorpions. There's your Storm Call. There it is. It existed, and not much happens after that. And so a defensive utility now down. I wonder if the Aru Scorpions now realize they've got a better chance of fighting if the Callan Wardens stick around.
Oh, they have to. I mean, that's a big ultimate that's just down for the Wardens. They know they have more tools available to them right now, and they're going to go and start it up.
Who doesn't have beads? Everyone's got them.
It's Relentless One.
Yeah, Relentless One would love to have an Aegis or something else, a second chance, potentially. Aru Scorpions kill off the solo laner of the Wardens for the 6th time this game. The outer lanes of the map have just been crushed by the Aru Scorpions over the last few minutes. And now you don't have your solo laner. I don't think you're stepping up to this all that heavily, at least, if you're the Catlin Wardens. Because, I mean, we're far enough in at 25 minutes, itemization's there. If you lose a full deicide, game might just be over. Catlin Wardens need to buy their time.
Yeah, they're going to be very, very careful, but Aru Scorpions are not committing to this tier 2. The Fire Giant has fallen off, so that's a little bit of a breath of relief, a sigh of relief for the Wardens. They can make a little bit of space. Relentless One just cannot survive these engagements. And you take a look at the build, he's got the Transcendence online. You gotta wonder, is that exactly what he needs right now? Because the way his health bar has been melting and the amount of damage he's been able to output, I'm not sure those two things are really balancing themselves out on the scales here.
Right, yeah, needs a little more tankiness maybe.
Just a little bit more. He's got the cloak, so he's gonna be building up a little bit more protection. I'm imagining maybe the Cloak of the Magi, get a little bit of CC immunity in there. Maybe the Spirit Robe to get some mitigations in there after the pull comes through. But I think what really needs to change is maybe Relentless One just needs to start saving that Storm Call. Wait for Sarpei to go up into that Paolo, use it for additional CC immunity so you don't get instantly pulled right into danger.
Callan Wardens far behind, but not far enough behind to find a good initiation. Picarino forced to use the beads, so good value pull there from Gino. Storm Call used, but again, Storm Call doesn't find much. But Leon, a good-looking initiation here for the Callan Wardens, and look at this! It's the Aru Scorpions who are disengaging, and the Callan Wardens down heavily, able to find the first kill of the fight. Heavy Monster alone with 4 members of the Wardens, and what has happened? The Wardens somehow win this team fight at a massive deficit.
Well, that was impressive coming out from Wardens. Great Fields of Love forced Picarino into a weird position there. He had to burn the beads, had to walk away, but he had to walk in such a way that he was putting himself further away from his team. He couldn't just cut right across because the rest of the Wardens are there. So Elion finds a great engagement, but I gotta hand it to the Scorpions as well for the way that they disengaged from that fight. Bevy Monsta committed himself to making sure that the rest of his team got out of there. He was not surviving that. There was no way that he was going to walk out of that one alive, but he forced the rest of the Wardens to stop the chase, pull back to their backline, and finish Bevy Monsta off so they didn't lose their potential to do that Fire Giant. Now, they got 5 around their belts there, 5 Fire Giants for the Wardens.
Is that enough, though? Because you are still heavily behind in gold. How hard are you pushing with this Fire Giant?
I mean, they can easily take this tier 1 tower out of mid. That's a little bit more gold into your
start.
pockets. The Pyromancer is going to be coming up a little bit here, so you can start looking towards that. translate that into maybe a push on that tier 2 in the right side, that's a nice little chunk of change to put yourselves back into a more even status at that point. You're probably looking at even game state, maybe a little bit ahead after you do all that. And you have to take into account the stats that the Fire Giant provides as well. That's a good chunk of gold that doesn't really show up on the charts, but you kind of have to mentally add that in.
Sure, Myth calls it about 10,000, I think. Maybe that was Enhanced Fire Giant.
I think that would be Enhanced.
Yeah, Enhanced Fire Giant, maybe about 10,000. Still, good amount of gold as far as stats go in the regular Fire Giant. Doug did highlight it. Mannequin's Hidden Blade for LAO, and wondered where the Mannequin Scepter would translate later on in the game. And so, burst initiation, especially with the Titan's Bane, Jotuns, seems to be the name of the game, but it's not going to help him against Sarpei, who just runs him down. And now the Callan Wardens, Fire Giant or not, are without one of the strongest players on their team, and they will be collapsed on by the Aru Scorpion. That's a great Fields of Love, though, from Griff. Actually flips the fight just a bit, but Davey has run down Gino, and the Sylvanas might just be the sacrifice here to keep the other 3 Wardens alive.
He doesn't need to be if he didn't go back in on that axe. He still has time to get out, but it's such a tough run. Can he do it? It looks like he is going to be able to pull himself away from there.
Man.
But man, Elion just could not afford to be caught out there. I don't know why he was by himself. The Wardens were grouping up to push that left side. Now it's the Scorpions grouping up to push this mid lane.
Well, if you want a game 3, you are thrilled with the recent development as the Scorpions have dropped a good lead, but now it's been picked back up as an overextension from Leon has given a 5 versus 3 to the Aru Scorpions. But 3 members of the Wardens still with FG, and 3 members of the Wardens extending out of their base won't chase down the Aru Scorpions any further. So 1 minute and 20 seconds left, Spooky. 3 members still with Fire Giant, as I've mentioned. 1 in each of the areas of the map, solo, mid, and duo. But I don't know if there's enough time to now really push yourself to get much more. I mean, about a minute left on the buff.
No, I mean, maybe they pick up this tier 1 in mid. Surely they pick up the tier 1 in mid. But the fact that this tier 1 is
That's the one
still
thing we
up,
wanted them to get, right?
why is it still here? It's just strange how the Wardens decided to position. They are going to go ahead and push for this tier 2. It's a good answer back since they lost their tier 2 in the mid lane. That'll even things up a little bit. But the fact of the matter is, you are still about 8,000 gold behind after picking up the Fire Giant. Your deficit now is larger than what it was when you got the FG and they're going in.
We're fighting in the mid lane. Could this decide game 2? Sarpei will get rid of Griff, but there's a good backline dive from the Callan Wardens. Davey dashes out of the wall towards the rest of the Callan Wardens in. Davey survives, but Relentless One fixes that, gets the shutdown onto Davey. And the chalk starting to light up just a bit, but Sarpei is on a rampage. And the Aru Scorpions, 1 by 1, run down the Callan Wardens. You've wanted it, you'll get it. It looks like we're headed to a game 3.
Sarpei deserves all the credit in this game. 2 and 10 is the slash line for the Scorpions jungler right now, and they are just pushing it down. Gino is the last man standing. He's gonna try to put in the defense, but what can he do, Dave?
1 Leafy Boy against 4 members of the Aru Scorpions.
Oh my.
And looks like Picarino is gonna burn it with fire. Aru Scorpions knock down the Wardens, get the eventual deicide, and ladies and gentlemen, you will get your first 3-game set of SMITE Summer Masters.
I mean, the Scorpions, they said in that interview, they weren't worried about the Wardens, and here we are. They managed to take it to a 3-game set. I'll be honest, Dave, after the first one, I wasn't convinced. It was a clean lockout, 0 kills for the Scorpions, and things were looking rough. They never even put up a defense on those objectives. Game 2 is a completely different. Are these the same Scorpions? Are they the same people?
Do Scorpions molt? Do they like shed their shells?
I don't think so.
I was gonna say that's what they did between game 1 and game 2. Yeah, I suppose not. At any rate, it is a. But you were pretty spot on. At the end of game 1, you're like, look, I don't necessarily need the Scorpions to completely readjust their draft strategy. I need the Scorpions to readjust their in-game strategy, and it's exactly what happens here, especially after giving up a bit of pressure early on in this game. Leon off to a 4-0 start.
Yeah.
Sarpei looks great on the Daji here in this game. So we get down to a game 3, wondering if the Wardens, all right, we've gotten some of the fun picks out of the way, time to bear down. In elimination, game number 3 between the Callan Wardens and the Aru Scorpions coming up next.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Smite. No! I missed it! The Smite Summer Masters. All of that good stuff that just left my brain because we were playing with the volleyball. And Charlie, I hit it to the Alienware. That one's on me.
Yeah,
And-
I mean, if it was between the Alienware and the volleyball, I gotta save the Alienware.
Yeah,
hope
no,
you
and
understand.
you know what? I understand. I miss it though. A lot of the fun could have been had. It is so far nothing but 2-0s this tournament, right? We would
Up
did
until
8.
this point.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
8, then 11 in a row.
Okay.
Set number 12. No more. So we're going to game number 3. See, you ruined the suspense.
Well, I thought you were building a stage, and I wanted to be.
You wanted to be.
enticed.
Oh yeah, you wanted like we were building the stage together.
Yeah, and I was like, up until this point. Yeah, I thought maybe we could
until-
bounce off each other.
Until now. No team has ever seen a
where
game 3
where 3-game sets don't exist.
The Wardens will be pushed to the edge. Yeah, we could make a whole trailer out of this.
Yeah, we should.
If only we
Next
had thought of this coming into the desk as opposed to right now on the desk. But yeah, as you can see, the Scorpions were able to bounce back here. A scrappier game. A lot more fights go their way. And Charlie, a little bit, I would say a game of catch, I think is what we had called it. Because one team threw, and then the other team threw a little bit. Some fights that didn't go their way. The Scorpions, though, able to end it out and a much more convincing win. And a very strong amount of kills as well after getting blanked in game 1.
Yeah, I would say so. Sarpei going like 11-2 or something on this Daji. Of course, Leon was off to a 4-0 start on the Kakolan jungle, was playing extremely well, but it got to a point where the Aru Scorpions was a little bit too far ahead, and then a bit of a throw at the Fire Giant. That's that game of catch we were talking about, where the Wardens got fire and then just simply lost the fight. It was not enough, and then the Aru Scorpions were able to finally come back. And you know, we were talking about about their mentals, what they needed to change from game number 1 to game number 2. When you get blanked, when you don't get a single kill, how do you come back from that? Turns out you give Sarpei Daji, and that's a pretty good way of doing it.
Turns out the jungler that is banned, or the assassin, I should say, that has been banned the most over the last 3 days, when you get it into the right hands, that goes 11-2-11 and just absolutely decimates your team. 4-0-10 there for Tiamat, 5-3-14 for Davey, who had a lot of very fun to watch plays. Fortunately, the duo lane here didn't quite pop off. The Kakullan in the jungle, decent in terms of maybe presence, maybe not exactly the carry they needed, though. 32k, almost 33,000 damage, most in the game from Moswall. So still rocking that despite not being able to maybe find all of the kills and plays from game number 1. And now we will be pushed to a 3rd game. And Trelly, the Wardens will be first pick. So when we move into picks and bans, you have to remember the things they did in game number 1, and more notably, some of the changes the Scorpions made there in game number 2. Ratatoskr getting banned out was maybe a big deal there in game 2. We'll see if they stick to it as we go to P's and B's for game 3s. Except it's just the one game 3. There's not multiple so far. Matt's gonna change tomorrow. I can feel it in my bones though. Daji,
love that.
immediately banned away.
Yeah, love that from the Wardens. I imagine the Rat will follow back, and it will. So far, those are the 2 adaptations that were made throughout this set. Chernobog, I would love to see as well. Wow, the Wardens. All right, they're listening.
All right, so Trelly, yeah, we're going to get you a coach's headset. we're going to get you out there, man. You're running it.
Well, that's all I really needed to see at this point. You know, I'm cool with whatever. You know, the Lancelot, sure, doesn't matter. These are the adaptations I want to see the ones make. The Mercury, I don't think needs to be banned away if you are the Aru Scorpions. It was one of those picks that certainly was able to do a fair bit. The damage numbers by the end of the game weren't too impressive. I think Leon was more so the fear of the Mercury was what was doing so much, right? You just assumed, hey, there always could be an ult coming. Maybe we shouldn't walk the lane that way. Hey, let's ward down in the jungle, and if we don't, then we actually can't take this pathway over to the jungle, that sort of thing. Khepri, of course, is going to continue to be banned away, and now we're in a position where...
No, where what?
No, you looked at me, and I thought...
I was going to ask, like, you know, Khepri banned, Yamoja, Xingqian have been up there. Mm-hmm. Where do you go for your first pick?
Well,
that's all I wanted to know.
Because it's the Wardens, right?
Yeah,
I don't imagine the Yamojas being picked here, and I don't think that's because...
unless it's going into the jungle.
Right, yeah, exactly. And it's not because Nachino can't play it, it's more so because that's just not what the Wardens are about. They're not first picking that top of the meta character. Of course, this is elimination time. I mean, they might have to pack their stuff if this first pick is not as electric as they would want, so it is something to think about. given the
I
situation.
am
So I was going to say,
Yemoja.
maybe
Do
that
not
enough
forget.
will be enough to make them go to the Yemoja, and that's it. Wow, I can't believe it, but I kind of thought it might be coming.
You like talked yourself into it.
Yeah.
It was a fun roller coaster to be on.
I'm glad
over
you could
here.
witness that.
I'm just like, yeah, okay. And he literally started this sentence with saying it's not going to be Yemoja, and then talked yourself slowly into it, and then we went, actually, yeah, wait, I do want to see the Yemoja. And you know what, Charlie? Good news for you. It is the Yemoja. So locked in first pick, healing, team play, all sorts of fun stuff that she's going to be able to bring to the table. And it is an interesting pickup because
I lead us
very
to
similar to like
glory,
when Khepri gets
to
locked in.
victory.
Right. It doesn't really say anything about your draft. It's like, hey guys, we just got like the best support available to us. Unfortunately, it does mean there's still a lot of things that are open. They get King Arthur and Cupid for the Aru Scorpions. And while those didn't work out, as well in game number 1, they're still power picks for a reason.
So exciting.
I want to see Griff go something that can 1v1 Cupid, like something that is not afraid. Like obviously the Chernobog's banned, so that's off the table. I want Griff not on this Heimdall that
Face
is usually
the
locked in
bitter
this
winds
spot
of
as
Niflheim.
he locks in the Heimdall in this spot. Unfortunate. Well, it will bring some safety. You're gonna have a decent time late game. However, your laning phase. I mean, I wanted to see Griff come out swinging on something with some form of a fight, but unfortunately, it's just going to be, the typical Heimdall that we've seen time and time again. As we get to see Gore, who's been trying to get a triple.
I've got to spin some really good ones. There we go.
Oh, that was the best one I've seen yet. Now that we finally got.
Because you're paying attention to picks and bands, baby. I'm doing this. It keeps bouncing on my finger. That's the real problem.
All right, but the Tiamat
Needs
is the
more
counter
weight.
lock in there. Picarino has been able to do a fair bit of damage and a lot of safety on this pick as well. And you know what? This is a situation. You know what? I'm going to put the ball in the Aru Scorpions' court. Are you going to ban away the Outplash again? Or are you going to let it through? Let's see. Let's see what they do.
Right, so you're putting the weight onto Opwash.
I don't want them to ban it, but I want to see if they'll waste the ban.
Well,
Let's
okay,
see it.
last time it was Hell, Opwash. So first off, Hell, still available. You've got one healer. Theoretically, that's going to be something else. No, they go for the Chak, man.
All right. Well, now it is
Opwash, Agni,
it is
Vulcan.
Moswell's job to snap lock Outplash and carry this game to victory.
Now
he has to.
Do you want the Outplash?
No, I don't. And I don't think it'll be good, but it's Moswell's duty because
so
of
Coach Brain Chelly is saying no, don't do it.
Well, yeah,
or Analyst Brain.
Yeah, I don't think it has a great matchup into Cupid. King Arthur doesn't sound like a good time. However, I just think because the pressure was put onto Moswell by having it banned, he has to just bring it out here. I mean, it's game 3 elimination time. Show us what you've been playing this Outplash for.
Show us whether or not you're going to lock it in. The Vulcan as well, I mean, we saw highlights of. Don't really expect it, if I'm honest with you. It's going to be fun to see, though, either way, where they go with this one. Very similar to game number 1. We'll have to wait to figure out if that's going to get locked in until the Scorpions lock in theirs. Now, Charlie, we're back in a position where in game number 1, it was Iset instead of the Tiamat. Most of this was the same. Last time it was Ymir. The Ganesh locked in. How do you feel about this draft from the Scorpions, just looking at the top 4?
Yeah, I mean, whenever I see King Arthur Cupid, I can't complain. That's just a very strong core. Then you go into the Tiamat, who I've already gone on record to say is never bad. It's always just going to, there's characters that do what Tiamat does better, but she is just so great in all aspects. Very well-rounded mid laner in the current meta. And then, Ganesha, you got Dharmic Pillars, you got a Silence. Of course, Ganesha, not the safest Guardian to lock in a position like this, but has a decent matchup into the Yemoja. Being able to use that dash effectively is always going to help you out up against the Yemoja. So now the Wardens, I mean, it's crunch time. Are you going to the Zeus that Moswell has had in the back pocket?
This shall be a day long
Looks like the
remembered.
Bellona, first and foremost, is going to be the option. I think does actually have a decent matchup into the Cupid, just being able to up down on the Fields of Love and then just disarm is always going to be a decent time. And you can brawl with King Arthur. And it is the Zeus.
Wow,
man.
man.
I can't believe it.
Somewhere at home, aggro, I can imagine right now. It's a Friday night, so maybe he has like a drink out, some good food, wings. I recommend that. Aggro likes wings.
Okay.
I can imagine him hanging out and cheering for a game 3, and specifically for a Zeus getting locked in here. And look, I mean, it's something, again, Moswell, we talk a lot about immobile gods. Zeus did not hit that list earlier because it wasn't in the highlight reel, but he falls right in there and admittedly has been meta way more recent than things like Vulcan.
Yeah, and this just goes to show, right? When the going gets tough, Moswell goes to the Zeus, all right? And I think they have some decent setup for it. That's kind of why I was hinting at it. I think Yamoja provides great setup for the Lightning Storm, right? You just sort of drop it on the rivers and say, I'm going to get a bunch of value. And Moswell is one who pilots this pick extremely well. Now you're looking at the opposition. Zeus does not love going into Fields of Love. Zeus does not love going into the Pele. Ganesha should be able to put him out of position pretty easily just with the Dharmic Pillars. It's not going to be easy, but Moswell has played this pick into Ares Daji. He has played this pick into so many different styles of drafts. I imagine he's got to have a backup answer for everything.
All right, Charlie, I got a challenge for you. This is going to be a challenge issued over towards Dave as well.
Okay.
We're going to bounce this back and forth while you give me your final thoughts on this draft. When I do the throw, you or me are going to hit it over to Dave. Dave and Spooky, you've got to keep the ball going, all right? This is a Game 3 challenge that I'm creating right here. Dave nodded, so that's consent.
Okay.
That's exactly what we need. So, tell me, Charlie.
Yep.
Come on, you got to hit it. What are you doing, man? You failed the challenge immediately.
I was worried you hyped it up too much. I
need
got
the ball
nervous.
back. All right, hold on.
Okay,
Reset.
Yeah.
Now, just talk to me, right?
All right.
Yeah, just talk to me. See?
Yep.
Nice and easy.
I'm
Nice
talking
and
to you.
easy. You don't got to hit it too hard.
I'm not.
Tell me about the draft, man.
I thought you were going to ask me a question about the draft.
Yeah, but who do you think is doing? Which draft do you think is stronger?
They're both very strong drafts. Depends on, who's.
Nope. Charlie.
That one's on me?
Yeah, you hit it. Okay, maybe that one's on me. No, I had to reach.
We can do halfsies.
We can do halfsies. That one's halfsies.
All right, I apologize.
And now it's over there, so it's not even like Spooky can graciously
it's in no
give it
man's
to
territory
us.
now. But looking at these drafts, we had this
man.
beautiful graphic here below. I mean, but it's
Hold
going
on,
to be
just
whoever
stay
wants.
on- stay on your
I
single
think
for a
it's
little
going to
bit. I
be
gotta
whoever wants it more. I think both of these drafts have the ability to get to that late game portion. You have to worry about the easy to use circles here for the Aru Scorpions, Fields of Love, Dharmic Pillars, tons of damage there, but the Wardens have Zeus. So if you can keep Moswell alive, if you can defend this Zeus with your life, they're going to have a ton of damage, ton of AoE damage to make sure to use throughout the team fight. So it's going to be whoever wants it more. It's elimination time.
Look, and that's exactly what it is, right? This is the chance for NA1 to tie up how many of their teams get to stay in this tournament. If you lose this one, if you're the Wardens, EU just has bragging rights over you outright from the get-go. Not only that, but like you said, tournament life on the line. A lot of pressure on these two teams to make it happen here in game number 3. But you don't need to hear it from us. We'll go down to Dave and Spooky for the set.
Our first game 3 of the weekend, and it's the Callan Wardens and the Aru Scorpions in an elimination game number 3. After a bounce back from the Scorpions in game 2, the Callan Wardens take game number 1 convincingly. And on we go, Spooky. We don't need a beach ball. We would have done a better job than Goran Trelli.
We could have proven that.
We don't need to. We don't need to prove that. I need to prove that to no one. And the Callan Wardens and the Aru Scorpions finally get us to a game 3. And I think Wardens fans will probably be happy with the return to game 1 style of drafting for the Wardens.
Now, you might not have much to prove here, Dave, but both these two teams do have quite a lot to prove. It's elimination time.
That's right.
One of these two teams is going home. It's only room for one to move forward. Scorpions have to be feeling really good after that last one. They've got the momentum in their favor. They've got to be riding high going into this game. Like you said, the Wardens have returned to form. Elion back on this Mercury. We saw a lot of success for it in game number 1. We didn't see the Rage get stacked quite as much as you might have liked to. But to be fair, that was also just because the Wardens didn't really need to. They were just kind of running the entire game. Objectives went their way time and time again. Problem is, the Wardens didn't secure all of those objectives through draft alone. It was more just that the Scorpions didn't really show up to any of them. Now that we've got that game 2 under our belts, you got to think the Scorpions are going to be a little bit more active. They've learned their lesson. They're not going to chase Relentless One halfway across the map just trying to get a kill on him 4 times to no success. They've learned. They're going to move on. They've found better targets. And really, the dual lane focus, I think, really worked out well for Sarpei. Just putting Grit behind and facilitating Davey. I'd like to see more of that happen here. But with the Zeus being piloted by Moswell, that's also another good opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much to look at. Look, I think one of the biggest wins is Sarpei not being on Daji again, because Daji was absurd for the Aru Scorpions in game 2, and just absolutely wrecked the game plan of the Callan Wardens. And then another big win, and we'll give the Scorpions some love. But I mean, Moswell on the Zeus, bringing out new mid laner to this tournament. Haven't seen it yet so far in SMITE Summer Masters, but we have seen plenty of Moswell Zeus in the history of Smite, Griff avoids a lot of the initiation and a nice double stun from Gino. Avoids any further pressure. But Maswal Zeus, Spooky, I mean, susceptible to ganks, yes, but I'm not, no. I'm not even groaning for
Come
that
on
one.
now.
No, Picarino, he's going to get ganked here, and Relentless One on an early rotation out of solo. Again, puts pressure towards Tiamat. But susceptible to ganks is this Zeus, but also high damage output later on in the game.
Yeah, I think once we see Sarpei hit this 5th level, get the ultimate available, we're probably going to see a lot of attention being paid towards Maswal in this mid lane. However, I'd really like to see that happen before level 5, because if you wait until you have your ultimate in the jungle, chances are Maswal's going to have the Lightning Storm as well. But we do see some aggression on this blue buff. Might not pan out.
El Leon gets a knockback, yes, but how about the double knockup from Bevy Monster? Sarpei will take first blood, and it's El Leon who drops. Aru Scorpions swing first, and they connect with the Callan Wardens.
Once again, this is the start that you like to see if you are the Scorpions, or if you're a Scorpions fan. This is what you wanted to see. Wardens, they had some fight back there. They were trying to push the Scorpions away from that blue buff, but to no avail. I think the combination of Sarpei and Bevy Monster with both of these knockups is just a little bit too much to be fighting over that early, that grouped up, right? Those knockups hit both members there. Relentless One and Elion get knocked up, and that really reduces your fight back potential. You have to be a little bit more spread out, but that also means that you can't stack the damage onto the CC that Elion is throwing out. With that special delivery, you want to be throwing them into a wall so they're not traveling. You can just stack up your damage on top of whoever the target is. Right. In this case, it was Sarpei. Bevy Monster just steps forward and says, hey guys, I'm still here, I'm still Arthur. I still have about 14 more abilities than you do. You sure you want this fight? And turns out they didn't.
Yeah, Simply has more buttons early on in the game.
Same buttons.
Same buttons, but can press them twice as often?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess. Right, doesn't have eight abilities, but he does have 8 abilities, but on the same amount of buttons. Now I've just confused myself. He's got more abilities earlier on in the game is what I'm trying to say.
Throughout the entire game,
Throughout,
really.
Oh my goodness. You know, Spooky, I've never gotten this much pushback. But you know what, you're right to call me out on it. And Maswal is getting his immobility called out in the mid lane. And another kill to the Aru Scorpions. Maswal had to burn the beads, but how much is that really going to do when you got Sarpei and Picarino jumping on you?
Well, apparently absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
you burned the beads, burned the ultimate, you still die, didn't return any kills there. Sure, you put some damage back out, but if you're the one going to the gray screen, that damage isn't going to stick around for too very long. Picarino's still on this Tiamat, so once she's in that flying stance, he's still got the healing coming through. But take a look. Bevy Monster is back on this blue buff. Once again, not able to secure it, but the aggression just keeps going across the map.
Yeah, it looks like Griff and Gino able to drop the purple buff at least. So a successful invade for each team, one on either side of the map. Right now, the only lane that feels like it's not behind is this dual lane for the Callan Wardens. Gino and Griff with the successful purple buff invade also haven't seen any jungle pressure, not only from their own jungler, but Sarpei hasn't made his way to the left side of the map either. So now in back-to-back games, an interesting build path for Picarino on the Tiamat goes Charon's Coin first. In a meta where it's been Sands of Time, Warlock Staff, now in 2 straight games, straight into the Charon's Coin for Picarino.
Picarino also has, for the first time, a level lead. This Charon's Coin tells me that Picarino wants to get a little bit more active, a little bit earlier on in this game. Get those stacks online as quickly as possible, make those rotations, use the extra move speed that it comes with, and try to get some pressure going for your team. You can already see him trying to put the aggression onto Elion. He does let him slip away into the jungle, but Preds is right there behind him. And take a look, they're looking at the Scorpion again.
Man, all the little bits of farm now, because that's really all you can go for at this point in the game. The little bits of farm going to the Aru Scorpions, and a quick glance to the 1,500 gold lead that the Scorpions have built up. A couple of kills 6 minutes in, and good neutral farm steal. No beads for 53 seconds from Oswald, and no life, but a nice return kill on the stun underneath the tier 1 tower. Pred's low as well. You need to take advantage of this if you're the Callan Wardens. You gotta find the last bit of damage. Leon splits the uprights and does end up finding the second kill. Picarino nearly trades it back and makes it an even 2 for 2, but finally some kills on the board for the Wardens.
If he had the ability to go back into that flying stance, I think that damage alone would have secured the kill onto Elion. Unfortunately, that cooldown is a little bit high this early in the game. Like I said, he only has the Sands of Time for the 10% CDR. It's not going to be coming up that quickly. Elion gets to answer back. That makes it, I believe, actually a 2-for-1 in favor of the Kowloon Wardens. So a little bit of fight back, shoring up a little bit of that gold deficit. Not quite all the way there just yet. But Davey still looking for this fight over here in the duo lane. And here comes Sarpé.
Yeah, this is why. Sarpé is over here, but a stun onto Sarpé. Some great peel. Allows Griff to get out, and that is so important because it's the one lane on the map, again, that has not felt immense pressure. Nice double assist from Gino, but Griff and Davey have largely been left alone. So nice on Griff and nice on Gino to keep Griff alive, but man, Moswald just cannot catch a break. But I suppose when you see a Zeus on the other team, it's exactly what you want to see. Yeah. Constant pressure on the beats.
Yeah, you really cannot allow Moswald to just safely farm up on this Zeus. Because if you leave this Zeus alone, he's just going to get these items online. And there's one thing that Zeus brings to the fight. It's not utility, it's not CC, it is pure damage. And boy howdy, he has a lot of that damage. So you want to make sure that you're trying to keep him behind. Don't let him get those items online, especially don't let him get this Warlock staff online, because once that happens, it becomes that much harder to kill. It won't be insurmountable, but the Scorpions really want to take advantage of this Zeus pick while they still can. Having forced those beads away, this is prime Sarpé time to make this gank.
Yeah, I wonder if Sarpé doesn't have Blink for about a minute. And on the flip side, I think you have to look towards Leon if you're the Kowloon Wardens. Has Sonic Boom. Maybe has a couple lanes of potential ganks. No beads for Davey for 30 seconds. Picorino still has the beads, but maybe a gank target there. Would you like to see Leon send a Sonic Boom right down the left side of the map here and get some pressure going for Griff?
I think Davey would be a really good target for the Wardens, because like you've said, that side of the map is the one side that hasn't really felt any pressure from the Scorpions so far. So get active over there. Have Elion take that over to this more even fight, and try to just push it into your favor a little bit more. In fact, I believe Griff has a slight XP lead. He was able to hit level 9 a little bit before Davey was there. So this is a really good place to look. Now, you are going to have to be careful of the Fields of Love, right? You're going to have to make sure you get that damage out before Davey can drop that ultimate. Hold that thought, though. Bevy is the one getting active.
We've done a bit of a roundabout on the Warden side of the jungle. Lightning Storm, first of the game, could be impactful from Moswald. The detonate sets up Relentless One. And a nice grouping from the Kowloon Wardens evens up the kills. Karmic Pillars rolls through from Preds. Relentless One dodges out some return damage. Leon's still charging up. That Sonic Boom won't send it. And the Kowloon Wardens get a clean pick on the Bevy Monster.
Yeah, a little bit more aggression onto that purple buff. Fields of Love are dropped, and that means that's not going to be available if Elion decides to take the Sonic Boom over to that left side. But back to that fight around Bevy Monster. That's the value that Moswald brings on this Zeus. He drops the Lightning Storm, and you could see Sarpé wanted to get active in that fight. He was hovering around the edge, but there's just no way he could have feasibly gotten in there. There were 3 members of the Wardens there. That still only makes it a 2v3. You can't really dive into a Lightning Storm that Zeus has just dropped down, because he still hadn't used the detonate charges. Sarpé was trying to wait for that to come through before he engaged, but Moswald was aware of it. He knew what was up. He wasn't using them anytime early, didn't use those until the Lightning Storm had ended. Pops Bevy Monster down, that's all it took.
You really got to look for Moswald, I think, later on in the game to repeat that, right? I mean, like if you just need to get your damage off. You might die a lot if you're Moswald, but you got to drop a Lightning Storm, detonate, and get your burst into the team fight. And one small instance of Moswald able to do that here. Still 1 and 2, so still susceptible to some pressure from Sarpé, who's finished up the Erendite, Brawler's Beat Stick as well. So a little early penetration and mitigating some of the healing. Maybe a correct amount. I mean, Gino can sustain up a good bit, but would love to limit that if you're Sarpé. Pyromancer pulled. Relentless One close, but a silence from Preds takes away any steal attempt. Relentless One flexing the muscles a bit, maybe pretending he's got some backup, and the Aru Scorpions will get the Pyromancer and will not look for a further fight.
Relentless and Gino have both been very willing to step forward in this game so far, and throughout the entire set. Even without a whole lot of support back behind them, there are 2 members that are willing to step forward and say, hey, put some respect on our name. What are you going to do about it? Reno might be in a little bit of pressure here, but he's the one jumping in.
Leon dashes away. Sarpé close by, over the right side wall, just waiting for his opportunity to ult in. Leon is looking for the same. You got to imagine you're not double ulting a tier 1 tower at this point. Maybe allow the Trebuchet to continue pouring out some damage into the tier 1. Sarpé instead is going to send pressure towards right. Blue buff invade for the Aru Scorpions. Maybe. Trebuchet gets it done, and the tier 1 tower ends up dropping after a long siege from the Callan Wardens. Could be worse, as now Bevy Monster caught out by El Leon. A stun rolls through from Griff as well, and a lightning storm on the end. Maswal, second kill of the game, evens up the KDA.
Now Sarpé trying to look for a way in, but the Scorpions are on full retreat. Maswal, beautiful ultimate, but relentless one is doing going in.
And it's El Leon with the sonic boom, delivers it to Pred's front door. Double kill for Maswal, who has turned his game around. Started off 0-2, and now turns it into 3-2 on a killing spree. Is this Zeus? Doesn't have Lightning Storm. Nobody on the Callan Wardens have their ultimates, but a numbers advantage on the map. That equals Gold Fury, and that equals even game here in game number 3, unless Davey makes some magic happen. And unfortunately, the magic has run out.
I was real worried Davey was going to try to commit the Fields of Love to that Fury. If he does that, he's just dead to rights. He just gets completely engaged on. Once again, Maswal, beautiful ultimates coming out, but you really got to commend both Maswal and Gino on that one. Gino completely separates the fight, leaves the only avenue out of the River's Rebuke straight into that Lightning Storm. They don't stack it on top of each other, right? Because they know that the Scorpions are trying to get out of that area. So just force the Scorpions to choose one or the other. Which evil do you want to fall to? Scorpions end up trying to take the retreat route out of the River's Rebuke, which, frankly, you can't really blame them. The Lightning Storm, so much damage, but Maswal still picking up the double kill. 3-2-1. Still not too far ahead. Hikaruno is still at an even level right now, but the gold lead that the Scorpions previously had is starting to shift back into favor of the Wardens. Not a lot just yet, but it's enough to start worrying that, okay, the Wardens are starting to win fights. They're starting to take these objectives. They're starting to do a little bit more on the map than we were as the Scorpions, and that's got to start getting you sweating.
It's really a momentum game right now, more than what feels like anything else. You do get the golden experience, but the last few fights where the Scorpions are like, wait, what's happening here? We were winning up to this point, but we haven't gotten kills in a few minutes. Suddenly, the 0-2 Zeus is on a killing spree. What's happening? It's been a great turnaround for the Callan Wardens. And so in an effort to stabilize, if you're the Aru Scorpions, maybe you can force an ultimate out of Leon and Maswal and just lose the beads if you're Hikaruno. If you're the Scorpions, are you hoping that you can take a deep breath, farm up a minute? I mean, again, the gold is really not that out of control. Or are you trying to punch back to the Wardens right now and maybe catch them off guard?
To me, I don't think that just passively farming is the answer. Right now, the Scorpions need to find a way to get Maswal out of these fights. He's the big problem. So this red buff invade is starting up. Look at Maswal's positioning. They want this fight.
Fields of Love from Davey, but Leon is just sidestepping everything used to Leon, and Leon lives anyway. Griff connects with the Ganesh with his ultimate. Pred's gonna crash down, and it's in a bad spot, but the immediate dash through into the Riptide keeps things interesting, but Pred's, in all likelihood, will survive. All this over what was a red buff invade, I believe, from the Callan Wardens. No kills end up dropping.
So right now the Scorpions, they're trying to punch back. They're trying to find kills, and El Leon was their target. The problem they're having right now is they're ignoring other members of the Wardens that are behind them. If you notice, Gino was behind them that entire time. He didn't even get looked at. So while they're trying to chase El Leon out, trying to find the kill, he just says, okay, well, now El Leon has enough distance. There's enough walls here. I'll throw up the River's Rebuke, and there's nothing that the Scorpion can do about it at that point. We do start seeing that shell come online to try to help out with that a little bit. The fact of the matter is the Scorpions are devoting so much to trying to chase one target down, and it's a very slippery target. They have to be willing to switch back and re-engage on a separate target that might be in a better position for them to DPS. Gino, he had no help back there. The only one that was able to step up at that point was Maswal, and he's incredibly squishy. Be willing to adapt to your targets and try to find a better one.
As far as a shifting mindset, though, I do appreciate the Scorpions willing to punch back against the Wardens and throw some aggression towards them. You don't want to let the game slip by quietly, because remember back to game 1, it's exactly what happened. The Wardens were able to win fights, and there was never any pushback from the Scorpions. And eventually, by the time you were defending, the game was over. Pyromancer confirmed by the Wardens. Most of the damage rolls through from Maswal, and it looks like not much of a fight back from the Scorpions on this one. Pyromancer's already gone, and so it's really the next minute. Pyromancer now down. You got a minute to sit back, farm up, spend some gold, and really decide as a team how much you're willing to send over to this next Fury.
And right now, I don't think the deficit is too severe. It's only about, what, 1,500 in favor of the Wardens. And not even 1,500. Look at that. Only 1,000 in their favor. Scorpions have plenty of room to fight back. But it comes down to, can they get the better positioning? Can they find a way to push the Wardens off? If they can either force Moswell to ult early on these objectives and then disengage, or find a way to pick Moswell out before they start the fight, that's going to be critical. Because right now, if you step up to the Wardens at this Go Fury, what's going to happen is Gino's going to step up with you, Moswell's going to be there, and they're both going to drop their ults and lock you into this no-play zone that you just don't want to be in, but you also can't really escape at that point. Elion's going to Sonic Boom through your team, and you're not going to have a whole lot of answers left after that. So they have to find a way to get some action going before they step up to this objective. I'm thinking Starpay, maybe try to find a flank, but if Griff steps out, that might be a good one too, but Bifrost is a thing.
Yeah, this is Heimdall we're talking about here. Going to need a bit more from the Aru Scorpions, and luckily, Scorpions don't spend much. And to get the beads from Griff, so a very small moment that could be impactful around this Oni Fury. And when a game is this close, in a Game 3, an elimination Game 3, when things are as close as they are, these fights, these smaller early game fights, mid-game fights, change the way the next few minutes of the games look. Pred's going to step forward and take a mountain of damage from Moswell, but look who's found the backline. It's Bevy Monster. Fields of Love is answered as well. Griff forced to dash away, but still aggression from Relentless One in the backline of the Scorpions, and that's an easy pick from the Aru Scorpions. Relentless One received no support from the squad, and the Scorpions will find an easy one.
Now they've got Gino's ultimate down. Now this objective looks a lot better for them. They still have to be wary. Moswell still on the map, still has the Lightning Storm available, but now the Wardens aren't in a position where they can just walk at the Scorpions. But what is this, Dave? What is this? They're going for the purple buff rather than stepping up to this Fury. They are going to come back to it. I was worried there for a moment.
Right.
We'll see how the Wardens respond.
This is Moswell's moment to step forward and make a play for his team. Can you send the damage up and over the wall? Be careful. Sarpé is to your right. And so Moswell looks like he won't overextend. Oni Fury confirmed by the Aru Scorpions, but it's a kill there for Moswell, and a double Sonic Boom from Leon out of nowhere. Out of right field, Leon flies into the front of this fight and grabs two, and Moswell's got the damage as well. Leon will live with the Aegis, but he's gonna face plant into Sarpé, who at least pulls back one kill. It might be doing one better. Double knockup, Sarpé, big play, double kill. But a jump in from Relentless One secures the deicide, and the Cal Wardens come up with 5.
Wow, what a fight coming out from both sides. First of all, beautiful play from the Wardens. That Sonic Boom from Elion was picture perfect. Take a snapshot of that one, save it in the books because you're going to come back to that one for a little while. Hits 2 members as Moswell completes the kill onto Bevy, and this just blows the whole thing up. Sure, you lost the Oni Fury, but you're pushing it all the way down this mid lane. Griff just Bifrost right on out as he forces the teleport out from Bevy. What a beautiful play. Sarpé had a great flank, but unfortunately, ulting into a 1v3, even with Picorino able to come back and put some damage out, it's not really going to work out too well. Bright side is they were able to return some of those kills, so they didn't lose as much as they could have, but they're still not in the lead.
No, they're not. Look, and again, Moswell dies, but he gets his damage off, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's able to get everything out there on the onset of that team fight. Uses both actives, still dies, but is still top damage here in this game. And Griff has made some good plays happen as well. So defensive, as you need to be at times on this Heimdall, has pulled a big level lead over the Aru Scorpions. You really got to zoom in on that, because that's the biggest lead in the game right now. 19 to now 17 of Davey was 3 levels just a moment ago. Well underway in that build. Almost a full item advantage.
And it's kind of
for Griff, so he's in a good spot.
It's really strange how well he's been able to play this lane, because you've seen the pressure that the Scorpions have been trying to put onto him, but he just doesn't care. Much like Bevy Monster might need to start carrying.
Ow. I mean, Griff just wailing away on Bevy Monster. Luckily for Bevy, the ultimate not connecting. Relentless Ones, though, does. And a stun from the Eagles rally, and no help from Davey, but Sarpé on the other side of the fight has reinitiated. Fire Giant slinging some damage out, but won't end up grabbing the kills. Will Relentless One get stunned? No, he won't. Picorino and Sarpé on a silver platter then it's time for the Wardens to eat. Relentless One will get one, and a Riptide from Gino does slow down Sarpé on the way out. Griff has caught the damage, and one by one, Spooky, this is looking great for the Callan Wardens.
Oh my goodness, Davey just barely able to get out of that one, but Preds is the next target. Look at the damage that Moswell is able to sling out. Moswell and Griff both together are just shredding the health bars of Aru Scorpions. It looked like an okay fight at the start, but Relentless One able to chase down Bevy Moss to force him out, and he even pulled Davey away from the main fight. Now they're looking for this Fire Giant. Preds the only one here. I don't think he can do it by himself.
Preds need to make a miracle happen. Davey is going to get zoned out by Gino. Dharmic Pillars just off the mark, and Relentless One has got the damage for one. And the Callan Wardens have the damage for FG, all 5 of the Wardens now with Fire Giant. And the Aru Scorpions reeling from the last couple of team fights. You could feel a momentum shift in this game, and the Wardens have not relinquished it. And the Aru Scorpions back beneath their Phoenix line trying to stave off elimination.
Make matters worse, they now have a Trebuchet they have to deal with. The Wardens are in a great spot, and they're going all the way in.
Oh, Picarino won't get deleted by the Lightning Storm and the Detonate, but does provide some zoning for the Callan Wardens. Right side Phoenix, not dead yet. Fields of Love from Davey slows down the initiation. Sonic Boom again from Leon, and again it has hit 2 in the back line. The Callan Wardens dropped 3 of the Aru Scorpions, and the call is to end. Picarino and Preds will stand tall, and the Wardens will take a deep breath before looking at the Titan.
Man, Elion has to be stopped. He is just finding so much value with these Sonic Booms, constantly just ulting from quite a distance away, finding 2+ members of the Scorpions, and now the Wardens are just stripping away these structures. Mid-Phoenix is the next one.
Dharmic Pillars through from Preds. Need this one to really hit, but all it does is group up the Wardens and funnel their damage into the Phoenix. Preds going to get stunned by Relentless One. Respawn still 10 or so seconds away. Don't want to lose Relentless One, not just yet. And the mid and right Phoenix now both gone. Good news for the Scorpions. Can't be an immediate rotation to the left side bird. Still 2 towers on the left side of the map for the Aru Scorpions, but the gold lead, we're nearing insurmountable, Spooky, and could be sunsetting on the Aru Scorpions tournament lives.
Wardens now almost 10,000 in the lead over the Scorpions. Gonna go ahead and take this Gold Fury before they reset. That's gonna push them a little bit further up. Like you just said, Dave, this is looking like a bad situation. You're starting to approach the 99%ers. Wardens now do officially establish a 9,000 gold lead over the Scorpions. This is looking rough. You have to start making sure not only your play is perfect, but you have to start finding some mistakes that the Wardens are making. You have to be able to catch them out, but the problem is the Wardens, they're not spreading themselves out right now. They're staying grouped. The only one who's not grouped up with the rest of his team is generally Elion. Yeah. Why is that? Oh, it's because he's ulting you from halfway across the map, and he's just raining destruction through your team fight. The Scorpions, they're in a tough spot. They have to give up the tier 1. There's no chance they stand tall at this tier 2. It's all down to this left side bird, but with 2 Phoenixes down, that Titan has to be paid attention to. It's such a tough situation to be in.
Step 1. Don't let your backline get double hit by Sonic Boom. There you go. Check that box.
There you go.
And then you can turn the damage towards Leon, make him uncomfortable. But Leon has just been so effective with the initiation, and the rest of the team of the Wardens deserves their due praise as well. Gino has raised my eyebrows in a good way at 0-0-14 on the Emoja. Riptide, stuns, Rivers, rebukes, all of it connecting this game in a good, just flow state. Emoja totally changes how a game looks. And that's what Gino's provided to the Callan Wardens here in a must-win game number 3. Looks like 1 chance left. Gotta keep your eyes on El Leon, and when he lets that Sonic Boom fly, stun out from Davey. Relentless One stunned on the front line as well. Could happen at any moment when Leon chooses to pull that trigger.
And Davey carefully positioned. He's making sure he's staying behind this Phoenix so that Elion can't just group up. But Elion now on the other side, looking for the flank.
Where does he choose to send his ultimate, though, or will he even need to? He's just going to take the 1v1 up against Sarpé. Fire minions onto the Titan already. Left side Phoenix low, but not taken down as Gino's been chunked down just a bit. Relentless One doesn't have the Eagles rallying. Look, a rare miss from Leon. That's a win for the Aru Scorpions. You lose your left Phoenix, but you've kept everyone alive.
Forced the beads out from Davey real quick. He had to beads dash to get out of dodge real quick there. If he wasn't on point with that, Elion had him dead to rights and probably opened up the possibility to end that game. But as it stands, Fire Giant has fallen off of the Wardens. It's back to a little bit of a better spot for them. That Fire Giant's going to be coming back any time now. You can see it's only about 30 seconds away, closer to 40, but we'll call it half a minute. And that's where the pressure really comes down. The Scorpions can't let that one go down for free. Sure, it's not enhanced, but with 3 birds down, you have to make a do-or-die play around that.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna lose the game 99% of the time anyway here if you're the Scorpions, but it's gonna get to 100% if the Wardens are freely able to get this Fire Giant on all 5 members of their team, barring a complete misstep. And they're gonna have to misstep 3 or 4 times as the Aru Scorpions have fallen heavily behind. Good news, right side, mid lane Phoenix, those are both respawning, and the left side Fire Minions have been held up just a bit. But with Griff slowly pushing out the left side of the map, the Warden's not forcing this Fire Giant just yet. That has given some time for those left side Fire Minions to walk in towards the Aru Scorpions base. Do have Tiamat minions, that's worth mentioning as well, and so there is going to be some pushback from the Aru Scorpions able to stabilize some of these lanes just a bit better.
Those minions don't last quite as long as they used to, though. Only about 2 waves spawning now, so not going to be exactly the saving grace. And now Fire Giant being started up, melted down.
The Scorpions letting this one go. They are.
Wow.
There was no fight from the Callan Wardens. I mean, the call there, because what you're doing is playing the odds. The call now is the Scorpions are saying our fight is better underneath a Phoenix or our Titan against all 5 members of the Wardens with Fire Giant than it would have been fighting at the Fire Giant. And if that's what the Aru Scorpions think their best avenue is into this game, I suppose that's their call. But you're going to now have to step up against a fully FG'd up Callan Wardens.
And this Phoenix is not going to last for very long. Already Umudabrutu used.
Oh, nice.
Lots of damage.
Half HP off of Preds. 100 HP off the Phoenix. Still waiting for Leon to send his ultimate through, and a Dharmic Pillars gets used by Preds as well. I was wondering if we would see some face plants of the Sonic Boom into like a Dharmic Pillars or something, and that was a moment where it could have happened, but it doesn't end up rolling through. Actually, a couple low health bars for the Wardens here. Remember, we're late enough in the game where behind or not, the Scorpions are still going to be able to chunk down some damage. Maybe this is the opportunity the Scorpions have been hoping for. Relentless One needs some sustain from Gino. Riptide should help out the squad. There is a River's Rebuke as well. Sarpei way behind the Callan Wardens here, and it'll be a 1v1 in the jungle. Leon drops the Aegis. Sarpei has used the beads, and Picarino jumps in and gives the Aru Scorpions some life here in this fight. But it is going all wrong elsewhere. Leon dies, but everyone on the Scorpions drops except for Picarino. Maswal goes huge, and the Callan Wardens looking like they're going to send the Aru Scorpions home. Maswal, Gino, and Griff waltz their way into the Titan room unless Picarino can make a miracle happen. Fire minions are there, and Griff has got the auto attacks. Picarino going to have to be aggressive here, going to have to jump in, and that's exactly what happens. But Griff waves him goodbye, and the Callan Wardens eliminate the Scorpions.
Just clinical coming out from the Wardens there. It was a nice attempt at the end there from the Scorpions. Sarpei had a good flank, but unfortunately, if you're going to make a play like that, right, if you're going to step all the way up to the Wardens and try to fight them around that Fire Giant, why didn't you just do it before they got the Fire Giant secured for themselves? You're just making the fight harder. It allowed a really nice flank from Sarpei, but that just wasn't enough.
Hey, we're splitting hairs in a moment like that, but, you know, the final shot call ultimately is the last decision the Aru Scorpions got to make in this game. But the Callan Wardens, I mean, think about the turnaround that this game had. Early on, it's looking like the Scorpions are in a really good spot. Sarpei is getting things going for his team. I look at the turnaround specifically that Maswal had. I mean, starts off 0-2 on this Zeus, and by the end of the game was just insta-deleting health bars. Good luck from the Callan Wardens. They will move on. Scorpions, unfortunately, will be headed home, and as such, we will be headed to the desk.
That's a fantastic set there from the Wardens. Great game 1. They blank out the Scorpions. Stumble there in game number 2, which is just great play from the Scorpions themselves. And then here in game 3, they show us exactly what they have to offer. Incredible plays, even towards the end there. The Scorpions are holding on, making sure they're getting a couple of hits in with the Stinger. But unfortunately, the Wardens throw them in jail this time, Trelly. And I'm proud that I just thought of that. And normally I'd have a question for you, but I'm really riding that high right now, and it feels
that
really
was
good.
just so
how,
sick.
yeah, how does it feel? I mean, watching that set, I don't know why I'm asking how it feels. Watching that, you know, you get to see the Mercury, but specifically the Heimdall, which you were kind of surprised to see them go back to. Had some pretty big pop-off moments at the end there.
Yeah, Griff definitely was like, hey, I need another chance on this character. Like, give me Heimdall again. I promise you I will be on point. And they were, of course, as you would expect. Elion on point with these sonic booms. The first game, they won, of course, but the Mercury wasn't doing crazy amounts of damage this time. Those ults were consistently connecting. And, of course, Moswell on the Zeus. I was calling for it. I was waiting for it. And once it finally came through, the damage numbers were certainly there.
Look, I know you could see it in the player cams. You've seen Leon's arms. Absolutely going to hit like a truck normally, right? But he's been working on the cardio in the gym too, man. Chasing them down. Look, yeah, like you said, those ults were absolutely devastating to the back line. We even got Moswell running around on the Zeus. Look, ignore the KDA. 1.4 doesn't seem crazy. I think the damage numbers there were really solid. And like you said, the combination that it could have with these team fights was just stellar for him. But between that, the damage you're getting out of a Zeus, the damage you were getting out of Griff, and then the setup that Leon was giving the team, it just felt like there were so many fights, you know, around Phoenix's objectives, wherever they were. I just think just, unfortunately, for the Scorpions, could not go right. I mean, that's a good example. Like, one of you dies to the Zeus, and then the other two of you are stunned. You can't even respond to try and help them out. I think they just played this one well from top to bottom.
Yeah, there was a couple times where I thought someone was going to get out from the Scorpions, you know, some low health bars running away, and Relentless One was always there to clean up when need be. So it's nice where you can look to your tanks, you know.
Yeah.
We didn't have enough damage, but the cleanup is always there. Not only is your solo laner's job to just get in there and be as annoying as possible, make sure that the carries can't do their jobs, but a 6-2 slash line on the Balloon, I don't think you're ever going to complain about that one either. And look
Now, I don't know, 6-3 though on the Zeus. You might complain about that. No, you're not going to complain about that one either. He's a phenomenal for him. What were you looking at?
Not Gino, 0018.
That's a perfect game. Yeah. From Gino. Wow, there you go. 0018. Look, 7-1-8 there for Griff. And 7-3-9 for Moswell. Relentless One, like you said, 6-2-5. Everybody, it feels like, got a piece of that cake. And what's wild is on the other side, it's not like too many of the slash lines were egregious, right? There was a 1-6, I think, for Bevy Monster, same down there for Preds or Davey. But for a lot of them, at least for Picorino, Sarpé, they were able to put some good damage numbers out there and keeping in charge of that, as well as at least some impact on the team fights. But unfortunately, once again, the Scorpions fall down. The Wardens get to move to Sunday. First off, 2-2, 2NA, 2EU that are going to be joining us right then to discover, I guess it's going to be 4 SPL teams that they're going to have to make it through. But now after this under your belt, again, another good set, you got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I imagine so. Go back to the hotel, watch some Smite tomorrow, and just, you know, get mentally prepared, because I was talking about beforehand, you know, the Wardens were essentially holding up the rest of NA on their shoulders. We want a 2v2. We want to keep this balance in the side, and the Europeans, they almost took over, but looks like the Wardens were able to even that one out. So now we're going to have a nice and even SCC split going into the rest of this tournament, so you folks at home can root for whoever you'd like.
And with that, though, 4 teams now have been eliminated. 4 teams from today still get to keep going. One of those teams is officially the Wardens. We've got them standing by ready for an interview.
That's right. Relentless One and Gino here with me. And Gino, I'm going to start with you. Perfect game.
2 perfect games.
Yeah, in this set, two perfect
yeah,
games?
yeah,
I'll give you your props. Appreciate 2 perfect games here in this set. 0-0-18 on the emoji here in game number 3. I've always said it's like a flow state kind of character. Is that how you see it? Like it all just starts connecting and everything starts to be hitting right, or?
It's a passive support, so if your team's winning, you just look good. So.
Is that what happens here? It was a passive support for you?
Oh, absolutely.
Who won game 3 for you guys?
Griff.
And Moswell.
And Moswell.
And Andy.
Yeah, what happens with Moswell here in this game? I mean, starts 0-2. You guys ever worried that the Zeus wasn't going to bounce back?
Give him a few items, and even if he's dying, he's killing the whole team. So we take that every time.
Relentless One, bounce back game 3 here for you. A tough game number 2. Got piled on a few times.
Yeah.
Needed a good look here in game 3 to close out the set.
Of course. I mean, me and Griff, little hard performances, but we bounce back.
Hey, look, it happens. And you guys end up getting the game 3 win. And so, if you guys were to kick back, I'm going to give you a good one here to end on. We got summer themes here in the studio. If you could fill those coconuts with one drink, what would it be?
Water. Just water.
Water after a game
like
like
stay
this.
hydrated. Summer heat.
I don't even know.
Yeah, because we're gonna be playing beach volleyball the whole time.
Yeah, we need to
so
stay
yeah,
hydrated.
just hydrated.
Maybe Gatorade for some electrolytes.
Oh yeah.
2v2 beach volleyball. You two on the same squad.
6v6,
Absolutely.
2v2, doesn't matter.
Whatever. Look, guys, a great set. Good to see you guys advance on in the tournament, and best of luck in your future matches.
Thank you.
I'm starting to think maybe we cut this whole SMITE Masters thing off. I want to see the beach volleyball Masters, man. I got the 2v2. It seemed like they're prepared for it. The Wardens win, though, Trelly, and they seem very high spirits because of it, and admittedly, deservedly so. And I like the recognition. Immediately, hey, hold on, first off, 2 perfect games. And then immediately also it was Griff and Leon and Moswell, though, we were here. Although they had some really good slash lines and looked positive towards the end. The Wardens, like we have mentioned, move on, and they give us the first 3-game set of the tournament so far. 11 sets prior to this where it's been nothing but 2-0s, and you'll see that if you look at the schedule for what happened today. Of course, the bracket here as well. This team specifically now getting to move on. A lot of these teams, the teams that won today, the Wardens, the Ravens, the Mambo, the Hounds, their brackets are going to look all very similar, which is they're going to be waiting for an SPL squad in the winner's bracket to lose and get knocked down with them. But a 2-1 win here to close out the day for the Wardens. They got to feel proud about that one. And like you said, keeping things a little more balanced for us. Tomorrow, though, Trelly, we're going into promo games. We're talking teams immediately getting their free pass, fast pass, for a 1 week forward and jumping in. So if you're the Wardens, you're awaiting the loser of the Titans and the Leviathans. Yikes.
Yeah.
Man, I'm going to be honest with you guys. You played really well. Those are 2 Worlds finalists. No matter what, you're facing either a World Champion team or a second runner-up World Champion.
Yeah, what a prize at the end of this day of SMITE. You get to face the loser of the Leviathans and the Titans. But I'm sure, after a win like that, the Wardens are going to be sitting ready. They're going to be excited for it.
I realize this schedule does look just like it's like a really stacked SPL day, but I promise you, this is all SMITE Masters. Valks Kings kicking us off tomorrow morning. Bolts, Scarabs, the Dragons, the Warriors, and then to close us out, the Leviathans and the Titans. That's just going to be an exciting day. I expect, we got 1 3-game set here. I'm starting to anticipate at least a couple that are going to happen tomorrow. I couldn't tell you which ones, though. I just know that it feels like it's going to. And again, looking at it, Group A, B, C, and D, all 4 of them still continuing forward. 2 teams from each group, Trelly. That's all that are going to be able to make it to next week. And tomorrow, having a couple of SPL teams taken out of the mix for the rest of the weekend feels like it'll be pretty solid for everybody. But for myself, from Trelly, you wanted to dink it. There's nothing in here. Either way, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow in the morning for SMITE Masters Day number 4 as we kick it off for some promo games.